Chapter 1 The Madman.
Carrying a black leather suitcase, I appeared at Xia Liuyun's table in Pengcheng's most famous Rose Rooftop restaurant.
I pulled out 2 guns and fired 2 shots into the air.
The restaurant instantly descended into chaos as customers and staff fled in every direction, leaving only Xia Liuyun's 4 personal bodyguards behind. I took down 2 of them barehanded, then leveled my gun at the remaining pair. They froze in instant compliance. At this moment, Xia Liuyun looked at me coldly and said, "This place should already be surrounded by the police.
Even if you get the ransom, you won't be able to escape."
I studied her with an amused expression and smiled. In this lifetime, I've encountered countless women, but Miss Xia is one of the most beautiful, most captivating, and most challenging women I've ever met.
She frowned and asked, "Are you dying?" I clapped my hands and laughed. "What makes you say that?"
She said, "Though you swiftly took down my bodyguards, your physical strength plummeted immediately after. Your complexion turned sallow and pallid, just like a chemotherapy patient. Moreover, you knew police had surrounded us, yet your eyes held mockery. You weren't the least bit afraid of them.
If I'm not mistaken, it's terminal cancer?"
I burst into loud laughter, coughing violently from the exertion, and said, "Young Miss Xia, reputed for both beauty and brains, the rumors don't disappoint.
So here's the question, since I'm dying anyway, I naturally couldn't care less about escaping. But young Miss Xia, what will you do now?"
She frowned when she realized I must be terminally ill. After all, a dying man has very little left to be threatened with.
Her expression quickly returned to composure as she coolly asked, "Then what do you want the ransom for? For your family? You should know that even if you get it, you won't be able to give it to them. Since you clearly understand my status, you ought to realize that if I wanted to deal with your family, it'd be effortless." The corner of my mouth curled as I let out a sigh. As expected of Miss Xia, this is the first time I've seen a hostage threaten her kidnapper. "Aren't you afraid I might rape you first and then kill you?" She scoffed. "Could you even get it up?"
I burst into uncontrollable laughter, bending over with tears streaming from my eyes, saying, "Impressive.
Miss Xia is truly one of the most fascinating women I've ever met.
How about this? If Miss Xia takes the initiative to kiss me, I'll let you leave."
"What do you say?"
She froze momentarily, then replied icily, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old child?" I said, "I may have many flaws, but I always keep my word."
"Miss Xia hasn't lost anything, has she?
Or are you just too scared?" She snorted coldly and turned her face toward the window. Suddenly it dawned on me, and I chuckled. I forgot, Miss Xia suffers from androphobia. She can't stand men within 1 meter of her, let alone physical contact.
Her expression darkened instantly as she turned back with an icy voice. "How do you know about that?"
I smiled gently. "Well, you're the one who told me." She froze in shock. Her androphobia was a secret she'd kept even from her own family. No one else was supposed to know. She didn't believe me at all and scrutinized me anew. I appeared to be in my late 20s, with an ordinary face, neither handsome nor ugly, yet there was something unforgettable about my bearing, especially those eyes that seemed to harbor both weariness and countless tales.
They didn't belong to someone young, much less a ruthless criminal. "Don't be absurd," she exclaimed in disbelief. I chuckled. "What's absurd?"
"I even know you have a vermilion birthmark on your back and 2 faint scars around your ankle, left from your first kidnapping."
Who the hell are you?" Xia Liuyun finally lost her composure.
Even the scars on her private areas, no one outside her parents and herself could possibly know those details. Her first kidnapping was a taboo subject. Her parents would never mention the scars or her back's birthmark to outsiders.
Had someone installed surveillance in her bathroom? I smiled faintly. "Remember what I just said?"
Miss Xia is one of the most difficult women to woo that I've ever met, all because that androphobia of hers is such a hassle.
But with infinite time on my hands, I treated it as amusement.
It took several years and countless manufactured opportunities before I finally won you over.
That must have been over a century ago?
Xia Liuyun stared blankly for a long moment before letting out a cold laugh, certain I'd lost my mind. She's only 29, yet here I was claiming to have conquered her over 100 years ago, utterly preposterous. Her secretary Xia Fan and the bodyguards behind her wore equally incredulous expressions, evidently convinced they were dealing with a madman.
"You're right. Only someone insane would dare kidnap the Xia family's young mistress." I could guess what she was thinking and said with a laugh, "You must think I've gone mad, don't you?" "Actually, I really am about to lose my mind. Since we've got time, why don't I tell you a story?"
Her face showed a cold sneer, yet her eyes were full of confusion. The doubts in her heart were indeed growing stronger. On New Year's Day 2019, I was diagnosed with terminal liver cancer. The doctors told me I only had 3 months to live. I'm the same age as you, just 29 years old. Receiving a death sentence so young, do you have any idea how that felt?
Chapter 2, The 10,000th Rebirth.
I smirked self-deprecatingly and continued. At that moment, I felt like the sky was falling. I wandered around in a daze, barely remembering how I even left the hospital. I wasn't married, had just broken up with my girlfriend, yet both parents were still alive. I didn't dare tell them the news, couldn't even bring myself to go home, terrified they'd notice something was wrong.
During those final 3 months, I poured all my savings into chemotherapy.
The money all went to the hospital, but my body kept deteriorating. The whole time, I lived in constant terror of death lurking around every corner. In the end, I couldn't even muster the strength to walk, so I had to tell my parents to come take care of me, partly because I wanted to see them one last time too. I still remember my parents' devastated expressions when they saw me. They would have gladly died in my place, but all they could do was watch helplessly as I slowly slipped away.
Until 3 months later, on April Fool's Day 2019, fate decided to play a cruel joke on me.
Watching my parents prepare to drain their life savings trying to fill this bottomless pit, I thought, since I'm doomed anyway, I can't drag them down with me even in death. So that day, I jumped from the rooftop of the hospital inpatient building. At this moment, a scornful glint flickered in Xiaoliuyun's eyes, because today was April 1st, 2019.
She sneered, "Oh, then you should be dead by now. Why are you standing here? Or did the chemotherapy mess with your mind?"
I burst into laughter. See, this is the most amazing part. I jumped from over 20 floors up, of course I died thoroughly. But very soon, I discovered something utterly shocking. I regained consciousness and found myself back on January 1st, 2019, the very day I was diagnosed at the hospital.
To be precise, I had been reborn.
After a brief moment of shock and disbelief, I accepted this fact. But damn, fate played a cruel joke. The day of my rebirth happened to be the very day I received my death notice, meaning I was still doomed, nearly granted 3 more months to live.
Xiaoluyun froze momentarily before scoffing. "Ha, reborn?
I thought you'd spin some fascinating tale, but turns out it's just your delusion."
Xia Fan and the bodyguards also wore expressions of incredulity, clearly convinced I'd escaped from a mental institution.
Their gazes held a mix of suspicion and concern. After all, no one could predict what a lunatic might do. I paid no attention to her sarcasm, lost in my memories as I continued. During my first rebirth, I was exhilarated and even thanked the heavens for giving me a second chance. This time, I didn't spend a single cent on medical treatment, but used all my savings to take my parents traveling across the country.
We journeyed for 2 months until I could no longer hide my illness.
I didn't want to burden my parents, so after saying my farewells to them, I chose to end my life once more. But to my utter astonishment, I found myself back on January 1st, 2019. The second time I was reborn, I was overwhelmed with excitement, believing fate was granting me an extended lifespan in disguise. I took my parents abroad, spending all our savings, yet still couldn't escape cancer's deadly grasp.
My deteriorating health couldn't be hidden anymore. With no other choice, I opted for suicide once more, only to return to January 1st again. Reborn time and again. Initially I was thrilled, but by the 100th revival, I couldn't help but question, why? In just 3 months, I simply couldn't maintain intimate relationships with others, because after those 3 months, I would die, only bringing trouble to people around me. What was more painful was that I couldn't tell anyone about my special condition. Once I died, the world would reset to January 1st, and they would forget about me, starting everything all over again. At that moment, I felt utterly abandoned by this world. By my 200th rebirth, I roared at the world in fury. I was wrong. Free me from this damn prison, let me die.
When I told Xiaoluyun, Xia Fan, and the others about this, their expressions changed. The loneliness and world weariness in my tone and expression were so palpable that they couldn't help but be affected, even inexplicably convinced that what I said was true. Yet my experience was too absurd, no sane person would dare believe it. Later, I tried every conceivable way to die, jumping from buildings, hanging myself, lying on train tracks, drinking poison, drowning in the sea, crashing cars, taking bullets in the Middle East, even becoming a suicide bomber. I've experienced over 100 ways to die. But no matter how I died, even if prematurely, I always woke back up on January 1st, 2019. I went to the best liver disease hospital, tried cryopreservation, nothing worked. I never lived past April 1st, as if cursed, forever trapped in these 90 days. By the 300th rebirth, I'd resigned myself to fate. Smirking self-deprecatingly, I thought, since fate plays me like this, I might as well have some fun with it too. In these cyclic times, people may forget me, but the knowledge I've acquired remains.
I've had ample time to learn everything I desired.
Today marks exactly my 10,000th rebirth, equivalent to nearly over 2,000 years. I've mastered all the world's languages and scripts, having even self-taught those of the 4 ancient civilizations. I'm proficient in all musical instruments and have mastered skills like antique appraisal, combat, stunt driving, dance, acting, and cooking. Quite frankly, I've lost count of how many skills I've acquired. Using these abilities, I've tried every conceivable profession: homeless vagrant, assassin, biologist, doctor, lawyer, laborer, celebrity, hacker. Seeking thrills, I served as a mercenary in the Middle East, became a pirate in the Caribbean, and even rose to CEO of the world's highest valued corporation. After exhausting all possible careers, I spent several hundred rebirth cycles studying mathematics, physics, chemistry, and medicine, winning the Nobel Prize over 100 times. When every profession had been perfected, I lost all ambition and sought only greater thrills to keep myself from going mad. Xia Luyun stared at me, analyzing whether I was a psychiatric patient, but the more she analyzed, the more confused she became, unable to determine the truth. Everything from my tone, demeanor, gaze to presence made her feel I was telling the truth, yet the contents sounded like pure fantasy. She thought I was either self-hypnotized or an actor with Oscar-worthy skills, but what concerned her more was my ultimate intention.
The Xia family was no ordinary clan rising to prominence in Guangdong province with influence stretching across all regions south of the Yangtze River.
Its subsidiary Glory Real Estate boasts a market value of nearly 50 billion yuan, ranking among the top 4 publicly traded real estate developers in China. Xia Liuyun's shares in Glory Real Estate are worth over 10 billion yuan, making her one of the wealthiest women in China. Globally, few individuals her age possess such substantial wealth. She attained this fortune entirely through her own efforts. Holding dual degrees, a doctorate in law from Oxford and an MBA from Harvard, she started at the bottom in Glory Real Estate and worked her way up to become an executive director.
All direct descendants of the Xia family receive professional training, including kidnapping response protocols.
Xia Luyun herself experienced a kidnapping attempt when she was just 18. She knew she needed to first understand the kidnapper's demands, agree to the conditions to ensure her safety, and then gather information.
She asked me, "Did you kidnap me for thrills?"
I shook my head with a smile and said, "Kidnapping you isn't thrilling. Through endless rebirths, I had to set goals for myself to avoid going mad. More accurately, it was about role-playing identities. Starting from my 1000th rebirth, I played the role of a playboy, determined to sleep with 1,000 flawless women like you, perfect in looks, personality, figure, temperament, and family background." I gazed at her with undisguised admiration. She was well aware of the devastating effect her beauty had, having long grown accustomed to ignoring the stares of men, yet my particular look of appreciation unsettled her. She scoffed defiantly, "You know I have androphobia."
"So how did you manage to chase me down?" I burst into laughter. "You're the hardest yet most fascinating woman to pursue."
I hold psychology doctorates from several internationally renowned universities and specialize in androphobia research.
The solution is simple. Create repeated opportunities for you to be alone with a man, letting you gradually accept my closeness. She smirked and asked, "For example?"
I grinned and replied, "First, I kidnapped your parents, your best friend Tang Xinran, and your assistant Xiaofan. Then I used hypnosis and interrogation techniques to force them to reveal your preferences.
Since everything will reset soon anyway, they won't remember any of it."
Both she and Xiaofan's expressions changed when I called out Tang Xinran and Xiaofan's names.
Whether I was telling the truth or not, it was clear I'd done my homework.
"After learning your preferences, I applied for a position in the CEO's office at Yaoshi Group. Even though you specifically requested female candidates, my experience and skills got me into your office anyway, making me the lone male employee there.
After that, it was simple.
You worked overtime until dawn, and I stayed with you until you finished, creating opportunities for us to be alone. For instance, when we took the elevator, I used my hacking skills to disable it, forcing us to stay inside together all night. It was winter, cold and dark. I gave you my coat to wear and ended up hospitalized from the cold, which moved your heart. You had a love for the arts, with a keen appreciation for music and painting. From time to time, I displayed extraordinary talent in these areas to catch your attention. With my exceptional work capabilities, I repeatedly provided you with profit-boosting solutions for Regal Realty, all of which were proven effective.
In less than a month, you promoted me to executive assistant, making me your first male assistant.
By the second month, I became the first man granted unrestricted access to her home. I discreetly tampered with various things in her house, ensuring objects would malfunction or stop working unexpectedly. For the past few months, she had grown accustomed to having me handle everything for her.
So whenever something went wrong, her first instinct was to call me.
I would often show up at her place late at night, brushing against her body intentionally or unintentionally. What started as resistance gradually became tolerance. By the third month, when I kissed her for the last time, there was no trace of resistance left, only complete relaxation. As I spoke these words, the entire restaurant fell dead silent.
My account was far too detailed to sound like a fabricated tale. Xiaofan and several bodyguards stared at me dumbfounded, speechless and utterly at a loss for how to react.
Especially Xia Luyun, she froze for quite a while, likely imagining whether she'd actually be moved if a man went to such deliberate lengths to get close to her, even enough to overcome her androphobia. After a long pause, Xia Luyun came to a conclusion. If a man really schemed against her like this, she might indeed fall for it. But she quickly realized her emotions were oddly swayed, as if she'd inexplicably started believing my words. You should know all these things I'm saying are based on the premise that I've reincarnated 10,000 times.
But how could anyone possibly reincarnate 10,000 times?
She'd never met someone like this before, so naturally, she didn't believe it now. Sounds so convincing, I chuckled before continuing. When you were 18 and in your senior year of high school, your classmate Li Zixuan pursued you. After being repeatedly rejected by you in humiliating ways, anger drove him to have you kidnapped. Even after being kidnapped, you threatened him, saying the Xie family would destroy the Li family, which only enraged him further.
He wanted to strip you naked and rape you right then and there.
Fortunately, your bodyguards noticed something was wrong and arrived just in time to rescue you. That's also when you began to feel extreme disgust towards men. Even your own father couldn't touch you. The moment these words left my mouth, the room fell dead silent, and all eyes involuntarily turned to Xia Luyun.
Impossible. How could you know about that? Xia Luyun's face turned several shades paler.
Besides herself, only Li Zixuan and those hoodlums had known about this incident. Later, the Xie family patriarch Xie Yuan flew into a towering rage and unleashed brutal retaliation against the Li family, driving them to ruin.
Li Zixuan was physically castrated before fleeing overseas, while those hoodlums met with fatal accidents within a month. The outside world only knew that Li Zixuan kidnapped Xia Luyun, triggering the Xie family's retaliation, but no one knew the details. Apart from Old Master Xie, her parents, and the bodyguard who rescued her, no outsiders were aware of what truly happened. Xia Fan and the other bodyguards could tell from Xia Luyun's expression and reaction that this matter was indeed true. However, they inwardly groaned, knowing this secret was more of a curse than a blessing for them.
As I mentioned earlier, I can't remember which reincarnation it was when I captured your parents and used hypnosis to uncover these things.
I know too many things, so many that I don't even want to remember them all.
I smiled faintly before continuing. For example, your favorite music is the piano piece unspoken, your favorite dish is this tofu with caviar on your table, your favorite.
That's enough.
Xia Luyun suddenly cut me off, her eyes brimming with humiliation and anger. What I was revealing made her feel stripped bare and exposed to the world.
What do you even want? She stared at me coldly. It's clearly not money you're after. Clapping my hands in amusement, I laughed. As expected of Miss Xie, you instantly grasped the heart of the matter. Money is no object to me. With the winning lottery numbers in my head, I could make endless fortunes. I've indulged in every pleasure there is. Money means nothing to me but meaningless digits. I kidnapped you to fulfill a promise. What promise? She frowned, staring at me intently.
Admittedly, she found something uniquely compelling about me, something utterly inscrutable.
I sighed softly. That's another story. But before I tell it, there's one more thing I need to do first. I glanced at my watch. About 1 more minute. Xia Luyun and the others looked utterly baffled, completely clueless about what I meant.
My name is Zhuang Liming.
I'm a police hostage negotiator here to hear your demands. I suddenly blurted out this seemingly random statement. Xia Luyun and his group froze in confusion.
Right then, the elevator doors on the top-floor restaurant dinged open, revealing a middle-aged man in a gray suit and glasses entering with his hands raised.
My name is Zhuang Liming. I'm a police hostage negotiator here to hear your demands.
Xia Luyun and the others looked at me with horrified expressions, as if they'd seen a ghost. It would be one thing if I'd merely predicted the negotiator would appear in 1 minute, but to know his name and exactly what he would say, that was downright terrifying.
Zhuang Liming visibly relaxed when he saw Xia Luyun was unharmed. Hello, may I move closer? Standing this far forces me to shout to be heard. I smilingly repeated these words for Xia Luyun and his group.
At that moment, they all instinctively turned toward Zhuang Liming at the elevator entrance, just in time to see him cautiously approach with raised hands, opening with the exact words, "Hello, may I move closer?"
Xia Luyun's expression transformed completely.
While the first line could perhaps be written off as predictable negotiation tactics, the second synchronized statement clearly defied all conventional reasoning.
Recalling what I had said earlier, an absurd feeling surfaced in her heart. Was she actually suspecting I'd been reincarnated 10,000 times? Stay right where you are. I can't guarantee what might happen if you move.
Without even glancing at Zhuang Liming, I bent down to pick up the long black case from the floor and placed it on the dining table, opening it directly in front of Xia Luyun and the others. Xia Luyun's expression changed again when she saw the contents.
Beneath the laptop inside the long black case lay a sniper rifle.
I set my laptop aside and began assembling the sniper rifle with complete disregard for those around me. My hands moved swiftly, and in less than a minute, I had it fully assembled and mounted on the dining table. Xia Luyun didn't recognize this sniper rifle, but seeing my practiced movements, he knew such skills weren't acquired overnight. Zhuang Liming, however, paled in recognition. As a police negotiator, firearms were naturally familiar to him. What I've assembled in my hands is an L115A3 sniper rifle, a top-tier military-grade weapon produced by the British Armed Forces. With a market price of around $50,000, it's completely unavailable through regular channels, only on the black market where the cost at least doubles to a minimum of $100,000, nearly 700,000 yuan. This rifle excels in performance, proving outstanding on the Afghanistan battlefield and setting a world record for ultra-long-range kills at 2,500 meters. It's hailed as the longest-range and most precise sniper rifle in existence. Miss Xie, you're so clever, why don't you guess why someone as frail as me insists on standing instead of sitting down? As I spoke, I chuckled and leaned down to calibrate the scope against the window. Xia Luyun froze for a moment, first looking at me, then surveying the surroundings, as if suddenly understanding something.
There are snipers outside?
I couldn't help but burst into laughter, coughing violently through my mirth, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth.
Miss Xia truly has sharp observational skills.
I casually wiped away the blood at my mouth and laughed heartily again, my spirit blazing with triumph. 3 sides of this place are blocked by walls, no line of sight for snipers. The frontal view isn't obstructed, but with Miss Xia Fan and me serving as human shields, they wouldn't dare open fire. The moment the negotiator stepped forward, that sniper already had me in his crosshairs.
If I moved more than 1 meter away from this spot, I'd be dead. Xia Luyun suddenly looked at me and asked, "This isn't the first time you've kidnapped me, is it?"
I wasn't surprised at all that she'd guessed, spreading my hands with a smile. "You see, this is the benefit of infinite rebirth. I can trial and error endlessly. Once I know where I messed up and caused failure, I'll never make the same mistake twice." With that, I suddenly leaned over to the sniper rifle, took aim, and pulled the trigger. My movements were astonishingly fast, completed in one fluid motion that took mere seconds. With a sharp crack, my body lurched slightly backward as the recoil of the sniper rifle sent me stumbling several steps before I regained my balance. Another crisp sound rang out, and a distinct bullet hole appeared in the toughened glass of the restaurant. Xia Luyun and the others didn't understand firearms and showed no reaction, but Zhuang Liming's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. This super sniper rifle has a massive caliber with terrifying recoil. It typically requires being mounted on a bipod and secured to the ground with screws to fire steadily, otherwise, the recoil alone could fracture a person's shoulder. Just then, a voice came through Zhuang Liming's earpiece. "Liming, be careful. Our sniper's rifle has been destroyed by the enemy. The sniper has retreated and doesn't dare to expose themselves now." Zhuang Liming gasped in shock. Despite it being late at night, while he was in a brightly lit restaurant, he had managed to hit the sniper's rifle hidden in the darkness. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Moreover, judging by my actions, it seemed as though I had anticipated the sniper's presence and even prepared a sniper rifle in advance. I swayed slightly and sauntered over to sit across from Xia Luyun, smiling as I said, finally able to catch my breath. Unhurriedly, I picked up the teapot on the dining table and poured myself a cup of water. Taking a slow sip, I continued, "Now then, let me tell you the second story. As I mentioned before, to keep myself from going mad, I set various goals for myself and began assuming different identities. This time, the identity I chose for myself was an urban rogue, a modern-day Robin Hood, protecting those oppressed by society and authoritarian forces, those denied fair treatment." Seeing Xia Luyun's utterly speechless expression, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Feels pretty ridiculous, doesn't it? Truth be told, I didn't really want to come up with such a high-minded excuse, but after living for over 2,000 years, I've invented all sorts of justifications for myself, and found that only by crafting something grand and noble can I truly feel at peace with my actions. As for the means to achieve the goal, well, those don't really matter. As I spoke these words, Zhuang Liming standing behind me grew increasingly uncomfortable. I hadn't acknowledged him from start to finish, leaving him stranded in awkward hesitation. At that moment, a voice came through Zhuang Liming's earpiece. "Liming, we've identified the kidnapper." Zhuang Liming froze momentarily in silence, knowing there had to be more. "He's Yamikami, a most wanted criminal with Interpol red notices from over 70 countries. Zhuang Liming stared at me in shock. Because Night God was no ordinary person, he was a globally infamous wanted criminal. 3 months ago, Night God infiltrated the Louvre and stole the world-renowned Mona Lisa without anyone noticing. He even replaced it with a forged copy, which went undetected for an entire week. When museum staff removed the replica, they discovered it was virtually indistinguishable from the original. On the back of the painting was a Chinese signature that read, God of the Darkness. Afterwards, this priceless masterpiece was sold on the black market for $1 billion, with neither the French government nor Interpol managing to capture the Night God. Following that, internationally renowned charity organizations received massive donations in US dollars, with God of Night appearing in the remarks. The total sum of these funds amounted exactly to $1 billion. Even more shocking was that over the next 2 months, billionaires on the world's rich list were successively robbed. Bill Gates' original copy of Leonardo da Vinci's Codex Hammer, purchased over a decade ago and valued at more than $100 million, inexplicably vanished from his home, with the name God of Night left at the scene once again. After these incidents, the name Night God shook the entire world, and the wealthy who suffered losses joined forces to offer a $500 million bounty for his capture. Yet this failed to stop him, as his deeds grew ever more unfathomable. 10 days ago, he infiltrated the US president's residence, stole Lincoln's portrait, and even scribbled Night God was here on the president's forehead, all without anyone noticing. When Zhuang Liming learned I was the Night God, he stood stunned for what felt like an eternity. He couldn't understand why I had kidnapped Xia Luyun. Judging by my previous actions, each heist target had been world-renowned treasures, all executed flawlessly without leaving any trace that could reveal my methods. This was my first time taking a hostage, which perplexed him even more.
Money wasn't an issue for me, though the Xie family wielded considerable influence in Guangdong province. They still paled in comparison to globally prominent families and tycoons.
With my burglary skills, even if the Xie family possessed treasures, obtaining them wouldn't have posed much difficulty for me. While he remained utterly baffled, I proactively spoke up, disclosing not just the reason to him, but to many others as well. I leisurely picked up the previous notebook and began typing rapidly on the keyboard, my fingers flying across the keys. Across from me, Xia Luyun and the others watched as my fingers moved like lightning, their movements so fast it dazzled their eyes. At the same moment, screens on major global video platforms and streaming sites forcibly switched to broadcasting my face. Whether on computers or mobile phones, every device streaming video or live content suddenly displayed my image, a man in a white suit. I smiled and waved at the camera, saying, "Welcome to my first live broadcast, and also my last. This show will be spectacular, I'm sure you'll all love it." At that moment, over 100 million people worldwide were simultaneously watching the video stream, and when they saw the scene, they all thought the equipment had malfunctioned. Foreign audiences couldn't understand Mandarin and looked utterly confused. Most simply turned off the device first, then logged back in again. To everyone's surprise, whether they logged out of the platform or restarted their device, my face still appeared upon logging back in. Before long, everyone became aware that major global video and streaming platforms had been simultaneously hijacked, leaving people both at home and abroad utterly stunned. This meant hackers had breached all platforms at once, forcibly redirecting the broadcasts.
Oh my god, what on earth is happening?
Hacking all video and streaming sites at the same time, it would take an entire hacker syndicate to pull this off.
Good heavens, how did they do it? Wait, does that person look familiar to anyone? I remember now, this man is the internationally wanted criminal Yagami. It's really him. The man with the $500 million bounty on his head. Before the audience could recover from the shock of my hacking skills, someone recognized my identity, and they all stared wide-eyed at their screens. They instantly lost interest in the previous videos and live streams, filled with curiosity about what I was going to do next. If I wanted to, I could even hack into major global television networks, but it would be extremely difficult. With just this laptop, it would be hard to accomplish and would consume too much time. The current audience is enough for me.
After greeting them, I turned my gaze to Zhuang Liming and said, "Mr. Zhuang, if my internet connection here gets cut off, people are going to die." Zhuang Liming's expression changed abruptly. He had just received notification from the command center about the platform being hacked.
They didn't know what I was planning, but they realized things had escalated into an international incident.
If mishandled, not only would those coordinating the rescue operation face consequences, even the city's top brass would be in trouble. So the command center had just informed him they were preparing to deploy signal jammers to cut off the internet connection. No sooner had I warned Zhuang Liming than he received a direct threat from the perpetrator during the live broadcast right after my notification.
If they cut the network and I proceed with killings afterward, who'll take the blame?
A chill ran down Zhuang Liming's spine. It seemed I had anticipated their move and prepared countermeasures, making him feel utterly outmaneuvered. This was the first time in his career as a negotiator that he felt profoundly powerless, utterly clueless like a fool. After warning Zhuang Liming, I turned my gaze back to Xia Luyun with a smile and said, "The second story isn't over yet.
Let's continue." Xia Luyun's face was a mixture of shock and uncertainty.
On one hand, she was somewhat swayed and starting to believe what I said. On the other hand, she couldn't figure out what I was really trying to do. When I mentioned going live earlier, she never expected I'd actually do it at such a moment, completely baffled by my thoughts. Ignoring everyone's bewildered expressions, I smiled faintly and continued, 10 days ago, I had just returned from America. Wanted by many countries, I couldn't enter legally and had to contact human traffickers to smuggle me in. Bad luck struck when the smuggling boat was spotted by police just before landing, forcing me to jump overboard early and swim back to Pengcheng. By the time I reached shore, I'd lost all my belongings and didn't have a single cent. After being cooped up in the ship's cargo hold for so long, I looked like a complete beggar when I came ashore. But this was nothing serious to me, just meant I'd need a bit more time. My first act upon landing was to borrow money. I told a random stranger on the street, "Lend me 1,000 yuan in cash, and I can fulfill one wish for you." Not only were Xia Luyun and the others dumbfounded, but even those watching the livestream who understood Chinese almost burst out laughing.
Borrowing money from strangers this way? Fat chance.
Noticing their expressions, I laughed heartily and said, "Don't look at me like that. After living this long, one has to find some strange things to do." But it was pretty much what you'd expect. Everyone treated me like a crazy beggar. Some would avoid me with disdain before I could even open my mouth.
There was one exception, though.
At this point, Xia Luyun and the others looked astonished. My tone made it clear someone actually lent me money. I chuckled and continued explaining, that elderly gentleman in his 60s, upon hearing my utterly unreasonable remark, neither mocked nor showed disgust. He simply said I didn't seem like a beggar, and asked if I'd run into some trouble. Truth be told, I was quite surprised myself. I knew my behavior resembled that of a madman, with almost non-existent chances of success. But I didn't care. I was unbearably bored. With time to spare, I couldn't care less about wasting time and energy on meaningless endeavors. That old man was named Han Jiwei, who ran a noodle shop called Jiwei Xian by the roadside. As fate would have it, I'd wandered into his little eatery just then.
You must be familiar with the name Miss Xia, right?
Xia Liuyun's expression changed at the mention of Han Jiwei. Clearly, I'd struck a nerve. I smiled faintly.
Old Mr. Han didn't say whether he'd lend me money or not. He first asked if I was hungry. Hungry and exhausted, I didn't stand on ceremony. I said yes immediately. The old man cooked me a bowl of noodles himself. One bite, and I was slamming the table in amazement. Over 2,000 years, I've sampled every delicacy under the sun and mastered culinary arts myself, so I'm quite the demanding connoisseur. But the noodles made by Old Man Han were among the most delicious food I've ever eaten. I was surprised that such delicious noodles had no customers at Jiwei Shen. After tasting them carefully, I immediately named the main ingredients and seasonings in the noodles, though a few key elements still eluded me. Old Man Han was astonished and immediately asked if my surname was Xia. Learning I had no relation to the Xia family, he finally relaxed. As I ate, I chatted casually with Old Man Han, both of us pleasantly surprised. We talked about everything from astronomy and geography to business and technology. Old Man Han turned out to be knowledgeable about it all. I wasn't surprised, but for a noodle shop owner to have such insight really caught me off guard. I pressed him about what he used to do before. He told his son who helped in the shop to withdraw 1,000 yuan from a nearby ATM and urged me to leave quickly. Seeing he didn't want to answer, I didn't push further. After getting the money, I asked if he had any wishes I could fulfill for him. Old Mr. Han smiled and said he'd soon be 6 feet under, with no unfinished business left. I knew he took my words as a joke and kept pressing. He was probably in a hurry to dismiss me, so he casually said, I have only one wish, to free the Han family from this fate. I paused at this point, looked at Xia Liuyun, and smiled faintly. Miss Xia, now you can guess why I kidnapped you, can't you? Xia Liuyun's face darkened.
She had indeed guessed the reason. She never expected I'd go to such lengths just for that offhand promise. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond.
After a brief silence, she asked, if I could resolve that matter, would you let us go?
I burst out laughing. No. I've got dozens of ways to solve this matter straightforwardly, no need to go through all this trouble. What's more important though, after today my world is going to reset, so I might as well choose the most spectacular method.
Alright, our audience probably has no clue what we're talking about. Let me finish telling the story.
Right now, my hostage situation with Xia Liuyun in Pengcheng, being livestreamed no less, was spreading globally like a nuclear explosion. The number of people watching the livestream simultaneously worldwide grew exponentially.
Many foreigners couldn't understand, prompting TV stations to begin broadcasts with translations and live interpreters. At this point, at least 1 billion people worldwide were tuning in.
As I mentioned, the audience was completely baffled. No one understood why I had kidnapped Xia Liuyun, and everyone was waiting for me to continue. After leaving Jiwei Pavilion, I waited outside for a while before spotting a Bentley with the license plate 88888 pulling out to the entrance.
A man around 60 years old, dressed in an ordinary Zhongshan suit, stepped into Jiwei Pavilion.
I recognized him at a glance.
Over the past 2,000 years, I've come to know every prominent figure in Pengcheng. He was Xia Yuan, the patriarch of the Xia family and grandfather of the young mistress Xia.
Old Mr. Han and his son respectfully greeted Xia Yuan at the door, treating him like a servant.
I sighed softly. Not long after Xia Yuan entered the noodle shop, old Mr. Han brought him a bowl of noodles. He began eating with slow, focused movements, his eyes fixed solely on that bowl. After finishing, he didn't even say goodbye, just boarded his car and left. Then old Mr. Han closed up shop and went home with his son. I was quite surprised at the time, but quickly realized that Jiwei Xian seemed to operate exclusively for Xia Yuan. It opened for just a short while each day, serving him a single bowl of noodles before closing. The restaurant occupied prime real estate, leasing it out could easily fetch over 50,000 monthly. The cost meant nothing to the Xia family, and there was nothing unusual about Xia Yuan spending extravagantly to retain old Master Han as his personal chef. After all, it was a mutually agreed arrangement. But after spending days investigating the whole affair, I couldn't help but admire the Xia family's sheer audacity and absolute disregard for conventions. Chapter 8, Endless Generations to Come.
Jiwei Xian was established when Pengcheng became a special economic zone, with nearly 40 years of history now. The original owner was old Mr. Han's father, who directly named the restaurant after his name. Not long after Jiwei Xian opened, it became a renowned noodle shop known far and wide for its unique flavors, with queues stretching outside as people waited all morning just for a bowl of their noodles. It was precisely at that time that Xia Yuan, who had just turned 30, noticed this noodle shop called Jiwei Xian. When he tasted his first bowl of noodles, he immediately offered old man Han's father compensation too generous to refuse, and even purchased the property rights from the landlord to gift the shop back to the Han family. From then on, Ji Wei Xian would prepare noodles for him alone. No one else in the world could taste such divine delicacies. Old man Han's father continued this exclusive service for 20 years until his declining health at over 60 years old, compounded by pancreatic cancer, diminished his skills. The noodles gradually lost their former excellence. So old Mr. Han wanted to find an apprentice to inherit this craft. However, the secret recipe for the noodles was a Han family heirloom. Since old Mr. Han's father had only one son, he didn't want to pass it on to outsiders. At the age of 20, old Mr. Han was admitted to Yale University, where he worked hard for 20 years, successfully immigrated to the US, and became the CFO of a Silicon Valley-listed company. With old Mr. Han's wealth at that time, he naturally had no intention of inheriting his father's humble family business. But Xie Yuan employed some means, and ultimately he still returned, mastering this craft. As Chen Luo reached this part of the story, not only did the restaurant fall silent, but even the Livestream audience couldn't help but gasp in shock. The CFO, Chief Financial Officer, is one of the top executives in a publicly traded company, ranking second only to the CEO. Han Jiwei was even the CFO of a Silicon Valley-listed company. Even today, you could count the number of Chinese who've achieved such status in America on one hand, let alone Han Jiwei accomplishing this over 20 years ago. Although Chen Luo didn't specify what methods Xie Yuan used to make Han Jiwei abandon the CFO position, anyone with half a brain could guess they weren't legitimate means. This reveals just how terrifying Xie Yuan is, willing to ruin someone's career for his own selfish desires, forcing them to return as his personal chef. At the same time, domestic audiences began frantically searching for any information about the Xie family, instantly making it the top trending topic.
Who is Xie Yuan? Guangdong Province's Xie family. Shi Wei Xian. In an instant, these keywords successfully dominated the top 3 spots on the trending searches. However, defying all expectations, the Xie family remained extraordinarily low-key. Despite owning the publicly listed real estate giant Yaoshi properties, information about their family members and other holdings remained shrouded in mystery. Members of the Xie family, whether direct or collateral lineage, rarely appear in media reports. Even for someone as nationally renowned as Xie Luyun, a celebrated beauty and CEO, the available information only includes her age, educational background, and her tenure at Yaoshi Real Estate. Everything else remains blank. This is nearly impossible in today's highly interconnected modern society, yet the Xie family has somehow managed it. But the more this is the case, the more it underscores the terrifying influence of the Xie family. Such a silent behemoth lurking in the shadows poses a far greater threat than those families operating in plain sight. At this point, Chen Luo suddenly chuckled soundlessly. Did you think this was the end? Remember what I said earlier about old Mr. Han and his son being inside the noodle shop? Old Mr. Han's son was born in the US and received a Western education since childhood. He found the Han family's circumstances even harder to accept. He once tried to resist, attempting to leave Huagua, but in the end, he still returned to that noodle shop called Zaiwaichuan and began learning the ancestral craft under Elder Han's guidance. If nothing unexpected happened, Elder Han's grandson would also inherit this noodle shop, continuing to operate Zaiwaichuan indefinitely, making noodles exclusively for Xie Yuan alone, or perhaps for the next head of the Xie family in the future. There is a line in The Foolish Old Man Who Removed the Mountains that perfectly suits the situation of Elder Han's family. From generation to generation, endlessly. As long as the Xie family possesses power beyond the reach of ordinary people, a Han family will never escape their fate of serving as the Xie family's personal chefs. As Chen Luo spoke these words, the air inside the restaurant seemed to freeze, becoming utterly silent. Apart from Xie Luyun, even employees working for the Xie family like Zhuang Liming and Xiao Fan were hearing about such matters for the first time. All of them felt an icy chill crawling up from their feet, sending shivers down their spines. Xie Yuan had not only brought 3 generations of the family to cook for him, but clearly had no intention of sparing their descendants either. Xiao Fan and the others had spent considerable time at the Xie residence and had heard numerous legends about Xie Yuan. They were well aware of how terrifying the head of the Xie family could be, but even so, their hearts skipped a beat when they learned of this matter. The live stream audience exploded in an instant. It was already 2019, how could such blatant abuse of power still exist to this extent? The arrogance and tyranny of the Xie family had reached a level that was utterly outrageous, instantly igniting the fury of countless people. The situation was crystal clear now. As long as Xie Yuan remained alive, or even if the Xie family itself continued to exist, Han Jiwei and his family would likely never escape this fate. For a time, any enterprise connected to the Xie family was immediately searched out by the public. For instance, the official website of Glory Real Estate Group was maliciously attacked by a flood of internet users within moments, crashing the server and making login impossible. Even those who had planned to purchase commercial properties developed by Glory Real Estate, or those who had signed contracts but not yet paid, all contacted their client managers at this very moment to cancel. Some outraged netizens even organized groups to leave comments under the official microblog of the police, demanding a thorough investigation into the Xie family.
By now, it was clear to everyone the Xia family was undoubtedly doomed. If this kind of thing were exposed online, it could be suppressed with some connections. But Chen Luo broadcasted live worldwide, holding Xia Luyun and others hostage, making it impossible to cut off the stream. At this point, whether Xia Yuan actually did it no longer matters. Xia Liuyun's face turned pale. She could already foresee tomorrow's scenario. As soon as the market opened, Gloryland's stock price would undoubtedly hit the limit down, beyond anyone's power to salvage. Xia Luyun had never imagined that the powerful Xia family could be so vulnerable. She knew that even if her grandfather, Xia Yuan, were here right now, he wouldn't be able to resolve this situation. Because the man before her was staking his life on this matter, while the Xia family would never risk their lives in such a way. From the very beginning, the two sides were on unequal footing. Chapter 9, The Assassin. In a certain manner within Pengcheng. This was a seaside estate consisting of over a dozen luxurious villas, spanning several hectares of land, featuring a helipad and even a golf course, the epitome of extravagance. Yet from one of the main villas, angry roars and the crashing sounds of objects being smashed could be heard. The villa's bodyguards, butlers, and servants stood frozen in fear, instinctively keeping their distance. At this very moment, Xia Yuan was in the living room frenziedly smashing everything, whether porcelain or jade ornaments displayed on the tables, nothing was spared, all reduced to fragments. Though aged 70, his privileged lifestyle had preserved him exceptionally well, leaving him looking no older than a man in his 50s. Now crimson with rage, he was smashing objects while roaring furiously, Han Wei, you ungrateful viper, I'll make sure you learn what true suffering means. Apart from Xia Yuan, the living room contained his 4 sons and other core members of the Xia family, including Xia Liuyun's father Xia Yixian. Though their expressions varied, all shared one unmistakable trait, profound anxiety and alarm. After such an incident, everyone present knew the Xia family was likely in serious trouble this time. It wouldn't be surprising if they collapsed entirely from this. Seeing Xia Yuan lose his composure like this only intensified their ominous premonitions. Every person there was witnessing Xia Yuan's furious outburst for the very first time. As the helmsman of the Xia family, Xia Yuan had been their pillar of stability for so many years. No matter what storms he encountered, Xia Yuan could always handle them with composure, as if there was nothing he couldn't resolve. Now that Xia Yuan had lost control of his emotions, the panic spread to everyone around him. Xia Yuan stared at Chen Luo's face on the screen for a long moment before finally calming down, his voice dark and cold. Does someone in our Xia family have a grudge against this night god? Father, we've investigated. This night god is named Chen Luo. Although he's been in Pengcheng all this time, he's never had any interaction with our Xia family. Xia Yixian cautiously glanced at Xia Yuan before speaking. Is it about your precious daughter? Xia Yuan's gaze abruptly turned icy. Xia Yixian's heart skipped a beat. The Xia family had arranged numerous matches from equally prestigious families for Xia Luyun, all of which she had rejected, and her cold, ruthless manner of refusal had offended many. Not just Xia Yuan, the entire Xia family had considerable complaints about Xia Luyun. Dad, this really has nothing to do with Luyun. You saw the live broadcast yourself. Xia Yixian suddenly shut his mouth, not daring to continue. Chen Luo had explicitly stated in the broadcast that it was because of Xia Yuan. Bringing it up now would be equivalent to slapping Xia Yuan in the face. Sure enough, Xia Yuan flew into a rage at these words. Without a second thought, he snatched a blue and white porcelain vase from the table and hurled it straight at Xia Yixian. Bastard, did you really think it was because of Han Wei that I did this? Xia Yixian dodged hastily as the porcelain flew toward him. Dad, don't be angry, it's not because of you. Please let me explain. Xia Yuan missed his target and flew into a rage, grabbing more objects to hurl wildly before roaring. This night god would plunge himself into such a desperate situation just for some promise, all to ruin our Xia family. What does he even want? This matter was clearly premeditated by him. Someone must be scheming behind this. If not the Feng family, then it's definitely the Zhangs. From Xia Yuan's perspective, there was no hatred without cause nor love without reason in this world. Everyone acted with certain benefits in mind, whether it was financial gain or emotional and status-related interests, and so on. Chen Luo couldn't possibly be doing this just for a promise. Who would take such enormous risks and gamble their life to fulfill a mere promise? At this thought, Xia Yuan stopped attacking Xia Yixian and said coldly, the Blood Oath assassins probably haven't left Pengcheng yet. Send them immediately to kill this night god. Xia Yixian opened his mouth, hesitated, then muttered, Dad, if we kill him now, everyone will know it was us. Xia Yuan looked at Xia Yixian as if he were an idiot. First, Night God has a bounty of $500 million. Killers will do anything for money. What does that have to do with our Xia family? Second, there are police snipers at the scene. Even if he's killed, everyone will only think it was the police rescuing the hostages. Xia Yixian froze for a moment, then hastily responded, I'll go make the arrangements right away. Xia Yuan shot Xiaoxian a look of utter disappointment before turning his cold gaze to a middle-aged man seated on the sofa, a man who bore a 70 to 80% resemblance to him. His tone was icy as he said, "Eldest son, immediately liquidate all assets and company shares traceable to the Xia family as quickly as possible.
Contact second uncle in America. Activate the burn the boats plan and begin asset transfers." Xia Inian, Xia Yuan's eldest son, paused at this, taken aback. "Father, doing this would conservatively cost us over 50% of our assets. Has it truly come to this?" Xia Yuan retorted coldly, "What do you think?" Xia Inian was immediately left speechless and dared not ask further. He promptly obeyed and went out to make the call. Dad, Lu Yun is calling." Xia Xian had just finished contacting the assassin when his phone rang.
Upon seeing it was his daughter calling, he was so startled that he cried out.
Everyone in the living room froze.
They all knew Xia Lu Yun was currently being held hostage, so when her phone rang, it was obvious the call must be coming from the live broadcast site. All eyes immediately turned to the television screen, which was showing the live feed from Ro's restaurant.
On screen, Chen Luo, dressed in a white suit, was holding up a phone with a smile.
He waved at the camera pointedly, then gestured toward the phone, clearly indicating someone should answer the call.
Xia Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Despite Chen Luo not specifying whom he wanted to speak with through the screen, Xia Yuan somehow knew with unsettling certainty that the gesture was meant for him. "Give me the phone." Xia Yuan's eyes flashed as he extended his hand toward Xia Yixian. "Dad, the whole world is watching this livestream right now. Answering a call at this moment would probably... Not answering would only confirm we have a guilty conscience," Xia Yuan sneered. "I'd actually like to see just what this brat is trying to pull." Xia Yixian didn't dare make unnecessary remarks, obediently handing over his phone. "Hello, Mr. Xie." Chen Luo's calm voice came through the phone line. "You know who I am?" "Of course I know, Elder Xie Yuan, correct?" Chapter 10, Kowtow and Apologize. After a prolonged silence, Xia Yuan finally spoke slowly. "How did you know it would be me answering the phone?"
Chen Luo burst into laughter and turned his gaze towards Xia Lu Yun before him. "They say dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes, yet this saying seems inapplicable to the Xia family. The old master Xia had 4 sons and 3 daughters in total, but most were merely average in talent. Ironically, they particularly enjoyed internal disputes, with none willing to yield to another. As a result, despite nearing 70 years of age, the old master Xia still hasn't designated the next helmsman for the family. In this current situation, within the Xia family, only 2 people would dare to answer my call. One is old master Xia, and the other, naturally, is the young lady Xia standing before me. It's just a pity that if the young lady Xia were a man, old master Xia would probably have skipped the second generation entirely and made her the heir already." As Chen Luo spoke these words, Xia Yuan's expression in the Xia family estate instantly darkened, and even the faces of Xia Yuan's 4 sons and the other core members of the Xia family in the living room turned visibly uncomfortable. With just a few sentences, Chen Luo had laid bare the number of key figures in the Xia family and the current state of their affairs. Moreover, the information revealed in Chen Luo's words showed just how intimately familiar he was with the Xia family's affairs. But deep down, most felt a burning resentment, for Chen Luo's words carried an unmistakable disdain towards the Xia family, implying that out of the entire lineage, only 2 individuals were worthy of his regard. Xia Yuan fell silent again, for he knew Chen Luo was stating the undeniable truth. Nearing 70, his energy and physical strength were visibly declining, and retirement had long been on his mind. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to let go, it was simply that none of these 4 sons gave him a moment's peace. Xia Yuan sought to find a suitable heir among the 3rd generation, yet apart from Xia Lu Yun, each of his grandchildren proved more incompetent than the last. To put it bluntly, the situation had deteriorated to the point where they could only compete in mediocrity. Belonging to the older generation, Xia Yuan held deep patriarchal beliefs. In his eyes, daughters would eventually belong to another family, so Xia Lu Yun was fated never to become the heir. Xia Yuan had repeatedly lamented that Xia Lu Yun was born a woman, but ultimately, he had no choice but to pick the least unfit among the unworthy. He was even forced to scout for candidates among the 4th generation to groom, though the oldest in that generation was barely over 10 years old. "You didn't call me just to spout this nonsense," Xia Yuan said coldly. "If I'm not mistaken, it was our competitors who sent you to kidnap Lu Yun and slander me during the live broadcast." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter. As expected of Elder Xie to come up with a counterattack so quickly, Chen Luo was well aware of what Xie Yuan was scheming. The reason Xie Yuan dared to answer the call was to use this conversation to suggest to the live-streaming audience that Chen Luo might be a hired hand, acting under someone's orders. Xie Yuan sneered, "Am I wrong? Everyone in this world acts for some kind of benefit. In just 3 months, you, Night God, have stolen precious treasures from around the world and sold them at high prices on the black market. Even if you donated all the money to charity, theft is still theft. It doesn't change the fact that you're a thief. What you're after might not be financial gain, but fame. I can't understand why so many people would believe the words of someone like you." Xia Yuan's righteous and solemn voice echoed through the restaurant via the phone speaker, reaching countless livestream viewers as well. His words immediately gave pause to many in the livestream audience, as most had unquestioningly accepted Chen Luo's statements without thinking, never doubting their veracity.
Now, prompted by Xia Yuan's reminder, numerous viewers couldn't help but begin questioning. After all, Chen Luo was an international thief, his credibility remained suspect.
Chen Luo, however, burst into laughter, growing more delighted by the second.
Old Master Xia, there's one thing you got right. I didn't call you to listen to such nonsense. I called you just to make one demand.
Xia Yuan's heart leaped when he heard Chen Luo avoiding a direct answer. Based on his understanding of human nature, the less Chen Luo explained, the more the livestream audience would question things.
I'm all ears. It's nothing much. Just invite Elder Xia to go kowtow before Mr. Han's family and apologize properly.
Xia Yuan felt a surge of anger rise within him upon hearing this, his face flushed crimson, but he knew he absolutely must not lose his temper at this moment.
Xia Yuan sneered coldly, although I've been to that noodle shop you mentioned called Jiwei Shen, I absolutely did not do the things you accused me of. Don't even think of using this to threaten me. Chen Luo didn't seem the least bit surprised by this answer. He laughed heartily and said, what if I told you I'd kill Miss Xia if you refuse to go? As soon as Chen Luo uttered these words, the restaurant instantly fell silent again.
Even Xia Luyun bit her red lips tightly, as if waiting for Xia Yuan's response. The livestream audience erupted in shock, never expecting Chen Luo to use Xia Luyun's life as leverage against Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan didn't hesitate for even a moment before answering, since you're threatening Luyun's life, I'd comply with your demands even if I haven't done the things you accused me of, even if it means sacrificing this old face of mine. After I kowtow and apologize, I hope you'll release Luyun. If you're still uneasy, I can serve as your hostage instead. I'm already 70 years old, I don't have much time left, while Luyun still has a long life ahead of her. Xia Yuan's voice grew increasingly somber as he spoke, until by the end it carried both a sob and a begging tone. Xia Yuan's words instantly evoked sympathy from many livestream viewers, as they were hearing the image of a kind-hearted old man who, faced with vicious bandits, had to reluctantly compromise to protect his granddaughter.
Upon hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter again.
His violent mirth triggered another coughing fit as his illness flared up from the exertion.
Ha, ha ha, old man Xia, it's truly a pity you never pursued acting. Chen Luo coughed violently while turning his gaze back to Xia Luyun, gasping with amusement as he said, Miss Xia, do you actually believe what your grandfather just promised? Xia Luyun's expression shifted slightly. She knew all too well what kind of man Xia Yuan was. Were it not for the hundreds of millions watching this livestream, Xia Yuan would rather watch her die than kneel and apologize to Han Jiwei's family. Xia Yuan's immediate agreement was nothing but a performance.
Had he refused, unwilling to kneel to save his own granddaughter, all his previous righteous speeches would have been exposed as empty rhetoric, making everyone question his character.
Chapter 11 Super Revealer. Of course I believe what my grandfather says.
Even if Xia Luyun didn't trust Xia Yuan, he knew he couldn't show the slightest hesitation at this crucial moment.
Chen Luo burst into laughter. Good, very good. Then I'll give Elder Xia another option.
After speaking, Chen Luo suddenly picked up the computer and rapidly typed on it before finally pressing the send button.
Old Master Xia, I've sent some materials to your eldest granddaughter's father's email. Why not take a look first? Then hear the other option I have for you. A faint smile curved at the corner of Chen Luo's lips. Clearly, his mood hadn't been affected in the slightest. Xia Yuan's expression shifted slightly.
Chen Luo appeared far too relaxed, even though Xia had steered the live audience to question Chen Luo and reframed himself as the victim. But Chen Luo didn't care in the slightest. Instead, with deliberate calmness, he sent Xia Yixian a document, proof that he still had more tricks up his sleeve.
Xia Yixian rushed to fetch a laptop, fumbling in his haste to open his email. As expected, a new email had arrived, an enormous one too, with attachments totaling tens of gigabytes.
When Xia Yixian clicked open the contents, his hands trembled so uncontrollably that he nearly dropped the laptop.
Dad!
Xia Yuan and the others were staring at Xia Yixian to begin with. When they saw him cry out in shock while wearing an expression like he had lost both parents, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, knowing there must be something truly astonishing inside. Xia Yuan's aged face darkened as he rushed over in a few strides, snatched the laptop, and examined its contents. The others also felt extremely uneasy, crowding around to see what exactly was on that laptop. When Xia Yuan saw the email's main text and clicked open the attached videos and photos, his face instantly turned deathly pale, his expression becoming nearly identical to Xia Yixian's. The other members of the Xia family reacted as if they had seen a ghost, their faces instantly contorting with panic, unease, and terror. The content of the email exposed years of the Xia family's illegal activities, bribery, stock manipulation, insider trading, contracting assassinations, money laundering, illegal firearm possession, and more. If it had merely listed these crimes, the Xie family wouldn't have feared a thing. But the crux was that Chen Luo's email contained a complete chain of evidence. Every step of these crimes, from planning to execution, was meticulously documented with photos, audio and video recordings, even signed confessions from those who carried out the acts. And these things were precisely done by the people present here, or ordered personally by them. They could be certain that once this evidence was disclosed, everyone present would end up in prison, perhaps even face execution. How on earth did Chen Luo pull this off? An overwhelming terror rose in everyone's hearts. With this evidence now in the hands of Chen Luo, who held nothing but hostility toward them, it might as well be the apocalypse. Chen Luo naturally had no trouble accomplishing this, as although he had only known Han Jiwei 10 days ago, gathering evidence of the Xie family's crimes was something he had been working on for quite some time. During that previous life where he had gotten close to Xie Luyun, Chen Luo had specifically spent time collecting evidence of the Xie family's criminal activities to help her gain control of the family. With Chen Luo's nearly omnipotent and omniscient abilities, obtaining such things wasn't particularly difficult. For instance, some of these incidents had occurred during the 90 days Chen Luo had been trapped. Chen Luo directly hacked into their computers, phones, surveillance systems, and even recorded the entire crime scene in seamless detail. Moreover, the Xie family wasn't the first. Chen Luo had previously fashioned one of his identities as a super whistleblower. He wasn't interested in digging up celebrity gossip, but focused exclusively on exposing the private scandals and unspeakable secrets of the powerful elite. Bored beyond measure, he not only meticulously investigated every influential figure in Pengcheng but eventually expanded his snooping to all top-tier cities across the nation, even unearthing the hidden skeletons of foreign super dynasties. The truth proves that few can withstand scrutiny. Chen Luo possessed countless dirty secrets of powerful figures, but due to the constant resets, he simply memorized them all. As for evidence of related crimes, some couldn't be discarded, like the proof of the Xie family's bribery, which they kept to blackmail the bribed officials. Knowing exactly where these evidences were hidden, Chen Luo found them with ease. To put it mildly, Chen Luo now holds enough secrets to fill more than 10 books, and revealing them all would be enough to turn the entire world upside down. So now, Elder Xie should be willing to listen to my next multiple-choice question. With a faint smile, Chen Luo continued speaking to the screen. Now, I invite Elder Xie to make a choice between this document and Miss Xie. There are only 2 copies of this document, one is the one I sent to you, and the other is the original backup. Choose the document, Miss Xie dies, and I will delete all backups. Choose for Miss Xie to live, and I will release this document to the public. Old Master Xie, you have only 1 minute to consider, do be careful. As soon as Chen Luo spoke these words, the restaurant fell deathly silent again. Except for Xie Luyun, everyone present involuntarily swallowed hard. At this moment, even though Chen Luo wasn't threatening them directly, everyone could feel an overwhelming pressure and tension bearing down on them. The hundreds of millions watching the live stream exploded with reactions instantly. None had anticipated Chen Luo would suddenly present such a condition. But what piqued their curiosity even more was what exactly Chen Luo had sent to the Xie family. Xia Yuan on the other end of the phone fell silent once more. Chen Luo didn't press him either, creating an eerie quietness so intense that even the audience held their breath, staring nervously at the screen as they awaited Xia Yuan's answer. Xia Yuan muted his phone and swiftly issued orders to Xia Inian and the others, transfer all assets at the fastest possible speed, no matter the cost. Everyone must first relocate to Hong Kong, then proceed to Europe and America. Xia Inian and the rest were now overwhelmed with panic, losing all composure as they anxiously awaited Xia Yuan's instructions. Upon hearing his orders, they all snapped out of their daze and rose to prepare their escape. Time's up. Chen Luo's calm voice drifted through the phone line. Xia Yuan walked out while continuing the call. I can't trust your words. No matter what choice I make, you'll release this information. Giving me this option is just your way of humiliating me before the whole world. Chen Luo chuckled unexpectedly. Old Master Xie, I've always been true to my word and keep my promises. Oh, I see now, you're stalling for time to run away, aren't you? Chapter 12, A Man of His Word. Xia Yuan's expression changed abruptly upon hearing this, baffled as to how Chen Luo had guessed their plan to flee. But he understood clearly that he must keep Chen Luo steady now, otherwise, if the call ended or he admitted it, the other party might immediately hand the evidence over to the police. Our Xie family acts with integrity, why would we need to run away? Xia Yuan let out a cold snort, deliberately slowing his pace and steadying his breath before replying with disdain. Chen Luo chuckled silently. Oh, then let's return to the main issue. Elder Xie, please make your choice. Xia Yuan sneered, as I said earlier, why should I believe you're telling the truth? You're just trying to sow discord. Chen Luo burst into laughter. Elder Xie, you don't have a choice now. You'll have to take the gamble. If you refuse to choose, that dossier will be sent directly to the police and published online. Your escape plan would be completely ruined then. Xia Yuan on the other end of the line fell silent, because he knew Chen Luo was telling the truth. Although the Xie family had connections within the police, if Chen Luo published those materials publicly online,
who would dare stand up and help the Xies? Moreover, Chen Luo's tone was utterly certain, convinced that the Xie family was currently preparing to flee. If those materials were to be exposed, the police would face overwhelming public backlash if they failed to take action. Once the police issue an order restricting the Xie family members from leaving the country, none of them will be able to escape when the time comes. Chen Luo's words also ignited intense curiosity among the Livestream audience. They were desperately eager to know what exactly Chen Luo had sent to Xie Yuan that could make the entire Xie family prepare to flee. Judging from Xie Yuan's words and reaction, anyone with half a brain could guess that what Chen Luo sent must have been something utterly lethal. Fleeing might not actually happen, but Xie Yuan's panic was undoubtedly real, otherwise he wouldn't have suddenly softened his tone and questioned whether Chen Luo would keep his promise. After an awkward silence, Xie Yuan finally spoke. "I choose." Wait. A crisp female voice suddenly interrupted, cutting off the words Xie Yuan was about to say. Not only were the people present in the live stream audience stunned, even Chen Luo couldn't help looking somewhat surprised at Xie Luyun seated in her chair. What does Miss Xie have to say? Xie Luyun looked at Chen Luo with a faint gaze. Since you claim to be someone who always keeps your word, I'm now holding you to that initial promise you made. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback before realizing Xie Luyun was referring to the statement he'd made earlier. As long as Miss Xie takes the initiative to kiss me, I'll let you leave. Chen Luo couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Good, very good, truly worthy of being the eldest Miss Xie. I admire you. No, I should say I quite like you. As expected of the woman I've set my sights on. Xie Luyun was certain she knew what Xie Yuan intended to say. Given her understanding of her grandfather, there was a 99% chance he would choose that document over her. If Xie Yuan uttered those words, even if Chen Luo kept his promise not to disclose the document, the Xie family's reputation would still be utterly destroyed. Xie Luyun saw it clearly. Chen Luo was systematically dismantling the Xie family piece by piece. Though it felt almost unbelievable, Xie Luyun was beginning to accept that Chen Luo might truly have reincarnated 10,000 times. Every inexplicable event surrounding this enigmatic man defied logic, leaving her no choice but to believe this was the only plausible explanation. If Chen Luo truly had reincarnated 10,000 times, then everything happening today was probably within his calculations and control. Even if Xie Yuan truly declared his intention to abandon Xie Luyun, Chen Luo likely still had backup plans to completely destroy the Xie family. Therefore, Xie Luyun directly interrupted, forcing Chen Luo to honor his promise, a dilemma regardless of whether he kept it or not. Releasing Xie Luyun would mean losing Chen Luo's most important bargaining chip, while refusing to release her would amount to a public admission of being an untrustworthy scoundrel. As I said, I have many flaws, but keeping my word is one of my few virtues. As long as Miss Xie gives me a kiss, I'll let you leave, no going back on my promise. Chen Luo stepped forward as he spoke, stopping right in front of Xie Luyun with an amused grin. Xie Luyun's face twisted visibly with discomfort as she instinctively backed away a few steps. Yet recalling her own words from moments ago, she suppressed the unease swelling in her chest and forced herself to step back toward him. Chen Luo leisurely positioned himself in front of Xie Luyun, then pointed to his own lips before lowering his head to actively lean in. The livestream audience was utterly dumbfounded, having no idea what promise Chen Luo had previously made to Xie Luyun. When they saw Chen Luo's obvious intention to kiss Xie Luyun, they were completely stunned, bewildered by this abrupt turn of events. You never said it would be the lips. Xie Luyun clenched her red lips, glaring at Chen Luo with an expression of extreme anger. The final interpretation rights belong to me. When I say a kiss, I mean a real kiss on the mouth. Does Miss Xie have a problem with that? Chen Luo watched Xie Luyun with an amused smile, speaking in an unhurried tone. Xie Luyun's expression shifted several times, clearly caught in an intense internal struggle. But after a moment, she gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. Xie Luyun, looking as if she'd summoned all her courage, strode up to Chen Luo with an expression of grim resolve, like someone throwing themselves to the tigers. Closing her eyes, she pressed her lips against Chen Luo's. As Chen Luo took in Xie Luyun's expression, flustered yet bashful, he abruptly set his phone down on the table. One arm wrapped around her waist while the other cradled the back of her head before he kissed her without hesitation. The instant their lips touched, Xie Luyun's body shuddered. A wave of instinctive revulsion surged through her, and she immediately tried to push Chen Luo away. But at that very moment, Chen Luo suddenly grabbed her in a tight embrace, even using his tongue to pry open her mouth as he delivered a deep, passionate kiss. Xie Luyun's eyes instantly widened with shock. Furious and flustered, she struggled violently against Chen Luo's grip to free herself. Right then, Chen Luo abruptly opened his eyes too, suddenly extending a hand to firmly grasp the dining knife Xie Luyun was thrusting toward him. With icy determination now flashing across her features, Xie Luyun swung backward with her elbow, delivering a savage blow toward Chen Luo's abdomen. Chen Luo smiled faintly, pivoting on his right foot as his body swiftly spun around to appear behind Xie Luyun, not only dodging that strike but encircling her from behind in a reverse embrace. Xia Liuyun's expression remained utterly composed.
The dining knife in her right hand stabbed backward with sudden force. Chen Luo let out a boisterous laugh, his body shrinking slightly to evade the blade before his thigh lifted just enough to strike the numbing pressure point on Xia Liuyun's right arm. A wave of tingling weakness surged through her, and the knife slipped uncontrollably from her grasp, clattering sharply against the floor with a crisp metallic ring.
Chapter 13 The Combat Expert. Xia Liuyun's expression remained icy, refusing to give in.
She viciously drove her left elbow backward once more while simultaneously stomping her high heel down hard on Chen Luo's instep.
Chen Luo's smile widened even further.
Without haste, he extended his left hand, transforming his palm into fingers to precisely strike the numbing pressure point on Xia Liuyun's left elbow again. An overwhelming numbness shot through Xia Liuyun's arms, forcing her hands to drop limply at her sides.
Miss Xia, as I've mentioned, I've won you over before, so naturally I know that after being kidnapped, you trained hard in martial arts and even earned a black belt in taekwondo.
Chen Luo subtly shifted his stance to avoid Xia Liuyun's high-heeled strike, wrapping his arms around her waist and leaning in to whisper by her ear with a light chuckle.
Xia Liuyun immediately felt an intense discomfort.
She had always been extremely averse to any physical contact with men, and now Chen Luo was holding her tightly in his embrace, whispering in her ear. It felt worse than death itself.
"Let me go," she screamed.
Xia Liuyun struggled desperately several times, yet found himself utterly unable to break free. Chen Luo appeared frail and weak at first glance, but he seemed to possess some peculiar technique of exerting force, restraining her so tightly it felt like being coiled by a massive python with not even the slightest room for resistance.
The Livestream audience was stunned once again.
One moment the two were kissing, and the next, they were locked in a life-and-death struggle, a sudden turn of events that left them utterly dumbfounded. What shocked them even more was that while the fight seemed casual to those involved, their movements were actually astonishingly swift and vicious.
The entire confrontation unfolded in less than a minute.
Even without experiencing it firsthand, just watching Xia Liuyun's skilled and swift attacking moves on screen was enough to know being hit by him would be no joke. This proved Xia Liuyun must have formal martial arts training, and seemed to be quite the expert at that. When Chen Luo revealed Xia Liuyun held a black belt in taekwondo, the audience erupted in surprise again.
But what shocked them even more was learning that someone of black belt caliber still couldn't match up to Chen Luo.
With a faint smile, Chen Luo immediately released his grip and let go of Xia Liuyun. From the moment Xia Liuyun demanded that he fulfill his promise, Chen Luo knew she was waiting for his weakened state to strike him down decisively and eliminate the Xia family's crisis permanently. That was precisely why Chen Luo admired this woman so deeply. Few in this world could earn his regard, and Xia Liuyun before him happened to be one of them. In such a perilous situation, her thoughts weren't focused on escaping safely, but rather on permanently resolving the Xia family's troubles. Xia Liuyun understood perfectly well that she and the Xia family were like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If the Xia family fell, her own fate would be equally disastrous.
Chen Luo could easily restrain her.
Although his body was weak, he had long mastered all the martial arts in the world. Against Xia Liuyun, he employed the renowned Brazilian jiu-jitsu, famously known for the weak overcoming the strong, the soft subduing the hard. This martial art is based on grappling and throwing skills, with progressive submission as its fundamental tactic. Young Miss Xia is free to leave, along with your entourage.
With a faint smile, Chen Luo gestured for them to go.
As these words were spoken, everyone, whether inside the Moonbloom restaurant or the hundreds of millions watching the livestream, was utterly stunned. No one had expected Chen Luo to actually let Xia Liuyun leave, even allowing him to take all his subordinates with him.
Wasn't this tantamount to discarding every last bargaining chip he had? At that point, the police would have nothing left to hold back. Wouldn't Chen Luo be practically walking to his own death? "You're really letting me go?"
Xia Liuyun's eyes still showed disgust, but now there was also a hint of surprise. She had just attacked Chen Luo after all. If he'd used that as an excuse to keep her here, it wouldn't have been strange at all.
Chen Luo smiled faintly. "As I said before, I always keep my word. Since you overcame your psychological barriers, I'll naturally honor my promise. Go ahead."
With that, Chen Luo threw the handcuff keys to Xia Fan and said to her, "Unlock them." Xia Fan was momentarily stunned, cautiously glancing at Chen Luo before looking at Xia Liuyun. When she received Xia Liuyun's confirming look, she hurried over to release the 4 handcuffed bodyguards on the ground.
"You all leave here first."
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned once more, even Chen Luo turning to look at Xia Liuyun in surprise.
"Miss, are you alright? Aren't you leaving?" Xia Fan was utterly stunned. Watching Xia Liuyun casually sit back down as if nothing had happened, she was practically on the verge of a breakdown. The robber had already said he would let them go, yet Xia Liuyun refused to leave. Had he lost his mind?
Not only Xia Fan and the bodyguards had such thoughts, even the livestream audience was stunned.
Chen Luo glanced at Xia Liuyun's expressionless face and couldn't help but burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that it triggered another violent coughing fit. "You heard what Miss Xia said, get lost now, or I'll kill every last one of you." Chen Luo pulled out a pistol from behind him and slammed it onto the table with a loud bang. Xia Fan and the bodyguards were startled. Not daring to linger any longer, they hurriedly retreated toward the elevator. Miss Xia, don't act rashly. Whatever the matter is, let's go downstairs and talk about it, alright?
Zhuan Liming was so frantic he could jump out of his skin.
He couldn't comprehend why Xia Luyun, who could clearly leave, chose to stay. Bang! Chen Luo grabbed the gun from the table and, without even looking, fired a shot backward at Zhuan Liming. Zhuan Liming's eyes widened in horror. He never expected Chen Luo to fire without any warning. At the moment the gunshot rang out, he wanted to dodge, but his body simply couldn't react fast enough. A wave of terror surged through Zhuan Liming's heart as he desperately closed his eyes, waiting for death. Yet after what felt like an eternity, death never came. All he felt was a sudden chill in his lower body before sensation completely vanished. When Zhuan Liming looked down in shock, his face instantly flushed crimson, his trousers had been split open by the bullet, explaining the chilling sensation between his legs. Humiliation, fury, and terror churned violently within Zhuan Liming's heart. The shooter clearly hadn't intended to kill him. Had that been the case, the bullet would have struck his manhood directly. But Chen Luo's shot had deliberately skimmed his crotch, an unmistakable warning.
Zhuan Liming, recalling how Chen Luo had just shot the sniper's rifle in the darkness with his own sniper rifle, realized from these 2 points alone how terrifying Chen Luo's marksmanship truly was.
Mr. Zhuang, if you utter one more word, the next bullet will land an inch higher. Chen Luo turned to Zhuan Liming with a faint smile. Now, please follow them and leave.
Zhuan Liming's expression shifted, but he dared not say another word.
Without hesitation, he followed Xia Fan and the others into the elevator.
Soon, only Chen Luo and Xia Luyun remained in the restaurant.
Chapter 14, The Terrifying Man. Chen Luo gazed with amusement at Xia Luyun sitting across from him and asked with a smile, Miss Xia, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill someone? Xia Luyun replied indifferently, it's not that you wouldn't dare, it's that you wouldn't. Chen Luo laughed in surprise, oh, and what makes you think so? Xia Luyun replied calmly, because your target wasn't me from the beginning. The kidnapping was merely a means to create this situation. Your ultimate goal was simply to destroy the Xie family. Moreover, I can sense it clearly, beneath your unrestrained arrogance, there runs an even deeper vein of pride that permeates your very bones. Such a man naturally wouldn't stoop so low as to break his own promises. Chen Luo clapped his hands and sighed, that's why people shouldn't be too clever. Those who are too clever often become narcissistic and die quickly. But, there are too many fools in this world. I still prefer dealing with smart people. After speaking, Chen Luo continued asking, so, Miss Xia stayed behind to stop me from destroying the Xia family? Xia Luyun shook her head and said, no.
Since you claim to have reincarnated 10,000 times, you must have tried and erred many times in advance, making thorough preparations.
Even if I left, you'd probably have a contingency plan. After all, if I left this place, there's nothing I could do anyway. I might as well stay. I want to see whether you'll really die or not. Chen Luo said in surprise, you believe what I said?
Xia Luyun replied with a calm expression, no matter how much I think about it, I can't figure out how you manage this.
So the only reasonable explanation is what you said.
Chen Luo stared at Xia Luyun for a moment before bursting into laughter again.
Interesting, interesting. Do you know I've told this story to countless people?
You, Miss Xia, are the first one who actually believes it. With Chen Luo's discerning eyes honed by over 2,000 years of experience and his mastery of psychology among other skills, he could tell whether most people in this world were lying with just a single glance. Xia Luyun genuinely believed his claim of having reincarnated 10,000 times and had the audacity to stay behind to witness whether he would actually die that day.
Even Chen Luo had to admit, this was an utterly fascinating woman.
If it weren't for his countless rebirths giving him a worldly detachment, he might have pursued this woman again in his next life.
Since Miss Xia is interested in watching my performance to the end, I naturally must satisfy you.
Chen Luo smiled faintly as he picked up the phone from the table again.
Old Master Xia, you should already know everything that just happened. Miss Xia is now a free agent, the precondition for her choice no longer exists. So let's switch to another condition. If Old Master Xia goes to kneel and apologize to Old Master Han's family, I'll delete all the backup copies. Xia Yuan's expression shifted slightly as he found himself unable to comprehend Chen Luo's intentions. Since you're determined to destroy our Xia family, why should I listen to you? Whether I go or not, you'll release those documents anyway. Chen Luo burst into laughter. Simple. Old man Xia, you currently have no choice.
If I release those documents now, not a single member of your Xia family will escape consequences.
Right now, you can only gamble, bet that I'll keep my word. At least before you visit Old Man Han, I won't release the materials. That'll buy your family some precious time, wouldn't you agree?
Xia Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Chen Luo had perfectly anticipated his thoughts.
Xia Yuan's plan was indeed to stall Chen Luo for a while.
Since Pengcheng bordered Hong Kong, it would take less than half an hour to get there by helicopter.
As long as he could delay for that half hour, the Xia family members arriving in Hong Kong could immediately charter a flight to Europe or America.
Years ago, Xia Yuan had devised the burn the boats contingency plan precisely to prepare for such a crisis, ensuring the Xia family always had an escape route. Xia Yuan remained silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Alright, I agree to your terms. Then please get moving, old Master Xia, and remember, don't hang up the phone during this process. Without another word, Xia Yuan pressed the mute button, ensuring the caller couldn't hear, then urgently whispered to his eldest son Xia Enian behind him, immediately transfer all liquid assets through Hong Kong's underground banks, and send Blood Oath's assassins there right now. Xia Enian hastily acknowledged the order and grabbed the phone to make the frantic calls. Chen Luo smiled as he placed the phone back on the table, then turned his leisurely gaze towards Xia Luyun sitting across from him. But as midnight approached, Chen Luo's body grew increasingly frail, his face now as pale as paper. Even seated in the armchair, he gasped continuously, as though each breath required immense effort. With trembling hands, Chen Luo painstakingly retrieved a small box from his pocket, popping several pills into his mouth without even glancing at them. As the drugs took effect, an unnatural flush rose to Chen Luo's cheeks, and in an instant his entire being regained a radiant vitality, even his breathing grew markedly smoother.
Are you using stimulants? Xia Luyun had been observing silently all along.
The man before her was enigmatic, exuding a peculiar yet compelling charm. Even though he had kidnapped her and threatened to destroy the Xia family, she didn't seem to harbor much hatred in her heart except for that
French kiss moments ago. Chen Luo smiled and nodded slightly. Yes, just some little inventions of my own.
They function similarly to adrenaline, fully unleashing a person's physical strength, but with severe side effects. Still, the time should be sufficient. At that very moment, a distinct ding sounded from Chen Luo's person. With a smile, Chen Luo reached into his pocket and pulled out another phone, tapping open an all-English notification message.
Your account 6265XXXX has received a transfer of $5 billion. Chen Luo flipped his phone over, revealing the text message to Xia Luyun. Does the number look familiar to you, Miss Xie? Xia Luyun naturally understood English.
Seeing those numbers initially hadn't stirred anything in her, but when she caught the sly smile on Chen Luo's face, a chill crept into her heart.
Xia Luyun was acutely aware of the Xie family's financial situation. Currently, the liquid assets on the Xie family's books amounted to just over 30 billion yuan, roughly equivalent to $5 billion when converted. Is this the Xie family's money? Chen Luo burst into laughter. Old man Xia works quickly, it seems.
In less than 10 minutes, he's converted such a huge sum into US dollars and successfully transferred it out. Xia Luyun shuddered upon hearing this, instantly realizing something. She stared wide-eyed at Chen Luo, unable to speak for a long moment. The man before her was so terrifying that an uncontrollable wave of deep chills surged within her heart. On the other end of the phone, Xia Yuan had also been listening to the conversation at the Rose restaurant. When Xia Luyun mentioned the Xia family's money, goosebumps rose all over his body. He too had sensed something amiss.
Chapter 15, One Step Remaining. In a panic, Xia Yuan pressed the mute button and immediately called his eldest son, Xia Enian. Money! Where did you transfer the money to? Xia Enian heard his father Xia Yuan's furious voice and was immediately dumbfounded. After a long pause, he finally stammered, our account at the Swiss bank. Check, is the money in the account or not? Xia Enian panicked upon hearing this as well. He hastily ordered someone to fetch a laptop, logging into his Swiss bank account to check. At a glance, all color drained from his face, none of the money he had previously transferred had gone through. Dad, the money hasn't arrived. Xia Enian's voice trembled, laced with profound terror. Upon hearing Xia Enian's words, Xia Yuan felt darkness swarm his vision as his body went limp and he collapsed backward. If not for the quick reflexes of his bodyguards behind him, who hurriedly caught him, he would have collapsed on the spot. It's over, it's all over. Xia Yuan was so overwhelmed with rage that it triggered a spike in his blood pressure. When he learned that the Xie family's affairs were being broadcast live, Xia Yuan had already flown into a rage. He had to take multiple doses of medication just to calm down. Now that he's received this fatal blow, no medicine can help anymore. At this moment, he couldn't muster even a bit of strength, and even walking had become difficult. Xia Yuan's heart was bleeding. $5 billion was all the liquid assets the Xie family could currently mobilize. The rest were fixed assets like properties, which couldn't be converted to cash within just a day or two. Moreover, converting such a large sum into US dollars within such a short time frame could only be done through underground banks. But with an amount this substantial and demand this urgent, their commission fees were exorbitantly high. To transfer $5 billion, they took a cut of $1.5 billion, nearly 30% in fees. Even if they fled abroad now, without that money, they'd be little better than stray dogs with no home to return to. Everything you did before, was it all just laying the groundwork for this move? At the Rose Garden restaurant, Xia Luyun stared at Chen Luo, grinding her teeth as she asked. Xia Luyun was no fool. The moment she learned Chen Luo had intercepted the Xia family's funds, she instantly understood what was happening.
Just as she had anticipated, Chen Luo's goal from the very beginning had been to destroy the Xie family. Merely sending them to prison wouldn't satisfy him, he intended to completely sever the Xie family's foundation. Even if all the core members of the Xie family were jailed, there would still be innocent members who could inherit everything, like Xie Luyun standing before him right now. With Xie Luyun's abilities, even if she couldn't stay in the country, she could sell the Xie family's assets at a low price, emigrate abroad, and start fresh there. Now Chen Luo had painted a picture where the Xie family was about to collapse. In their panic, Xie Yuan and the others had no time to think of countermeasures, they only wanted to transfer funds as quickly as possible and flee overseas. In fact, if Xie Luyun were in Xie Yuan's position, she'd probably make a similar choice. This was the terrifying thing about Chen Luo. From the very beginning, he had calculated this outcome, leaving Xie Yuan with only one path to choose. Then, when the Xie family transferred the funds through an underground bank, he somehow intercepted the money. In other words, Chen Luo had even predicted which underground bank Xie Yuan would use for the transfer in advance. Chen Luo smiled faintly. No, there's still one final step. As he spoke, Chen Luo first donated the 3 billion in his account, then transferred the $2 billion to Han Jiwei's long-held bank account in the US. After completing these tasks, he tapped a few times on his phone and then played a recording. The assassins from Blood of Blood probably haven't left Pengcheng yet. Have them send someone immediately to take out this Lord of Night. First, there's a $50 million bounty on Lord of Night's head. Leader, liquidate all assets and company shares that can be traced back to our Xie family. The moment Xie Luyun heard the voice, she knew it was Xie Yuan speaking. And when she heard the content, her heart immediately sank to the bottom. She didn't need to think to guess this was Xie Yuan's way of handling the situation. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the livestream weren't as familiar with Xie Yuan's voice as Xie Luyun, so they were initially completely bewildered. But after all, Xie Yuan had just been speaking with Chen Luo moments ago. It only took them a brief moment to realize that the voice in the recording was unmistakably his. The content of the recording undeniably proved that Xie Yuan had been acting from the very beginning of his conversation with Chen Luo. Hiring assassins, transferring funds to prepare for escape, these actions all indirectly confirmed that the Xie family's crimes were real. If they were capable of hiring killers, what was forcing the Han Jiwei family to serve as their chefs for generations? The next moment, all the audience felt deceived and insulted, rising in collective fury as countless people began denouncing the Xie family across social media and livestream comments. Chen Luo smiled faintly before addressing the camera again. I will now publish all evidence of the Xie family's crimes online and submit a copy to the police. As for whether the Xie family will receive the punishment they deserve, let's see if the audience can ensure proper oversight. Chapter 16, Let the carnival of this game reach its climax. Casually opening his email, Chen Luo immediately sent the complete dossier to the Shenzhen police's tip-off mailbox while simultaneously releasing the materials across multiple online platforms. Xie Yuan, who had already boarded the helicopter, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot upon hearing Chen Luo's words. His body, which had just begun to recover, was instantly overwhelmed. Dad, what's wrong with you? Xie Yuan's other sons were terrified out of their wits at the sight and rushed to check on his condition. A glance was all it took for their faces to turn deathly pale. Xie Yuan's breath was coming out but not going in, signaling he was on the verge of death. The entire Xie family was thrown into panic. Now that the heavens had collapsed and even their pillar of support was gone, they truly felt like doomsday had arrived. When Chen Luo finished all this, he noticed Xie Luyun staring at him with deep, inscrutable eyes. Does everything you've done hold any meaning? Xie Luyun's expression had regained its glassy calmness. Just as you said, after today passes you'll be reborn again. Everything will return to New Year's Day. The Xie family will still be that Xie family. Her voice trailed off meaningfully. Are you planning to do it all over again? Chen Luo laughed heartily and countered with a question instead. Miss Xie, have you ever played video games? Xie Luyun was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped his meaning. Chen Luo was treating each rebirth as if it were a game. Gamers know that what they gain in a game is just fleeting pleasure, something utterly meaningless in reality. Chen Luo spread his hands helplessly. So what's the solution? You can only keep unlocking achievements in the game to maximize that fleeting joy. As I mentioned before, I'm not doing this for some grand purpose ultimately, it's just to keep myself from going insane. Now that I'm playing the role of an urban rogue, I naturally have to take this persona to the extreme and let this game reach its peak of excitement. Xie Luyun fell silent. Although Chen Luo was smiling, the profound loneliness in his voice was unmistakable, inexplicably stirring a strange sense of pity in her. Chen Luo chuckled and tapped on his phone a few more times, bringing up live footage from inside the Xie family's helicopter. Xie Yuan had already died suddenly at this moment, his several sons wailing loudly around his corpse as if the world had come to an end. This scene, too, was part of Chen Luo's calculations. After reaching old age, Xie Yuan had long suffered from high blood pressure. By deliberately creating such an enormous spectacle, Chen Luo not only pushed the Xie family into a corner but also, layer by layer, through escalating shocks, sent Xie Yuan straight to hell. Chen Luo glanced at this point, then casually tapped on the lens with an indifferent expression, switching the camera feed once more. The scene now shifted to the rooftop of a skyscraper, where a blonde, blue-eyed Caucasian man in casual clothing came to a halt, carrying a black briefcase. Setting the black case down on the ground, he swiftly retrieved a sniper rifle from within and began assembling it with practiced efficiency. With an amused smile, Chen Luo aligned his phone's camera with the computer's display. Here, let me introduce you all. This is the ace assassin of the international crime syndicate Blood of Blood, codenamed Lucifer. Not only were the Livestream audience stunned, but even Xia Luyun wore a baffled expression, completely lost as to why Chen Luo had suddenly jumped to this topic. Yet they quickly noticed Chen Luo's mention of the international crime syndicate Crimson Blood, the very organization Xia Yuan had hired to assassinate Chen Luo earlier. The moment they saw the killer named Lucifer assembling a sniper rifle on the ground, everyone instantly realized, this was clearly an assassin sent by Crimson Blood to eliminate Chen Luo. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at Chen Luo's mindset. Knowing full well his would-be killer was preparing to shoot him with a sniper rifle, he remained utterly unfazed, chatting and laughing as if nothing were amiss. What shocked them even more was Chen Luo's ability to observe every move of his target through his phone. He had clearly placed cameras in advance at the sniping location, allowing him to monitor their actions in real time. How did he do it? The live stream audience simply couldn't wrap their heads around it. Knowing in advance that someone intended to kill you was one thing, but knowing exactly where they planned to do it? That was downright unfathomable. Many people have no idea what kind of organization Blood of Blood truly is. Even someone at Old Man Xia's level only knows about their assassination operations, but in reality, their activities extend far beyond that. Chen Luo put his phone away and continued with a smile. The Blood of Blood originated in Europe, but how long it has existed, no one knows, not even its members. I spent over a decade investigating, scouring countless historical records and capturing many members of the Blood of Blood to extract information. Eventually, I discovered that the earliest records of the Blood of Blood date back to medieval Europe, with their activities beginning as early as the Crusades. This means it's a mysterious organization that has remained hidden in the world's shadows for over 1,000 years. Chapter 17, I Bloom Amidst Death. The Blood of Blood initially started with assassination services, but now they no longer rely on this line of business as their primary source of profit. As the saying goes, steal a nation and become its lord. The Blood of Blood has deeply rooted influence in various Western countries. Their method of profiting is by covertly manipulating a nation's political situation to reap staggering gains. Take the Dubai debt crisis from earlier years for example. It caused European stock markets to plummet. But they'd known the outcome in advance. By aggressively shorting Dubai's currency, they flipped it into profits exceeding $10 billion. The subsequent Greek debt crisis was actually a direct result they orchestrated by leveraging the Dubai debt crisis, continuing to short the Greek currency and effortlessly reaping tens of billions in profits again. As Chen Luo spoke these words, not only were the Livestream audience stunned speechless, even Xia Luyun was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a long while. Not to mention the average viewer, even Xia Luyun had never imagined that these international financial incidents could be the result of someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. She had originally thought her perspective was already elevated enough, but now, hearing about the horrifying capabilities of the organization Blood of Blood, she realized how naive she had been. The influence of the Blood of Blood organization has long extended beyond just Europe, and I suspect its reach now spans the entire globe. Chen Luo chuckled and then continued, Blood of Blood is led by 7 giants. No one knows their real names, they only go by code names, each taken from famous emperors in European history. For example, Alexander the Great, Caesar, Augustus, Charlemagne, Peter the Great, and so on. When any one of the giants dies, the remaining ones jointly select a successor to inherit the title. Chen Luo suddenly picked up his phone to check the time as he spoke. Alright, time's almost up. End of the educational session. The Livestream audience had been nervously staring at their screens, eager to hear Chen Luo reveal more about the Blood of Blood. It was a world utterly beyond their reach, and everyone's curiosity had been thoroughly piqued. Now that Chen Luo abruptly stopped speaking, they were left hanging in frustrating suspense. Xia Luyun glanced at the time and immediately understood what Chen Luo meant by time's almost up. There was only 1 minute left until midnight. If everything Chen Luo said was true, then he had only 1 minute of life remaining. Chen Luo stood up, walked to the windowsill, and pulled out another device from inside his suit, something resembling a remote control. Let this fireworks display serve as the finale of my 10,000th rebirth. With a smile, Chen Luo pressed the button on the remote in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Several violent explosions rang out. Xia Luyun watched in shock as a fierce blaze erupted from the rooftop of a skyscraper a kilometer away, shooting up into the sky. Moreover, the explosion sounds came from above the Rose Garden restaurant, instantly shattering all its tempered glass exterior walls. Glass shards rained down from the heights while fierce winds howled in, making it nearly impossible for Xia Luyun to keep his eyes open. After her initial shock, Xia Luyun quickly regained her composure. No wonder Chen Luo didn't care that the assassin named Lucifer was outside preparing to snipe him. Besides setting up surveillance cameras there, he had also planted remote-controlled explosives. The moment Lucifer took aim with his sniper rifle, Chen Luo detonated the explosives, sending the assassin straight to the afterlife. As for the bomb Chen Luo had planted at the Rose restaurant, it clearly wasn't meant to kill anyone but simply to shatter those glass windows. As for what he intended to do, Xia Luyun had already guessed. Chen Luo stood at the edge of the glass exterior wall, his white suit fluttering wildly in the fierce wind. One step forward would plunge him into an abyss, yet there wasn't the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, his face was brimming with triumphant delight. Chen Luo turned and waved at Xia Luyun. "When I wake up, I might just come looking for you. Let's meet then, without fail." Chen Luo spread his arms and burst into loud laughter toward the sky as he declared, "I bloomed from death, like a brilliant meteor, leaving the world's most dazzling mark."
Xia Luyun suddenly sensed something. Her heart trembled violently as she sprang from her seat, desperate to seize Chen Luo and pull him back. Xia Luyun didn't understand why, despite this man having kidnapped her and destroyed the Xia family right before her eyes, she somehow couldn't bear to watch this strangely captivating man die in front of her. Yet her reaction was too slow. Chen Luo's body had already begun falling backward. By the time Xia Luyun reached the edge, he saw Chen Luo stretching his arms toward the sky, as if yearning to take flight. Just before vanishing from her sight, Chen Luo even waved at her with a smile, utterly devoid of any fear in the face of death. Xia Luyun was mesmerized for a long while. She bit her lip tightly, and even after Chen Luo had completely vanished from sight, she remained lost in thought, unable to snap back to reality. Chapter 18, Reborn at 18. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Luo gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Before him stood not the familiar figure of Dr. Li Hao in his white coat, but a completely unfamiliar face. Chen Luo suddenly froze, because each time he reincarnated, the scene was invariably in the hospital consultation room, facing his hepatologist, Li Hao. The usual opening line was, "I regret to inform you that you have liver cancer, with only 3 months left. Does your family know? I recommend hospitalization and active treatment." Chen Luo had reincarnated 10,000 times. He was all too familiar with this process. Yet this time, he didn't wake up in the clinic, nor was that doctor before his eyes. "Who gave you the courage to sleep in class?" An unfamiliar face glared at Chen Luo while swinging a textbook toward him. "Did being the bottom of your class give you this gall?" Chen Luo furrowed his brows and calmly evaded the assault from the unfamiliar man. Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings with growing unease, only to be stunned by the realization that he was inside a classroom. Dozens of uniformed students in the classroom were staring at him in unison, their expressions ranging from amusement to mockery and schadenfreude. Chen Luo felt an odd sense of familiarity with both the place and these students, but couldn't quite recall where he'd seen them before. Chen Luo grew increasingly puzzled. Had he been reborn into a different place? The next moment, when Chen Luo saw his own outfit, he froze instantly. He was currently wearing a school uniform with the words Longcheng High School printed on it. What the hell? Dragon City High School was his alma mater during high school years. Although he only attended for 2 years, it was here that he experienced the most humiliating events of his lifetime, moments so unbearable he contemplated suicide multiple times. This school was impossible for him to forget. What's happening? Chen Luo couldn't help but look down at his own body, realizing that although his physique remained thin and weak, his current sensations differed completely from when he'd first been diagnosed with liver cancer. Simply put, he now felt more energetic and vibrant than during that period. Chen Luo was still in shock when he suddenly noticed a line of words written at the front of the classroom, 179 days until the college entrance exams. Chen Luo's mind reeled as he saw the unfamiliar man furiously swinging the textbook down again. He grabbed the man's wrist and asked urgently, "What year is this?" The stranger grew even angrier when Chen Luo dared to grab his hand. He roared, "Let go! How dare you defy me like this?" Frowning, Chen Luo studied the man, finding him increasingly familiar. Suddenly, realization struck. "You're Wang Aihua." The students in the classroom all widened their eyes with astonishment as they looked over. Based on past experience, Chen Luo should have been mercilessly beaten by the homeroom teacher Wang Aihua, and likely even had his parents called in for a lecture. Yet the Chen Luo before them actually reached out and grabbed the homeroom teacher's wrist, showing no trace of timidity. Instead, he boldly called Wang Aihua by her full name, his tone dripping with unmistakable condescension. "You damned thing, growing more lawless by the day." Wang Aihua, seeing her right hand grabbed by Chen Luo, swung a slap at him with her left hand. Chen Luo impatiently shoved her back, sending Wang Aihua staggering a few steps and narrowly avoiding the slap. After pushing Wang Aihua aside, Chen Luo immediately rummaged through his desk, desperate to confirm the current timeline and paying her no further mind. Soon, he pulled out an old Nokia 3100 phone from the clutter. When Chen Luo got hold of the phone, he swiftly checked the time. Seeing the date displayed on the screen, September 22, 2008, his body trembled violently, his hand holding the phone beginning to shake slightly. This very day happened to be the year of his 18th birthday. Impossible, impossible. Did I really reawaken at 18? Chen Luo muttered under his breath. His voice was very soft, but at this moment, the classroom was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Every student in the class still heard him clearly. Put. Someone laughed first, no one knew who started it, and soon the entire classroom erupted in roaring laughter. Yet everyone's laughter carried undisguised mockery and scorn. They almost all thought Chen Luo had been frightened out of his wits, even spouting such insane words. Wang Aihua, however, grew livid with rage. Furious, he strode forward, intent on continuing to teach Chen Luo a lesson. But at that moment, they suddenly noticed Chen Luo beginning to laugh abruptly. Staring at his phone screen, Chen Luo suddenly burst into loud laughter, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. His laughter was so loud, his body convulsing with mirth as if he'd gone mad. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, I finally escaped that damned 90-day cycle. Chen Luo continued his hysterical laughter while pounding on his desk, genuinely on the verge of joyful insanity. Time had finally started moving again. For over 2,000 years, trapped within those 90 days, Chen Luo had broken down multiple times, wanting to die but unable to do so, as though it were the cruelest punishment in the world. Now that he found himself reborn at the age of 18, Chen Luo felt as if he had escaped from a cage, regaining his freedom. Chapter 19, You're Still Alive. Seeing Chen Luo burst into fits of hysterical laughter, both the students and Wang Aihua in the classroom were startled. Because Chen Luo looked truly insane, it inexplicably made people feel unnerved. Chen Luo laughed for a long time. Then suddenly, as if remembering something, he shuddered violently. If it's my birthday that day, then that means she's still alive. Chen Luo's body abruptly stiffened, his head turning jerkily like a robot's as he looked toward his deskmate. There stood a girl, one with a perfect oval face, exquisitely refined and breathtakingly beautiful features, an absolutely stunning young woman. She exuded an aura of effortless grandeur, a quality that no ordinary girl could possess, let alone one who was merely 18 years old. Gu Qinghuan. Chen Luoxin trembled, overwhelmed by a surge of ecstasy even greater than when she had shattered the time loop. The next moment, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Chen Luo bent down and embraced the beautiful girl. You're alive, you're alive. Chen Luo's tears streamed down in agitation, terrified that this might all be a dream. Through countless cycles of time, Chen Luo had done everything he wanted and could do except for Gu Qinghuan, the girl who remained an eternal regret in his heart. During Chen Luo's senior year of high school, this girl had transferred into his class, the very same girl he was holding in his arms right now. Gu Qinghuan was so stunningly beautiful, radiating such an overwhelming presence that she could make any girl in school feel insecure. Most boys would inexplicably grow nervous around her too. She rarely showed warmth to anyone, which deterred countless admirers from pursuing her. From the very first moment Chen Luo laid eyes on this girl, he knew he had fallen for her, and to his fortune, she even became his deskmate. Yet he too was gripped by profound insecurity. Though they'd shared a desk for over half a month, they had barely exchanged more than a few words. At that time, Chen Luo wasn't as unrestrained and arrogant as he is now, playing with the world and disregarding everything. Chen Luo's inferiority complex didn't stem from Gu Qinghuan's excellence, but from himself. Chen Luo wasn't a native of Pengcheng, he was born into a rural family in Hubei province. His parents left for Pengcheng to work when he was in 5th grade, leaving him at his grandfather's house. Both of Chen Luo's parents only completed middle school education, which limited their job prospects. The only work they could find was running a vegetable stall at the market in Hualong district, Pengcheng. They toiled from dawn to dusk every day, earning their living through sheer hard labor. In the eyes of his maternal grandparents, their grandson would always carry the stigma of being an outsider, literally marked by that external character in Chinese kinship terms. Thus, they treated Chen Luo no differently than any other lodger in their home. Chen Luo lived with them from 5th grade until junior year of middle school, a full 5 years during which he never received a single cent of pocket money. It wasn't that his parents didn't provide any, they did give money to his grandparents, but those funds never made their way to him. At Grandpa's house, whenever they bought fruits or similar treats, they would only bring them out for their own biological grandchildren when Chen Luo wasn't around. Having lost his parents at just 10 years old, combined with his neglected status at his grandfather's home, unloved by grandma and uncared for by uncles, the originally cheerful Chen Luo plunged into deep self-doubt. He even began believing his parents had abandoned him. This emotional state persisted for several years until high school, when his parents, having saved some money, brought Chen Luo to Pengcheng to attend high school. Upon arriving in Pengcheng, Chen Luo grew even more insecure, eventually becoming completely withdrawn. He couldn't speak Cantonese and spoke with a heavy hometown accent, instantly becoming the laughingstock of the entire class. People frequently mocked his accent. Even though Chen Luo practiced Mandarin diligently and eliminated his accent, it didn't change his status as an outcast in the class. Chen Luo also became a target of bullying. Running errands, doing menial tasks, and getting beaten were routine. His pocket money was often stolen, and he was subjected to frequent humiliation.
For example, during chemistry experiments in the lab, someone would deliberately grab a fire extinguisher and spray him wildly over just a small flame in a beaker. When the teacher asked what happened, they'd claim Chen Luo's experiment had caused the fire to spread onto the table. When such things became the norm and persisted for a full 2 years, Chen Luo had already developed depression until the appearance of this girl named Gu Qinghuan.
Chen Luo still remembered that day, standing on the edge of the rooftop. Jumping from the 7th floor might not kill you.
If you die, it'd be a clean ending. If you don't, the most likely outcome is complete paralysis, lying motionless in bed, burdening your parents with a lifetime of care.
Chen Luo was startled at the time.
Staring at that stunningly beautiful girl as she spoke those words to him, he was utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't actually planned on jumping, but Gu Qinghuan's words left him feeling torn between laughter and tears. That was also the first time Gu Qinghuan had voluntarily spoken to Chen Luo since transferring schools a month earlier. From then on, Chen Luo's favorite classroom activity became secretly stealing glances at Gu Qinghuan seated beside him, and after evening self-study sessions, he'd quietly follow her all the way home. Senior year evening self-study usually lasted until 9 p.m., and though Chen Luo's home was far from Gu Qinghuan's, he never tired of spending an extra hour on the road each day. Just being able to watch her was enough. To outsiders, this behavior looked like outright stalking, which naturally displeased those who pursued Gu Qinghuan, especially when it was someone like Chen Luo, a timid and marginalized figure. Among them was a bully named Niawei, who had tormented Chen Luo the most. During one of Chen Luo's stalking episodes, Niawei intercepted him, mocking him and slapping him across the face before forcing him to kneel and kowtow while calling him grandpa. In that moment of terror and helplessness, Chen Luo was stunned when he saw Gu Qinghuan rush out from a roadside restaurant, carrying a pot of boiling water, and splash it onto Niawei and his gang. Seizing their momentary panic, Gu Qinghuan grabbed Chen Luo's hand and swiftly fled the scene. Chen Luo still remembered how full and bright the moon was that night, casting a hazy lunar glow over everything, filling the air with an ambience of romance. In a daze, Chen Luo watched as Gu Qinghuan pulled him along in a desperate sprint forward, wishing with all his heart that time could freeze forever at that moment. After shaking off Niawei and his gang, Gu Qinghuan coldly tossed out the words, "Don't follow me anymore," and left without ever turning back. Chen Luo knew he'd fallen irrevocably in love with this girl from that moment on.
Yet not long after this incident, he received thunderbolt news: Gu Qinghuan had committed suicide. At that moment, Chen Luo felt his entire world collapse. Since his parents had left his side, his life had been shrouded in suppression. Until he met Gu Qinghuan, who illuminated his world like the sun. Just as he was preparing to strive hard, hoping to become worthy of Gu Qinghuan, he suddenly received this devastating news. The blow was utterly devastating to him. Chapter 20, Happy Now? After Gu Qinghuan's death, Chen Luo became utterly dejected, as if his life had lost all meaning. After that, since Chen Luo's household registration wasn't local, he couldn't take the college entrance exams in Pengcheng. Combined with the daily bullying he endured at school, he transferred back to his hometown. Originally ranking near the bottom of his class, he completely lost the will to study due to Gu Qinghuan's incident. During his first attempt at the college entrance exam, he didn't even score enough for technical college admission. After repeating a year, he barely managed to get into a third-tier university. Then he muddled through several aimless years, dating and breaking up in college, graduating and job hunting, until suddenly at age 29, he was diagnosed with cancer. It could be said that besides his parents, Gu Qinghuan had the greatest influence on Chen Luo's life before the age of 29. Over these 2,000 years, Chen Luo had once tried to investigate the reasons behind Gu Qinghuan's suicide. But since 11 years had already passed, many crucial leads had completely vanished. Chen Luo had interviewed Gu Qinghuan's parents, relatives, and friends. Their conclusions were surprisingly consistent. Gu Qinghuan didn't seem like someone who would take her own life, nor did she have any reason to do so. But Gu Qinghuan left a suicide note, and the surveillance cameras clearly captured footage of her jumping from the rooftop. Chen Luo had also seen the contents of the suicide note from Gu Qinghuan's parents. It contained only a few brief lines. "The world holds too much ugliness. I only hope not to be reborn human in my next life." When Chen Luo read these words, the shock he felt can well be imagined. Chen Luo didn't know what Gu Qinghuan had been through, but between the lines, her words exuded a loathing for this world, even pleading not to be reborn human in the next life. And yet, they also revealed a reluctance to let go of life. Otherwise, she wouldn't have wished for another reincarnation at all. That was when it suddenly occurred to Chen Luo, on the day he had intended to jump to his death, Gu Qinghuan had also stood at the rooftop's edge. It wasn't entirely coincidence. He suspected she had been intending suicide at that very moment. It was just that Chen Luo hadn't considered that possibility at the time, because he couldn't bring himself to believe that peerlessly radiant young woman would ever choose to end her own life. At this moment, Chen Luo discovered that Gu Qinghuan was still alive. His elation was beyond words.
Yet Gu Qinghuan's face was full of shock and anger. After all, she had barely transferred here 2 weeks ago and hadn't exchanged a single word with this deskmate. They might as well have been strangers. Now a complete stranger suddenly hugged her right in front of the teacher and the entire class. No amount of upbringing could make her tolerate this.
Happy now? Gu Qinghuan asked lightly with an air of indifference. Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly burst into loud laughter, hugging Gu Qinghuan even tighter. Happy? Of course I'm happy. Whether this is damnation's next cycle or time has truly moved, this is the happiest moment I've had in these thousands of years. Yet Gu Qinghuan abruptly stood up, shoved Chen Luo away with force, then raised her foot in a shockingly fierce kick directed at him. Caught off guard, Chen Luo staggered back several steps from the push, then a sharp pain shot through his calf as Gu Qinghuan's kick connected with muscle. The agony made him gasp sharply through clenched teeth. But Chen Luo wasn't angered at all. Instead, his laughter grew even more joyous. Such intense pain proved he wasn't dreaming. He had truly returned to 2008. Gu Qinghuan kicked Chen Luo away, but she didn't stop there. She grabbed textbooks from the desk and began pummeling him wildly, striking his head and face. Naturally, Chen Luo wouldn't retaliate against Gu Qinghuan.
While shielding himself with his arms, he laughed heartily at the furious girl. The classmates in the classroom were stunned beyond words. First, they never expected Chen Luo to dare publicly embrace Gu Qinghuan.
Even more shocking was witnessing the normally elegant Gu Qinghuan suddenly erupt in violence, a complete polar opposite of her usual demeanor. Enough! Stop this at once! Wang Aiwa's furious roar echoed through the classroom. Gu Qinghuan's hands froze mid-action, as if suddenly realizing her behavior had been inappropriate. Her expression quickly regained its composure as she calmly returned to her seat, acting as if nothing had happened. The students in the classroom all wore expressions of fearful silence. Wang Aihua had always had a rather notorious reputation, frequently resorting to corporal punishment, so most of the students in the class were terrified of him. Back in 2008, regulations were far less strict than in later years. Wang Aihua dared to openly accept gifts from students' parents. Worse still, he was petty-minded, naturally showing favoritism to those who gave him presents. Beyond seating them in prime spots, they were even exempt from classroom chores. Those who didn't offer gifts, Wang Aihua would find every excuse to harass them, mock them with biting sarcasm, belittle them relentlessly, and even publicly humiliate them. For instance, just moments ago, Wang Aihua openly called Chen Luo a son of a bitch to his face, and this wasn't the first time either. It wasn't as if no parents had complained about her before, but Wang Aihua had some distant familial ties with the vice principal, so those complaints always ended up being swept under the rug. Do you lawless brats really think you can get away with anything? With an angry roar, Wang Aihua stormed over again, completely ignoring Gu Qinghuan as she reached out to grab Chen Luo by the ear. Chen Luo's gaze shifted away from Gu Qinghuan and casually glanced at Wang Aihua before abruptly reaching out to grab his wrist. With a sudden forceful jerk, he yanked Wang Aihua right in front of him. Chen Luo leaned down close to Wang Aihua's ear and whispered something softly, as if sharing a secret. But in the next instant, Wang Aihua's expression drastically changed, as though he had seen a ghost as he shoved Chen Luo away and stumbled backward several steps. His eyes burned with terror as he stared fixedly at Chen Luo, lips trembling uncontrollably. How did you know? He stammered. The classmates had expected to witness a familiar scene, but to their surprise, Chen Luo merely whispered something in Wang Aihua's ear, and the latter's expression instantly changed. Just a moment ago, Wang Aihua had been furious, seemingly ready to devour Chen Luo alive. Yet in the very next second, he looked as though he had heard something utterly terrifying, his face filled with panic and fear. The transformation was as swift as the face-changing acts in Sichuan opera. The students were burning with curiosity. What on earth had Chen Luo said to Wang Aihua to frighten him so badly? Even Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but cast a surprised glance his way, her heart brimming with bewilderment and curiosity. But at that moment, Chen Luo had spoken too softly. Even Gu Qinghuan, standing right beside him, failed to catch his words clearly. Chen Luo gave Wang Aihua a cool glance and said, "Professor Wang, shall we resume the class now?" Wang Aihua's face cycled through shades of pale and flushed, his expression a spectacle in itself. His lips parted several times as if to speak, but under the curious gazes of the students around him, each looking like eager children, he swallowed his words before they could escape. Chen Luo smiled and returned to his seat as if no one else was around. Wang Aihua froze in place for a while, just watching Chen Luo sit back down, not daring to cause him any more trouble. His mind was now completely preoccupied with how Chen Luo knew about that matter, leaving no room for thoughts about the lesson. "You just study on your own," he said. "To clarify, this isn't the next cycle. Time has truly moved forward." Chapter 21, I'll Make You Fall in Love with Me. After Wang Aihua left the classroom, he nervously pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Did you tell anyone about us?" he blurted out. A woman's voice came through the phone, speaking in an extremely hushed tone tinged with astonishment. "Wang Aihua, are you fucking crazy? How could I possibly tell anyone about us?" Wang Aihua realized he'd panicked to the point of losing his rationality. The woman on the other end wasn't foolish either. Mentioning their affair to a third party would be handing leverage straight to someone else. But one of my students found out about that matter and told me during my class just now. What? The woman on the other end of the line gasped aloud, but quickly seemed to realize something and lowered her voice again. Wait a moment. The woman immediately hung up the phone, then redialed Wang Aihua's number within minutes. What the hell is going on? What did he tell you? Her voice was filled with anxiety and fury. Wang Aihua was still utterly bewildered, completely unaware of how Chen Luo had effortlessly revealed a secret known only to the two of them. He knows about Bifan Garden, and that $1 million matter. The woman on the phone suddenly breathed rapidly upon hearing this, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Wang Aihua, what the hell is going on? Explain yourself clearly. How could he possibly know? I really don't know. Did you offend that student? The woman on the other end of the line seemed to recall something and immediately asked. Wang Aihua was immediately at a loss for words. How could he have merely offended Chen Luo? Chen Luo's family had never sent him any gifts, and with his academic performance ranked dead last severely dragging down the class average, Wang frequently bullied him and even subjected him to corporal punishment. This went beyond mere offense, it was outright hostility. I suppose so, he stammered. Wang Aihua stammered in reply. The woman seemed to know Wang Aihua all too well. Furious, she shouted, Wang Aihua, you bastard. I've always told you to keep a low profile, and now look what's happened. That student must have followed you to find out about Emerald Garden. As she cursed, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, if he only tailed you, it's no surprise he'd know about Emerald Garden. But that 1 million, only heaven, earth, you, and I knew about it. How could he possibly know? Wang Aihua's heart was still pounding with panic. At her words, he shuddered. Could the school have discovered it during an audit? Are you fucking brain dead? If the school had found out, we'd both be in jail by now. The woman unleashed a torrent of abuse at Wang Aihua without hesitation, berating her non-stop for a full half hour. Wang Aihua endured the scolding meekly, not daring to utter a single word in her defense. Did he say it publicly, or did he tell you privately? The woman seemed to have exhausted herself from scolding and suddenly remembered something, so she spoke up again. More like in private. Wang Aihua didn't dare mention that it was because he'd tried to discipline Chen Luo again today and had been told that secret. Given the circumstances at the time, it really was more like a private conversation. That means he wants a share of the profits. Let's arrange a meeting with him tomorrow and test the waters, see what he's really after and whether he actually has any evidence. Then let's return the money immediately. We've profited enough already. If things go south, we'll all end up behind bars. The woman on the phone laughed furiously. I told you last month to return the damned money. Who was the greedy bastard who insisted on squeezing out more profit? Wang Aihua immediately fell silent. He knew she was talking about him. Don't worry about the money. Right now, I need you to find out who that student is and how he knows about that matter. Oh okay, I understand. Wang Aihua hurriedly responded before hanging up the phone, intending to go talk to Chen Luo immediately. But when he returned, he realized evening self-study had already ended. Naturally, Chen Luo was nowhere to be found in the classroom. Chen Luo was strolling leisurely beside Gu Qinghuan this time, not secretly tailing her from behind like in his previous life, but swaggering openly by her side, their distance barely exceeding 1 meter. Gu Qinghuan was seething with fury. Ever since Wang Aihua left the classroom, this scoundrel had been staring relentlessly at her, forcing her to shield her profile with a textbook just to endure it. Yet even then, Gu Qinghuan could still feel the blistering intensity of Chen Luo's gaze, as if it pierced straight through her textbook, making the situation unbearable. In the end, she simply opted to leave class early. What Gu Qinghuan never anticipated was this shameless rogue actually following her out and persistently shadowing her every step. No matter how fast she walked, how quickly she ran, or how fiercely she threatened him, Chen Luo persistently trailed after her like a stubborn patch of dogskin ointment, impossible to shake off. What exactly do you want? Gu Qinghuan's face was flushed with anger, unable to conceal the disgust in her expression. I want you to fall in love with me. Chen Luo looked directly at Gu Qinghuan, without the slightest concealment, his expression exceedingly sincere. Gu Qinghuan scoffed coldly as if she had heard the greatest joke of all, then turned and walked away. Only in that moment of turning away did a peculiar flicker of emotion flash through Gu Qinghuan's eyes. For in Chen Luo's gaze burned an intensely fervent light, a gaze so full of deep affection and focus that it stirred a rare tremor within her heart. Her shock wasn't because of what Chen Luo had said, but rather her astonishment at how this deskmate before her seemed to have suddenly become a different person. The old Chen Luo had exuded an aura of timidity from head to toe, always walking with his head bowed, never daring to meet her gaze, and hardly even speaking to her. Yet the moment he was awakened by Wang Aihua for sleeping in class, it was as if Chen Luo had become an entirely different person, with all his former timidity and inferiority vanishing in an instant.
Instead, what took their place was an unshakable pride radiating from within, paired with an unrestrained arrogance sharp and dazzling as an unsheathed sword. Everything that happened tonight forced Gu Qinghuan to reassess Chen Luo. I'm warning you, if you keep following me, don't blame me for being impolite. With her back turned to Chen Luo, Gu Qinghuan coldly threw out these words before continuing forward. Chen Luo grinned and was about to follow again when suddenly he heard a mocking voice behind him. Hey trash, didn't you hear Miss Gu tell you not to follow? Can't you understand human speech? Chen Luo suddenly paused in his steps, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smirk as he deliberately turned to face the group of students approaching. At their forefront stood Nia Wei, the very individual who took the most pleasure in humiliating him on a daily basis. Chapter 22. How did he possibly know? Though Chen Luo's face wore a smile, his eyes shone with a cold, blade-like glint as they swept over Nia Wei and his gang. Over these past 2 years, Nia Wei had tormented him more times than could be counted, and it was he who'd first started calling Chen Luo the derisive nickname Little Trash. Several times he impulsively contemplated suicide, all because of this person. Nia Wei's father, Nia Zhiming, owned a construction company in Hualong district. While insignificant compared to the wider Pengcheng metropolis, it held considerable local influence within Hualong. Being a seasoned businessman, Nia Zhiming excelled at social navigation. Despite his connections with district officials, he never disregarded the importance of maintaining good relations with school administrators. He lavished gifts not only on the school leadership but even extended benefits to lower-ranking staff like Wang Aihua. Despite their differing social standings, Nia Wei could always get away with his misbehavior at school, as any incidents were quickly swept under the rug. Wang Aihua, in particular, turned a blind eye to his actions. Over time, Nia Wei became the school bully. Although Chen Luo never spoke about it, he often returned home with bruises and black eyes, so his parents naturally figured out something was wrong. They suspected Chen Luo was being bullied, but no matter how much they asked, he refused to say a word. He knew bringing it up would only be pointless. Sure enough, when Chen Luo's parents reported the issue to the teachers and principal, not only was no action taken, but they were treated with outright scorn in return. Chen Luo felt increasingly distressed upon learning this, so every time he was beaten, he would shield his face to prevent his parents from noticing anything amiss. Hey, you little trash. As Nia Wei approached with an arrogant expression, the second half of his sentence suddenly died in his throat when he abruptly noticed the icy glint in Chen Luo's eyes. From a distance, the night had been too dark for him to clearly see Chen Luo's expression or the look in his eyes. As they drew closer, Nia Wei and the 3 people following behind him froze simultaneously. Chen Luo's gaze at this moment was utterly terrifying. It felt like being stared down by some monstrous prehistoric beast. A chill shot straight from their feet to their brains, instantly freezing their bodies in place. In those 2,000 years, Chen Luo had killed no fewer than several thousand if not tens of thousands. That killing intent never faded with the cycles of time. When Chen Luo released it all now, how could someone like Nia Wei possibly withstand it? Gu Qinghuan had already walked some distance away when she paused slightly at Nia Wei's words, then turned to look back. She had seen this scenario play out several times before. Only in the past, Chen Luo never resisted, so she couldn't be bothered to intervene. But now, curiosity stirred within Gu Qinghuan. Chen Luo's demeanor was entirely different from before. Would he still get beaten up like he used to? Yet with that single glance back, she saw Nia Wei and his gang frozen in place, their faces wearing expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Gu Qinghuan felt somewhat surprised, unsure what had happened that could have frightened Nia Wei and the others so much. Gu Qinghuan curiously wanted to move closer to find out exactly what had gone wrong. Chen Luo leisurely strolled up to Nia Wei, bent down close to his ear, and softly said with a smile, "You drove without a license, fled the scene after killing someone, and then your father Nia Zhiming found a scapegoat. Did you really think no one else knew about this airtight scheme of yours?" Upon hearing these words, Nia Wei's body trembled violently. His eyes widened in utter disbelief, completely unable to fathom how Chen Luo could have known about this matter. You. Nia Wei stared at Chen Luo with his mouth agape, stammering "you" repeatedly without managing to complete a single coherent sentence. You want to ask how I know about it? Seeing Nia Wei's alarmed expression as he looked over, his eyes filled with nervous anticipation, Chen Luo knew he desperately wanted to hear his answer. If this matter gets exposed, even with his family's wealth, he'll most likely end up in prison. That's far more serious than any lesson aimed at Chen Luo. What he wants to confirm now is how much Chen Luo knows and whether there's any evidence. Chen Luo smiled faintly and spoke unhurriedly. If you don't want anyone to know, you shouldn't have done it in the first place. Now, slap yourself. Keep going until I tell you to stop. Although Chen Luo's current physique is somewhat weaker than before, it's still far stronger than during his cancer days. Dealing with guys like Nia Wei wouldn't require any effort at all. But Chen Luo couldn't be bothered to lift a finger, or rather, he considered it beneath him to bother with minor characters like Nia Wei. Having spoken, Chen Luo didn't even spare Nia Wei another glance. With his hands clasped behind his back, he casually turned and walked leisurely in Gu Qinghuan's direction. If I don't hear any movement within 3 seconds, I'll report this to the police tomorrow.
Nia Wei's expression turned ghastly pale.
He had no idea how much Chen Luo knew, but if he really did as Chen Luo said, he might find himself under Chen Luo's thumb from here on out, especially since the person before him was someone he had once looked down upon and bullied. The sudden reversal of their positions left Nia Wei completely unable to accept the situation in the moment.
Go ahead then. You think the police are idiots? You think they'll just believe whatever nonsense you spout?
Nia Wei shouted at Chen Luo with a fierce exterior but a weak interior. Chen Luo still didn't turn around, merely chuckling lightly as he spoke again. July 29, 2008, 11:35 p.m., the intersection of Jiangning Road and Hanhang Road. Upon hearing this, Nia Wei's expression froze abruptly, staring at Chen Luo's retreating figure as if he'd seen a ghost. Because the exact time and place Chen Luo mentioned perfectly matched when and where he had committed that hit and run, Nia Wei could only recall it was around 11 p.m., but Chen Luo actually knew even the exact minutes with such precision.
Was this guy present that night?
Yet it had been late at night in that secluded, deserted street. He distinctly remembered there being no third person at the scene.
How on earth did he know this?
Nia Wei felt an inexplicable shock, his head buzzing as he struggled to comprehend the situation.
It's been almost 3 seconds. If I still don't hear anything, you'll bear the consequences.
Chen Luo still didn't turn around, but his voice carried a distinctly mocking tone. Nia Wei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He didn't know whether to believe Chen Luo, but under such intense psychological pressure, he had already instinctively reacted.
Nia Wei gritted his teeth suddenly and slapped himself hard across the face. Slap!
When the crisp sound of the slap rang out, Nia Wei's lackeys in Gu Qinghua were all stunned. They had been listening to the conversation between Nia Wei and Chen Luo, but since they hadn't caught the initial whisper between the two, none of them knew what had just happened. But they all knew that someone as arrogant as Nia Wei wouldn't possibly slap himself just because of Chen Luo's words.
Chapter 23, The Most Fascinating Girl.
Yet beyond their wildest expectations, Nia Wei actually started slapping himself at that very moment.
What on earth had happened? Gu Qinghuan and his lackeys were equally dumbfounded.
It was as if Chen Luo possessed some eerie ability to completely dominate others with just a few words. Just now in the classroom, Wang Aihua had been like this, and now with Nia Wei, the same bizarre scene was playing out again. However, judging by the expressions and words of these two individuals, they must have both had some skeletons in their closet exposed by Chen Luo. Otherwise, these two who usually bullied Chen Luo the most wouldn't have undergone such drastic changes so suddenly. After Nia Wei slapped himself several times in succession, the intense pain seemed to sober him up somewhat. His movements suddenly halted. Even if Chen Luo knew the exact time and location, several months had already passed since then. The case had long since been adjudicated. Even the police couldn't find any other suspicious points at the time.
Even if Chen Luo reports it now, how could the police possibly believe him without any concrete evidence?
Besides, he often bullied Chen Luo in daily life, and there was intense hostility between them.
At that point, the police would only assume Chen Luo was deliberately trying to retaliate by making false accusations.
They likely wouldn't investigate the car accident, but rather let the school and parents discipline him first. As Nia Wei reached this realization, it suddenly dawned on him that he had been reacting too slowly. He'd gotten frightened by Chen Luo's bluff. Slapping himself in front of this entourage and his goddess Gu Qinghuan was utterly humiliating, the kind of embarrassment that makes you want to crawl into a hole and die.
You don't have any proof at all, do you? Chen Luo suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and burst out laughing at Nia Wei. Looks like you're not completely stupid after all.
A few slaps to your own face finally knocked some sense into you. When Nia Wei saw Chen Luo stop and turned to look back, his eyes burned with hatred, fury, and agony, as if he wanted to tear him apart with his bare teeth. Nia Wei was seething with rage, but he didn't dare act recklessly at this moment.
Even without evidence, Chen Luo's uncanny knowledge of the matter had already intimidated Nia Wei.
His only thought now was to immediately contact his father, Nia Zhiming, and tell him about this incident. A faint smirk curved Chen Luo's lips as he said cheerfully, "I quite like that look in your eyes, keep it up.
Don't forget to come seek your revenge."
Having spoken, Chen Luo didn't spare Nia Wei and the others another glance, continuing instead toward Gu Qinghuan.
"Alright, the trash is taken care of. Let's go." Gu Qinghuan rolled her eyes.
Chen Luo's words made it sound like she'd been waiting for him, as if he already considered himself part of her inner circle.
With an annoyed huff, Gu Qinghuan turned on her heel and walked away, appearing entirely unwilling to dignify Chen Luo with a response. Following at a leisurely pace, Chen Luo chuckled and called out, "So how do I make you fall in love with me?" Gu Qinghuan was rendered utterly speechless upon hearing this. She had countless suitors who had tried every romantic trick in the book to pursue her, whether it was carpeting paths with flowers or hanging grand banners. But someone as bizarre as Chen Luo, this was genuinely her first encounter. A question like this wouldn't just stump Gu Qinghuan, any girl would find it too ridiculous to bother answering. Maybe in your next life. Chen Luo didn't show the slightest discouragement upon hearing this.
Instead, he pondered with a serious expression, "In my next life, I might not be reborn at 18 again. Then I'd lose you once more, so no, that won't do." Gu Qinghuan turned her head in astonishment to look at Chen Luo. Seeing the utterly earnest expression on his face, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Luo had claimed during evening self-study that he'd been reborn at 18, and now he was repeating it right in front of her.
Had this guy watched too many time travel movies and read too many novels, driving himself mad, or did he take others for fools? Gu Qinghuan couldn't be bothered to deal with Chen Luo any longer and quickened her pace to walk ahead.
Chen Luo followed behind unhurriedly, his face still wearing a smile. But after tailing her for a short while, the smile on Chen Luo's face abruptly disappeared, because Gu Qinghuan had somehow, without him noticing, walked right into a police station by the roadside.
Chen Luo instantly realized Gu Qinghuan was clearly planning to go find the police.
Chen Luo chuckled wryly, rubbing his nose as it struck him just how utterly amusing Gu Qinghuan was. Still, they weren't far from Gu Qinghuan's home now, so nothing should go wrong. After a brief consideration, Chen Luo decided not to inconvenience the police and immediately turned to head back to his own place. Just as Gu Qinghuan was about to step into the police station, she glanced back at Chen Luo. Seeing him tactfully walking away, she gave a soft hum of satisfaction and didn't proceed inside either.
Chen Luo followed Gu Qinghuan not merely to pester her, but to understand her better.
In his past life, Chen Luo had known Gu Qinghuan for less than 3 short months. Too timid to initiate conversations, he knew shockingly little about her. Beyond her name, age, home address, and basic family background, he remained completely ignorant of her hobbies, preferences, and pet peeves. During those 90 days of confinement, after investigating Gu Qinghuan's cause of death to no avail, Chen Luo dared not touch anything related to her again. Because his prisoner existence had nearly driven him mad, recalling Gu Qinghuan would only double his torment. At this thought, Chen Luo suddenly furrowed his brow. What exactly happened to send me back to 2008, and of all possible moments, to my 18th birthday, precisely the period I most wished to undo? Chen Luo, trapped within those 90 days, had pondered more than once why such a thing had happened, why it had to be him. God, fate, curses. Chen Luo had speculated about all sorts of illogical reasons. Yet none of them could be verified, leaving it as the greatest lingering doubt in his heart. Chen Luo carefully retraced his steps. On the 10,003 birth, nothing extraordinary had occurred, no special encounters. So why had that endless cycle suddenly broken? Chen Luo pondered deeply for a moment, when a horrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that the cycle is being manipulated by someone? No sooner had this thought crossed Chen Luo's mind than he found it somewhat absurd himself. He shook his head as if trying to convince himself. Impossible. If someone could really control it, wouldn't that person be like a god? Percent. Is there a god in this world? Chen Luo lived for those thousands of years, yet he never witnessed any deities. Forget it, no use dwelling on it, this question is an unsolvable riddle. After 2 millennia of contemplation, Chen Luo never unraveled this puzzle, and he certainly wouldn't decipher it in such a short time either. But now, having suddenly reincarnated back to age 18, one of his nagging problems had vanished.
That means the liver cancer is gone.
Chen Luo was absolutely certain he didn't have liver cancer at age 18. Both his initial college entrance exam and the retake required medical checkups, neither of which showed any health issues whatsoever. In reality, when Chen Luo had maxed out his medical skill level, he'd already figured out where his cancer came from.
Chapter 24 Ways to Make Money.
When Chen Luo was still trapped in that worldly cage, he had already traced the origin of his liver cancer. During his university years, Chen Luo was already 20 years old, so he must have been infected between the ages of 20 and 29. There are 2 most direct factors that cause liver cancer: excessive alcohol consumption and viral hepatitis, the latter usually being contracted through infection.
Unfortunately, Chen Luo had both of these issues.
Chen Luo didn't actually have liver disease, but during college he dated a girlfriend whose symptoms strongly resembled those of a viral hepatitis carrier. Symptoms like chronic fatigue, loss of appetite, abdominal bloating and yellowing of the eyes, though Chen Luo hadn't paid them much attention at the time. From college through early adulthood, Chen Luo lived a wretched existence, alternating between being a hopeless romantic and a perpetual backup option. At work, he was constantly ostracized and oppressed, a certified loser who gradually turned to alcohol for solace, never knowing when to stop. The combination of these factors rapidly worsened Chen Luo's condition from viral hepatitis to liver cancer. When Chen Luo finally uncovered the truth back then, he did seek revenge on that ex-girlfriend, but he quickly lost interest because getting back at her couldn't change the fact that he was trapped in those 90 days.
When everything resets, all meaning is lost.
Now reborn at 18, he was free from that particular worry that had haunted him. However, this current body was still far too thin. Though he stood at 180 centimeters tall, he lacked substantial muscle, looking as slender as a bamboo pole. Guess I'll start training now, Chen Luo thought, breaking into a run toward home. Chen Luo's home was a 30-minute walk from school, but having followed Gu Qinghuan all the way, the run back took him nearly an extra hour. Technically, it was a rental apartment his parents had been living in for over 10 years. Since his parents ran a vegetable stall at the downstairs farmer's market, the location was perfectly convenient. Having never moved, Chen Luo never had to worry about forgetting his home address. By the time he arrived, it was already past 11 at night. His parents went to bed around 9 every night since they had to get up at 2 in the morning to restock inventory, making up for lost sleep during the day. When Chen Luo opened the door and entered, he discovered a birthday cake on the table along with a birthday card containing 500 yuan inside. Happy birthday, son! A wave of warmth washed over Chen Luo's heart. No matter how many times he reincarnated, his parents would always be the ones who cared for and remembered him most. Chen Luo frowned as he looked at the rental apartment before him, feeling extremely unaccustomed to it. Except for the first few reincarnations, he had never been short of money. Even just buying lottery tickets could earn him enough to last 3 months. Thus, whether it was food, clothing, housing, or transportation, Chen Luo always had the best. The current rental environment, however, was far too poor. Though it was a 2-bedroom apartment, the living room could barely fit a table and a refrigerator. Sitting down for a meal as a family felt cramped and stifling. Chen Luo's room could only fit a bed and a desk, with no space even for a chair, forcing him to sit on the bed. Moreover, the window was blocked by another building, requiring lights to be on even during the day just to see anything. His parents' room was slightly larger, but only had space for an additional wardrobe. The three of them crammed into this space of less than 40 square meters, making it hard for Chen Luo to adjust at first. It looks like I'll have to make money the fastest way possible. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo put away the 500 yuan, took a bite of the cake, placed it in the refrigerator, and then headed to his room. As soon as he stepped inside, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel another pang of headache. A single word sufficed to describe everything he saw at Pigsty. Under the bed was a mess, piles of shoes, books coated in thick layers of dust, and all sorts of miscellaneous junk crammed into every crevice. The bed was equally disorderly, littered with 5 or 6 books. The pillowcase and duvet cover had darkened with grime, and fresh clothes carelessly strewn about. Chen Luo sighed. The old Chen Luo might have taken no notice, but now he couldn't stand staying in this room for even another minute. Deep down, Chen Luo understood why it had come to this. At 18, he'd given up on himself, indifferent toward his appearance and downright neglectful of his living space. Even though his motherly Yun had cleaned up for him each time, the room would quickly return to its current state. Chen Luo took a deep breath. Fine, since I made the mess, I'll clean it up myself. Chen Luo swiftly began tidying the room while pondering how to make money. Having been reborn 10 years into the past, he naturally had countless ways to earn wealth. But what he sought was the quickest and safest method, one that could swiftly improve his parents' living conditions without causing them undue concern. The first thing Chen Luo thought of was the lottery. Unfortunately, he only remembered the winning numbers from New Year's Day 2019 to April 1st, and as for 2008, why would he bother memorizing those? Next came sports betting. He knew all the past champions and scores of the World Cup and European Championship by heart. But the Euros had just ended, and the next World Cup wouldn't be until 2010, too far away. Then Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of the stock market. Although the 2008 global financial crisis was triggered by the U.S. subprime mortgage crisis, China was spared its worst impacts. Thanks to its capital account not yet being fully open, the still nascent scale of asset securitization, and its massive foreign exchange reserves, China avoided severe damage. It even ushered in the 8th stock market bull run, which lasted for over 9 months until August 2009. During a stock market bull run, due to the influence of market sentiment, the wealth effect was extremely strong. All investors were optimistic, everyone wanted to buy stocks, and almost all stocks would rise. A mischievous smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Chen Luo's lips, because he knew where to get the money to buy stocks. The sentence he told Wang Aihua this evening was, Bifang Garden 2303, embezzle 1 million from the school's public funds. This statement is deeply connected to this round of stock market bull run. The origin of the matter was quite simple. Wang Aihua, who had been dabbling in stocks for years, discovered this bull market and persuaded his mistress, Luli, the school's accountant, to embezzle public funds to speculate in stocks. The pair had exceptional luck. Within just 1 month, the stock they purchased hit upward price limits over a dozen consecutive times, ballooning their initial 1 million yuan into more than 5 million. Yet despite earning such massive profits, neither dared spend the money recklessly, knowing it came from embezzled public funds. If discovered by prying eyes, they'd face disastrous consequences. So the two of them spent 2 million to buy an apartment in Green Garden, an upscale residential area in Hualong district, both as a secret rendezvous spot and a hiding place for the remaining millions in cash. As for how Chen Luo knew about this, it was simple. Later, the two had a falling out, and their dispute over an unfair split of the loot led to a homicide, ultimately exposing the scandal and even making the news. At the time, Chen Luo, then a university student, happened to see the report and felt deeply satisfied. Naturally, the incident stuck in his memory. Chapter 25, A New Target. As Chen Luo thought this, a plan had already taken shape in his mind.
Chen Luo's thoughts shifted as he began contemplating the next pressing issue.
Gu Qinghuan had committed suicide 2 months after his birthday, which meant he still had 2 months to figure out why she chose to end her life and bring her back. Chen Luo felt that his rebirth on his 18th birthday was no coincidence, perhaps Gu Qinghuan was the reason.
Moreover, Chen Luo recalled something: Xia Liuyun's abduction by Li Zixuan was only about a month away.
Xia Liyun had once told him that date was October 23rd. The incident had caused her unimaginable harm, casting a shadow over her life for more than a decade. She would never be able to forget it. Since the date occurred just 1 month after Chen Luo's birthday, it was quite easy for him to remember. A strange thought rose in Chen Luo's mind once more: the pivotal events in these two girls' lives all seem to have occurred during this period right after his 18th birthday. These two girls both held a certain place in Chen Luo's heart.
Was it truly just a coincidence?
At this thought, Chen Luo couldn't help but shake his head, deciding not to dwell on it further. Every time he contemplated this question, it inevitably became an endless loop with no definitive answer.
Now that he had broken free from that temporal prison, he needed to cherish everything before him. At least now he had a new goal to pursue.
As Chen Luo thought of this, the room had already been cleaned by him. The room was only about 10 square meters, so it took him less than half an hour to clean it up. Looking at the room that seemed to have been reborn, Chen Luo felt inexplicably lighthearted and cheerful. By 6 o'clock the next morning, Chen Luo had already gotten out of bed. After finding a few wires and a screwdriver at home, he grabbed his backpack and headed out. Morning self-study started at 7 o'clock, which was usually when Chen Luo left home. But today, he wasn't heading to school for the study session, he was going to Bifang Garden. Chen Luo didn't know the location of Bifang Garden, but surely the taxi driver would. He hailed a cab by the roadside and arrived at Bifang Garden 20 minutes later. Though this was a high-end residential complex, many units were still under renovation as it was a new development, leaving most apartments unoccupied. So even the property management company hadn't moved in yet, and there weren't even surveillance cameras installed.
Chen Luo entered the residential complex completely unimpeded. After locating Building E, Chen Luo took the elevator directly to the 23rd floor.
Chen Luo's purpose for coming here was to retrieve the over 2 million yuan in cash that Wang Aihua and Luli had stored here. The reason he dared to barge in so brazenly was that he knew Wang Aihua and Luli couldn't possibly be here. Since both of them had families of their own and wouldn't stay overnight, they were definitely sleeping in their own homes at this hour. Even if they were present, Chen Luo wouldn't have been the least bit worried. He held leverage over both of them and felt absolutely no fear. Chen Luo could have threatened Wang Aihua into handing the money over, but he felt it'd be better to take it himself. For one thing, with such a large sum involved, they'd inevitably hesitate. Even if they eventually resolved to pay up, they'd drag their feet endlessly, and Chen Luo had no patience for that. Secondly, it was still several $1 million. If pushed too hard, these two might resort to desperate measures like using that money to hire a killer. Though Chen Luo wasn't afraid, he didn't want to cause trouble over such a small sum, especially at this critical moment. Chen Luo arrived at room 2303, took a few wire picks from his backpack, and began working on the lock. Even in 2019, the tightest security in the world, places like the Louvre, couldn't keep Chen Luo out. To him, an ordinary anti-theft door might as well have been left wide open. In less than 10 seconds, the lock on the door emitted a crisp clicking sound as it opened. Chen Luo stepped inside, casually pulling the door shut behind him. It was a duplex apartment spanning nearly 300 square meters. Even in 2008, it cost around 8,000 per square meter, totaling over 2 million yuan in value. Chen Luo clearly remembered Shenzhen's housing prices 11 years later. With a future subway line planned for this area, the property value would multiply at least tenfold. Chen Luo gave the room a quick glance. The decoration was extravagantly luxurious, even surpassing that of five-star hotels. These two didn't dare to spend lavishly in public, so they must have secretly funneled all their money into this house. Without wasting time, Chen Luo swiftly searched the room, determined to find where the money was hidden. But after scouring every possible hiding spot for large amounts of cash, Chen Luo came up completely empty-handed. Interesting. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. These two weren't fools. They'd clearly considered the possibility of burglars targeting their long unoccupied residence and had hidden the money extremely well. After just a moment's contemplation, Chen Luo resumed his search. For someone who'd once played the role of a metropolitan gentleman thief, locating the money was merely a matter of time, assuming it was still in this house.
Chapter 26, Bringing Cash to School. Stacking over 2 million yuan in cash would reach a height of 2 meters. This isn't a small amount.
Hiding such a sum would require an enormous amount of space. With this idea in mind, Chen Luo's search became much easier, and he soon realized exactly what he was looking for: a hidden room. This house was newly renovated. It's highly likely that Wang Aihua and Luli had someone install a secret room during the renovations. Chen Luo didn't overthink it and immediately headed to the master bedroom. Those two were extremely greedy for money, otherwise they wouldn't have resorted to murder over it. Based on Chen Luo's understanding of human nature, the most likely scenario was that they'd keep the money where they slept. Being able to physically sense their wealth nearby would give them a sense of security. Inspecting every corner of this 50 to 60 square meter master bedroom, Chen Luo quickly found his lead. The wall beside the bed sloped slightly against the floor, a detail nearly imperceptible unless examined closely. This was because reinforcing a secret room with steel created excessive weight, causing the surrounding floor to sink slightly and form a 1 to 5 degree tilt. Chen Luo smirked as he approached the wall, his eyes scanning the area before settling on the bedside table. Reaching behind it, his fingers soon found a protruding switch-like mechanism. When Chen Luo pressed that switch, a crisp sound echoed as the wall slowly retracted inward, revealing a hidden chamber before his eyes. Chen Luo smirked and immediately stepped inside, where two massive safes towering 1.5 meters tall came into view. Showing no surprise whatsoever, Chen Luo calmly walked over, crouched down, and began examining the safe. It was a combination safe requiring both a dial password and its corresponding key, an extremely secure mechanism with dual authentication. But to Chen Luo, it was as if there were no defenses at all. He first spun the dial a few times, listening carefully to the sounds resonating from within. After several repeated attempts, Chen Luo had roughly grasped the mechanism in his mind. He immediately reached in and began turning the mechanism properly. In less than a minute, the distinct clicking sound of the safe unlocking could be heard. Chen Luo then took out his lockpick and worked on the keyhole a few times before using a screwdriver to forcefully pry at it. With a sharp sound, the entire safe door swung open. Before Chen Luo's eyes stood stacks upon stacks of crimson banknotes, filling the entire safe from top to bottom. A glance suggested there were at least 1,000,000 yuan worth. Without hesitation, Chen Luo placed his backpack beneath the safe and unceremoniously swept all the cash inside it. Once the backpack was full, Chen Luo didn't open a second safe. Firstly, he knew his bag couldn't hold anymore. Secondly, taking all the money would surely drive those two into a frenzy, leading to unnecessary troubles down the line. With this over 1,000,000 yuan, Chen Luo could already accomplish quite a few things. He didn't really need that extra million. Without hesitation, Chen Luo left Bifang Garden. Instead of depositing the money in a bank, he brazenly carried the cash exceeding 1,000,000 yuan straight to school. It wasn't that Chen Luo didn't want to deposit it, he just knew that doing so directly would invite unnecessary trouble. A student-looking guy suddenly showing up with 1,000,000 yuan to deposit would raise more than a few eyebrows. Any bank employee with half a brain would suspect something was off, and if they decided to call the police, things would get seriously complicated. So before obtaining legitimate income, Chen Luo only deposits a portion into his bank account, rather than rashly depositing all of it. When Chen Luo arrived at school, morning self-study had already begun.
Wang Aihua was supervising the classroom, though he appeared distracted the entire time.
Wang Aihua had lost sleep all night because of Chen Luo's words. He came early the next day hoping to talk with Chen Luo and probe exactly how much the young man knew, but unexpectedly Chen Luo never showed up. This filled Wang Aihua with unease, making him unable to stop his mind from racing with wild speculations.
Late? Did that kid go to the police? What if the police come? Wang Aihua wasn't afraid of Chen Luo wanting benefits. Her greatest fear was Chen Luo going to the police.
Just as he was hesitating whether to call Chen Luo's parents to sound them out, he noticed Chen Luo walking and carrying his backpack.
Wang Aihua froze momentarily, an inexplicable surge of anger rising in his heart. Chen Luo, you!
The classroom's reading noises instantly silenced, becoming so quiet one could hear a pin drop.
All the students' gazes swung uniformly toward the classroom entrance. Chen Luo cast an indifferent glance at Wang Aihua and said calmly, "Is there something you need, Teacher Wang?"
Wang Aihua instantly deflated when met with Chen Luo's indifferent gaze, his previously aggressive expression vanishing as if punctured. The words of reprimand caught in his throat, and he stammered out, "Why you, come with me for a moment."
The classmates in the classroom were utterly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor.
They'd fully expected Wang Aihua to unleash his fury, yet his tone had suddenly shifted to something bordering on pleading.
At this point, even the slowest observers could tell Wang Aihua must genuinely have some weakness in Chen Luo's grasp.
Nothing else could explain such a complete 180-degree turnaround in his attitude. What shocked the classmates even more, however, was the transformation in Chen Luo himself. Though merely a single night had passed, everyone could sense the profound change radiating from him.
Chapter 27, Earth-Shattering Changes.
A faint smile curled at Chen Luo's lips as he turned without refusal and followed Wang Aihua outside.
Chen Luo had known Wang Aihua would come seeking him. Avoidance was pointless.
This was the perfect opportunity to lay all cards on the table.
Not daring to speak within the school building, Wang Aihua led them straight to the center of the playground. With a 100-meter radius of emptiness around them, eavesdroppers were no concern. How did you find out about that? Wang Aihua had pondered the matter thoroughly on her way over. After much deliberation, she decided to get straight to the point. Chen Luo replied calmly, "What is done by night appears by day. There's no need to concern yourself with how I know, Professor Wang." Without bothering to observe Wang Aihua's reaction, Chen Luo placed the backpack he'd been carrying in front of himself.
He unzipped it, revealing bundles of crimson banknotes inside.
Wang Aihua's eyes suddenly widened.
Chen Luoshu's package was bulging, unmistakably stuffed full of cash without even needing a guess.
Where the hell did he get so much money? A sense of foreboding abruptly surged in Wang Aihua's chest. Could this damned money actually be mine? As if reading his mind, Chen Luo smiled and said, "You guessed right. This money was indeed taken out from Bifang Garden."
Wang Aihua's eyes nearly spat fire when he heard this. Instinctively, he reached out to snatch back the money. Chen Luo hurriedly reached out and grasped Wang Aihua's wrist, smiling ambiguously.
"Teacher Wang, this money is my hush money. Are you sure you want to take it back?" Wang Aihua's heart shook violently, and the anger in his eyes instantly dissipated. He stared at Chen Luo with wary uncertainty. "How did you get in there to take this money?" Wang Aihua felt his heart bleeding.
With just one glance, he knew there was at least over $1 million in that bag. Although they had earned over 5 million, losing $1 million to Chen Luo like this would make anyone's heart ache. But now that Chen Luo had them firmly in his grasp, no matter how unwilling he was, he had no choice but to accept it. If I can uncover what Teacher Wang and Accountant Lu were up to, then compared to Bifang Garden, this should be nothing, right?
Chen Luo naturally couldn't be bothered to explain to Wang Aihua. Moreover, he knew perfectly well that the less he explained, the more Wang Aihua would be left guessing about his true capabilities, making him even more hesitant to act recklessly. Sure enough, Wang Aihua's expression shifted slightly as she looked at Chen Luo, momentarily at a loss for words. Just yesterday, Wang Aihua wouldn't have even spared Chen Luo a glance, but since last night, she found him increasingly unfathomable. His entire demeanor and personality had undergone a earth-shattering transformation. The timid, cowardly student she once knew was no longer standing before her. Though ostensibly still her student, Chen Luo now carried an air of lofty superiority when facing his teacher. The sharp gaze and indifferent smile actually made Wang Aihua feel suffocated. You can take this money, but I need to know how you discovered that matter, and whether you or anyone else will use it to threaten us for more money in the future." Though flustered, Wang Aihua hadn't lost her composure, demanding an explanation even at this critical moment. Chen Luo smirked faintly. "I won't tell you the reason, but I can assure you this matter is known only to 3 people, and I won't use it to threaten you again. From now on you walk your wide road, I'll cross my narrow bridge, neither shall interfere with the other." Wang Aihua's face clearly showed disbelief. She obviously didn't believe Chen Luo would give up so easily. With Chen Luo's perceptive eyes, he could guess exactly what this woman was thinking just by noticing her expression. "First, if I were truly that greedy, I wouldn't have settled for just this $1 million, I would have taken all the money from the other safe too." Chen Luo pointed to the backpack in front of him, then zipped it up properly and slung it over his shoulder. Wang Aihua's expression faltered slightly, because Chen Luo's words made sense. If he truly wanted more money, he could have easily taken all the funds from Bifang Garden without informing Wang Aihua or the others. At most, they would suspect a thief had stolen it, never pointing suspicion at Chen Luo. Second, isn't your distant cousin involved with the underworld in Hualong district? If I were to threaten you for money again, you could always send him after me. As a mere student, how could I possibly stand against those gangsters? Teacher Wang, you must have already considered this approach last night, haven't you?
As Chen Luo voiced this second point, Wang Aihua's face immediately drained of color, because Chen Luo had guessed absolutely correctly. He had indeed contemplated numerous solutions last night, and seeking out that distant cousin was one of his backup plans. He just never expected Chen Luo to pinpoint it so precisely.
Wang Aihua was now truly gripped by both shock and fear.
He felt completely at Chen Luo's mercy. No matter what he did, it seemed the other man could anticipate every move. What shocked Wang Aihua even more was how Chen Luo could possibly know about his distant cousin's involvement with the underworld, something he'd kept secret even from his own wife and Lu Li, feeling somewhat ashamed of the connection.
Chapter 28, You Know Latin?
Chen Luo knew this because of future news reports. When Wang Aihua and Lu Li turned against each other, it was precisely the distant cousin he'd paid 300,000 yuan to who ended up killing Lu Li.
This was precisely why Chen Luo had reservations. If pushed too far, Wang Aihua was indeed capable of hiring a killer.
Chen Luo wasn't afraid, but he had too much to accomplish within these 2 months to spare any extra energy on Wang Aihua.
Third, I have no evidence regarding that matter.
At most, I could only report it to the school or the police. If you return the money and find a way to erase the transaction records, you can rest easy.
Lu, the school's finance director, certainly has ways to handle this matter. I don't need to teach you how.
Wang Aihua was stunned once again, for exactly what Chen Luo described was precisely what Lu Li was currently preparing to do. Wang Aihua felt nothing but sheer horror. Chen Luo not only knew about his plan to hire a distant cousin but had even deduced what Lu Li was up to.
It was downright uncanny.
Though terrified, Wang Aihua simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. The systematic way Chen Luo laid out those 3 points genuinely dispelled many of his doubts.
Noticing the shift in Wang Aihua's expression, Chen Luo continued coolly, Professor Wang should be reassured now, but I have one more condition. Wang Aihua's barely settled heart instantly leaped into her throat again. What else do you want? She stammered. Chen Luo chuckled heartily and patted Wang Aihua on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I've been quite busy lately and might skip school frequently. If other teachers or my parents ask about me, I'll need teacher Wang to cover for me. Wang Aihua let out a slight sigh of relief. Compared to other incidents, this matter truly wasn't too serious. If other teachers ask, just say Chen Luo needs to take frequent medical leave due to health reasons. Okay, I got it. Wang Aihua agreed immediately, completely ignoring Chen Luo's earlier pat on his shoulder, as if ordering an underling around. Chen Luo nodded without waiting for Wang Aihua's reaction and turned to walk towards the classroom. When he returned to the classroom, the sounds of reading once again fell silent, as if someone had hit a mute button. Every student in the class, except for Gu Qinghuan, fixed their gaze on Chen Luo with obvious attention. While most students' eyes were filled with astonishment, only those like Niawei, who had endured Chen Luo's lesson the previous night, burned with undisguised resentment. Chen Luo ignored these stares entirely, never once considering these children worthy of his regard. From the moment he entered the classroom, his eyes had remained locked on one person alone. After taking his seat, Chen Luo carelessly dropped his bag at his feet, then noticed the book clutched in Gu Qinghuan's hands. Chen Luo looked slightly surprised, because Gu Qinghuan wasn't holding a textbook, but rather a foreign language book, and it wasn't even an English one. Meditations. Chen Luo read the title aloud effortlessly. Gu Qinghuan had actually noticed Chen Luo's arrival long ago, but she quickly averted her gaze, focusing intently on the book in her hands. But when Chen Luo read out the title of her book, she turned around in astonishment and asked in surprise, "Vos con Latine? You know Latin?" The classroom had fallen dead silent at that moment. Though the two of them weren't speaking loudly, their conversation rang out with unusual clarity. Yet while everyone heard them clearly, no one could comprehend what the two were actually saying. Chen Luo and Gu Qinghuan were speaking what sounded like English, but with completely different pronunciation. Everyone's eyes widened as if they were listening to an incomprehensible language. Kia param, a little. Chen Luo laughed, though he was genuinely somewhat surprised. Had Gu Qinghuan been reading English books, he wouldn't have found it strange. But Latin? That wasn't something an average middle school student would be interested in or even attempt to learn. Latin was the equivalent of classical Chinese in Europe, serving as the lingua franca for diplomats and written works during the Middle Ages. It flourished when Catholicism dominated Europe. Many long-established European universities still offer Latin courses, but only students of history or literature pursue them. Today, only the conservative religious state of Vatican City still uses it, its former glory long faded. Yet precisely because of this, Latin has become one of the essential languages for Europe's old aristocratic families, serving as one of their clearest distinctions from common folk and earning its reputation as a so-called noble language. Gu Qinghuan was reading the original Latin version of Meditations, an immensely famous work authored by Marcus Aurelius, the only philosopher king in Western history and one of the greatest emperors of the Roman Empire. Chen Luo had no idea that Gu Qinghuan's shock was even greater than his own. Though Chen Luo uttered only a few brief sentences in Latin, his pronunciation was remarkably pure, almost more precise than that of the very tutor who had taught her the language. Have you read this book? Gu Qinghuan refused to believe it and asked another question in Latin. This book embodies two core tenets of Stoicism. First, persisting in viewing everything in the universe from a holistic perspective, and second, living in accordance with both nature and ideals. Chen Luo was still speaking Latin, leaving every student in the class thoroughly bewildered except for Gu Qinghuan. Chapter 29. What the heck is up with this guy? Gu Qinghuan finally confirmed that Chen Luo genuinely could speak Latin, and based on his pronunciation and fluency, he had reached near-native proficiency. Gu Qinghuan couldn't understand it. Though she had only transferred to the school at the start of the term, she'd heard classmates mention that Chen Luo's academic performance had consistently ranked at the bottom since his first year of high school. Moreover, his family were migrants with modest means, something easily discernible from Chen Luo's demeanor and everyday attire. For a family like his, if they were to invest in foreign language education, it would undoubtedly be English. There was simply no plausible reason for them to enroll him in Latin studies. Latin teachers are significantly harder to find than English teachers, as Latin is considered a niche language with very few learners, making them dozens of times scarcer than English instructors. Even if one could be found, the cost would be far beyond what Chen Luo's family could afford. However, at that moment, Gu Qinghuan noticed the strange atmosphere in the classroom. All the students were staring at them in wide-eyed astonishment. Uncomfortable with the attention, Gu Qinghuan stopped conversing with Chen Luo in Latin. Expressionless, she averted her gaze and returned to reading Meditations. Chen Luo smiled faintly and didn't continue trying to strike up a conversation with Gu Qinghuan. Instead, he took out the chemistry textbooks from first to third year of high school from his desk and began rapidly skimming through them. Though he didn't know Gu Qinghuan very well, he understood she wasn't someone who enjoyed being the center of attention. This trait showed clearly in her academic performance.
In his previous life, though they'd only been deskmates for 3 short months, there was something peculiar about her monthly exam results every time. Even in subjects like Chinese that involve subjective scoring for essays, all her grades hovered steadily around 120 points, always slightly above average in class. Chen Luo didn't think much of it at first, but later realized it was clearly Gu Qinghuan deliberately controlling her scores. She knew every answer but purposefully avoided scoring too high to attract attention. Chen Luo also decided to spend some time improving his own grades, not for any grand reason, but simply to bring smiles to his parents' faces. In their previous life, his parents worried endlessly over his academic performance, feeling ashamed in front of relatives and friends. Later, they grew nearly desperate, no longer caring whether it was a bachelor's degree or associate's. They just hoped he could get into any university at all. Chen Luo pulled out the first-year high school chemistry textbook, his eyes scanning the first page like a machine, finishing it in seconds before turning to the second page without pause. Speed reading and memorization were the first skills he mastered, laying the foundation for countless other abilities and knowledge that followed. After thousands of years of practice, photographic memory was child's play for Chen Luo. If he wished, he could even recite texts backward after just one glance, without missing a single detail. Back in high school, Chen Luo had chosen the sciences. For someone who had won Nobel Prizes in chemistry, biology, and physics, reviewing high school material was as effortless as a college student solving kindergarten problems. With his vast reservoir of knowledge as a foundation, Chen Luo flipped through all 3 years' worth of high school chemistry textbooks in less than 10 minutes. Chen Luo didn't stop after flipping through one book. Instead, he pulled out all the remaining textbooks for every subject and began rapidly leafing through them. Chen Luo's current reading speed could no longer be described as looking at the pages, he was outright flipping them. His flipping grew increasingly faster, making bystanders perceive it more as an attention-seeking performance than actual studying. At that speed, no ordinary person could possibly discern the content on the pages. The students in the classroom had already shifted their attention away after Chen Luo and Gu Qinghuan stopped talking. But at this moment, Chen Luo started flipping through his book rapidly again, making such loud rustling noises that it instantly drew everyone's focus back to him. They all wore expressions of speechless annoyance, convinced Chen Luo was just showing off for attention. Isn't this trash way too full of himself? I've mastered another trick, the art of fancy showing off. Pfft, more like showing off turned into making a fool of yourself. Check out their speed, who are they trying to race against? The classroom instantly erupted with countless snickers and whispers, their mocking intent crystal clear. Only Gu Qinghuan showed a look of surprise in her eyes. Sitting beside Chen Luo, she could clearly sense the state of her deskmate. Chen Luo's pupils were moving rapidly, his expression intensely focused, with nothing else in his eyes except his textbook. Unlike her classmates, Gu Qinghuan recognized at a glance that Chen Luo wasn't pretending to be cool as others assumed. He had entered a state of complete flow. In this state, he completely blocked out external perceptions and experienced time as if it stood still. Gu Qinghuan knew because she had experienced this state herself and had observed her own behavior during flow state through recordings. This was precisely why she grew increasingly astonished. This state wasn't something one could enter casually. Even after countless practice sessions, she still couldn't effortlessly achieve flow state. What kind of monster is this guy? Chapter 30, Screening the Big Shots. Chen Luo finished flipping through all the books in one go, and the morning self-study session was nearly over. He took out paper and pen, noting down those 2 crucial dates, then began considering which to prioritize addressing first. There were still 2 months until Gu Qinghuan's suicide. Compared to what awaited Gu, Xia Liuyun's ordeal might seem insignificant. But being kidnapped and nearly raped inflicted wounds too deep on Xia Liuyun, scars that would fundamentally alter the course of her life. For Chen Luo, resolving this matter was as easy as lifting a hand. All he needed to do was save Xia Liuyun from Li Zixuan's grasp on October 22nd. However, what Chen Luo truly had to consider was something else entirely: Xia Yuan. Chen Luo had no prior connection with Xia Liuyun, yet he would save her at a critical moment. Given Xia Yuan's cunning and ruthlessness, suspicion was bound to arise. Without any foundation, power, or influence, being targeted by Xia Yuan would become an unbearable headache. Back in 2019, Chen Luo wouldn't have cared at all, because he could act recklessly. No matter what he did, he'd always return to New Year's Day. But now that he's back in 2008, Chen Luo doesn't dare take unnecessary risks. He barely escaped the temporal prison. What if he dies and returns to 2019, or worse, stays dead? Death used to be a release for Chen Luo, but now that time has resumed and brought him back to the era he longed for most. He absolutely refuses to die or get trapped in those 90 days again. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, feeling it necessary to at least become acquainted with Xia Liuyun before her kidnapping. That way, saving her wouldn't seem too abrupt. Moreover, Chen Luo's desire to rescue Xia Liuyun wasn't purely out of admiration or affection for that intriguing woman. Rather, he considered the future advantages of aligning himself with the Xia family's influence. Even 10 years earlier, the Xia family had been a colossal entity, its influence perhaps even greater than in 2019. Because by 2019, with the rapid development of the internet and widespread adoption of smartphones, society had already entered an era of relentless information explosion where nothing could remain hidden. Everyone has become an information publisher, where each individual operates as their own media outlet, inundated with massive amounts of information daily. Any inappropriate remarks, once recorded and posted online, immediately cause uproar. That's why arrogant outbursts like, "My dad is Lee Gang," have gradually diminished. Even prominent families like the Xies began adopting a more low-profile approach, striving to avoid any media exposure. But back in 2008, the Xie family hadn't yet embraced such restraint. In his past life, Xie Liuyun's kidnapping, the misfortunes that befell Li Zixuan's family, and the brutal deaths of those thugs were perfect examples. Though Chen Luo disdained Xie Yuan's character, he was, like Xie Yuan, a pragmatist, and the Xie family now held immense instrumental value, so naturally, he'd find a way to exploit it. Take Nie Wei, for instance, the same bully who'd tormented him relentlessly. Nie's father, Nie Zhiming, wielded considerable influence in Hualong district, yet Xie Yuan could crush him with just a word. Those people might just be useful after all. A faint smile curled at the corner of Chen Luo's lips as he murmured softly to himself. Peng Cheng was always Chen Luo's starting point with each rebirth, and since his parents still lived here, he spent a considerable amount of time in the city. He knew all the influential figures who mattered in this city, their secrets and vulnerabilities laid bare to him. Being back 11 years in the past meant some of these players hadn't yet risen to power, while others, like Xie Yuan, had remained dominant figures all along. Those who haven't yet become big shots can invest now, while those who are already established can naturally leverage their resources to achieve their goals. Chen Luo closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then quickly wrote down several names on paper. He lightly tapped them with his pen as his mind raced through possibilities. What Chen Luo failed to notice was Gu Qinghuan's pupils contracting slightly the moment he wrote those names. Even her expression underwent subtle changes, as if she recognized them. But in just an instant, Gu Qinghuan's expression returned to normal, and she didn't cast another glance at Chen Luo. Chen Luo's pen scratched off a name with every few strokes. In less than a moment, only 3 names remained on the paper from the original dozen listed. Those crossed out weren't without value, on the contrary, they were influential figures with great potential. It's just that Chen Luo had no immediate use for them. The final 3 left standing were those Chen Luo currently felt confident he could control. After finalizing the list, Chen Luo casually scribbled over the names until they were completely illegible. Still unsatisfied, he tore the document into tiny shreds before tossing it into the trash bin. Just then, the morning study session's bell rang out. Chen Luo was just about to head to the cafeteria for breakfast when a figure swiftly approached him, snarling in a low voice, "The revenge you wanted begins today, prepare to savor every moment of it." Chen Luo turned around and saw Nie Wei standing there, and he couldn't help but frown. The guy was wearing a smug grin plastered across his face, no doubt he'd cooked up some scheme to deal with him. Chapter 31, I hate nothing more than someone acting tougher than me. Whack! Without a second thought, Chen Luo swung backhanded, slapping Nie Wei squarely across the left cheek and leaving a vivid crimson handprint. Nie Wei was stunned instantly. The students in the classroom, who had been preparing to go out for breakfast, were all dumbfounded, almost doubting their own eyes. Because in the past, it was always Nie Wei who slapped Chen Luo, while he would just timidly endure the beating and take the verbal abuse without daring to resist in the slightest. But unexpectedly, the situation had taken a drastic turn. Chen Luo actually slapped Nie Wei in front of everyone? Is he insane? You fucking... Nie Wei's face flushed crimson with rage. As a young man who prized his reputation above all else, being publicly slapped by Chen Luo in front of their entire class was more unbearable than death itself. Whack! Before Nie Wei could lose his temper and charge forward, Chen Luo abruptly slapped him again without warning, leaving another handprint on Nie Wei's right cheek. You what? I hate nothing more than people acting tougher than me. Silent dogs bite the deadliest. Ever heard that one? You haven't even settled your score yet, and you dare to strut around in front of me? Are you brain dead or what? With every word Chen Luo uttered, he delivered a slap, leaving Nie Wei utterly dazed until all he could do was instinctively cover his head to evade the blows. The classmates watched in stunned silence as Chen Luo disciplined Nie Wei like a disobedient son, slapping him relentlessly, one strike after another. Their eyes involuntarily swept toward Nie Wei's usual lackeys, only to find them either avoiding eye contact, pretending not to see, or outright leaving the classroom. Those few had witnessed Chen Luo's formidable skills the previous night. They knew even if they ganged up now, they stood no chance against him. Instead, they would end up humiliated before the whole class just like Nie Wei, so they all pretended to be blind. By now, all the students could tell something wasn't right. If Chen Luo had gotten some dirt on Wang Aihua that made her so terrified, then Nie Wei and the others made absolutely no sense. They were the ones who bullied Chen Luo the most. Nie Wei had clearly been about to pick a fight with him just moments ago. How could they have flipped overnight like this? What exactly happened to Chen Luo? Chen Luo stopped after slapping Nie Wei over a dozen times, primarily because bullying a kid seemed rather pointless to him, and he currently had other matters to attend to. He couldn't be bothered wasting time on some brat. Chen Luo picked up the school bag from the ground, slung it over his shoulder, then turned to Gu Qinghuan with a smile. "I'll come pick you up tonight," he said cheerfully. Having said that, Chen Luo strode off without waiting to see how his classmates or Gu Qinghuan would react. After leaving school, Chen Luo first deposited 100,000 yuan into his bank account at the bank, then immediately headed to the residential complex where Gu Qinghuan lived.
Gu Qinghuan's family was well off.
Her mother, Yi Wanyu, was a professor at Pengcheng University, and her father, Gu Itao, ran a hardware manufacturing factory. Thanks to their affluent circumstances, they lived in a high-end residential community. Chen Luo approached the property management specifically to inquire about vacant rentals in Gu Qinghuan's building. Surprisingly, there happened to be an empty unit just above hers. The owner was a single mother who, worried about her son studying abroad in Australia, decided to accompany him there as a guardian. The owner wanted to rent out the property, but considering they would be abroad for the next few years, they didn't want to waste energy worrying about the house. So they insisted on a minimum lease of 3 years with a deposit equal to 1 year's rent up front. Such harsh terms were precisely why the place had remained vacant for so long. Chen Luo, of course, was overjoyed. Without a second thought, he agreed and immediately had the property management contact the owner's relatives still in the country to sign the contract that same day. By that afternoon, Chen Luo was already unlocking the door to Unit 1502 in Building C.
He casually tossed the backpack full of money into a cabinet before surveying the room.
It was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment spanning over 100 square meters, fully furnished with high-end appliances and furniture, the move-in ready type. Naturally, the price wasn't cheap either, 50,000 yuan for annual rent plus a 50,000 deposit, totaling 100,000. Chen Luo had never been particularly concerned about money, and since it wasn't his own anyway, he spent it without a second thought. What I love most about this apartment is that it's directly above Gu Qinghuan's place. From his balcony, Chen Luo can see right into Gu Qinghuan's, which means he can easily jump over to her side anytime. Chen Luo had no choice but to take this step, because Gu Qinghuan would leap to her death from this very rooftop 2 months later. His plan was simple: even if he never figured out why she chose to end her life, he would stay right here to stop her from jumping. After touring the apartment, Chen Luo withdrew some cash and headed to the nearby shopping center to buy clothes and makeup supplies.
In his teenage years, Chen Luo didn't care about his appearance. Whether it was his hairstyle or clothing, everything about him gave off an unbearably tacky vibe, the kind of average-looking guy you wouldn't glance at twice. Chen Luo first got himself a fresh haircut, then bought over a dozen sets of clothes. The wardrobe contained casual outfits suitable for his current age, high-end suits for adults, and even clothing for elderly people, essentially garments spanning all age groups. As for makeup accessories, Chen Luo left nothing to chance, purchasing even wigs and false eyelashes. Chen Luo's purpose for buying these items was simple: disguise. Chapter 32, The Art of Disguise. Chen Luo could freely enter renowned locations worldwide, even heavily guarded places like the US presidential residence with its multiple layers of security. He relied on the coordination of countless abilities, such as forging fake credentials needed to enter official residences, hacking into their databases to add his own data, bypassing security systems, among others. But the most crucial ability of all was actually disguise. Chen Luo had mastered the art of disguise to perfection. Not only could he transform an ugly person into a beauty, but he could also flawlessly change a man into a woman or a woman into a man. When entering the mansion, he even disguised himself as a Caucasian without arousing any suspicion. Thus, even though he was wanted in over 70 countries, no one knew what Chen Luo truly looked like. His eventual capture was entirely due to his own carelessness. He underestimated the US government's determination to apprehend him. When Chen Luo attempted to sell the Lincoln portrait on the black market, he discovered that the US government had long been closely monitoring all underground trading platforms. The moment the Lincoln portrait surfaced, the FBI picked up its trail, followed the lead straight to Chen Luo, and publicly revealed his appearance. Although Chen Luo ultimately managed to escape, he could no longer return to his home country through regular channels. The FBI, now aware of Chen Luo's mastery of disguise techniques, began conducting thorough inspections of every departing passenger from head to toe, verifying their identities and ensuring no disguises were present before allowing them to leave. The reason Chen Luo rented this particular apartment was actually to have a convenient space for storing his props and costumes. Since his mother Li Yun cleaned his room every few days, she'd definitely be terrified if she stumbled upon that cache and those bizarre costumes and props. Chen Luo planned to meet precisely those 3 big shots he'd screened. Going as a student wouldn't just lack credibility, he probably couldn't even get past their front doors. Chen Luo didn't head there immediately though, deciding instead to first get acquainted with 18-year-old Xia Luyun.
Chen Luo knew she attended an elite private school, one of those so-called aristocratic institutions where most students came from wealthy families. At this time, Xia Luyun had already secured a full scholarship to Harvard and didn't even need to take the college entrance exam, just waiting to enroll directly next year. For Chen Luo to get to know Xia Luyun was quite simple, she just needed to talk about what happened during high school and what she usually did. What Xia Luyun loved doing most at this time was street racing. Xia Luyun's biggest hobby during high school was collecting sports cars, a passion that naturally wasn't something ordinary people could afford. But for Xia Luyun, it was no problem at all. She had begun studying finance-related knowledge like stocks and futures as early as middle school. During summer vacation in middle school, she had already started learning business management at her father's financial company. By the end of that summer, Xia Luyun used her own earnings to buy her first supercar. Soon after, during her second year of high school when she received Harvard's acceptance letter, both Xia Yuan and her father Xia Yixian rewarded her with a supercar each. On her 18th birthday, Xia Luyun not only received the 30 million yuan allocated from the family trust fund but also birthday gifts from several senior family members, all of whom gifted her sports cars without exception. Including those she had purchased herself through investments over the past 2 years, Xia Luyun owned more than 20 supercars by age 18. She could drive a different one each day without repeating for nearly a month. When Chen Luo heard this part, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. This was the gap between the ultra-wealthy and ordinary people. Some were born at the finish line, playing with entirely different toys and living trajectories completely diverging from the common path. For instance, in his previous life, Chen Luo was bullied so badly in high school that he contemplated suicide, and by age 30 he still hadn't achieved anything noteworthy. Meanwhile, Xia Luyun had already earned her own sports car by age 16, and by 29 she had become the CEO of a publicly listed real estate company. This perfectly illustrates that saying, it's not that we fear others being born into better circumstances, what truly frightens us is when those privileged individuals work harder than we do. Owning so many sports cars, Xia Luyun naturally didn't let them gather dust at home, she preferred taking them out for high-speed drives. Pengcheng has quite a few mountains, and at its southernmost end lies one called Nanyuan Mountain. Since it's not a famous scenic spot, few people ever visit. Yet this place is a favorite haunt for street racers, precisely because it boasts a perilously winding mountain road that sees hardly any traffic even in broad daylight. Late at night when it's quiet and deserted, the place becomes an ideal spot for street racers to hold their competitions. Xia Luyun loved street racing. Whenever he had free time, he would head to Nanyuan Mountain for competitions, often placing bets along the way. Li Zixuan had precisely tracked Xia Luyun's movements back then, and it was at Nanyuan Mountain that he kidnapped her. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then immediately took out his phone and swiftly dialed a number. Fat monkey? Who is this? A surprised voice came from the other end of the line, as the caller ID displayed a completely unfamiliar number. Although Fatty Monkey had many phone numbers, the one Chen Luo was dialing right now was a private line known to very few. Generally, only his most important clients or high-profile figures would have this contact. Chapter 33, Who I am is none of your business. Who I am is none of your business. I want a Yamaha Raptor. If I don't see it within a week, I'll tear your hideout to pieces. Fat Monkey's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Had Chen Luo dialed any other number and spoken so arrogantly from the outset, he would have immediately erupted in curses. But now he didn't dare, because Chen Luo's tone and voice exuded an overwhelmingly superior air, as if speaking from the clouds. This tone and manner of speech Fat Monkey had only ever heard it from those important clients. Moreover, though Chen Luo had only spoken a few words, they already revealed an intimate understanding of him. The Yamaha Boryu was a custom heavy-duty motorcycle produced by Yamaha, scheduled for release next year. To obtain one now required connections far beyond ordinary people's reach. And Fatty Monkey happened to be the only person in Pengcheng capable of obtaining this car ahead of schedule, precisely because his business was smuggling. He had his own smuggling networks in Hong Kong, Europe, and the United States, with his biggest clients being those wealthy second-generation heirs. Back in 2008, foreign sports cars and other exotic novelties usually took a long time to hit the domestic market. Those rich young masters typically had little patience and would often pay several times, even dozens of times the original price, to have someone like Fatty Monkey smuggle the goods in early. Chen Luo knew Fatty Monkey simply because he was one of the three bosses Chen Luo had written about. This guy's original name was Ho Yaozong, a native of Pengcheng who started hanging around the streets during his teenage years and got arrested multiple times. After getting out, he followed his cousin into the smuggling business, initially dealing in goods smuggled from Hong Kong to Pengcheng, like electronics and such. Ho Yaozong thought this was making money too slowly, so he started taking jobs from wealthy young heirs, because one job from them could sustain him for a whole year. Ho Yaozong's initial fortune was built during this time. Later, his smuggling operations grew bigger until he successfully laundered his money and went legit, transforming into the CEO of several trading companies with a net worth in the billions. Chen Luo was quite familiar with Ho Yaozong in 2019, though their relationship was purely one of mutual exploitation, each taking what they needed from the other. For example, that sniper rifle at the time was brought back into the country through his channels. Sir, Ho Yaozong didn't know how to address Chen Luo, but he spoke with extreme reverence. "Sir, I can somehow manage to get the Yamaha VRX for you, but this bike requires custom ordering. 1 week is simply not enough."
Chen Luo coldly cut off Ho Yaozong, saying impatiently, "I know that kid Xia Hongfei ordered another one from you. It'll arrive before National Day, that one's mine." Ho Yaozong's expression changed on the other end of the phone.
Xia Hongfei was Xia Liuyun's cousin and had previously obtained a custom-designed Tyrant motorcycle from him.
Seemingly impressed by the bike's quality, Xia had approached Ho Yaozong again to order another one.
It wasn't surprising that Chen Luo knew about this matter, but him knowing exactly when the shipment would arrive was somewhat unbelievable. After all, Yaozong wouldn't go around broadcasting such information, only he and a few trusted subordinates were privy to it.
Are there spies among the trusted aides?
However, Ho Yaozong knew this wasn't the time to quibble about such matters. The young master was still on the phone, and if he angered Chen Luo, who knows if the enraged man might actually storm his headquarters in a fit of temper.
Ho Yaozong had already assumed Chen Luo to be the scion of a wealthy family. Why else would this man speak of young master Xia with such contempt, and moreover, know that Xia had ordered a second velociraptor here? Such a person must come from a background no less privileged than young master Xia's. But as Ho Yaozong ran through the prominent families of Pengcheng in his mind, he couldn't immediately match Chen Luo to any of them or figure out which household's young master he might be. "Sir, this is truly beyond my authority to decide. You know young master Xia's temper. If I don't have a proper explanation ready, he'll surely break my legs. How you explain it to Xia Hongfei isn't my concern.
But if I don't see that brawler motorcycle before National Day, it won't just be one of your legs getting broken."
Chen Luo's voice was detached, yet brimming with an unshakable finality. Ho Yaozong groaned inwardly. Chen Luo's threatening tone was unmistakable.
If he didn't hand over that Storm Dragon car, he might end up with 2 broken legs, or worse, lose his life altogether. This was practically like holding him over a fucking fire.
"Of course, I won't let you walk away empty-handed. Before National Day, Customs and the police will launch a joint anti-smuggling operation in the Harbor District. You should know what to do."
After delivering these words calmly, Chen Luo hung up without another word. Haigang District is a coastal administrative area in Pengcheng and one of the most critical zones for smuggled goods to come ashore.
Ho Yaozong's stronghold was located near Longkou Port in Haigang District.
Chen Luo knew this in advance. It was actually something Ho Yaozong had mentioned casually to him in the past. During the National Day holiday in 2008, Ho Yaozong evaded this targeted crackdown because, just days before the customs operation, he discovered that one of his underlings was a police informant. Furious, Ho Yaozong eliminated the informant and immediately relocated all goods and personnel from Haigang District, narrowly escaping disaster. Chen Luo hung up at this point, knowing that the more one says, the more mistakes one makes. Ending the call now not only maintained his aura of mystery and strength but also gave Ho Yaozong ample time to let his imagination run wild.
Chapter 34, Trouble at Home.
On the other end of the line, Ho Yaozong was genuinely stunned, remaining motionless long after the call had disconnected. Had anyone else uttered those words, Ho Yaozong wouldn't have given it a second thought. After all, in his line of work, having connections inside was practically a given.
If you don't bribe the right people up and down the chain, you won't even know how you died.
Yet Ho Yaozong hadn't received any advance notice about this special enforcement campaign Chen Luo mentioned.
Ho Yaozong's expression shifted several times before he immediately flipped through his phone and dialed a number. "Sir, have you heard any rumors circulating recently?" "What rumors?" "Don't worry unnecessarily. If anything really happened, wouldn't I have informed you?" "Are you certain?" "Don't believe everything you hear." "Alright, I'm busy now. We'll talk next time."
Before Ho Yaozong could react, the call was abruptly hung up on the other end. Ho Yaozong's face instantly darkened with extreme displeasure, as he'd already sensed something was wrong. The other party had answered him without even pausing to think, clearly reciting a prepared excuse. Telling him not to worry was most likely just an excuse to delay him. Ho Yaozong narrowed his eyes and immediately took out his phone to dial another number.
"Mouse, get to Kelly Yuan right now and see if the guy's little lover is still there."
"Yes, boss."
Less than an hour later, Ho Yaozong's phone rang again. "Boss, that woman isn't here anymore. I checked the surveillance in the apartment. She packed up and left 3 days ago." Ho Yaozong's veins bulged on his hands, nearly crushing the phone in his grip. Gnashing his teeth, he spat out, "I understand. Order the brothers immediately, move all the goods out at once." "Ha, boss, is something wrong?" "Shut the fuck up and get it done." "Yes, yes, yes." When Mouse heard Ho Yaozong's furious roar, he didn't dare waste another second.
Scrambling to obey, he rushed off to carry out the orders.
"Fuck your mother, you bastard." After hanging up the phone, Ho Yaozong couldn't contain his rage and smashed his phone violently onto the floor, shattering it completely. Ho Yaozong's fury wasn't without reason. He had regularly bribed that official with considerable sums of money, even going so far as to support the man's mistress. Not only did he buy an apartment for the mistress, but the bribe money was also handed directly to her. Ho Yaozong knew the official didn't dare take the money directly for fear of leaving evidence, so he deliberately funneled it through the mistress.
But Ho Yaozong wasn't stupid either. When purchasing that apartment, he'd been cautious enough to install surveillance cameras inside. His intention was to secretly record video evidence during the official's trysts with his lover, keeping it as insurance for future needs. Now it appeared that precaution from back then had indeed proven useful.
You bastard! If you want me dead, I'll drag you down to the 18th level of hell. Ho Yaozong's shipment at Longko port alone was worth nearly 50 million.
Including all his previous smuggling operations, the total amount definitely exceeded 100 million. Back in 2008, such an enormous sum could have warranted a death sentence. It wasn't until the 2011 amendment to the criminal law that the death penalty for ordinary smuggling was abolished. By now, Ho Yaozong knew all too well, his opponent must have realized that the authorities were serious this time, and no one would shield him anymore. So he decisively abandoned Ho Yaozong, completely severing this connection. After all, none of the bribes he'd handed over had passed through his own hands. All he needed to do was send away his mistress. After the surge of anger subsided, Ho Yaozong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he'd been frightened into breaking out in cold sweat. At this moment, Ho Yaozong's awe and gratitude towards Chen Luo reached unprecedented heights. That leader had been someone of considerable influence, yet even he couldn't protect Ho, not daring to leak even a whisper of warning. Yet Chen Luo casually disclosed this news to him. To Chen Luo, it might have meant nothing, but for Ho Yaozong, it was nothing short of a life-saving grace. The fact that Chen Luo was privy to such strictly confidential information undoubtedly spoke volumes about his elevated status and influence.
Apart from the descendants of those powerful families, Ho Yaozong truly couldn't imagine who else possessed such overwhelming influence.
At this point, Ho Yaozong naturally realized who the Tyrannosaurus was meant for. Young Master Xia already had one car, so he wasn't in a hurry. He could always urge the American side to expedite delivery of another one even if it meant spending several times more money. Compared to his own life, this was nothing at all.
Moreover, it was an opportunity to curry favor with the enigmatic young master Chen Luo. By any measure, this deal was undoubtedly worthwhile.
Ho Yaozong picked up his phone intending to call Chen Luo and express his gratitude, but upon remembering the other's status, he set the phone down again.
A personage of such stature wouldn't need his thanks. Ho Yaozong could only wait for Chen Luo to contact him first, or until that raptor arrived and Chen Luo's requirements were fulfilled.
While Ho Yaozong was lost in his own speculations, Chen Luo was about to head to school when he received a call from his mother Li Yun. "Xiao Luo, the water pipe at home burst, and the whole place is flooded now.
It's uninhabitable. Go to your aunt's place after evening study session, I've already informed her."
Chen Luo's pupils constricted sharply. He had sensed something wrong the moment he heard his mother's tone. Li Yun's voice carried exhaustion and panic, a stark contrast to her usual way of speaking.
Something happened at home. Chapter 35, The Forbidden Scale. Chen Luo didn't expose Li Yun. Instead, he smiled and said, "Got it, Mom. I'll go to Auntie's place tonight." If it's too late, you can just find a small hotel near the school to stay overnight. The house will be cleaned up by tomorrow." "Yeah, Mom, I've got class now. Gotta go." Alright, go ahead."
Chen Luo ended the call, his eyes flashing with icy intensity. Though he didn't know what exactly had happened, Li Yun's refusal to let him come home clearly indicated things weren't going well there. His parents understood all too well that Chen Luo was in the final countdown to the college entrance exams. They didn't want him worrying, nor did they want anything affecting his performance during this crucial period. Chen Luo immediately took out the makeup tools and began swiftly altering his appearance.
In less than half an hour, Chen Luo's entire image had transformed. He now appeared as a man in his early 30s.
When he put on that high-end suit worth 20,000, Chen Luo's demeanor instantly changed, exuding an aura of a successful professional. After checking himself in the mirror to confirm no trace of his original appearance remained, he promptly left the room and headed straight for Hualong Market. When they arrived at Hualong Market, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. At this mealtime hour, the market would normally be packed with people buying groceries. But when Chen Luo reached his family's vegetable stall, he found not only was it closed, but the area outside was also in complete disarray. With just a glance at the traces outside, Chen Luo could tell the stall had been smashed. He even spotted traces of blood on the ground. Chen Luo's heart sank slightly. He was somewhat worried it might be his parents. But Chen Luo took a deep breath and quickly steadied himself.
Judging by his mother's tone, it probably wasn't anything serious.
Chen Luo's eyes flashed with determination as he walked over to the neighboring vegetable stall. Pretending to be curious, he asked, "Boss, I come here every day to buy groceries. Why is their shop closed today?"
The stall owner actually knew Chen Luo quite well because he often came to help during his holidays. After Chen Luo had altered his appearance, the boss simply didn't recognize him and didn't even consider that possibility. The vegetable stall owner sighed and said, "Don't even ask. Who knows who their family offended?" Just now a bunch of helmet-wearing bikers showed up.
charging in with iron rods and smashing everything. The boss got accidentally hurt and was sent to the hospital. After reporting to the police, the boss's wife went with them to give a statement. The vegetable vendor stopped mid-sentence at this point, looking at Chen Luo with sudden fear. Just as he was speaking halfway through, he inexplicably felt his body freeze stiff. Before he could understand what was happening, he saw Chen Luo's eyes seemingly glowing, radiating an icy, piercing light. The vegetable stall owner's mind was shaken to the core. That gaze was icy to the extreme, resembling some kind of ferocious beast, making him involuntarily stumble back several steps. Was the stall owner seriously injured? The vegetable stall owner jumped in fright, reflexively answering, and not too serious, I think. Just got hit on the arm with a stick while trying to stop those people. Chen Luo breathed an inward sigh of relief before turning to leave Hualong Market, his eyes flashing with intensity as he began rapidly considering his next moves. The family hadn't had any incidents all this time, yet trouble struck precisely the day after his rebirth. This couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Within moments, Chen Luo had already identified both Wang Aihua and Nia Wei as suspects. But Chen Luo quickly ruled out Wang Aihua. Although 1 million was a sum that pained him terribly to lose, Wang Aihua's secrets were in his grip. Acting against him would bring no advantage and only serve to provoke Chen Luo instead. Even if Wang Aihua were a fool, he wouldn't be foolish to that extent. The only remaining possibility was Nia Wei. Chen Luo recalled Nia Wei's words to him, "Your revenge starts today. Get ready to enjoy it." Chen Luo had initially dismissed it as empty bluster, but he never imagined that Fool would actually send thugs to target his parents. Nia Wei certainly had the means to do it. Nia Jiming knew all kinds of shady figures, and hiring a few hoodlums to smash up a vegetable stall would be child's play for him. Besides, they wouldn't fear the police. Those motorcycle gangsters all wore helmets, hiding their faces completely. These days aren't like the future where surveillance cameras are everywhere. They smashed everything and fled on motorcycles. The police had no chance of catching them, and the matter would eventually be forgotten. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Chen Luo's murderous intent surged violently. If Nia Wei had come at him directly, Chen Luo might not even have been angry. But daring to lay hands on his parents? That crossed Chen Luo's bottom line. Returning to his rented apartment, Chen Luo booted up his computer and immediately began typing with lightning-fast fingers. In just moments, his computer displayed a surveillance feed. Chen Luo had lived in Hualong Market for 2 years and knew that while there were no cameras inside the market, there were some at the entrance. Chen Luo had just hacked into the surveillance system of the Hualong Market Management Office. His priority was to track down those motorcycle gang members. First, they needed to face deserved punishment, and second, he had to confirm exactly who had ordered the attack. Chapter 36, The Azure Dragon Motorcycle Gang. For Chen Luo, who could hack into any computer in the world, the system at Hualong Market's management office was no different from an open door. Chen Luo took only a few minutes to retrieve the surveillance footage from the entrance and locate the images of the fleeing motorcycle gang. Chen Luo pressed the pause button, continuously zooming out the footage until he could clearly see everything. The biker gang arrived on 3 Suzuki heavy motorcycles, with 2 riders on each bike. Unfortunately, the surveillance cameras at that time were generally poor, with terribly low resolution. Add to that the fact that both wore helmets and had their backs to the cameras, there was simply no hope of clearly identifying their faces. However, Chen Luo refused to give up. He kept staring at the surveillance footage, scrutinizing every other possible detail. Although their faces were indistinct and each sported different outfits, one shared characteristic stood out: every single one had tattoos on their arms. However, these tattoos were not only very blurry, but also only partially captured by the surveillance footage, making it impossible to discern what they actually were. Chen Luo took out paper and a pen from the drawer and sketched the 6 tattoos he had seen. Chen Luo's drawing skills had long reached a master level, so replicating a few tattoos was naturally effortless for him. It was as if he had simply copied and pasted the images from the footage onto the paper. Although the tattoos were blurry, after staring at the fragments for a while, Chen Luo picked up his pen and began reconstructing them. Tattooing and painting share some commonalities, as the first step in the tattooing process is always evaluating the design. This evaluation involves examining the structure, color tones, and spatial sequence of the pattern, similar to the sketching and finalization stages in painting. Chen Luo's mastery of painting means the derivation of tattoo lines and textures presents little challenge for him. With just a glance, he can discern how the subsequent lines of these segmented tattoos should flow. Moreover, despite each captured portion appearing different, the structure and color palette clearly indicate these 6 individuals bear fragments of the same tattoo design. 6 fragments, combined with Chen Luo's deduction, and within moments he had drawn out the complete tattoo design. Unsurprisingly, the motorcycle gang members had tattooed, without any originality, a dragon. Chen Luo compared the complete dragon tattoo with the other 5 fragments, and without exception, they all matched perfectly. Chen Luo let out a cold laugh, immediately took out his phone, and dialed Ho Yaozong's number again. Hello, I am Ho Yaozong. Ho Yaozong had just saved Chen Luo's number, and now seeing his call, he shuddered in surprise before hurriedly answering.
With an extremely deferential tone, he asked, "May I ask how I should address you, sir? My surname is Chen." "Good day, young Master Chen." Ho Yaozong quickly ran through his mind but couldn't recall any prominent Chen family in Pengcheng.
Yet this didn't stop Ho Yaozong from continuing to believe Chen Luo came from an influential family. China was vast, and at his level, he could only interact with young masters from Pengcheng. It was impossible for him to recognize all the scions of wealthy families nationwide. "I'm looking for a gang of bikers who ride Suzuki heavy motorcycles and have blue dragon tattoos on their arms. Have you heard of them?" Ho Yaozong also moved in underground circles, though he operated at a much higher level than those motorcycle gangsters. Not to mention the people and funds under his control, Ho Yaozong even had smuggled firearms under his command.
Ho Yaozong was momentarily stunned.
He had thought Chen Luo came to ask about that Yamaha Virex motorcycle, but instead he was inquiring about a bunch of small-time gangsters. But Ho Yaozong quickly began filling in the gaps himself. Chen Luo had just asked him for a Virex, and now immediately came asking about gangsters who rode heavy motorcycles, with a tone laced with chilling intent. No doubt about it, those bikers must have offended Chen Luo somehow, likely over the heavy motorcycles. Clearly, Chen Luo was here to settle scores with those petty thugs.
However, Ho Yaozong didn't care about such details. After quickly pondering, he immediately responded, "There aren't many motorcycle gangs in Pengcheng.
Based on the characteristics you described, it should be Qinglong's crew.
Their boss gave himself the alias Qinglong, so all his men have blue dragon tattoos. Is there territory in Hualong district?"
"Yes.
Round up all their members. Report to me with the location once it's done."
"Understood, young Master Chen." Ho Yaozong agreed without even a second thought. The Azure Dragon Bike Gang was just a bunch of low-tier thugs. Ho Yaozong didn't even need to lift a finger to deal with them, he could simply order his men to handle it. After Chen Luo hung up the phone, Ho Yaozong went all out to prove his capability. He even diverted some of his men who were in the middle of transporting goods and sent them straight to the bike gang's hideout. With overwhelming numbers, several times the size of the bike gang, and the element of surprise, Ho Yaozong's men knocked them all down in a chaotic beatdown before they could even react.
All members of the motorcycle gang, including Qinglong, were arrested.
When Chen Luo arrived at the location notified by Ho Yaozong, he found himself at the seaside. Every member of Qinglong's motorcycle gang wore black hoods over their heads, hands bound behind their backs as they knelt in a neat row on the ground.
Chapter 37, All Sunk. Ho Yaozong knew at first glance that the person approaching was young Master Chen.
Although he had never met Chen Luo before, a person's demeanor, gaze, and walking posture could intuitively reveal their social standing. There was no need to mention Chen Luo's attire, it was immediately obvious that he was dressed in an expensive, high-end suit. Though his steps were unhurried, they exuded an air of complete control, as if everything was within his grasp. What confirmed Ho Yaozong's suspicions even more was the sharpness in Chen Luo's eyes, piercing, as if they could see right through a person.
This was no ordinary man, nor even someone from an average wealthy family.
Ho Yaozong had never in his life encountered someone who exuded such an overwhelming aura of pressure. With a jolt of surprise, Ho Yaozong hurriedly led his men forward to greet him, his tone fawning.
"Young Master Chen, good day." Weighing over 200 pounds, Ho Yaozong wobbled like a ball as he scrambled to Chen Luo's side and bent into an obsequious bow, a comically ridiculous sight.
His men exchanged subtle, bewildered glances, for this was the first time they had ever seen their boss act like a groveling lapdog, nearly on the verge of kneeling to lick Chen Luo's shoes.
They didn't dare delay and hurriedly followed Ho Yaozong in bowing respectfully. Chen Luo casually waved his hand, glanced at Ho Yaozong, and said indifferently, "How did you know it was me?"
Ho Yaozong hadn't been entirely certain at first, but upon hearing Chen Luo's voice identical to the one on the phone, he was instantly convinced.
Ho Yaozong offered an ingratiating smile, his chubby cheeks trembling with the effort.
"There are only a handful of people in this world with your distinguished bearing, young Master Chen. Even a blind man could recognize you."
Chen Luo's expression remained indifferent, completely unmoved by Ho Yaozong's flattery.
His gaze shifted to the figures kneeling by the beach, and he walked straight toward them.
Ho Yaozong hurriedly followed behind.
When they reached the group from the Azure Dragon Biker Gang, he pointed at the person kneeling at the front and said, "Young Master Chen, this is their leader, Greenworm." That
Chen Luo paid no mind to Ho Yaozong's mocking nickname.
He stepped up to Azure Dragon, reached out, and removed the hood covering his head. "Who ordered you to smash that vegetable stall at Hualong Market this afternoon?" Azure Dragon's entire body trembled slightly in fear at this moment. He had always thought he'd offended some big shot, yet racking his brains left and right, he couldn't recall having provoked anyone beyond his station recently.
Though just a petty thug, Azure Dragon was no fool. He knew perfectly well whom he could mess with and whom he couldn't. When Chen Luo uttered those words, not only was Azure Dragon stunned, even Ho Yaozong gaped in astonishment. Did all this happen just because they smashed a vegetable stall? But Ho Yaozong quickly regained his composure. Many young masters from wealthy families had peculiar tempers.
Perhaps Chen Luo saw them wrecking that vegetable stall and simply took a dislike to them, deciding to teach them a lesson. Ho Yaozong had witnessed similar incidents before, some even stranger than this. For instance, he knew of a certain young master who once encountered a passerby on the street. The passerby glanced at him and smiled, though there was truly no malice intended. But at that moment, the young master was in an exceptionally foul mood. He immediately ordered his men to beat the passerby half to death.
I won't ask a second time.
Chen Luo's icy tone sent a shiver down Qinglong's spine, who hurriedly stammered, "Why yes, it was me.
I sent the men."
But Boss Chen, it was Nie Jiming from Hongwei Corporation who ordered us to do this. If I'd known they were connected to you, I wouldn't have dared even if you gave me 10 extra lives. Please spare this dog's life."
As he spoke, Qinglong immediately began kowtowing repeatedly to Chen Luo.
As someone who ran in underworld circles, Qinglong naturally recognized Ho Yaozong and knew exactly what kind of place this was. When Ho Yaozong dealt with his enemies, he would always take them to the seaside. After killing them, he would stuff the bodies into oil drums, then transport them to the deep sea using his smuggling boats to sink them. When Qinglong's blindfold was removed and he saw the neat row of oil drums lining the shore, he was instantly terrified out of his wits. There was no way he didn't understand what this meant.
Good, sink them all. Confirming the suspicions in his mind, Chen Luo didn't hesitate for even a second.
After uttering these words, he turned and walked away without looking back. Ho Yaozong didn't seem surprised at all by these words, as if he had long anticipated Chen Luo giving such an order. Ho Yaozong was already extremely proficient in handling such matters. Without hesitation, he waved a hand signal to his subordinates before scurrying after Chen Luo.
Spare me, young Master Chen, please.
I'm still useful. I know Nie Jiming's secrets and some of his shady dealings.
Terrified out of his wits, Qinglong crashed his forehead against the ground in desperate, frantic kowtows. Chen Luo's footsteps halted abruptly.
He turned and walked back to Qinglong, speaking in a calm tone, "Go on, let's hear it. Whether you live or die depends on how interesting what you have to say is." The Qinglong man's forehead was now split open from the pounding, blood and sand mixing together.
Some got into his eyes, some slid into his mouth, and unbearable discomfort.
The moment he heard Chen Luo's voice, it was as if he had clutched at a life-saving straw, and he hastily began to recount everything about Nie Jiming. Chapter 38, Death Penalty Remitted, Living Punishment Inevitable. Ho Yaozong's men had already pulled out their knives and pressed them against the necks of the biker gang's dozen or so members, ready to slit their throats. The bikers naturally heard Chen Luo's orders, and each one was scared out of their wits. They were just small-time thugs, used to bullying ordinary folks day to day. Nothing like this had ever crossed their paths before. Some collapsed in terror on the spot, while others tried frantically to scramble up and flee, only to be kicked back to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Some were so terrified they wet themselves, the stench of urine filling the air as they revealed their most disgraceful states. However, at this moment, Ho Yaozong suddenly waved his hand.
His subordinates immediately sheathed their daggers and retreated.
Nie Jiming's son Nie Wei hit and killed someone while driving without a license. It was me who found a subordinate to take the blame for him. He paid me 500,000. And that mistress Nie Jiming keeps, when she started dating a young gigolo outside, it was also me who went and broke both of that gigolo's legs.
His construction company owed back wages to many migrant workers. When they gathered to demand payment from Nie Jiming, I was the one who brought people to chase them away. Chen Luo found this rather intriguing upon hearing it.
This Qinglong, in order to save his own skin, spilled all of Nie Jiming's dirty laundry like shaking a sieve, though it got somewhat tedious towards the end. For instance, Nie Jiming's wife Lin Yan also kept several young lovers on the side, and Qinglong had people surveil them at her request.
Do you have any proof for these claims? Qinglong was stunned for a moment, then hastened to reply, yes. When he wanted me to find someone to take the fall, he paid in cash. But that brother who took the blame has sworn to me he'd turn his testimony around for me. And the one whose legs were broken, he only guessed it was Nie Jiming behind it, but he doesn't know who exactly did it, nor does he have proof. I can get the brothers who carried it out to turn themselves in. Chen Luo suddenly waved his hand to interrupt Qinglong.
Good. Go turn yourself in at the police station now and confess everything Nie Jiming has done. Upon hearing this, Qinglong felt as if joy had descended from heaven. Those matters weren't serious enough to warrant the death penalty, and with voluntary surrender plus meritorious service, he'd be out in at most 10 years.
Not obeying Chen Luo meant immediate death. Any fool could tell which choice to make.
Yes. As long as young Master Chen spares this dog's life, I'll surrender myself immediately, right away. Chen Luo sneered coldly, death penalty may be waived, but living punishment remains.
Each of you loses a finger.
Chen Luo finished speaking and turned to Ho Yaozong, saying calmly, follow me.
Ho Yaozong hurriedly nodded in agreement, then barked at his subordinates, didn't you hear what young Master Chen said? Get to work now.
The group standing behind the bikers immediately stepped forward. Working in pairs, they pinned down each biker's fingers and decisively sliced them off.
Ah!
A chorus of agonized screams instantly erupted across the beach.
Chen Luo turned a deaf ear, not even showing the slightest change in expression. Master Chen, letting that worm go like this, he might just flee. Should I send someone to keep an eye on him? Ho Yaozong cautiously approached Chen Luo and spoke in a low voice. No need. Whether he turns himself in or not, Nie Zhiming will die. For Chen Luo, the moment he learned Nie Zhiming had sent Qinglong to brutalize his father, Nie was already a dead man. Because regardless of whether Qinglong turned himself in or not, Chen Luo was determined to kill Nie Zhiming with his own hands. He knew perfectly well that Qinglong's testimony could only cause Nie some minor trouble at most, it couldn't even guarantee putting him behind bars. As Chen Luo processed Qinglong's information, a thorough plan swiftly took shape in his mind. The insect called Qinglong had outlived his usefulness. When Chen Luo spoke these words, Ho Yaozong immediately understood what he meant and promptly shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. My car has already gone back. You take me to the city center. It's my honor. Right this way, please. Upon hearing this, Ho Yaozong couldn't help but feel pleased. He eagerly led the way ahead and stopped in front of a BMW, opening the car door for Chen Luo. In 2008, the streets of Pengcheng were mostly dominated by Volkswagens and Toyotas, with family sedans being the main vehicle sales. Luxury cars were far less common than they would be in later years. To Dragon Spring Hotel in Hualong District. After getting into the car, Chen Luo instructed the driver up front, then turned to Ho Yaozong beside him and asked calmly, never thought about going straight? Ho Yaozong was taken aback. After all these years of working in the underworld, although he had earned plenty, deep down he always felt a sense of insecurity. He also feared that one day he might wake up to a swarm of police officers bursting in and slapping handcuffs on him. It's not that these people didn't want to go straight, they simply couldn't find a way to legitimize themselves. Mr. Chen, people like us are already marked. Unless we leave Pengcheng and completely reinvent ourselves, going straight is nearly impossible. But leaving Pengcheng means losing our foundations. Let me teach you a way. Ho Yaozong was stunned for a moment, then an overwhelming surge of joy welled up in his heart. Chen Luo was clearly about to teach him the method to cleanse his past and go legit. Chapter 39, You're simply a genius. I'm honored that you think so highly of me, young Master Chen. From now on, I'll follow your lead unconditionally. Rather than questioning whether Chen Luo could actually help him successfully cleanse his past, Ho Yaozong immediately pledged his loyalty. This was Ho Yaozong's cleverness, for he sensed that Chen Luo was hinting at recruiting him. Otherwise, why would he bother teaching him anything at all? A faint smile curled at the corners of Chen Luo's lips, but he didn't respond. He understood all too well the nature of men like Ho Yaozong, who thrived in the underworld. Such men could only be won over by leveraging power and benefits. Their declarations of loyalty were never to be taken seriously. Now that Ho Yaozong had convinced himself Chen Luo was some young master of a powerful family, coupled with the life-saving tip he'd received, he naturally bowed his head in willing submission. But if he knew that beneath this face was just a high school student, he'd probably have someone come chop him to pieces right now. The method isn't particularly troublesome. Since you and your cousin have connections in Hong Kong, obtaining Hong Kong citizenship shouldn't be too difficult for you. Just change your name during the naturalization process. Establish a legitimate company in Hong Kong and operate it properly for some time. Then return to Pengcheng as a Hong Kong investor making mainland investments. You already speak Cantonese. Once you shed all this excess weight and dress like a Hong Kong tycoon, who'd ever recognize you? The real headache is the dirty money in your hands. If you don't find a way to launder it, you'll just be stuck watching it rot. Ho Yaozong was momentarily stunned. The method Chen Luo mentioned was something he actually knew about, and executing it wouldn't be particularly difficult. But just as Chen Luo had pointed out, the money he held was all illicit, completely untransferable through legitimate channels. What's more, he didn't dare deposit too much in banks because excessive amounts could easily trigger anti-money laundering alerts. If the police investigate, they're finished immediately. Most of the smuggling money Ho Yaozong handles now is in cash, either invested in real estate or deposited in banks under different IDs in small, scattered amounts. This method is extremely cumbersome. When large sums are needed, it takes a long time to gather the funds. Know about online games? Ho Yaozong wore a stunned expression, as Chen Luo's train of thought had leaped too far ahead for him to follow. I know a bit about it. I even played that legend game back in the day. In 2008, computer penetration rates weren't particularly high yet, below 20% nationwide, and even in a developed economic hub like Pengcheng City, it only reached between 30% to 40%. At nearly 40 years old, Ho Yaozong barely knew how to use computers. He'd just spent some time playing the legend game years earlier, investing quite a bit of money to become a premium paying player. Online gaming is one of the best methods for money laundering, browser-based games for example. Chen Luo was actually recounting Ho Yaozong's personal experience from back in the day. The method Ho used to clean his money and go legitimate was to completely rebrand himself, before following advice from someone, who exactly remains unclear, to choose browser-based games for money laundering. Chen Luo wasn't particularly surprised by this. Having witnessed many of the world's darker undercurrents, he was well versed in the unwritten rules of the underground. The cultural industry has always been a preferred platform for illicit money laundering.
Take auctions, for instance, they carry significant risk and high costs, falling under the category of high-end, brute force money laundering. The film industry is another frontline for such activities. But the gaming industry, being relatively new, boasts the most cutting-edge monetization platforms, which are far more flexible and adaptable. A low-end browser game server can cost as little as a few dozen yuan per month to maintain, with a single cheap server capable of hosting hundreds to thousands of independent game zones. Moreover, there's a genuine consumer base for such games. Top-up transactions and account checks are even cheaper to manage, and individual deposits of 10 or 20,000 yuan into browser games rarely draw scrutiny regarding their origins.
However, those who actually employ such money laundering tactics are mostly not the most powerful players in the underworld.
For entities like blood tier organizations, the money they earn doesn't even need laundering. Such low-tier methods are beneath their contempt. But for Ho Yaozong, this revelation was like opening the gates to an entirely new world. At this point in time, nobody had even considered using this method for money laundering. When Chen Luo finished explaining the operational model of browser games and their money laundering applications, Ho was instantly awestruck, as if beholding a celestial being.
Young Master Chen, how could you possibly think of such a method? You're practically a genius. I'm utterly impressed. Ho Yaozong was so excited that he looked as if he couldn't wait to get started immediately.
Chen Luo glanced at him and said indifferently, "You handle this matter yourself."
"There's one more thing I need you to do. Bring me paper and a pen." Not daring to delay, Ho Yaozong hastily searched inside the car and quickly found both items to hand over.
Chen Luo swiftly wrote a line of text on the paper and handed it back. Ho Yaozong respectfully took the note, and when he saw its contents, he froze in shock once again.
Written on the note were just 3 phrases: St Yenha, St Hongfa, St Along.
Go to the Pengcheng Stock Exchange and buy these 3 stocks. Remember, use only clean money, and buy as much as you can. The moment their prices rise tenfold, sell everything immediately. Ho Yaozong was dumbstruck. He knew this stock all too well. Stocks with codes starting with ST indicate that the listed company's financial or other conditions are abnormal, serving as a warning to investors that the stock carries investment risks and is a loss-making stock.
Chapter 40, Half means half. Chen Xiao, these stocks.
Despite his current admiration for Chen Luo, Ho Yaozong still harbored some reservations.
It will rise. Chen Luo cut Ho Yaozong off mid-sentence, declaring with unwavering certainty.
Although Chen Luo couldn't remember the exact performance of all stocks in 2008, he had accidentally come across a news article in 2019 listing the 10 best performing stocks of that year. The top 3 were all invariably prefixed with ST, and each had surged over tenfold before finally stabilizing and retreating at the end of the year. If there had been only one ST prefixed stock, Chen Luo might not have remembered, but when the top 3 were all ST prefixed, the pattern stuck in his mind instantly. Before coming, Chen Luo deliberately looked up all ST prefixed stocks for comparison, which jogged his memory and allowed him to recall the names of those 3 stocks. Chen Luo's foresight was due to his prior knowledge, but when Ho Yaozong heard this, his body trembled violently. Naturally, he didn't suspect Chen Luo was a reincarnator. Instead, he immediately thought of the common insider trading in the stock market. Some people leverage their positions to gain insider information in advance, such as upcoming corporate restructuring of listed companies or major product releases, and use this knowledge to buy stocks early. Such cases are everywhere. It goes without saying that those who can obtain such information ahead of time are individuals with immense influence.
Yet, Chen Luo outright informed him of 3 stocks, all of which were consistently loss-making, demonstrating just how formidable his connections must be. However, what troubled Ho Yaozong was this: if Chen Luo knew such insider details, why didn't he use his own funds to purchase those stocks instead of enlisting Ho to do it for him? As if sensing Ho Yaozong's doubt, Chen Luo calmly continued, "Right now, I'm being watched.
If I were to enter the market with my funds, others would immediately follow suit.
People like us move enormous sums. Once injected into the stock market, they could trigger turbulence.
A single misstep might invite investigations from the securities regulator, leading to endless consequences." Ho Yaozong suddenly understood why Chen Luo had no entourage with him. Clearly, he had shaken off his pursuers. As for why someone was tailing Chen Luo, it was hardly surprising. Such behavior had almost become commonplace among wealthy, powerful families, where heirs frequently resorted to scheming and even killing each other for power and profit.
Once again, Ho Yaozong's mind filled in the gaps, rationalizing yet another suspicious aspect of Chen Luo's circumstances. "I see."
At this moment, Ho Yaozong had already completely believed Chen Luo's words. "Additionally, I want half of the profits from those stocks you purchased."
Upon hearing this, Ho Yaozong didn't even hesitate before shaking his head rapidly. "Young Master Chen, you honor me by sharing such crucial information. How could I dare take your money? Naturally, all the profits belong to you." Chen Luo said calmly, "Half means half." Ho Yaozong shivered when he met Chen Luo's indifferent gaze and hurriedly responded, "Yes, everything will be arranged as you say.
Apart from dealing with matters related to the Azure Dragon motorcycle gang, Chen Luo's main purpose for this trip was actually regarding the stocks. The remaining 1 million in his hands couldn't make much of a splash in the stock market. From the very beginning, he hadn't planned to use that money for stock trading, but rather as working capital for daily expenses like renting an apartment, buying clothes and props, and so on. It wasn't that Chen Luo didn't want all the profits for himself, but with someone like Ho Yaozong, if you didn't give him enough benefits and keep him well fed, he wouldn't willingly submit to being manipulated. As the two spoke, the car had already come to a stop outside the Longquan Hotel. Contact me immediately when that Tyranno arrives.
Yes, young Master Chen.
After speaking, Chen Luo opened the car door and got out, walking toward the Longquan Hotel. This was a 5-star hotel.
To prevent Ho Yaozong from noticing anything unusual and to avoid exposing his own address, Chen Luo had booked a room here in advance. After entering the hotel room, Chen Luo quickly removed his makeup.
Returning to his original appearance, he changed into casual clothes and leisurely headed toward the school.
This was precisely the time when their class ended evening self-study.
Although Chen Luo still had many matters to attend to, he never broke his promises. Since he'd said he would go pick up Gu Qinghuan, all other matters could wait. Moreover, while on the way, Chen Luo could continuously refine that plan in his mind, searching for any possible loopholes that might exist. This was a habit Chen Luo had cultivated over thousands of years. He preferred to strategize before acting, meticulously analyzing every potential outcome of each step as well as all possible reactions from the other party.
He would only act when absolutely certain of success.
To others, this might seem time-consuming, but after thousands of years, Chen Luo had honed his logical reasoning skills to perfection. What might take others days, even months to plan, he could meticulously strategize in as little as minutes, or at most a few hours.
Chapter 41, You Have Something on Your Mind. Chen Luo pondered as he walked, soon arriving at the school gate.
He didn't enter, even though he knew Niawei was likely in the classroom at this time, nor did he have any desire to go in seeking revenge.
Chen Luo was patient.
To him, going in now would at most amount to giving Niawei a beating.
Merely inflicting physical pain couldn't satisfy Chen Luo, for this world held sufferings far more agonizing than bodily harm.
Chen Luo glanced at the time, then leaned against the wall to wait. When the evening self-study bell rang that night, Chen Luo soon noticed Gu Qinghuan emerging from the school building. Having just transferred schools, Gu Qinghuan hadn't made any friends yet and always appeared solitary. Even at this moment, the unique aura emanating from her resembled an untainted lotus rising from mud. Amidst the crowd of students leaving self-study, her presence effortlessly drew everyone's attention.
Students on the road, regardless of gender, couldn't help but stare at Gu Qinghuan.
Although it had only been about 20 days since the semester started, Gu Qinghuan had already become a well-known figure among all teachers and students in the school, and rightfully earned the title of the campus belle. This was also the reason Gu Qinghuan had no friends. Boys couldn't approach her, and girls were unwilling to because she made them feel inferior.
As Gu Qinghuan approached the entrance, she noticed Chen Luo.
It wasn't that Chen Luo stood out too much, but rather that his gaze was completely different from ordinary students. Whether male or female, all the students at school were very restrained when looking at her. Whenever Gu Qinghuan felt uncomfortable and looked their way, those students would all guiltily avert their eyes to avoid her gaze. Chen Luo, however, was just the opposite. His gaze was focused and burning, without the slightest attempt to conceal his feelings of affection. If Gu Qinghuan glared at him with cold eyes, Chen Luo wouldn't feel the slightest intimidation. Instead, he'd return her gaze with an unsettling, passionate stare. This was precisely why Gu Qinghuan had no choice but to block Chen Luo's line of sight with a textbook. Even she couldn't withstand the sheer aggression in his gaze.
Since last night, the most overwhelming impression Gu Qinghuan got from Chen Luo was his unbridled, domineering aura.
This guy completely disregarded normal social cues and interpersonal boundaries. He simply did whatever he pleased without restraint. Gu Qinghuan passed by Chen Luo, making a concerted effort to control her gaze and avoid looking at him, deliberately choosing to ignore his presence entirely.
You've got something on your mind?
Chen Luo naturally didn't care about Gu Qinghuan's attitude toward him. Following leisurely behind her, he suddenly posed the question. Gu Qinghuan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Luo yet continued to ignore him, pretending as though she hadn't heard a thing, and kept walking forward.
Chen Luo didn't mind at all. With a smile, he approached and quickly began sizing up Gu Qinghuan from head to toe. After a while, Chen Luo asked with a somewhat astonished expression, "Did someone close to you die because of you?" Gu Qinghuan's face turned pale in an instant.
She abruptly turned her head to look at Chen Luo, her eyes filled with panic, shock, and profound pain. Seeing Gu Qinghuan's eyes instantly redden and her face appear as if drained of vitality, revealing extreme sadness, Chen Luo immediately regretted his words. Chen Luo had already realized that this was likely the deepest, most hidden pain buried within Gu Qinghuan. After observing the details about her just moments ago, Chen Luo had drawn his conclusion and couldn't resist voicing it directly. Gu Qinghuan bit her lip tightly, still not uttering a single word. She simply turned and ran. For the first time, Chen Luo felt a flicker of panic in his heart, but at the same instant, he also became aware of something else. The mere mention of that incident could elicit such intense emotional turbulence in Gu Qinghuan, it might well have been the very reason for her suicide.
Fearing something might happen to Gu Qinghuan, Chen Luo hastily gave chase. Gu Qinghuan wasn't running toward home, she seemed aimless, just sprinting desperately forward.
Chen Luo pursued relentlessly from behind, but as he ran, he began to notice something peculiar.
Gu Qinghuan's stamina was surprisingly good, she kept running at a decent speed for a full 10 minutes.
Chen Luo roughly estimated they had covered at least 3 kilometers, yet Gu Qinghuan showed no signs of slowing down. Not only had Chen Luo fallen far behind by now, her figure was nearly out of sight, and his own stamina was starting to give out. Running 3 kilometers in 10 minutes was nearing professional athlete levels. After all, the world record was just over 7 minutes. If Chen Luo had time for dedicated training, reaching or even surpassing this level would be no problem at all. But he only returned yesterday and hadn't even had time to exercise his body, so naturally he couldn't compare to an athlete. What surprised Chen Luo most was that Gu Qinghuan also seemed full of secrets, first Latin, now this nearly athlete-level physique. From any perspective, none of this aligns with the identity of an 18-year-old high school student like Gu Qinghuan.
Could it be that she was also a reincarnator? An absurd feeling welled up in Chen Luo's heart. But soon, Chen Luo shook his head and dismissed the thought. Although there were many inexplicable things about Gu Qinghuan, all the signs he had observed suggested that she couldn't have had the same experience as him. Chen Luo chased for a while longer, but his physical strength simply couldn't keep up, forcing him to stop and rest. Just as he was gasping violently for breath, he unexpectedly discovered that Gu Qinghuan had also stopped, then turned around and started coming straight toward him. Chapter 42, Is this guy even human? How did you know about that?
Gu Qinghuan had run quite a distance yet only showed slight breathlessness, and by the time she reached Chen Luo's side, her breathing had already steadied completely. When Gu Qinghuan approached Chen Luo, she straightforwardly asked the question that had been bothering her all along. Chen Luo caught his breath and pointed to a stone bench beside the street. Let's sit down and talk.
I need a moment.
Gu Qinghuan's expression was icy as she wordlessly walked over and sat down on the stone bench, then fixed her gaze on Chen Luo.
Seeing Gu Qinghuan's demeanor, Chen Luo stopped his flirtatious banter.
His expression grew serious as he pointed first to a string tied around her wrist.
That hemp cord wrapped around your wrist is a Thai absolution bracelet. Most people who visit Thai Buddhist temples end up wearing one.
As the name suggests, absolution bracelets are sought by those who feel they've committed sins and need atonement. So my first guess is that perhaps you've committed some mistake, making you feel guilt and remorse, which is why you've been wearing this atonement bracelet all along.
Gu Qinghuan froze.
She never imagined Chen Luo would know about atonement bracelets. Few in China were aware of such things, and even internet searches wouldn't yield results. Only those who had visited Thailand, specifically its Buddhist temples, might know about such items existing there.
This atonement bracelet is hand-woven from linen, with exceptional quality.
Only prolonged wear could possibly wear it down to breaking point. Judging by the wear on your atonement bracelet, accounting for routine damage from showering and hand-washing, you've likely worn it for only about 3 months.
This means you went to Thailand during your summer vacation after sophomore year and obtained that atonement bracelet. If I'm not mistaken, your parents probably took you abroad that summer hoping the trip would ease your emotional distress. Yet you transferred schools immediately after returning, which proves neither the trip nor the bracelet brought you peace. Instead, they made you feel even worse. This can be clearly seen from the bloodshot eyes and weary expression you've been carrying. That matter has been affecting you until now. I'm truly curious now, just what kind of event could influence you for so long? Gu Qinghua bit her lips tightly, her heart filled with inexplicable shock because Chen Luo's words had struck true on every point so far. Instead of answering Chen Luo's question, she countered, "Then how did you know it was my family member? Why not a friend or classmate?" Chen Luo sighed.
Seeing that Gu Qinghuan wasn't willing to speak, he didn't press her and continued explaining, "Beneath your atonement bracelet, there's a faded heart-shaped tattoo. It's so severely faded that you wouldn't notice it unless you looked carefully. Judging by the degree of fading, it must be at least 10 years old, meaning you were only about 8 years old at the time. An 8-year-old child would never have parental permission to get a tattoo. There must have been an adult who took you there, otherwise no tattoo artist would dare tattoo 2 children. And this was someone your parents trusted completely. They wouldn't have let just anyone take you out.
The most likely possibility is that it was a close relative of your family." Gu Qinghuan's expression shifted again, clearly struck by Chen Luo's accuracy. Unwilling to concede, she pressed, "Why do you say you all? Couldn't it just be me alone?"
That heart wasn't shattered, it was split in 2 halves.
So who holds the other half? The relative who took you there couldn't possibly be the one. An 8-year-old girl wouldn't get matching heart tattoos with a boy either.
That leaves only a girl around your age, maybe slightly older or younger. She must have been extremely close to you, probably grew up together, closer than real sisters.
I'm guessing it's either your older cousin's sister or younger cousin's sister? And that relative who took you to get the tattoo, that must have been her father, your uncle or maternal uncle? Gu Qinghuan's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this.
Everything Chen Luo had said so far was accurate, and his tone was so certain it was as if he knew for a fact this incident had occurred. But Gu Qinghuan knew there was absolutely no way Chen Luo could have known about this. Only 3 people in the world knew about the tattoo incident. Even though her parents found it somewhat amusing yet exasperating at the time, they didn't pay it much mind. As time passed, they forgot about it and naturally never mentioned it to outsiders. Yet Chen Luo merely relied on the redemption bracelet she wore and a single tattoo to deduce so many things.
Is this guy even human? Chen Luo sighed softly before continuing. Before transferring schools, you attended number 1 high school, Shenzhen's top public institution, leagues better than Longqing High, and even closer to your home. There's no logical reason you transferred to an inferior school unless it meant escaping something you couldn't face there. That cousin of yours, whether older or younger, must have also attended first high school.
Just stepping into that school makes you think of her, which is why you couldn't continue studying there.
Let me make another bold guess. Her accident must have happened during your second year of senior high. Chapter 43, I am a reborn. Gu Qinghuan stared at Chen Luo in shock, utterly speechless.
She simply couldn't comprehend how a person's cognitive abilities could be so formidable.
Gu Qinghuan hadn't revealed a single word, yet Chen Luo deduced so much from just these visual clues, as if he'd witnessed everything firsthand. Who the hell are you? Gu Qinghuan couldn't understand how someone who'd been timid and cowardish just yesterday could undergo such complete metamorphosis overnight, becoming an entirely different person.
As I said before, I'm a reincarnator who returned from the future, to save you. Chen Luo laughed heartily as he openly uttered those words. If there was one person in this world he was unwilling to deceive, it was undoubtedly Gu Qinghuan. So instead of fabricating an excuse to trick her, he chose to tell her the blunt truth. Chen Luo also knew that even if he told the truth, Gu Qinghuan would likely not believe him. As expected, Gu Qinghuan gave him a cold glance before rising to her feet and walking away.
Chen Luo smiled and immediately got up to follow her again. Gu Qinghuan didn't try to drive Chen Luo away anymore. She probably knew deep down that even if she tried, he wouldn't leave. Besides, her mood was exceptionally foul at the moment, so she simply allowed Chen Luo to trail behind her. Can you tell me what happened? No. Gu Qinghuan rejected it coldly without a second thought. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I can inquire at first high school. Figuring out what happened shouldn't be too difficult. Actually, Chen Luo couldn't be certain at first that the girl had definitely died, but Gu Qinghuan's emotional reaction was too extreme. If she were still alive, Gu Qinghuan would never have reacted this way. If there had been a fatal incident at the school, the students of number 1 high school couldn't have remained unaware. Even a quick search through local news from the past year might reveal what had actually happened. How dare you? Gu Qinghuan immediately glared at Chen Luo with such fury that she seemed ready to tear him apart. Seeing Gu Qinghuan's expression, Chen Luo knew she was dead serious. Pushing her further at this point would only provoke an irreparable fallout. Chen Luo suddenly spoke up. We are more fragile than we know ourselves to be, but at the same time, we are also far stronger than we imagine. I don't know what you've been through, but if you ever want to talk about it, I'll always be here. Chen Luo was well aware that Gu Qinghuan had few friends. That matter he still didn't fully understand weighed heavily on his mind, and his parents hadn't been able to help either. Given such prolonged suppression, suicide wouldn't be surprising at all. Yet Chen Luo couldn't push too hard right now. To Gu Qinghuan, he was still just a stranger after all, so this was as far as he could go with his words. Gu Qinghuan cast a complicated glance at Chen Luo, but ultimately said nothing before continuing forward. Chen Luo didn't bother Gu Qinghuan anymore. At this point, any further words would have felt unnecessary. The two walked back in silence. Though the atmosphere was somewhat strange, at least it wasn't as awkward as the night before. When they reached the entrance of Gu Qinghuan's residential complex, Chen Luo watched her go upstairs. He waved at her and only then turned to leave. If Gu Qinghuan were to find out right now that Chen Luo had moved into the apartment above hers, she'd undoubtedly lose her temper on the spot. Chen Luo had finally managed to close some of the distance between himself and Gu Qinghuan, and he wasn't foolish enough to let this matter ruin the tacit understanding they'd built today. Besides, Chen Luo still had other matters to attend to. Chen Luo needed to investigate what exactly had happened to Gu Qinghuan a year ago, as well as deal with the matter concerning Ye Jiming. While Chen Luo was on the road, he suddenly received a call from his mother, Li Yun. Xiao Luo, didn't you go to your aunt's house? Chen Luo knew Li Yun must have called his aunt first to check on him. Upon finding out he hadn't gone there, she got worried and immediately called him. He replied with a chuckle, Aunt's place is too far. I was afraid I'd be late for tomorrow's morning self-study session, so I got a room at a nearby inn. Oh, okay then. Li Yun sounded relieved as she continued, Your father and I need to make a trip back to our hometown to get our second-generation ID cards processed and settle some house-related matters. It'll probably take about a week. I left 1,000 yuan in your room, call us if you need more. Chen Luo sighed inwardly. His mother probably didn't want him to see his father injured, so she chose outright to return to their hometown. Li Yun's statement wasn't just some random excuse. She'd already planned to return home to handle these matters long before.
His parents had come to Pengcheng when he was 10 years old. At that time, they still had first-generation ID cards. Now that IDs had been updated to the second generation, their old cards had long become invalid. This created numerous complications. For instance, their bank cards no longer worked, requiring them to obtain second-generation IDs first. As for the so-called house matter, it's because my parents didn't want to return to our rural hometown anymore, yet couldn't afford the housing prices in Pengcheng, so they bought an apartment in our hometown county town. But at that time, they had my elder uncle in the hometown use my father's first-generation ID card to pay the deposit. However, signing the formal contract with the real estate company proved impossible because they also required a second-generation ID card. So my parents had long planned to make a trip back home, but they couldn't bear losing a day's wages from keeping their shop closed. They hadn't even returned once during all these New Year holidays, so the matter kept getting delayed until now. Chapter 44, Terrifying Reflexes. This time, my parents happened to have a reason to go back and handle the matter. However, this also indirectly indicates that my father's injuries probably aren't too serious. He should recover within a week. Chen Luo also pretended everything was fine and said with a smile, "Mom, I understand. You haven't had any rest since the new year, so this trip back will be a good chance to relax. Don't worry about me." On the other end of the phone, Li Yun couldn't help but pause for a moment, because ever since they'd left their hometown, Chen Luo had undergone dramatic changes. Especially in the past 2 years since attending high school in Pengcheng, his personality had become quite withdrawn. At home, he hardly spoke unless they initiated conversation. They could guess it resulted from enduring too much bullying at school. Since Chen Luo's household registration wasn't in Pengcheng, preventing him from taking the college entrance exams there, they could only hope transferring back to his hometown would improve things. Now, Chen Luo's tone was entirely different from before, even carrying a concern for them that Li Yun had never felt in the past. All right. I'll inquire about the transfer as soon as I get back this time, and then we'll. Li Yun's voice suddenly grew somber as she spoke these words, her mind drifting to Chen Luo's experiences at school that had directly altered her son's personality. It's all our fault for not being capable enough, making you endure so much hardship. Chen Luo quickly comforted her, "Mom, I haven't suffered, and I won't in the future. Neither will you and Dad. Our days ahead will only get better and better." Li Yun almost couldn't believe her ears. Her normally quiet and reserved son was saying such things. Her voice choked with emotion as she replied, "Xiao Luo, as long as you're well and can get into a good university, your father and I will be completely satisfied." Chen Luo sighed inwardly. If possible, he really didn't want to take any college entrance exams, as it would be a pure waste of time for him. But since it was his parents' wish and not particularly difficult, Chen Luo didn't mind fulfilling it. "Mom, don't worry, I'll get into a good university. I believe in you." "Alright, Xiao Luo, your father and I need to go pack our things now." After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo actually felt his parents' departure was perfectly timed. Once he began his retaliation against Nie Jiming, that bastard, if driven into a corner, would likely resort to desperate measures and target his parents again. Now that they've returned to their hometown, he had far fewer concerns to weigh upon him. At this thought, a cold, razor-sharp smile crept onto Chen Luo's lips. By the next morning, Chen Luo first purchased a miniature camera, then installed it inside that room at the Dragon Spring Hotel. After finishing the camera installation, Chen Luo left the hotel directly. Hailing a taxi on the street, he headed straight towards Pengcheng No. 1 High School. Although Chen Luo had expressed willingness to listen to Gu Qinghuan explain the matter, he hadn't actually promised to refrain from investigating it further. He was now certain that this very incident had led to Gu Qinghuan's suicide in his previous life. Without uncovering the truth behind it, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Pengcheng No. 1 High School is not only the best high school in the city but also a provincial key school, boasting top-tier facilities in both hardware and software. In terms of area alone, the high school section of Pengcheng No. 1 consists of eastern and western campuses, covering nearly 100,000 square meters, with a library collection of 150,000 volumes. The campus comprises a media center, student affairs center, teacher affairs center, art building, science museum, gymnasium, student dormitories, and more. Such infrastructure ranks among the nation's finest. Standing before the towering school gates, Chen Luo could see a wall made of reddish-brown marble, emblazoned with golden characters reading Pengcheng High School. The first thing you see upon entering the school is a massive stone slab, inscribed in bold crimson clerical script with a great man's words, "Study for the Rise of China." Even before stepping inside, one can sense an atmosphere of grandeur permeating the grounds. When Chen Luo entered, it happened to be during the midday break, with people bustling about campus. Yet he didn't rashly approach anyone to ask questions. If he randomly stopped someone to inquire about Gu Qinghuan's whereabouts, they'd likely think him insane, and no one would bother answering such questions. While Chen Luo was pondering who to ask for information, a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced the air from behind him. Simultaneously, numerous exclamations of surprise erupted around him. Without even turning his head, Chen Luo extended his left hand backward as if his back had grown eyes, effortlessly catching a rapidly flying basketball with firm precision. Holding the ball casually with one hand, Chen Luo calmly turned around to see a group of students staring at him from the outdoor basketball court over 20 meters away. The students all wore expressions of astonishment at that moment, because they had clearly seen Chen Luo with his back turned to the basketball. Just as it seemed about to hit him, Chen Luo eerily, as if he had foreseen it, caught the basketball with a backhanded grab. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they never would have believed a normal person could have such lightning-fast reflexes. What shocked them even more was that Chen Luo was gripping the basketball with just one hand at that very moment. As everyone knows, palming a basketball single-handedly is an extremely difficult feat, something most people simply can't achieve. Beyond requiring sufficiently large hands, it demands considerable practice to master properly. Chapter 45, How did he do it? Chen Luo's ability to palm the ball wasn't solely due to reflexes, the greater factor was the muscle memory developed through rigorous training in his past life. Chen Luo learned many of his skills out of sheer boredom, but throwing and shooting were abilities he actively pursued. During countless reincarnations, firearms were often necessary, a skill crucial for his survival. That's why he dedicated decades to mastering them. From standard handguns to sniper rifles and even rocket launchers, Chen Luo could achieve a flawless hit rate every time. The same applied to archery, darts, and throwing knives. Any skill requiring precision, he mastered with unerring accuracy. When firearms and cold weapons were both mastered to the pinnacle of perfection, a sport like basketball held no challenge for him at all. With just a little practice and mastering the technique of applying force, he could effortlessly make every shot. Eventually, Chen Luo got so bored that he started mimicking scenes from the movie God of Gamblers, using playing cards as concealed weapons. In fact, when playing cards are made from paper of sufficient hardness and extreme thinness, they can be used to slit throats with a single flick. When all this became too effortless, Chen Luo grew bored and began practicing something more challenging, throwing with his eyes closed. To master this skill, he first practiced on stationary targets before progressing to moving ones. After several more years of training, he had developed bat-like echolocation abilities akin to the blind. Take clay pigeon shooting for example. The instant the clay target launched, Chen Luo could determine its airborne position through sound alone before delivering a perfect shot. But what made Chen Luo even more remarkable than a blind person was his ability to roughly discern what was flying toward him simply by the object's movement. When that basketball came flying earlier, Chen Luo had already identified what it was based on its speed and the sound cutting through the air, even pinpointing its exact trajectory, which was why he caught it so effortlessly. As for one-handed catches, aside from having naturally large palms, he also relied on friction, gripping the textured grooves of the basketball to secure it with ease. Still, this was a skill he had truly mastered only after countless repetitions in his cycles of reincarnation. Chen Luo held the basketball at a slant with one hand and glanced at the situation on the court, immediately understanding what had happened. A match seemed to be in progress on the court, with students on both sides wearing the basketball team jerseys of First High School, likely a practice game or something similar. A crowd of students gathered around the court to watch, suggesting the basketball team enjoyed immense popularity at First High School. Otherwise, even a mere practice match wouldn't have attracted such a large audience. Clearly, someone had just missed catching a pass, sending the basketball flying out of the court. Awesome! Wow, who is this person? Their reflexes are amazing. They must also be on the basketball team, right? The students stared at Chen Luo in amazement and began discussing him. Excuse me, could you throw the ball back? A member of the basketball team ran over. Though he was also surprised, the game was currently in progress, clearly not the time to satisfy his curiosity. Chen Luo's eyes flashed. He slightly raised his foot, took a step forward, and made a motion as if throwing a baseball before violently swinging his right arm. Under the astonished gazes of all the students, the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air before swishing neatly through the hoop. The entire basketball court fell silent for a moment, then erupted in an uproar, peals of astonished exclamations bursting forth in disbelief. Holy shit, what the hell is this? I must be seeing things. That's gotta be 20 meters away. So terrifying, how did he do that? The basketball court was stunned by Chen Luo's shot, leaving even the team members and coach momentarily dumbfounded. Unlike the surrounding students who were just watching for fun, the coach and team members actually understood basketball. Making such an accurate shot from such a distance was extremely difficult even for professional basketball players. The sheer strength required to make a 20-meter shot like that was beyond what an average student could muster. Because that distance conversion was equivalent to Chen Luo shooting from the left baseline, the ball soaring across the entire basketball court before swishing through the right hoop. And it had to swish perfectly through the net, something no student could possibly pull off. Lucky shot? Yeah, must have been a fluke. Definitely a fluke. The basketball team's coach abandoned the game entirely. He suddenly grabbed a ball from the sidelines, pushed through the crowd of students, and strode up to Chen Luo. Hey classmate,
want to try shooting another one? Chen Luo glanced at the coach whose face was full of expectation and smiled as he said, sorry, I've got things to do. With that, Chen Luo leisurely turned and walked away, exuding an air of arrogant indifference. The coach froze for a moment, and even the students on the field were stunned. No one expected Chen Luo, who clearly looked like a student, to so blatantly disregard the coach's authority. What's your name, kid? Which class are you in? Suddenly snapping out of his daze, the coach hurried after him. Right now he felt as if 100 claws were scratching at his heart, utterly desperate to determine whether Chen Luo had just gotten lucky or truly possessed that level of skill. If it was just luck, then fine. But if he genuinely had that kind of ability, he'd unquestionably have what it takes to compete in professional basketball. Imagine cultivating a professional basketball player under his guidance. The rewards would be insignificant compared to the tremendous prestige it would bring. But Chen Luo turned a deaf ear and kept walking forward. Unwilling to give up, the coach persistently chased after him and eventually blocked his path directly. Chen Luo looked visibly impatient and said, Sir, I really don't have time. Could you please step aside? The coach stared at Chen Luo. Fine, as long as you make one more shot, I'll let you leave. Looking resigned, Chen Luo took the basketball back from the coach's hand. Agreed, once I make this, you'll stop pestering me? Chen Luo grabbed the ball with one hand, took a few running steps to build momentum, then planted his foot and stomped forward with explosive force. History seemed to be repeating itself. The basketball soared high, drawing the rapt attention of every student and team player on the court as if it had magnetized their very souls. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ball traced a perfect parabola through the air, sailing toward the basket over 20 meters away. Whoosh! The basketball swished through the net with a perfect nothing-but-net shot. The entire court erupted instantly, with both boys and girls letting out simultaneous screams and exclamations. So cool, so handsome, absolutely unbelievable. If the first shot was a fluke, the chances of hitting a second one by luck were practically zero. Chapter 46, Talking Big Enough to Reach the Heavens. The coach's eyes were shining with excitement as he eagerly leaned in close to Chen Luo. Have you trained before, student? Chen Luo looked at him strangely. Of course I have, otherwise, how could I have made the shot? The coach's face brimmed with anticipation as he asked, Student, would you like to join our basketball team? I don't want to. Chen Luo's response was crisp and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. The coach was momentarily stunned before hastily chiming in, Listen kid, our school's basketball team is really strong, we're already qualified for the National High School League. Just deliver an outstanding performance at the provincial competition, and you could get special admission offers from Tsinghua or Peking University. Win MVP in the finals? Then you wouldn't even need to take the college entrance exams, a special admission would be 100% guaranteed. You might be a bit lean now, but with some training to build up your stamina, you could realistically aim for Cuba or even CBA. The coach, afraid his offer wasn't enticing enough, tossed out all the benefits in one breath. But, I could get into Tsinghua or Peking University with my eyes closed. Why would I need to play basketball? The coach was dumbstruck, and the surrounding students gaped in shock. Chen Luo's arrogance was practically sky-high. To put things in perspective, even at a top-tier provincial high school like Pengcheng, out of over 1,000 students who took the college entrance exams last year, only 13 made it into Tsinghua or Peking University, and 5 of those were recommended admissions. But no one was as arrogant as Chen Luo, boasting that he could get in with his eyes closed. Then, watching Chen Luo turn to leave without hesitation, the coach momentarily struggled to find anything persuasive to say to him. Student, just wait a moment. The coach hurried forward and blocked Chen Luo's path again. Student, it would be such a waste if someone with your talent didn't play basketball. Just think, if you joined the CBA, with your natural ability you'd definitely shine and become a basketball star. And it's no wonder the coach was so eager. Even among professional CBA players, you'd struggle to find someone who could make such pinpoint accurate shots from over 20 meters away. This meant that Chen Luo, with just some proper basketball training, would undoubtedly deliver outstanding performances in the National High School League. Chen Luo looked rather exasperated, as if he'd had enough of the coach's persistence. Suddenly, he spoke up, Coach, there's something I'd like to ask. Tell me, and I'll consider it. The coach was overjoyed to hear this and immediately nodded, saying, Go ahead and ask. I know everything about basketball and special admissions. Then let's find a quiet place to talk. Without hesitation, the coach immediately shouted to the players on the basketball court, Scrimmages over, everyone go back and rest. The students and basketball team members exchanged bewildered glances. No one expected the coach to actually abandon the entire team right there, all because of Chen Luo alone. Especially the basketball team members felt quite indignant, but at that moment, with the coach dutifully trailing behind Chen Luo, there was nothing they could do. Ask me anything you want to know. The coach led Chen Luo all the way into the gymnasium office and asked with a smile, Do you know Gu Qinghuan, teacher?
The coach froze. He thought Chen Luo wanted to ask about basketball, but never expected the question would be about Gu Qinghuan. His mind nearly short-circuited from the surprise. From the start, Chen Luo's sole purpose had been to inquire about Gu Qinghuan. That's why he deliberately showed off on the basketball court. All he needed was to catch these people's attention. It didn't matter whether it was a student or the coach. And since this coach seemed even more excitable than the students, Chen Luo naturally chose him as the target for gathering information.
You're not from our school?
The coach's expression suddenly turned peculiar, because at Pengcheng No. 1 High School, while it wasn't unusual to not know the teachers or principal, very few people didn't know Gu Qinghuan. Even freshmen who had just enrolled had heard the name Gu Qinghuan.
Moreover, most senior high students had advanced from the junior high division where Gu Qinghuan was practically a household name. Yes, I'm from Longqing High School. Gu Qinghuan was my classmate, we even shared the same desk. Chen Luo didn't lie either and directly revealed his background. Longqing High School? She transferred there?
The coach was somewhat astonished. With nearly 80 high schools in Pengcheng, compared to No. 1 High School, Longqing High School simply couldn't compare. After being stunned for a while, the coach suddenly realized. Pointing at Chen Luo, he shook his head and laughed. I get it now.
You kid must have a crush on Gu Qinghuan, that's why you came here asking about her. Chen Luo smiled and nodded frankly in acknowledgement.
She's been suffering because of what happened at First High. I don't know exactly what occurred, nor can I comfort her properly, that's why I came here to get to the bottom of it. The coach studied Chen Luo carefully, having been too agitated earlier to really look at him. Now, he noticed that Chen Luo's gaze was as clear as water, radiating an unshakable composure, hardly the demeanor of an ordinary student.
Suddenly, the coach grinned too. What if I told you, would you consider joining our basketball team?
Chen Luo said in surprise, I already told you, I'm from Longqing High School.
What does that matter? I can apply for a special admission for you to transfer to our No. 1 high school. All you need to do is agree.
Chen Luo shook his head with a wry smile. Thank you for your kindness, teacher, but it's unnecessary.
I truly have no interest in basketball.
Do you have any idea how difficult it is for students from other high schools to transfer into our No. 1 high school?
What does this have to do with me?
The coach was momentarily speechless. Chen Luo's words made sense. To someone who didn't want to attend First High School, this truly held no appeal.
What if I refuse to tell you? Teacher, with so many students at First High, finding someone else to ask shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Chen Luo stood up as if to leave the office. Come back, I'll tell you. The coach helplessly called Chen Luo back.
Even if you ask those students, they'll only exaggerate and tell you embellished versions.
You might as well hear it from me. Thank you, teacher. The coach sighed, glanced at Chen Luo once more, then slowly began speaking. What happened to Gu Qinghuan isn't actually complicated.
Gu Qinghuan and her cousin Lu Yezi grew up together in the same residential compound, with only one building separating their homes, so they had been extremely close since childhood.
Moreover, with only a month's difference in their birth dates, they had been classmates from kindergarten all the way through high school.
Both girls were not only exceptionally beautiful but also consistently ranked at the top of their class academically. Though inseparable like conjoined twins every day, they maintained a quiet rivalry while supporting each other through difficulties, earning widespread admiration for their bond. At that time, everyone in No. 1 high school, whether teachers or students, knew those two girls. But during their second year of high school, something happened that completely altered the course of their lives.
Chapter 47, An Utterly Absurd Incident.
Chen Luo's focus sharpened instantly, for he knew he was about to hear crucial information. In their first year of high school, the two of them made plans to hike Mount Pang, but disaster struck on their way back down. They encountered Edmund, a serial killer hiding nearby.
Lu Yezi was captured by him, while Gu Qinghuan managed to escape. By the time Gu Qinghuan fled and alerted the police, and officers arrived on the scene, Lu Yezi had already been. At this point, the coach suddenly fell silent. Chen Luo shuddered violently. The moment he heard the name of the serial killer Edmund, realization struck him. Chen Luo's face darkened instantly. Within seconds, fragmented memories surged through his mind.
Piecing together all the clues, he finally understood what was happening.
This man named Edmund wasn't Chinese, he was an American serial killer.
After committing over 30 murders in the US, he'd been hunted relentlessly before fleeing to China.
Edmund earned his nickname, the Cross Killer, by targeting underage schoolgirls.
His signature was violently raping, murdering and dismembering victims, leaving just one calling card, an inverted cross. After fleeing to Pengcheng, he committed 3 crimes, slipping away each time, which caused a sensation throughout the city. Chen Luo had also been in his second year of high school in his previous life. Even though he seldom cared about the outside world, he had still seen this person's wanted notice on TV and in the newspapers. At that time, he himself was also living through dire straits, paying little attention to this matter.
Chen Luo never expected that Gu Qinghuan's cousin would turn out to be the third victim.
Although the coach didn't finish his sentence, Chen Luo could easily guess what had happened. Gu Qinghuan must have been heartbroken upon learning Lu Yezi, someone as dear to her as a younger sister, had met such a fate. He could also deduce why she blamed herself. It was likely Gu Qinghuan who had suggested going to Pine Mountain in the first place. Her reasoning wasn't hard to follow. In her mind, had she never proposed hiking Pine Mountain, Lu Yezi wouldn't have come to harm.
Gu Qinghuan blamed Lu Yezi's death on herself, and this had been tormenting her relentlessly. Chen Luo's expression abruptly shifted slightly as he noticed his hands trembling faintly.
Not from fear, but from recalling something that struck him as utterly absurd. The reason Chen Luo knew Lu Yezi was the third and final victim was simply because Edmund died 2 months after the present day, on some unspecified date in November. And the death was extremely gruesome, with limbs and head severed in almost the same manner before being discarded in the wilderness. Under normal circumstances, Chen Luo might not have paid it much heed, but now, aware of what had transpired with Lu Yezi, he couldn't shake off a sense of unease.
Because the date of Gu Qinghuan's suicide was precisely within 3 days of Edmund's elimination.
Chen Luo then recalled Gu Qinghuan's extraordinary physical strength and shuddered slightly.
Is this perhaps the reason Gu Qinghuan committed suicide?
Improving physical fitness to find the killer who murdered her cousin, taking revenge with the same method, then unable to bear the guilt over her cousin's death and the remorse of killing, she ultimately took her own life. Chen Luo abruptly rose from his chair, bolting out of the office without a backward glance at the coach still calling after him.
No way!
Chen Luo felt his entire chest filled with a kind of panicked helplessness. Just as he couldn't imagine Gu Qinghuan committing suicide, he also couldn't fathom her resorting to such cruel methods to kill someone. When Chen Luo exited No. 1 high school with his mind in complete turmoil, he suddenly took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down swiftly. Thousands of years had passed, and he'd experienced countless things. He'd long since learned to face everything with equanimity. Right now, worry had clearly clouded his judgment, shattering that usual mountain-solid composure he'd always maintained.
However, once Chen Luo understood, he quickly calmed down.
From the current perspective, he had merely connected some seemingly related points. There was no actual evidence indicating Gu Qinghuan had killed Edmund back then.
Moreover, even if Gu Qinghuan had killed Edmund, what difference would it make? Chen Luo shook his head almost immediately.
If it truly were Gu Qinghuan's doing, he wouldn't care, nor would it change how he felt. It's only right that debts must be repaid and murderers must pay with their lives, especially when the victim is a heinous psychopath like Edmund who deserves death by 1,000 cuts. However, Chen Luo realized he now had one more task, to eliminate this psychopath ahead of schedule. Whether Gu Qinghuan was responsible for that incident or not, if there was even the slightest chance she might kill herself because of it, Chen Luo would never let it go. By getting rid of that bastard in advance, Chen Luo was avenging both those innocent murdered students and Gu Qinghuan. A deranged serial killer meant nothing to Chen Luo, and he even remembered the locations where the guy had been hiding according to news reports. At this thought, Chen Luo immediately took out his phone and dialed Ho Yaozong's number.
I'll give you a few addresses. Send people to keep watch.
Contact me immediately if any foreign white men show up.
Not daring to ask for details, Ho Yaozong hastily agreed. Huihai District Lishan residence and Tianfu District Tiantong Garden.
Remember, we need round-the-clock surveillance on both locations.
Understood, young Master Chen.
During those final 2 months before he was captured, that pervert Edmund had hidden somewhere within those 2 residential compounds. The news never reported the apartment numbers or which community he'd stayed in first. In fact, it was already impressive that Chen Luo could remember these 2 residential compounds. For now, they could only have Ho Yaozong send people to wait passively outside, hoping the guy might show up. At the time, there was an unsolved mystery in the news reports, one that remained unresolved even in 2019. The homeowners of the 2 places where Edmund had hidden had both coincidentally gone abroad for vacations, each trip lasting a full month. By the time they returned, they discovered someone had been living in their homes. Later, upon checking the surveillance footage, they confirmed it was that creep Edmund. Police analysis later suggested it was highly likely someone had been assisting Edmund behind the scenes, helping him hide at these 2 locations.
Otherwise, the coincidence would be too great. Edmund couldn't have known with such precision that the owners of both houses would be away.
But after investigating every lead, the police found no trace of evidence and eventually dropped the case. After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo pondered for a moment before rushing back to the Shuyuan Mingjia residential compound where Gu Qinghuan lived. The first thing he did after returning home was run 5 kilometers on the treadmill indoors. His current physique was still somewhat too frail. Chen Luo knew he had to start improving his physical condition immediately, otherwise, if an unexpected situation arose, his physique falling short would prove quite troublesome. Chen Luo had developed his own set of physical training methods. Consistent practice would yield noticeable results in a short time. He had even once formulated a potion that could rapidly enhance muscle fibers. However, he presently lacked both medical equipment and pharmaceutical resources. It's time to go meet the second big shot and solve the issues of acquiring the formula and equipment.
Chapter 48. Are you still not leaving? Chen Luo's selected list of 3 names was meticulously chosen. They had to possess sufficient current capability to be of use to him. This was actually quite easy for Chen Luo to accomplish. His cumulative time spent in Pengcheng amounted to decades, if not a full century, making him intimately familiar with every corner of the city. It was like playing a game. He knew all the spawn points of monsters in Pengcheng's map, where the bosses were located, and even the exact timings of their appearances down to the minutest detail. The second person Chen Luo aimed to know and control was Jiang Junyan, the chairman of Mingqing Pharmaceuticals, who would later rank among the top 3 in the nation's biomedical field. At this time, Jiang Junyan had not yet taken control. The current owner of Mingqing Pharmaceuticals was his father, Jiang Mingcheng. Jiang Junyan was simultaneously working and learning management within the family enterprise. Back in 2008, Mingqing Pharmaceuticals wasn't even ranked nationally, barely making the top 10 in Shenzhen, let alone Guangdong province. That Mingqing Pharmaceuticals later rose to prominence, becoming a nationally and even globally renowned biopharmaceutical company, can largely be credited to Jiang Junyan. Jiang Junyan officially took over Mingqing Pharmaceuticals in 2008, though this succession process was extremely painful. However, Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry to find Jiang Junyan at the moment. He had another matter to attend to. After finishing his workout, Chen Luo took a nap and didn't wake up until past 6 in the evening. After a simple disguise, Chen Luo leisurely headed out. He didn't make any drastic changes, just altered his original appearance slightly to look a bit more mature. Although Chen Luo didn't carry himself like a high school student, his baby face made him unmistakably look like a teenager. After applying some makeup, Chen Luo appeared at least 10 years older, transforming into the image of a man in his late 20s. Chen Luo hailed a taxi on the street and headed to a place called Night Encounter Bar. A group of provocatively dressed hostesses stood at the bar's entrance. Unlike the more understated bars of later years, establishments of this era employed rather straightforward and crude methods to attract customers. For instance now, these waitresses are all quite attractive, with figures ranging from plump to slender, tall and graceful to petite and delicate. The scene somewhat resembles women soliciting customers at the entrance of an ancient brothel. Chen Luo walked to the entrance and, without waiting for the waitress to greet him, directly said he was looking for someone before striding right into the bar. The atmosphere inside the bar was no different from what would be seen in later generations. Deafening music, a flurry of flirtatious women and men, creating a frenzied scene of revelry. Night, alcohol, and hazy lighting. Everyone here was unleashing their emotions and instincts. The female bartender was playing drinking games with customers at the bar, while intoxicated men took advantage of the dim lighting to grope her hands and thighs. But it was also a tacit understanding. The customer bought the wine, and you let them take their little advantage, neither party tearing through that thin veil of pretense. With Chen Luo's worldly experience, none of this fazed him in the slightest. He ambled casually toward the bar counter. As he approached the bar counter, Chen Luo quickly spotted his target. A woman in her mid-30s, dressed in a red dress, sat at the bar. Her delicate features and fiery red lips exuded a mature allure. Moreover, she emanated a bewitching charm, with a natural playfulness in her brow that made her even more enticing than a young girl could ever be. At this very moment, 2 men had already taken the seats on either side of her, doing their best to catch her attention. What they were after was no secret to anyone. The 2 men were currently locking horns in a subtle contest of wills, while the woman showed little interest, staring absent-mindedly at the dance floor in the bar. A faint smile curved at the corners of Chen Luo's lips as he immediately strode in that direction. The woman in the red dress was none other than Nie Wei's mother, Nie Zhiming's lawful wife, Lin Yun. Qinglong had previously spilled quite a few Nie family secrets, such as Lin Yun being a regular at Night Encounter Bar who indulged in one-night stands and would directly take under her wing any pretty boy who caught her fancy. Nie Zhiming knew about it, but he couldn't control Lin Yun. Their marriage was purely an arranged alliance between powerful families. The Lin family's influence was no less than the niece, and in fact, Nie Zhiming often needed the Lin support. But the two had no emotional foundation. Lin Yun even rather disliked Nie Zhiming. After giving birth to Nie Wei, it was as if she had completed some obligatory task. From then on, she utterly indulged herself without restraint. The two had an unspoken agreement, each played their own game outside, neither bothering about the other. But Lin Yun had taken it a step further by completely disregarding Nie Wei. A significant part of why Nie Wei turned out that Wei was due to maternal neglect. Nie Zhiming had Qinglong monitor Lin Yun, not out of jealousy or anything similar, but to ensure her young lovers wouldn't cause any troublesome incidents that might embarrass him. Though they shared no affection and didn't interfere with each other's affairs, Lin Yun was still Nie Zhiming's wife in public. If one of her young lovers started boasting about their relationship everywhere, where would that leave his dignity? When Chen Luo walked up to Lin Yun, he grabbed the man on the left and yanked him off the chair. "This seat is mine." The man, caught off guard by the sudden pull, flew into a rage and turned to glare at Chen Luo. "You motherf." Before he could spit out the word ucker, Chen Luo's icy gaze locked onto him. At that moment, a shudder of coldness surged from within his body,
spreading rapidly until his entire frame trembled uncontrollably. Absolutely horrifying. A thought involuntarily sprang to the man's mind. He had never seen such an utterly frigid gaze devoid of any human emotion, especially with the terrifying aura Chen Luo was radiating now. It felt like staring down at a helpless chick awaiting slaughter.
Got a problem with that? And no.
Hearing Chen Luo's indifferent tone, the man shuddered from head to toe before abruptly turning to flee, desperate to escape the suffocating pressure that made it nearly impossible to breathe. Lin Yan slightly parted her crimson lips in surprise, still unable to comprehend what had just happened. The man had been furious and ready to throw punches when Chen Luo yanked him down, so why had he turned tail and fled in terror the very next second? Even the man sitting to Lin Yan's left looked bewildered, equally clueless about what had transpired. In the dim bar lighting, with Chen Luo's back turned to both of them, they naturally couldn't sense the murderous intent he'd deliberately directed at that man. Chen Luo sat casually on the chair without even glancing at Lin Yun, instead fixing his eyes on the man to her right.
Aren't you going to scram yet?
Lin Yun froze for a split second, then couldn't help but let out a sudden chuckle, eyeing Chen Luo with burgeoning interest.
Chapter 49, let's play a game instead. The man, upon hearing Chen Luo's utterly blunt and undisguised contemptuous words, coupled with Lin Yun's flirtatious laughter, instantly flew into a rage. He abruptly stood up from the chair, rushed over to Chen Luo in a few quick steps, and without uttering a single word of nonsense, threw a punch directly at him. But before his fist could connect, Chen Luo grabbed a bottle from the bar counter and smashed it against the man's forehead first. Bang! The liquor bottle shattered into pieces, and the man staggered backward clutching his head as blood instantly streamed down his forehead. The music in the bar was blaring, yet the sound of shattering glass still startled nearby patrons. Unable to resist, they all raised their heads to look in this direction. Lin Yun's expression showed little change. On the contrary, her face bore an even stronger look of interest. Not only was she unfazed, but in fact, most people in the bar were startled by the noise. When they saw it was a fight, they all wore expressions that suggested such scenes were commonplace. In places like bars, where alcohol flows freely, it's easy for tempers to flare under its influence. Fights over jealousy or rivalry happen every day. Not only have the patrons grown accustomed to it, but even the waitstaff and bartenders have become numb to such scenes. The man felt dazed from the blow, seeing double as he shook his dizzy head, gradually regaining his bearings. But the moment he touched the blood on his hands, fury seized him, roaring in rage, "You bastard, I'll kill you today." Reaching behind his back, he unexpectedly pulled out a dagger and thrust it viciously toward Chen Luo. Seeing the blade come out, many bystanders shrank back in fear, keeping their distance. Even Lin Yun's expression changed as she took several steps back, clearly not expecting things to escalate to this extent. Though they retreated, none of them ran too far away. Instead, they gathered at a distance to watch the drama unfold, reveling in the spectacle. The reason they still had the leisure to watch the show was that they knew the bar staff wouldn't just stand by. In these modern days, no one operates a bar without substantial backing, especially not in such a bustling downtown area. Bar owners here all have powerful connections. Although they didn't know who the real owner behind Night Encounter Bar was, anyone who had ever caused trouble here before had never reappeared again. Even when a fatal fight broke out here once, the bar only paused operations for a single day before resuming business as usual the next. The moment that man pulled out his dagger, a bartender had already gone to notify the bar's security personnel, commonly known as the bouncers. But before the bouncers could arrive, they saw Chen Luo casually rise to his feet. A contemptuous smile flickered across his face as his hand shot out just before the dagger could reach him. Chen Luo's hand moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the dagger was somehow already in his grasp. Then, Chen Luo kicked out with his foot, striking the man squarely in the abdomen. With a pained scream, the man tumbled to the ground in an undignified heap. You're fucking dead. Do you know who I am? Just you wait, motherfucker." The man painfully picked himself up from the ground, pointing at Chen Luo's nose as he roared in furious rage. Reaching into his coat pocket, he pulled out a phone and began scrolling through contacts to make a call. At that moment, a hand reached over and snatched his phone away. "Friend, do me a favor, let's not escalate this matter." A burly man stepped forward, trailed by a group of security personnel from the bar. The onlookers, who had been astonished by Chen Luo's skills, immediately lost interest when they saw the burly man arrive with reinforcements. With the bar staff intervening, it meant the show was over. Yet in the next moment, they were surprised to realize the drama hadn't actually ended. Let the fuck go. The man was seething with rage at this moment, clutching his phone so tightly he was nearly driven mad with fury. "God damn it, do you believe me or not? I could call my crew right now and have them smash this shithole of a bar to pieces." "What a bold claim, let's see just who this big shot is." The burly man stepped forward, and as he got a clear look at the other man's face, his pupils abruptly constricted, a faint expression of awkwardness surfacing on his features. He opened his mouth, then immediately released the man's hand and said with an ingratiating smile, "Ahem, Boss Shang, it's you. Those underlings of mine are clueless. Had I known you'd come, I'd have reserved the finest private room for you. Running a bar means there are certain people you shouldn't mess with, like this Zhang Xiaohu in front of me. He might not be a big shot himself, but his older brother, Zhang Xiaohao, happens to be the underworld boss of Hualong district. Take Lin Yun for example, with the backing of the Nya and Lin families, no one dared to provoke her within the Hualong district. Fuck your mother's guarantee. Zhang Xiaohu snatched his phone back and glared at the burly man, demanding, "Are you going to teach this bastard a lesson, or should I call someone to deal with him and your shitty bar together?" The burly man didn't hesitate for even a moment, immediately barking orders at his subordinates behind him. "Grab that person already, let Second Master Zhang vent his anger properly." Upon hearing this, the dozen or so thugs immediately closed in on Chen Luo, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. The onlookers instantly got excited again, their eyes wide open as they eagerly looked over. At this very moment, as the burly man brought others over, more people stopped dancing and began crowding toward them. Even the music had unknowingly ceased at some point. Chen Luo maintained a smile on his face. Flipping the dagger in his hand, he actually took the initiative to step forward. Lin Yun had been closely watching Chen Luo's expression, but from the very start, the man's face bore nothing but a roguish smile, exuding an unshakable calmness as if heaven itself collapsing wouldn't faze him. Whether facing Zhang Xiaohu's attack or when surrounded by the bar's thugs, his expression remained utterly indifferent, as though these people were beneath his notice. A flicker of admiration flashed through her eyes as she suddenly stepped in front of Chen Luo, blocking the approaching attackers. "Wait!" Both Zhang Xiaohu and the burly head of security froze in surprise, uncertain what Lin Yun intended by stepping forward. The onlookers' eyes gleamed with growing excitement. They realized this show was getting better and better. All this fighting and killing, ending lives, it doesn't do anyone any good. Lin Yun giggled delicately at this point. As for who was right or wrong in what just happened, that doesn't matter now. Since this second Master Zhang can't swallow his anger, why don't we play a little game? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to resolve this conflict in a simpler way? Chapter 50, There should always be some stakes. The security team leader wore an expression of extreme reluctance on his face. Lin Yun stepping forward at this moment clearly intended to take responsibility for Chen Luo's situation. This was a woman he couldn't afford to offend either. Even if the boss were to show up, she likely wouldn't give him any face either. After much deliberation, he finally approached Zhang Xiaohu and revealed Lin Yun's identity. Zhang Xiaohu's expression shifted slightly. Though filled with fury, he had no choice but to consider the consequences upon learning Lin Yun's background. Forcing the security chief to act against Chen Luo risked involving Lin Yun, an extremely troublesome scenario, nor was it certain the chief would even obey his orders. "What game are you talking about?" Zhang Xiaohu's expression darkened. Upon learning Lin Yun's identity, the lust in his heart dissipated, but this matter of pride had to be settled. With a charming smile, Lin Yun parted her ruby-red lips and said, "Knife between fingers." The moment Lin Yun uttered these words, the surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. Most regulars at bars had heard of this game before and were well aware of its perilous nature. The so-called knife between the fingers game involves spreading all 5 fingers apart, then moving a sharp knife quickly between the gaps and stabbing downward until someone inevitably gets their finger cut. Zhang Xiaohu's face suddenly broke into a smug smile. Anyone who'd walked these streets would recognize this game. Moreover, they often used this game to prove their toughness, competing to see who was the braver. Zhang Xiaohu had played before, and he played quite skillfully. He carried a dagger with him, not for the purpose of stabbing someone at any moment, but because he was proficient with both the dagger and the game, hence his fondness for bringing it along. "I agree." A cold sneer appeared on Zhang Xiaohu's face as he turned to look at Chen Luo, his expression full of provocation. "You bastard, you got the guts to play?" Chen Luo let out a silent laugh. He didn't pay Zhang Xiaohu any mind, but his understanding of Lin Yun's malicious nature reached new depths. Lin Yun wasn't standing in front to shield him from harm, she was simply there for the show, eager to watch two men bloody each other over her. This game originated in the American West during the 18th century, when bounty hunters and cowboys ruled the land. Those Western cowboys, aside from their sharpshooting skills and mouths that could brag the sky down, also needed some solid knife-handling abilities. Sometimes, to impress the ladies, cowboys found guns inappropriate. After all, no one bore any deep grudges. So they settled disputes this way, one-on-one, competing to see whose blade was quicker. Chen Luo chuckled, "Since the lady requested it, I certainly have no objections." Hearing Chen Luo agree, the entire bar erupted in excitement. The onlookers grew increasingly thrilled, crowding forward lest they miss a single moment of the spectacle. However, Chen Luo suddenly spoke up again at this moment. "But since it's a game, there should be some stakes." Zhang Xiaowu sneered darkly. "Stakes? The stakes are that if you win, you can leave unharmed. If you lose, it won't just be losing a single finger, it'll be all of your fingers." Upon hearing Zhang Xiaowu's words, the surrounding onlookers gasped in shock. Such ruthlessness was simply too much. Without even glancing at Zhang Xiaowu, Chen Luo turned with a smile toward Lin Yun and said, "So, if I win, you must spend the night with me tonight. How about that?"
Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time she'd seen Chen Luo so brazenly voice his desires, and in front of so many people at that. Chen Luo utterly disregarded everyone present, wholly indifferent to their stares. This kind of untamed man was something Lin Yun had never encountered before, sending an unusual thrill through her. Lin Yun suddenly burst into laughter and threw Chen Luo a provocative glance. Sure, if you win tonight, I'll go with you. The onlookers all wore ambiguous expressions upon hearing this, but their excitement was even more apparent. This kind of fierce competition over a woman could be bragged about for a long time. Seeing the two of them flirt shamelessly right in front of him, Zhang Xiaohu's anger surged instantly. He roared, "Cut the fucking chatter. If you're gonna play, hurry up." The head of security saw that both parties had agreed, and he had no reason to stop them, nor did he think he could even if he wanted to. Reluctantly, he obediently arranged the venue for the two. In no time, an empty table had been cleared in the middle of the dance floor, along with two stools. Chen Luo and Zhang Xiaohu had already sat down facing each other, each holding a sharp dagger in their hands. Whether intentionally or not, the bar's light suddenly dimmed, with a single spotlight shining down on their table, ensuring all nearby spectators could clearly see what was happening. Those further back who couldn't see had even climbed onto tables or stood on couches to get a better view of the situation inside. At this moment, Chen Luo and Zhang Xiaohu had already placed their hands flat on the table, waiting only for Lin Yun to say begin. Lin Yun glanced at the two of them, smiling slightly as she parted her rosy lips and said, "Begin." Zhang Xiaohu and Chen Luo almost simultaneously pulled out their daggers and began stabbing between their fingers. Bang, bang, bang. A rhythmic and cadenced sound of knife tips piercing the tabletop filled the air. At this moment, the entire bar was so silent you could hear a pin drop, making the sound of this collision clearly audible. At this instant, the noise seemed to possess some magical power, drawing the undivided attention of everyone present as they all stared intently at the two figures on scene. Zhang Xiaohu leisurely raised and lowered his dagger with absolute confidence, certain that it wouldn't be long before he'd witness Chen Luo severing his own finger. His unwavering confidence came from the countless hours he had spent practicing. This game is all about who's faster and who gets their fingers stabbed first. Once your strength and speed outpace your brain, not only will you fail to show off your skills, but you'll instantly become a second-class cripple. But as long as you master the technique, memorize the knife movements in sequence, counting back and forth, you'll almost never run into trouble before running out of strength. Zhang Xiaohu soon realized something was wrong. Chen Luo's knife speed matched his own, and what's more, he wasn't even looking at his own palm but was gazing at him with keen interest instead. Zhang Xiaohu felt a slight shock in his heart. Even if his reflexes were dull, he realized the other man must have played this game before and seemed to be an expert at it. Otherwise, Chen Luo wouldn't have been able to wield the knife so steadily without even glancing at his palm. Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth violently and immediately increased his speed with the knife, the thumping sounds accelerating noticeably. Chen Luo smiled unhurriedly and matched his increased speed. Bizarrely, Chen Luo's blade movements synchronized perfectly with his. No matter how fast Zhang Xiaohu became, Chen Luo mirrored his pace exactly, their blade strikes overlapping in sound until they fused into a single rhythmic echo. The onlookers grew increasingly excited, especially Lin Yun, who was closest and felt the impact most viscerally. This act of testing one's nerve with sharp metal, where the blade could plunge into one's hand at any moment, delivered an intense thrill of fear and excitement to the spectators. Chapter 51, Is this guy toxic or what? Lin Yun gazed at Chen Luo with gleaming eyes, clearly astonished by how skillfully he'd mastered this dangerous game. Zhang Xiaohu's expression grew increasingly grim. Even a fool could see now, Chen Luo wasn't just skillful, but a master among masters. Deep down, Zhang Xiaohu was seething with indignation. He refused to believe that some random guy he bumped into could be a blade-wielding expert and even more skilled than him. Weren't you moving at the same speed as me? Try keeping up now, bastard. With a furious roar, Zhang Xiaohu doubled, no, at least tripled, the speed of his blade strikes. If at the beginning the speed of his knife stabs resembled a normal person's walking pace, by now it had already escalated to a slow jog. Yet what Zhang Xiaohu never anticipated was that Chen Luo's dagger also synchronized instantly at that moment, and the sound of blades hitting the table rapidly merged into one. By now, the onlookers were utterly dumbstruck. Even at the original speed, they doubted they could maintain such precision for so long without stabbing their own fingers. When the duo accelerated further, an even more thrilling sensation surged through the crowd, making many widen their eyes in fear of missing a single moment of the spectacle. Zhang Xiaohu's face changed colors several times in succession as his anger surged once more. Bang 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 bang! There erupted a frantic and rapid series of tapping sounds, instantly capturing everyone's attention. When they looked over again, Chen Luo and Zhang Xiaohu's fingers seemed to be performing a lively dance across the tabletop. The blade's movement speed was no longer at a human's jogging pace, it was more like a full-on sprint. Chen Luo continued to smile at Zhang Xiaohu, still without glancing at his own palm, yet somehow managed to match his speed perfectly. By now, even the onlookers had noticed something amiss. The stark contrast between their expressions was the first clue, and Chen Luo hadn't once looked at his own hand from start to finish. The difference in skill was glaringly obvious. At this rate, Zhang Xiuhu cutting off his own fingers was only a matter of time. However, at that very moment, Chen Luo suddenly stopped and withdrew the dagger. Seeing this, Zhang Xiuhu couldn't help but feel wild joy in his heart. He immediately stopped as well, as if relieved of a great burden, and said triumphantly, "You bastard, you lost." Zhang Xiaohu's palms and back were now drenched in sweat. With his attention so intensely focused earlier, he hadn't dared to let his mind wander even slightly and hadn't noticed. But now, coming back to his senses, he realized his whole body felt uncomfortably sticky. Chen Luo let out a hearty laugh. "No need to rush. I just feel deciding the outcome this way is too slow. Let's increase the game's difficulty a bit." Chen Luo's words left everyone stunned, unable to comprehend his meaning. "Cover your hand with paper, then stab straight down to decide the outcome. What do you think?" Chen Luo quickly cleared up everyone's doubts. Zhang Xiaohu's expression instantly changed. Chen Luo's move had exponentially increased the difficulty of the game. Because if paper covered the palm, there was simply no way to visually judge where to stab. One could only rely on instinct. A single mistake would drive the blade into flesh, creating immense psychological pressure, far more thrilling and intense. "What gives you the right? You stopped early, you've already lost. Why should I play this with you?" Zhang Xiaohu immediately blustered with hollow aggression. "Wait, when did we say that stopping early counts as losing? And if we really kept going, are you sure I would be the one to lose?" Chen Luo looked at Zhang Xiaohu with a faint, mocking smile and asked lightly, "Are you perhaps lacking in guts?" As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, the surrounding onlookers immediately jeered at Zhang Xiaohu, their taunts thick with derision. The situation just now was crystal clear. If things continued like this, Zhang Xiaohu was definitely finished. Zhang Xiaohu's face flushed crimson as he took in the disdainful glances around him. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, he roared furiously, "Who the hell says I'm chickening out? Whoever backs down is a fucking coward. Let's do this." Chen Luo clapped his hands with a hearty laugh. "Excellent. Then let's begin." It didn't take long after the start for the expressions of the head security guard to turn as grim as Zhang Xiaohu's, because if Chen Luo lost, it wouldn't matter anyway, since Zhang Xiaohu would be the one to clean up the mess. But Zhang Xiaohu lost, and when that happened, he'd surely be in trouble too. When he heard Chen Luo's suggestion, his expression suddenly shifted, and he hurriedly said, "I'll go get the paper." The head of security left quickly and returned just as fast, though by then the lights in the bar had dimmed further, not as bright as before. When he reached the table, he handed 2 sheets of paper to Chen Luo and Zhang Xiaohu respectively. When Chen Luo saw those 2 pieces of paper, a peculiar smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he cast a thoughtful glance at the security captain. The security team leader seemed a bit guilty, avoiding eye contact with Chen Luo as he pretended nothing was wrong and looked away. Chen Luo had a good reason to smile, because the 2 sheets of paper were of different thicknesses. If you placed the paper the security captain had given him on the back of your hand, you wouldn't be able to see anything beneath it. But Zhang Xiaohu's sheet was remarkably thin, so much so that one could faintly see the outline of his hand and fingers through it when held up. However, the dimmed lighting combined with the onlookers keeping their distance ensured no one noticed this distinction, not even Lin Yun, standing right beside the table. The security team leader had assumed Chen Luo wouldn't catch such minute details, yet he spotted them immediately as the sheets were being handed out. A pang of frustration shot through the team leader. He was certain Chen Luo would call it out and demand Zhang Xiaohu's sheet be replaced. To everyone's surprise, Chen Luo didn't speak at all. He suddenly stood up, walked over to Lin Yun with a smile, and positioned himself right in front of her. The bystanders froze in bewilderment, wondering what Chen Luo intended to do, only to see him abruptly reach out, clasp Lin Yun by the waist, and pull her snugly into his embrace. Chen Luo chuckled softly as he spoke in a flirtatious tone, "Beautiful, I need to borrow something from you." Lin Yun, despite suddenly being pulled into his arms, showed no trace of panic or bashfulness. Instead, she nestled against him coquettishly, her eyes seductively half-lidded, replying in a sweetly teasing voice, "And what would you like to borrow?" Borrow this." As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, Lin Yun suddenly felt a chill on her, but something had gone missing. The next moment, Chen Luo waved an object in front of Lin Yun's face. The crowd instantly fell into stunned silence, gaping at Chen Luo in speechless shock, for in his hand at that moment was a woman's black lace underwear. You. Lin Yun stared wide-eyed at Chen Luo. While others might not recognize whose panties these were, she knew exactly whom they belonged to. Lin Yun's face was filled with disbelief. She simply couldn't fathom how Chen Luo had managed this. Chen Luo flashed a mischievous grin. "He used paper, so I'll just use your panties instead." Everyone was completely stunned before realizing Chen Luo had actually stripped Lin Yun's underwear off in that split second. Holy shit! Is this guy insane? Chapter 52, Raising the Difficulty Again. Chen Luo didn't care about Lin Yun's reaction or that of the onlookers present. He simply turned around and sat back down in his chair, flashing her a wicked grin instead. Chen Luo clearly knew Zhang Xiaohu was about to lose, yet he suddenly changed the game rules all just to humiliate Lin Yun. This woman sought thrills so maliciously that she egged on two complete strangers to play such a dangerous game.
If she didn't pay some price for it, it simply wouldn't be right.
Chen Luo had no grudge against Zhang Xiaohu.
Earlier, he'd deliberately provoked the man solely to catch Lin Yun's attention.
At this point in the game, Lin Yun had already remembered him clearly, so there was no real need to make Zhang Xiaohu lose a finger. Besides, even if he had actually severed that guy's finger, Zhang Xiaohu probably wouldn't have just accepted it passively. He'd definitely come back for revenge with reinforcements. Chen Luo wasn't afraid of that, but he had a purpose for being here that didn't involve pointless displays of toughness. That's why he called it off at the last moment. As for how he pulled it off, it was simple. While hugging her, Chen Luo had already slipped the dagger in and, in that instant, sliced through her undergarments. Chen Luo had been a master thief before. Stealing something from someone without them noticing was child's play for him. Yet while the crowd was still stunned by how Chen Luo had pulled it off, Lin Yun suddenly burst out laughing, leaving everyone bewildered once again.
Is this woman out of her mind?
Lin Yun genuinely seemed unhinged. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Chen Luo, almost as if they were glowing. At first, Lin Yun felt a bit of shame, but soon an even more thrilling and exhilarating sensation surged through her. Chen Luo glanced over in astonishment, only to see Lin Yun's face flushing red, her legs involuntarily pressing together, her expression one of unmistakable arousal.
Holy shit, is this woman really? Chen Luo was left speechless. He had underestimated just how perverse this woman could be.
Chen Luo figured that if there weren't so many onlookers around, Lin Yun would probably have lunged at him to knock him over.
Like father, like son.
Or in this case, like family, like members. From Nie Jiming and Nie Wei to this Lin Yun, each one is more outrageous than the last. Chen Luo smiled faintly, quickly averted his gaze, placed Lin Yun's black lace panties on his palm, and then looked towards Zhang Xiaohu opposite him.
Let's make it quick. I can see the lady here can't hold back any longer.
As soon as Chen Luo uttered these words, everyone nearby turned to look at Lin Yun with astonishment. At this sight, the men froze in place while the women silently cursed her as a little slut. When Zhang Xiaohu saw Lin Yun's bewitching state, his heart also stirred, but noticing how her gaze remained fixed on Chen Luo without wavering, an inexplicable rage suddenly boiled up within him.
Bring it on, who's afraid of you?
Zhang Xiaohu had also noticed the peculiarity of the note given to him by the head of security, which gave him some confidence, especially when he saw that Chen Luo's hand was completely hidden by the lace panties, making it impossible to see the palm beneath. His confidence grew even stronger. Chen Luo let out a loud laugh, raising the dagger in his hand before violently thrusting it into his own palm. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the dagger pierced through the panties and clanged as it embedded itself into the table.
Soon, Chen Luo calmly pulled out the dagger without letting Zhang Xiaohu begin. Instead, he smiled and said, "This is still too easy. Let's raise the difficulty a bit more."
The onlookers were initially startled when Chen Luo suddenly thrust downward, but before they could fully process their shock, he had already withdrawn the dagger, completely unscathed. Just as they were savoring the moment, Chen Luo suddenly announced he would raise the difficulty further, leaving them wide-eyed in disbelief.
At this point, how can it possibly get any harder? Does anyone have a handkerchief, or a towel? Anything that can cover the eyes will do?
Chen Luo glanced at the surrounding onlookers and casually asked.
As soon as Chen Luo uttered these words, the room erupted in an uproar. Everyone instantly understood what Chen Luo meant by raising the difficulty. He actually wants to poke his hand while blindfolded.
Zhang Xiaohu's face instantly turned extremely grim. Chen Luo had effectively forced himself into a corner as well. Just covering his hands with paper feels risky enough even if you can barely make out his fingers beneath it. What the hell difference does the paper make if his eyes are covered too? You'd have to rely purely on instinct, which dramatically increases the chances of stabbing your fingers or palms. The security team leader was also startled speechless as he stared at Chen Luo, finally understanding why he hadn't cared whether that piece of paper was visible or not.
Because Chen Luo had planned all along to play blindfolded, that sheet of paper was utterly irrelevant.
As for Lin Yun, her eyes were practically dripping with desire. She actively moved closer to Chen Luo, leaning in so close that the creamy expanse of her bosom was fully displayed before his eyes. Lin Yun brought her lips to Chen Luo's ear and cooed in a seductive voice, "I've got another piece of lingerie I can lend you, you know." Chen Luo chuckled wryly to himself, naturally understanding that Lin Yun was referring to the lingerie covering her upper body. He wasn't unfamiliar with lascivious women, but when it came to sheer wantonness, this woman could rival even the most uninhibited women from sexually liberal Western cultures. Chen Luo naturally had no interest in Lin Yun's suggestion. He slightly leaned in closer to whisper in her ear, "Leave that last piece for me to remove." Lin Yun seemed stirred by these words, her face flushing with excitement as she moved to kiss Chen Luo. Yet Chen Luo suddenly raised his hand, blocking her crimson lips with a faint smile. "No need to rush," he said.
"We have all the time in the world." Chapter 53, nothing short of miraculous.
Lin Yun's face didn't show disappointment. If anything, she seemed even more excited, her expression brimming with anticipation.
"I have a scarf."
At that moment, someone from the crowd of onlookers shouted loudly before pushing their way through the throng, waving a long scarf in their hand. Chen Luo turned to look and saw a girl with heavy makeup approaching him, gazing at him with admiration before handing over her scarf.
Bro, I've got a handkerchief, use mine. I've got a blindfold. Bro, I've got a towel.
God only knows why these people carried so many bizarre items while clubbing. The onlookers were thrilled to the extreme. Such a tense and exciting scene was something they'd only ever seen on TV and in movies. Witnessing this spectacle firsthand sent everyone's emotions into a fervor. For Chen Luo to use their personal belongings was considered an honor, and they eagerly offered their items with almost fawning enthusiasm. Chen Luo smirked, casting a glance at the eager faces pushing forward, then reached out and took the silk scarf from the first girl who'd extended it toward him. The girl was so excited that she jumped up and down on the spot, letting out a shrill scream of delight. Chen Luo took the silk scarf but didn't tie it himself. Instead, he handed it to the head of security, saying, "If I did it myself, you probably wouldn't feel at ease. You'd better do it." The head of security froze for a moment, his gaze towards Chen Luo now completely different.
At first, he had only been thinking about how to appease Zhang Xiaohu's anger.
But by this point in the game, even if he were stupid, he knew Chen Luo was no ordinary person. Anyone who could play such a dangerous game with a smile, making it seem effortless, just that level of mental fortitude alone was beyond an average person. When he saw Chen Luo hand over the silk scarf, he hesitated briefly before politely accepting it. The head security guard folded the scarf repeatedly until it was completely opaque. First, he tied it over his own eyes to confirm he couldn't see through it, then passed it to Zhang Xiaohu for inspection. Zhang Xiaohu was inwardly groaning in distress at this moment. He had no idea how things had come to this, how he'd somehow gotten roped into playing this ridiculously difficult game. It felt like from the very beginning, Chen Luo had held complete control over the entire situation, pulling him in against his will. But right now, with so many people watching, and being someone who prized his dignity above all, backing down at this point would truly mean losing face in the most humiliating way possible. What if this bastard stabs his own hand first? Zhang Xiaohu felt a glimmer of hope rise in his heart. He promptly took the silk scarf, examined it carefully in his hand to confirm there were no issues, and then handed it back to the head of security. The security chief, seeing he had no objections, walked over and covered Chen Luo's eyes with the silk scarf, then tied it in a knot at the back of his head. At this moment, Chen Luo spread his palm flat on the tabletop, then raised the dagger. Everyone's eyes widened, fixed on the dagger in Chen Luo's hand, then darting to his palm resting on the table. The entire room held its breath, gazes locked in fearful anticipation, terrified of missing even a single moment of what was about to unfold. Chen Luo raised the dagger and suddenly stabbed it down toward the table. Bang! In plain view of the audience, the dagger pierced the gap between his fingers without touching a single finger or the palms. The onlookers instantly erupted in screams, followed by thunderous applause. But at that very moment, Chen Luo raised the dagger in his hand once more and plunged it down with fierce determination. The cheers on the scene suddenly ceased. They had assumed Chen Luo would remove the blindfold and let Zhang Xiaohu come forward, but unexpectedly, Chen Luo raised the knife and stabbed down once more. Moreover, Chen Luo moved with incredible speed, stabbing down, lifting the needle in an instant, and plunging it back down again. Bang bang bang! Chen Luo's dagger began darting rapidly between his fingers, moving faster and faster. If one had to describe it, it resembled the needle of a sewing machine flying across fabric. Everyone stood dumbfounded, too shocked to utter a single word. At the same moment, they realized Chen Luo was practically playing the knife between the fingers game blindfolded. How could this be possible? It was nothing short of miraculous. Your average person wouldn't even dare attempt such a stunt blindfolded, let alone achieve Chen Luo's blistering speed of stab after precise stab between the gaps in the wood without hesitation. 3 minutes of relentless back and forth later, Chen Luo's hands remained unscathed, not so much as a scratch on his skin. Not only were the onlookers stunned, but Lin Yun, Zhang Xiaohu, and the security captain were left utterly dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor, hardly able to believe their eyes. Their gazes toward Chen Luo were as if they were staring at a monster. How could any normal person possibly achieve something like this? By the time Chen Luo finally stopped and sheathed his dagger, the entire bar erupted in an uproar, bursting into thunderous cheers. Every pair of eyes locked onto Chen Luo brimmed with awe and disbelief. Chen Luo removed the silk scarf from his head, casually tossed the dagger, and embedded it into the table with a single flick. Glancing at Zhang Xiaohu across from him, he smirked and said, "I think there's no need to continue the match." Zhang Xiaohu's face flushed to the color of pig liver. He desperately wanted to muster the courage to say let's continue, but he knew it wouldn't just embarrass him, it might cost him a finger. He opened his mouth, wanting to spit out some tough words, but nothing came out in the end. Without even glancing at Zhang Xiaohu, Chen Luo walked over and wrapped his arm around Lin Yun's slender waist, laughing heartily. "Beauty, it's time we got down to business." Lin Yun's eyes glistened with liquid allure as she shot a sultry glance, pressing her entire body against Chen Luo while murmuring in a honeyed voice, "Then what are we waiting for?
Chapter 54, I simply can't wait any longer.
As Chen Luo walked out with Lin Yun in his arms, the onlooking crowd parted like a sea, as if sending off a hero.
My car is over there.
As they exited the night encounter bar, Lin Yun, with eyes as alluring as silk, proactively handed her car keys to Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled, promptly accepting the keys.
With a press of the unlock button, an Audi in the bar's parking lot chirped in response.
Chen Luo led Lin Yun over and had just opened the car door to sit in the driver's seat when she suddenly climbed in after him, settling onto his lap before eagerly pressing her lips to his.
Chen Luo was instantly speechless. Was this woman poisoned? Can't even wait that long? Planning to take care of business right in the car? Chen Luo burst into laughter, scooping Lin Yun up in his arms and tossing her onto the passenger seat.
Sweetheart, there's not enough room to really perform in the car. I've already booked a hotel room, no need to rush.
But I can't wait any longer.
Lin Yun pouted and was about to pounce again. But at that moment, Chen Luo inserted the key, started the vehicle, shifted gears, and then stomped hard on the accelerator while swiftly turning the steering wheel. With a sudden jolt, the Audi made a sharp 90-degree turn in the parking lot and shot out of the parking space.
The car's tires screeched horribly against the pavement before the vehicle straightened its trajectory.
At that instant, Chen Luo shifted gears again while stomping on the accelerator. Within seconds, the Audi completed reversing and accelerated onto the street. Lin Yun hadn't fastened her seatbelt. First came a sharp 90-degree turn, then the violent acceleration jerked her violently around the cabin, nearly making her vomit, until she finally grabbed the handrail to steady herself. When the car finally surged onto the street, Lin Yun's face was still frozen in shock. Everything had happened too quickly, but after a moment of stunned silence, she still managed to comprehend what had occurred. Within mere seconds, Chen Luo had completed the entire sequence of reversing the car and accelerating forward. Such reflexes and driving skills were simply inhuman.
Lin Yun's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Luo.
You're seriously amazing. That's just the tip of the iceberg. I've got loads more incredible tricks up my sleeve.
Chen Luo flashed Lin Yun a mischievous grin. Well, now I really want to see just how amazing you can be.
Lin Yun spoke with a hint of eagerness, her expression almost seeming like she wanted to resume the unfinished business from earlier.
Chen Luo couldn't help but admire the woman's madness upon hearing this.
He'd played these games before, but he genuinely had no interest whatsoever in this particular woman. Chen Luo had extremely high standards when it came to women. He had his own unique rating system. Only women like Xie Luyun and Gu Qinghuan, those rare, flawless beauties who could score a perfect 100, could pique his interest. Such women, even when Pengcheng's population surpassed 15 million in 2019, numbered no more than 1,000, truly 1 in 10,000. Lin Yun's looks were passable, coupled with that deeply ingrained coquettish charm of hers. In Chen Luo's rating system, she'd barely scraped 60 points, just enough to pass.
But Chen Luo had fastidious standards. Given this woman's promiscuity, keeping several young male companions who knew how many men she'd slept with,
Chen Luo laughed loudly and said, "No rush.
I've already booked a room at Longquan Hotel. I guarantee we'll be there within 5 minutes."
Chen Luo stomped on the accelerator, instantly sending the speedometer needle to 100 km per hour, already far exceeding the 60 km per hour speed limit of this urban district.
But Chen Luo couldn't care less.
Far from being frightened, Lin Yun grew even more exhilarated. It was just past 8 p.m., and the streets were still bustling with traffic. Chen Luo's abrupt acceleration sent the Audi weaving violently through lanes, startling multiple drivers. Some even rolled down their windows to curse at the swerving luxury sedan. Chen Luo sped along the road, running through who knows how many red lights, causing complete chaos in the traffic. Fortunately, the other vehicles on the road weren't moving too fast, so no accidents occurred. As the road became less crowded, Chen Luo accelerated again and actually managed to reach Longquan Hotel in under 5 minutes. The moment the two entered the hotel room, Lin Yun immediately threw herself at him, kissing Chen Luo while simultaneously trying to tear off his clothes. Chen Luo suddenly embraced Lin Yun at that moment, then reached out and pressed firmly on the back of her head. Lin Yun, lost in the heat of passion, had no idea Chen Luo would suddenly attack her. Before she could even react, everything went black before her eyes, and then she lost consciousness, her body going limp in Chen Luo's arms. Chen Luo supported Lin Yun, threw her onto the bed in the room, then took out several ropes from a drawer. He tied Lin Yun's hands and feet to the bed, and immediately after, he took out a roll of tape to seal her mouth. After completing these tasks, Chen Luo leisurely took out a set of cleaning tools and began removing his fingerprints from Lin Yun's body. Then he returned to the Audi in the underground parking lot and meticulously wiped down every surface inside the car that might have retained his fingerprints.
Chapter 55, Boss, you have such unique tastes. As a master criminal, Chen Luo was acutely aware of every possible location where evidence could be left behind. When he entered this room, except for bringing Lin Yun inside earlier, he had always worn gloves and shoe covers, leaving no trace behind. The hotel room was booked using a stolen ID. Chen Luo booked the presidential suite, and the receptionist didn't dare to scrutinize the resemblance too carefully. Moreover, when entering or leaving the room, Chen Luo rarely used his real appearance. Even when he did, he wore a hat to obscure his face. Even if the surveillance footage was reviewed afterward, there wouldn't be any clues pointing to him. Moreover, Chen Luo had no intention of leaving any surveillance footage for the hotel. He opened the hotel room's computer and hacked into the hotel's surveillance center in an astonishingly short time, completely wiping all the monitoring records from the past few days, all without the hotel staff noticing a thing. After cleaning up all traces, Chen Luo picked up his phone again and made a few calls. After waiting for a while, he put on a glove and pressed heavily on Lin Yun's philtrum. The next moment, Lin Yun suddenly jolted awake. Her eyes widened as she took in the sight of herself completely bound, and her expression shifted slightly. Yet when she saw Chen Luo smiling at her, she actually sighed in relief, her eyes even sparkling with amusement. Chen Luo instantly understood what this woman Lin Yun was thinking, and he couldn't help but chuckle silently before reaching out to peel the tape from her mouth. "You naughty thing, if you wanted to play like this, you should have told me earlier. I've even got a whip in my car." Lin Yun seemed visibly excited. Chen Luo burst into laughter. "Miss Lin Yun, wait, no, I should address you as Mrs. Nia. It seems you haven't quite grasped the situation yet. Let me remind you, this isn't one of those extreme games you like to play. This is an actual kidnapping." The seductive smile on Lin Yun's face instantly froze. She stared at Chen Luo in stunned disbelief, her mind unable to process what was happening. But Chen Luo addressed her by name and identified her position outright, clearly having known exactly who she was all along. Her heart jolted in alarm. If this were true, then tonight's events had undoubtedly been premeditated, the whole encounter orchestrated to make her willingly follow her captor. Lin Yun understood in an instant, her face draining of color as panic flooded her features. "Why don't you dare? Do you even know who I am?" Chen Luo laughed heartily, the third daughter of Lin Haohai, chairman of the Lin Group, and the wife of Nia Jiming, owner of Hongwei Company. "Am I right?" Lin Yun's expression changed again. Since the other party knew her identity yet still kidnapped her, it meant they weren't afraid of her background. It was even possible they specifically targeted her because they knew about her wealthy connections with both the Lin and Ye families. What exactly do you want? Do you want money? I have plenty, I can give it to you, just let me go." Lin Yun felt a surge of panic. While she enjoyed adventure and thrills, this kind of excitement was beyond her tolerance. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chen Luo's lips as he spoke calmly. "Madam Nia, what a pity indeed. This time, I'm not here for your money or your body. My employer only wants you dead. What do you think we should do about that?" Lin Yun was utterly shocked. Chen Luo's meaning couldn't have been clearer. He was a hired assassin, sent specifically to kill her. Who was it? Several names flashed through Lin Yun's mind, but she quickly dismissed them all. While she had offended some people, none would go so far as to want her dead. "Whoever hired you to kill me, I'll pay triple the price." Chen Luo impatiently cut her off, speaking coolly. "Madam Nia, spare us the cliched lines, this isn't a movie or TV drama. Our profession values reputation and credibility above all. If every target tried bidding wars like you, assassination as an industry would collapse, reduced to nothing but financial muscle." Chen Luo spoke while picking up a dagger from the table, placing it against Lin Yun's neck, already making the motion to slash her throat. Lin Yun was scared out of her wits, her face turning deathly pale and nearly transparent. Her entire body trembled violently as she screamed in terror. Please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'll give you money, I really have lots of money." Chen Luo impatiently grabbed a piece of duct tape and sealed Lin Yun's mouth shut. Just as he was about to proceed, his phone on the table suddenly rang. Chen Luo put away the dagger and reached for his phone. Whether intentional or not, in the process, he allowed the panicked Lin Yun to catch a glimpse of the phone screen. Lin Yun was so terrified she didn't know what to do. Her eyes happened to fall on Chen Luo's lit-up phone screen displaying the contact name Boss Nia. Lin Yun froze, her face filled with shock and uncertainty, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Boss Nia? That bastard Nia Jiming. Boss, your task will be finished soon." Chen Luo answered the phone lazily and said, "Huh? Wanna slice up her face a few times and cut off that part of her? Damn, boss, your tastes are seriously twisted, huh? Alright, you're the boss, whatever you say goes. I've already recorded the video. I'll bring it back for you to enjoy later." As Chen Luo hung up the phone, he noticed Lin Yun's face contorted with grief and fury. The fire in her eyes seemed ready to erupt, and muffled cries kept spilling from her lips. Even though Chen Luo couldn't make out what Lin Yun was saying, he could guess she was likely hurling insults. Chapter 56, this is the interesting part. Chen Luo let out a mocking laugh as he reached out to peel the tape off Lin Yun's mouth. The moment it came off, she erupted with curses. "Was it that bastard Nia Jiming who sent you to kill me? That whole damned family of his deserves to die. Mrs. Nia, it's best not to act on your own clever ideas. It's not Mr. Nia who wants you dead."
Chen Luo's expression changed slightly before he quickly adjusted his demeanor, assuming an air of complete nonchalance.
Chen Luo's change in expression was immediately noticed by Lin Yun. The more he denied, the more convinced she became that Nie Jiming was behind it, fueling the flames of her fury. Nie Jiming, you filthy bastard. I've never crossed paths with you, and I even bore a son for the Nie family. How dare you try to kill me? I'll curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Lin Yun had no idea who wanted her dead at first, but now she was utterly certain it was Nie Jiming. Overwhelmed by rage, she hurled abuse without restraint. She couldn't fathom why Nie Jiming would do this. They had an unspoken understanding, which made this betrayal all the more infuriating, so much so that she even forgot her fear. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Mrs. Nie, I think it's time to send you on your way. Lin Yun's angry expression froze instantly.
Only then did she realize that her life still hung in Chen Luo's hands.
Wait, even if you don't want money, so many people at the bar saw us leave together, they all know what you look like. If you kill me, the police will definitely catch you soon. Chen Luo laughed heartily. See, that's the interesting part. Everyone who knows you is aware you love clubbing and often take men to hotels, barely ever returning to the Nie residence. Disappearing for 10 days or half a month is completely normal for you. Tonight when you left with me, so many people at the bar witnessed it, and it was you who actively asked to come with me. Whether it's the police or the Lin family, they'll all assume you've just found yourself another fling, off somewhere indulging in your usual escapades. Lin Yun's face instantly turned ashen white as she realized Chen Luo was telling the truth. But at the same time, she grew increasingly convinced that Nie Jiming had orchestrated this. How else could this assassin know her so intimately? If I kill you now and sink your body to the ocean floor, it'll likely take a full month before anyone notices you're missing. By then, I'll have long since left Pengcheng. Perfect timing. Lin Yun's heart plunged into the abyss. Her entire body trembled faintly as she stammered, since I'm doomed anyway, could you at least let me die with clarity? Was it really Nie Jiming who sent you? Chen Luo smiled faintly. Very well, then let's make sure Mrs. Nie dies with clarity.
That's right, it was your so-called husband, Nie Jiming, who sent me to kill you.
Upon receiving Chen Luo's confirmation, Lin Yun felt her resentment and fury surge once more.
Like a shrew, she immediately began hurling abuse.
Nie Jiming, you son of a bitch. May your bastard sons be born without assholes. You damned bastard. I'll haunt you as a ghost if I have to.
Lin Yun cursed for a long time until she seemed exhausted.
Resigned but still unwilling, she turned to Chen Luo and asked, why did he want to kill me? Chen Luo smirked. Might as well let you die with clarity, Mrs. Nie.
Because your little lover recorded your intimate videos and sent them to Mr. Nie, demanding 10 million in blackmail, even threatening to upload them online if he didn't pay within a week, ensuring your whole family would become famous. He even planned to send the complete set of videos to your son, Nie Wei. You're well aware that Boss Nie values reputation above all else.
If this incident gets exposed, how will he ever maintain his standing in Pengcheng? Lin Yun froze.
She never imagined the pretty boy she kept would dare to record their encounters, much less use the footage to blackmail Nie Jiming. How dare those damn parasites? But realization struck quickly, those pretty boys absolutely would dare. They were after money from the start, there's nothing they wouldn't dare do for it. Lin Yun also realized the impact those videos would have if they were exposed. After all, Edison Chen's nude photo scandal had just erupted earlier this year and still maintained intense public interest. If a mainland version were to surface, not only the Nie family but even the Lin family would lose all dignity. No wonder Nie Jiming was so furious that he wanted to kill her, even going so far as to have this hitman record a video, intending to disfigure her face and mutilate parts of her body to vent his hatred.
Lin Yun finally understood, and couldn't help but feel a surge of regret.
If she had known this would happen, she should have been more restrained back then. Yet her hatred for Nie Jiming grew even deeper. Even if the video was recorded, he could have discussed it with her and resolved the matter together. But Nie Jiming completely disregarded any past affection, he simply wanted her dead without hesitation.
After all, Lin Yun had given Nie Jiming a son, how could this bastard be so ruthless?
Lin Yu harbored no doubts that Nie Jiming was capable of it. Given her understanding of him, such an act would mean nothing to him. When Chen Luo noticed the change in Lin Yun's expression and gaze, a faint smirk curved at the corners of his lips, he knew his objective had been achieved. One of Lin Yun's toy boys did record a video, but knowing neither the Nie family nor the Lin family were to be trifled with, he didn't dare use it to blackmail them for money just yet. His plan was that if Lin Yun ever abandoned him, he would use this thing to threaten both her and Nie Jiming. Only that pretty boy didn't get the chance to do this. Green Dragon, who'd been keeping watch, discovered him first. Naturally, Green Dragon took all the videos, but he too had the foresight not to tell Nie Jiming. Because Green Dragon harbored the same thought, if he ever needed money someday, he could use it to threaten Nie Jiming. To prevent Lin Yun from noticing anything unusual, Qinglong fiercely threatened that pretty boy, ordering him to stay by Lin Yun's side but forbidding him from recording any more videos or else he would chop off both his hands.
That night, Qinglong revealed this incident as well to save his own skin.
When Chen Luo heard about this, he quickly formulated a plan in his mind, though it wasn't fully perfected until yesterday.
The first step of this plan was simple: ensuring the Lin family and Nie Jiming became irreconcilable enemies.
Without the support of the Lin family, it was as if Nie Jiming had lost both his arms. Many of his company's projects would come to a standstill, and he wouldn't be able to operate as smoothly as before in Hualong district. So what Chen Luo needed to do was to reinforce Lin Yun's belief that Nie Jiming wanted her dead and then let her go back. Given the woman's ruthlessness, she was sure to retaliate against Nie Jiming in the most vicious way possible.
Moreover, Chen Luo had executed everything flawlessly. The first thing Lin Yun would do upon returning was to look for the sex tapes.
She'd interrogate those gigolos one by one, and eventually, she'd find out that Qinglong had taken the videos.
Chapter 57, all arrangements are in place. What's even more interesting is that the guy called Qinglong has been utterly terrified.
After losing a finger that night, he neither turned himself in nor went to find Nie Jiming.
Just as Ho Yaozong predicted, he fled directly. Lin Yun would undoubtedly go after Qinglong to retrieve the video, but once she investigates, she'll discover Qinglong was merely a lackey working for Nie Jiming, and by then, Qinglong and his men would have already vanished without a trace. Then Lin Yun would suspect Nie Jiming was behind it all, that after Qinglong retrieved the video, he made both of them disappear. At this point, Lin Yun wouldn't bother looking for evidence anymore. She'd undoubtedly take direct revenge on Nie Jiming. As for how to release Lin Yun without leaving any trace, Chen Luo had already laid careful plans. Right at that moment, a sharp police siren blared from outside.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yun was stunned at first, then a look of delight spread across her face as she immediately opened her mouth to scream, "Help! Help!" Chen Luo dramatically changed his expression, putting on a frantic demeanor as he grabbed the duct tape from the table and swiftly sealed Lin Yun's mouth shut.
He rushed to the window in just a few strides and peered down below.
Below, a police car had arrived, and several uniformed officers stepped out.
Two of them began searching the parking lot, quickly spotting the Audi. They quickly entered the hotel afterward.
Chen Luo panicked as he rushed back into the room, pulling out a dagger and raising it to slash Lin Yun's throat again. Lin Yun screamed in terror, her body thrashing violently. The sound of police sirens told her the officers had arrived, giving her hope, but this killer clearly intended to finish her off before they could intervene. Just as Chen Luo was putting on an act of preparing to strike a fatal blow, the sound of a door opening suddenly rang out. Chen Luo froze his expression, sheathed his knife, and walked to the room's doorway, peering through the crack into the living room. The presidential suite had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, covering nearly 200 square meters, exceptionally spacious.
A group of men wielding iron rods and wearing masks barged in, then began searching frantically throughout the presidential suite.
Their objective was clear, they headed straight for the 3 rooms. After they dispersed, Zhang Xiuhu stepped in with a sinister expression, followed closely by a trembling waiter. A faint, silent smile curled at Chen Luo's lips as he watched the scene unfold. Every piece of his plan had fallen perfectly into place. Chen Luo took a face mask from his pocket, put on a hat, covering most of his face, then abruptly pulled open the door and rushed outside. The thugs hesitated for a moment, then quickly realized this must be the person Zhang Xiuhu was looking for.
Immediately, they raised their iron rods and swung them at Chen Luo.
A cold glint flashed in Chen Luo's eyes as he abruptly kicked the first man square in the stomach. Chen Luo's long leg reached the thug's belly before the iron rod could descend upon him. With a pained scream, the thug staggered backward, colliding with his companion behind him, the iron rod slipping from his grasp. Seizing the rod mid-air, Chen Luo swung it horizontally at the approaching attackers. The men behind were shoved back a few steps by their companions, still dazed from the impact, when Chen Luo's baton came crashing down. Instantly, they howled in agony, clutching their heads as they stumbled backward. But the hallway was already cramped, and instantly, the entire group collided into a tangled mess. Chen Luo planted his foot on the chest of the first man to fall, using the momentum to vault over their heads as he leaped toward the living room. Chen Luo landed lightly on the ground and immediately hurled the iron rod in his hand toward Zhang Xiuhu, whose face was frozen in astonishment. Zhang Xiuhu was startled and hastily dodged to the side. Seizing the moment before the thugs from the other 2 rooms could catch up, Chen Luo immediately dashed out of the presidential suite. The moment he burst through, Zhang Xiuhu's furious roar erupted from behind. "What the hell are you standing around for? Chase him down, damn it!" Chen Luo burst into laughter. Glancing back, he saw a group of thugs brandishing iron bars chasing after him like madmen. Chen Luo burst into laughter and dashed toward the elevator. As he rushed over, the elevator dinged open, revealing 3 people inside, a hotel staff member and 2 police officers in uniform. The moment Chen Luo spotted the officers inside, he skidded to a halt, then immediately spun around and bolted for the stairwell entrance. Seeing Chen Luo's masked face hidden beneath a cap fleeing in frantic panic and noting the group brandishing iron rods in pursuit, the officers instantly recognized something was amiss. "Stop!" One of the female officers shouted sharply and immediately chased after Chen Luo's direction. "Tang Qin!" The other officer watched as Tang Qin rushed out alone, his face full of helplessness. He wanted to follow, but noticed the group of thugs, undeterred by the police presence, continued their aggressive pursuit instead. The officer, sensing the urgency, immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie and called for backup.
"What are you trying to do? Stay where you are."
The thugs, seeing it was just one male officer, completely disregarded him and rushed straight toward the stairwell. Left alone, the officer didn't dare confront them. These men were armed, and approaching them would only bring him trouble.
He could only anxiously raise his walkie-talkie again, desperately calling for reinforcements.
Chen Luo rushed out of the stairwell, leaping down the steps in great bounds. He wasn't descending one step at a time, instead, he vaulted 7 or 8 stairs in a single stride. As his feet hit the surface, he harnessed the momentum of his fall to propel himself forward even faster. Just as he was about to crash into the wall, Chen Luo planted a foot against the left side wall to cushion the impact, then landed lightly on the landing before immediately springing down to the next flight of stairs. The female officer Tang Qin, who had chased after him, stared in shock. Chen Luo's movements were swift and agile, clearly honed through countless repetitions. By the time she reached the stairwell entrance, Chen Luo had already bounded down to the second landing below, moving almost like a free runner. With just one glance, Tang Qin knew there was no way she could catch up to Chen Luo. Letting out a cold snort, she nonetheless lifted her feet and gave chase. Just as Tang Qin had anticipated, by the time she reached the second step, Chen Luo had already descended 3 entire floors.
Chen Luo seemed to notice Tang Qin following him. He even paused, looked up at her, and waved his hand in greeting. That bastard was actually taunting her. What made Tang Qin even more furious was that Chen Luo burst into laughter again and threw out another remark. 80 points for looks and temperament, but factoring in those 36 DS, I'll grudgingly give you 90. Tang Qin immediately felt rage surging through her, on the verge of going mad with anger. Her chest heaved violently, accentuating her perfect figure. "You bastard! Stop right there!" Tang Qin let out a furious roar and immediately gave chase. Chen Luo laughed heartily before leaping downward once more. Chapter 58, Crafting the Story Script. Just as Tang Qin had suspected, Chen Luo had indeed dabbled in extreme sports, while battling cancer, no less. Parkour was child's play to him, free solo climbing, wingsuit flying, extreme off-roading, whichever provided the most adrenaline rush, that's what he pursued. For Chen Luo, perhaps only these extreme activities could keep him from descending into madness, until even the most thrilling feats no longer gave him any stimulation. From the 15th floor presidential suite, Chen Luo descended in a continuous series of bounding leaps, quickly leaving Tang Qin far behind, before reaching the 6th floor stairwell mere moments later. Yet even Chen Luo's stamina had its limits now. While his instincts and experience remained sharp, his physical endurance was failing him. The rapid descent was actually quite taxing on physical strength. Chen Luo stopped in the stairwell, taking several deep breaths to steady his rapid breathing. Chen Luo took off his jacket, turned it inside out, and put it back on. This outfit was designed to be reversible, worn one way it was black, and the other way gray. After flipping his jacket, he promptly removed his mask and hat, stuffing them inside his clothes, then quickly adjusted his hairstyle. Chen Luo calmly pushed open the fire exit door and walked toward the hotel elevator as if nothing had happened. Unhurried, Chen Luo pressed the elevator button and waited briefly before the doors slid open.
When the elevator doors parted, several guests were inside, including the male police officer who had been with Tang Qin. Without the slightest change in expression, Chen Luo stepped inside with a smile and politely nodded in greeting to the officer standing near the elevator entrance. The male officer's eyes were fixed on the elevator door the entire time. As soon as Chen Luo entered, he immediately pressed the close button, appearing quite rushed, not even bothering to take a proper look at Chen Luo.
When the elevator reached the first floor, the male officer dashed out immediately, joining the backup officers downstairs as they rushed toward the staircase entrance to block someone.
Chen Luo smirked, leisurely stepping out of the elevator before leaving the hotel and hailing a taxi on the street, speeding away without a trace. For safety reasons, Chen Luo didn't have the taxi drop him off directly at the Shuyuan Mingjia residential area. Instead, he got out a short distance away and walked the rest of the journey on foot. As he passed by a stone bridge, Chen Luo retrieved 2 phones, one newly purchased that day, the other Zhang Xiaohu's. He removed the SIM cards, snapped them in half, and tossed both the phones and the broken cards into the river. Standing on the bridge, Chen Luo reviewed the night's events in his mind. Finding no flaws in his plan, he finally walked home with peace of mind. Tonight's events, from the police and Zhang Xiaohu rushing over, were all part of Chen Luo's carefully laid plan. While driving Lin Yun to the hotel, Chen Luo intentionally sped recklessly and ran red lights, not to show off, but precisely to lure the police. Even if the police didn't notice immediately, some drivers witnessing such behavior would surely report it. With high likelihood someone would call the authorities.
Yet this alone couldn't guarantee police intervention, so Chen Luo prepared a backup plan, reporting himself to the police.
But during the altercation at the bar with Zhang Xiaohu, he unexpectedly changed his mind and chose Zhang Xiaohu as his backup plan. When Chen Luo saw the head of security at the bar addressing Zhang as Second Master Zhang with extreme reverence, and observing the man's demeanor along with the dagger he carried, he guessed that this person was likely involved in the underworld. Such individuals, for the sake of their pride, would usually retaliate for even the slightest offense. Chen Luo didn't need to think twice to guess that after he took Lin Yun away, Zhang Xiuhu would surely go mad searching for him and seek revenge. So Chen Luo proactively used a newly purchased phone number to anonymously text Zhang Xiuhu, claiming that he and Lin Yun were checking into a room at Longquan Hotel, along with the exact room number.
To provoke Zhang Xiuhu further, Chen Luo deliberately posed the unconscious Lin Yun in an extremely alluring position and took a photo to send over.
Upon seeing this photo, Zhang Xiuhu naturally assumed Chen Luo was deliberately humiliating him. This guy had publicly humiliated him once in that bar full of people, then after taking away that flirt Lin Yun, he'd sent bedroom photos to humiliate him a second time.
Not just someone like Zhang Xiuhu who runs in the underworld, any normal person wouldn't be able to swallow this insult.
Chen Luo didn't know Zhang Xiuhu personally, but getting his phone number wouldn't be difficult at all. Because Zhang Xiuhu had extremely distinctive characteristics, just by asking Ho Yaozong, Chen Luo would learn all about his background, and getting his phone number would be child's play. With Zhang Xiuhu's temperament, the moment he received the message, anger clouded his judgment, leaving no room to ponder how Chen Luo had obtained his phone number.
The call Chen Luo answered was also timed precisely, having Ho Yaozong dial at the calculated moment.
Yet once connected, he immediately hung up, putting on a solo act of urgency. By the time the police and Zhang Xiuhu arrived, Chen Luo had already stealthily slipped Zhang's phone into his possession while darting out, leaving not a shred of evidence behind. Chen Luo went to such lengths to ensure this kidnapping and murder appeared entirely plausible, without a single flaw. The entire script Chen Luo designed was this: the killer goes to a bar to seduce and lure Lin Yun away, taking her to a hotel with the intent to kill, but their reckless street racing in the city draws the attention of the police. Moreover, their drunken bar fight over rivalry for affection inadvertently offends someone connected to the underworld, who then sends people to hunt them down. In a twist of fate, this ends up saving Lin Yun's life. As for being seen by so many people in the bar, Chen Luo wouldn't care in the slightest. That wasn't even his real appearance to begin with. Even the police wouldn't come looking for him, because Lin Yun would most likely choose not to report it and instead seek private revenge. Lin Yun knew very well that the killer had escaped. There was no evidence to prove Nie Jiming was behind it. Even if they actually caught Chen Luo, the hired assassin, attempted contract killing would only land him a few years in prison, which wouldn't satisfy Lin Yun's burning hatred. Chen Luo had chosen to target Lin Yun precisely because he had studied this woman beforehand. She was quite similar to Nie Jiming. Both were vindictive, petty individuals who nursed grudges over the slightest offense. Whoever crossed her would face revenge 10 or 100 times over. Even in barroom jealousies, whether it was Chen Luo or Zhang Xiuhu, neither of whom had any personal grudge against her, she'd relish stirring up dangerous games between them just for the thrill.
That's exactly why Chen Luo said, opposites don't belong in the same family. Given Lin Yun's vicious nature, this matter would never be left to rest. Moreover, Chen Luo had actually sent her an accomplice. His choice of Zhang Xiuhu as Lin Yun's savior was anything but coincidental. Chapter 59, You truly are a master strategist.
Zhang Xiuhu had been lusting after Lin Yun's beauty ever since their encounter at the bar.
With Lin Yun's flirtatious nature and now owing her life to Zhang's heroic intervention, even if his rescue was purely accidental, she'd inevitably feel overwhelming gratitude. It was only a matter of time before these two became entangled. A gangster with the Lin family's financial backing, Nie Jiming, would be in for a world of suffering. Chen Luo could even imagine the method Lin Yun would use to incite Zhang Xiuhu, nothing more than eliminating Nie Jiming and using his son Nie Wei to seize the Nie family's fortune. With the Lin family's support on his side, should Lin Yun marry Zhang Xiuhu, he would rightfully gain access to the Nie family's fortune, even using this opportunity to completely launder his reputation in one fell swoop. At this point in his deductions, Chen Luo had already reached this conclusion the moment he learned Zhang Xiuhu's identity and had made the necessary arrangements. Chen Luo's confidence wasn't blind arrogance. He had carefully orchestrated everything based on his deep understanding of both men's personalities and how they would react under pressure.
Now he'd essentially set the stage for them, ensuring they'd perform exactly according to their inherent natures. Even if they didn't play along with Chen Luo's scripted roles, it didn't matter. His only goal was to turn the Nie and Lin families against each other and push them into conflict.
As long as this outcome was achieved, that was enough.
Chen Luo thought this and leisurely walked towards Shuyuan Mingjia. He actually wanted to pick up Gu Qinghuan, but he also knew that deliberately seeking her out every day would only make her grow weary of him.
Chen Luo now needed to investigate some matters in preparation for meeting Zhang Junyan.
Lin Yun had surely already freed herself from the hotel room by now. She might not even have gone to the police station. After she returned and stirred up chaos, Chen Luo would give her another gift. Chen Luo had installed miniature cameras in the hotel room for good reason. He had recorded footage of himself threatening to kill Lin Yun under Nie Jiming's orders, perfect evidence to use later. Now all he needed to do was quietly wait for their feud to erupt. Once they had weakened each other enough, Chen Luo would deliver the final blow. Truth be told, if Chen Luo wanted, he could have swiftly and discreetly eliminated Nie Jiming, even staging it as an accident so flawlessly that no one could trace it back to him. But instant vengeance wasn't Chen Luo's style. His true expertise lay in slowly pushing his enemies into hopeless despair, making them suffer a fate worse than death, yet never granting them the release of dying. Thinking of the video, Chen Luo suddenly revealed a faint smile. The footage snatched by Qinglong from Lin Yun's pretty boy was now in his hands. Should we send this to Nie Wei for his appreciation? Chen Luo revealed a mischievous smile. Chen Luo harbored no psychological burden. The guy had been driving without a license, killed someone in a hit and run, and frankly, people like him were just wasting food by staying alive. Chen Luo strolled leisurely back to his rented house before dialing Ho Yaozong's number. Did you find out? Young Master Chen, we've located him. Jiang Mingcheng is currently hospitalized at First People's Hospital. Rumor has it he's on death's door. Every time he's nearing the end, they manage to revive him, but it seems he won't last much longer. My men inquired with the doctors, 3 days at best, a week at most. Alright, I understand. Keep a close eye on those 2 residential areas, deploy more people, and make sure we don't miss anything. Understood. How could I dare to be careless with the matters you've instructed? Ho Yaozong hurriedly replied with deference, Young Master Chen, there's another thing I need to report to you. I purchased stocks in those 3 companies for a total of 10 million, all using previously laundered legal income. Your foresight is truly divine. I bought them in the morning, and by the time the market closed in the afternoon, their value had already doubled. Ho Yaozong's voice was filled with barely restrained excitement and thrill. In just one day, the value doubled, equivalent to instantly earning 10 million. This was even faster than robbing a bank. If it truly played out as Chen Luo predicted, and this stock surged tenfold, that 10 million would eventually turn into 100 million. Had he known stocks were this lucrative, why would he have toiled so hard smuggling, risking execution? Master Chen, I'd like to scrounge up more cash to pour into this. No. Chen Luo calmly interrupted Ho Yaozong, firmly refusing. Your 10 million capital is already substantial. Investing even more would undoubtedly attract attention. Although Ho Yaozong felt somewhat regretful, he already revered Chen Luo as if he were a celestial being and dared not disobey his word. He hurriedly chuckled apologetically, You're right, I was getting greedy. Remember what I said, once it reaches 10 times the initial value, sell off everything immediately. Don't hesitate. Yes, I understand. Ho Yaozong understood perfectly well that when the stock prices rose tenfold, it would be precisely the moment for those 3 stocks to plummet and the major players would reap their gains. After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo fell into brief contemplation, pondering over what he needed to do the next day. Shortly after, having finalized his plan, he promptly washed up and went to bed. At 6 the next morning, Chen Luo was already up. He ran 5 kilometers on the treadmill first, followed by a full-body workout that lasted a solid 2 hours. After showering, Chen Luo reapplied the makeup to resemble the young Master Chen look he had when meeting Ho Yaozong. Chen Luo hailed a taxi on the roadside and headed straight for the People's Hospital. In his previous life, Jiang Mingcheng had died at the First People's Hospital. Not long after his death, Jiang Junyan began encountering disasters. Chen Luo couldn't recall the exact timing, but he knew he had to meet Jiang Junyan before these events unfolded and give him some warnings. When Chen Luo arrived at the hospital, it was already past 9 in the morning, the hospital's busiest time. After asking for directions to the inpatient department, Chen Luo headed straight there. The inpatient department had a total of 29 floors, with Jiang Mingcheng staying in the VIP area on the top floor. As the elevator doors opened on the 29th floor, before Chen Luo could step out, a little girl on crutches rushed in anxiously. Chen Luo was stunned at the sight. The little girl, appearing to be just over 10 years old, had her right foot wrapped in bandages as she hobbled forward on tiptoe, persistently squeezing her way inside. Yet walking was already difficult for her. In her panic, her crutch suddenly caught in the gap between elevator floors, sending her stumbling sideways as she began to fall. Ah! The girl screamed in alarm. With her injured right foot and slipping crutch, she had no way to regain balance. She could only watch helplessly as her body tilted uncontrollably toward the ground. Chen Luo moved swiftly, stepping forward in haste and reaching out to support her back, preventing her from falling to the ground. The little girl had braced herself for a painful fall when, unexpectedly, someone came to her rescue. Calming her rattled nerves, she looked up at Chen Luo, her face breaking into a broad smile. Thank you, uncle. Chapter 60, You're a doctor too? As Chen Luo steadied the little girl, his eyes quickly scanned her and the bandage on her leg, instantly diagnosing her condition. His gaze flickered slightly before he suddenly smiled at her and asked, Little one, are you trying to avoid getting a shot or taking medicine? The girl grinned cheekily, sticking her tongue out at Chen Luo as she said, Both. Uncle, let me through quickly. But Chen Luo blocked her path, only releasing his hold after the elevator doors closed and descended. With a knowing smile, he said, You're about to have surgery on that leg, aren't you? The little girl watched the elevator doors close, her face immediately falling with disappointment. She glared at Chen Luo. "Uncle, you're so mean." Chen Luo burst into laughter. "Which room is your ward? I'll take you back." The little girl snorted disdainfully, completely ignoring Chen Luo. Instead, she frantically pressed the elevator button over and over while glaring at him, as if treating the button as his proxy. Naturally, Chen Luo wouldn't stoop to arguing with a little girl. In fact, he found the little one quite spirited, though it was clear from one glance that she was spoiled rotten by her family. Chen Luo laughed. He wasn't in any hurry to find Zhang Junyan just yet. The little girl's situation was actually far more dangerous than Zhang Junyan's. If mishandled, it could cost a life, so he simply decided to wait where he was. In less than a moment, the second elevator arrived, and the little girl hurriedly tried to dart inside again. But Chen Luo suddenly reached out from behind, scooping her up, crutches and all, and carried her straight toward the nurse's station. "Let me go! What are you doing?" The little girl screamed and reached out to grab Chen Luo. Chen Luo tilted his head away, dodging the little girl's wild grasping. Her arms were too short and her height difference with Chen Luo too great. No matter how she tried, she couldn't reach him, and accidentally aggravated the injury on her right leg. The sudden pain made her dare not move recklessly. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of Re." At that moment, a middle-aged couple rushed over. Seeing Chen Luo holding their daughter, they immediately cried out in shock and anger. Behind them followed a female doctor wearing a white lab coat. Chen Luo glanced at the couple and could immediately tell from their appearance and worried expressions that these two were likely the parents of the little girl. Yi's father was dressed in an expensive suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an air of sophistication that made it clear he wasn't an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Yi's mother, around 40 years old, was graceful and elegant, dressed like a refined noblewoman, exuding an air of dignity. Chen Luo only took a brief look before shifting his gaze to the female doctor standing behind them. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on his lips. 90 points. The female doctor appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old, with her long hair tied up at the back of her head. She carried an air of classical elegance, and beneath her white coat, she wore a form-fitting black pencil skirt and stockings, exuding a mature, intellectual beauty. At that moment, the female doctor noticed Chen Luo's gaze. She couldn't help but furrow her brow, her eyes flashing with a hint of disgust. Though encountering many people at the hospital daily had made her accustomed to such looks, Chen Luo's stare was far too blatant, leaving her with an extremely uncomfortable feeling. "Dad! Mom! He's bullying me!" While Chen Luo was still admiring the female doctor, Yishisha, the little girl Yi had already complained to her parents in dissatisfaction. Yi's parents' expressions changed instantly, and her mother rushed forward to pry Chen Luo's hand away. "Rong'an, call the police quickly!" Yi's father, Lu Rong'an, looked stern and immediately took out his phone to dial the emergency number. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh softly as he set Lu Yi down and handed her back to her mother. With faint indifference, he said, "Your daughter was trying to sneak out. Considering she's about to undergo surgery, I figured you'd be desperate to find her, so I brought her back." Lu Rong'an and his wife froze, even stopping mid-motion from calling the police. Even the female doctor, Yi Shixia, wore an expression of astonishment. Indeed, they had only realized Lu Yi was missing just before her scheduled surgery. But how did this strange man, Chen Luo, know that? "Did Re tell you that?" Lu Yi suddenly shouted, "I never told this creepy uncle anything. Humph, if it weren't for him, I would have run away long ago." As soon as the words left Lu Yi's mouth, her expression abruptly changed. She realized she'd let something slip. Lu Rong'an and his wife immediately looked somewhat embarrassed. Knowing their daughter's temperament all too well, they understood she'd deliberately caused trouble the moment those words escaped her lips. "How did you know she needed surgery?" Yi Shixia suddenly fixed her gaze on Chen Luo and asked. "Her toes are slightly twisted, her toenails are unevenly worn, and there's a small dark reddish bruise under the left big toenail, which indicates she frequently engages in intense physical activity. This activity likely puts frequent pressure on her toes, causing injuries. If I'm not mistaken, the little girl loves playing soccer, doesn't she? Judging by the wear on her toes, she's on the school football team?" Yi Shashi and Lu Rong'an froze again, neither expecting Chen Luo's observation skills to be so meticulous. "Wow, how did you know, weird uncle?" Lu Yi looked at Chen Luo in astonishment, which inadvertently confirmed his speculation. Chen Luo smiled and pointed at Lu Yi's feet before continuing. "The little girl here has uneven skin tones on her ankles and the tops of her feet, plus there's still a lingering scent of plaster casting. Clearly, she suffered a severe ligament injury and just had the cast removed. I've treated quite a few professional football players, and I know very well that this is an anterior cruciate ligament injury requiring surgical repair. Are you a doctor too?" Yi Shixia instantly understood when she heard this, looking at Chen Luo in surprise. "You could say that. Chen Luo wasn't just any doctor. Without exaggeration, not only in 2008, but even by 2019, there wasn't a single physician worldwide who could surpass Chen Luo's skills. Back when he sought to cure his own liver cancer, he had mastered every medical discipline to perfection: internal medicine, surgery, even traditional Chinese medicine, reaching max-level proficiency. He'd lost count of how many Nobel Prizes in medicine he'd accumulated by then. Chen Luo was different from ordinary doctors. He had endless time to learn and practice. An ordinary doctor could perform surgeries that Chen Luo could do to perfection, the high-risk operations others dared not attempt. Chen Luo could execute even on critically ill cancer patients in their weakest state. Even experiments explicitly prohibited by law, such as vivisection and live human testing, were something Chen Luo had conducted. Though Chen Luo did have some moral boundaries, he only experimented on himself or those vicious criminals. The medical expertise he gained this way far surpassed what those formally trained in hospitals could achieve. When he ultimately hit a wall in medical research, he had no choice but to settle for second best, shifting focus to developing anti-cancer drugs. He created numerous medications that could delay cancer progression and boost physical strength during terminal stages. Well, let me mention, that book I Created the World was also written by me, so the protagonist's name and the author's name are the same. Chapter 61, I hope you're right. You're the doctor who performed her ligament repair surgery, right? Chen Luo suddenly asked again after answering. Yi Shixia nodded in confusion, casting a strange glance at Chen Luo before addressing the Lu Rong'an couple. Mr. Lu, let's take Yi back to prepare for the surgery, she said. When Lu Rong'an heard Chen Luo say he was a doctor, he finally understood the cause and effect of the matter, realizing there was no reason to blame Chen Luo. I'm sorry, Dr. Ari has always been a mischievous child. Please don't take offense. Lu Rong'an gave Chen Luo an apologetic smile before turning to leave with Lu Yi. Daddy, when have I ever been mischievous? I'm smart, clever, and brave. Lu Yi protested loudly to Lu Rong'an. Yi's mother gently tapped her forehead and said dotingly, yes, you're smart and clever, so brave that you ended up in the hospital. Lu Yi gave a delicate snort. If it weren't for my crucial goal, our school would have lost. Wait. Seeing the family about to leave while chatting and laughing, Chen Luo called out to stop them again. The little girl has endocarditis. She will die if she undergoes this ligament repair surgery. Lu Rong'an and his wife's expressions changed abruptly. If Chen Luo had said this earlier, they wouldn't have believed him at all. But his observational skills and medical knowledge had just been proven moments ago. Moreover, the consequences Chen Luo mentioned were extremely severe. The surgery would lead to Lu Yi's death. Upon hearing this, they immediately turned their gaze toward Yi Shixia. Compared to Chen Luo, who was still a stranger, they trusted Yi Shixia more. After all, she was the most outstanding and youngest surgical doctor at the First People's Hospital. Securing Yi Shixia to perform the surgery had required them to pull quite a few strings. Yet Yi Shixia furrowed her brows and cast a cold glance at Chen Luo. Do not question my professionalism as a doctor. I conducted preoperative examinations and checked Yi's heart. Her heart showed no murmurs, nor any genetic history of congenital heart defects. So you only used a stethoscope to perform a preliminary examination and didn't conduct the standard endocarditis test, is that correct? You can make a diagnosis just like that? Chen Luo's rapid-fire questions momentarily stunned Yi Shixia. Although she had only used a stethoscope for the examination, she had complete confidence in her judgment, a confidence born from years of practice and experience. In most cases, Chen Luo cut Yi Shixia off abruptly. Don't talk about most cases. This is about a child's life. If you can diagnose endocarditis just by listening with a stethoscope without conducting the standard test, aren't you taking the patient's life too lightly? Yi Shixia's face flushed with anger. So, tell me, this mysterious great doctor, she spat, her cheeks reddening in fury, are you some kind of heart specialist? How dare you diagnose Yi with endocarditis at a single glance? The little girl has splinter hemorrhages under her toenails. This is the most direct evidence of endocarditis infection. These splinter-like marks are extremely subtle, and many doctors would mistake them for injuries caused by playing football, failing to examine them thoroughly. I know you're not convinced, but I suggest you perform another echocardiogram on the little girl before the surgery. Yi Shixia was stunned once again because Chen Luo had actually guessed right. She had indeed noticed the bleeding condition under Lu Yi's toenails. But considering Lu Yi was a member of the school soccer team, they naturally assumed it was just injuries from playing football and didn't dwell on the possibility that it might be endocarditis. Lu Rong'an and his wife noticed Yi Shixia suddenly falling silent, and their confidence instantly wavered. Dr. Yi, maybe we should have Yi do that examination the doctor mentioned? Lu Rong'an glanced at Yi Shixia's expression before cautiously asking the question. Yi Shixia looked up at Chen Luo again. His calm expression and the unusually confident aura radiating from him didn't seem like someone who would make baseless claims. Moreover, there didn't appear to be any benefit for him to act this way. Besides, getting this examination done wouldn't be particularly troublesome, and the results would come quickly. I did notice the blood under Yi's toenail, but I failed to examine it carefully.
That was my oversight. Let's go run another test. I hope you're right about this.
After giving Chen Luo one last deep look, Yi Shixia left with the Lu Rong'an family in tow.
Chen Luo smiled, finding this Yi Xia rather interesting.
Most doctors would likely fly into a rage when publicly challenged, even resorting to all sorts of arguments to refute the criticism.
Chen Luo had actually prepared himself to follow the Lu Rong'an family, determined to stay until Lu Yi underwent the echocardiogram and he could see the results.
Yet Yi Xia directly admitted her oversight. This proved she valued her patient's life more than saving face.
There was no need for Chen Luo to complicate matters by following them for the examination.
He turned on his heel and walked straight toward Jiang Mingqing's hospital room. When he reached the door of the room, he didn't bother to knock. Instead, he brusquely pushed it open and strode inside. The hospital room was spacious, covering over 100 square meters, fully furnished with a sofa, television, and other amenities, along with a dedicated nurse on duty. At that moment, there were several people in the room, both men and women, with ages ranging widely.
Chen Luo's gaze swept across the room and immediately landed on Zhang Junyan, since he was the only person present whom Chen Luo recognized.
But at this moment, Zhang Junyan was only 32 years old, over a decade younger, in the prime of his youth. Compared to the wheelchair-bound Zhang Junyan of later years, who had gone completely gray before even turning 40, this version of him looked so much better that he almost failed to recognize him at first glance.
Who are you?
The people in the room all looked stunned when Chen Luo walked in, since none of them recognized him.
Mr. Zhang Junyan, I'd like to discuss the matter of Chairman Jiang Mingqing's will with you.
As soon as these words were spoken, the ward instantly fell silent. Everyone turned their astonished gazes toward Chen Luo, their eyes sizing him up in stunned silence. Only those closest to the Jiang family were present in the hospital room at this moment, individuals such as Jiang Junyan and his wife, Jiang Juan's wife, Jiang Junyan's younger brother, as well as Jiang Mingqing's younger brother and his family, among others. They were all well aware that Jiang Mingqing suffered from brain cancer and that his death was imminent, likely occurring within the next few days. Naturally, their primary concern now was the contents of Jiang Mingqing's will. However, before slipping into unconsciousness, Jiang Mingqiang had stated that his will would be disclosed by the entrusted lawyer after his passing. Consequently, no one in the room had any knowledge of what the will contained.
Are you the lawyer from Junwei Law Firm?
Jiang Junyan was momentarily stunned but quickly snapped back to reality, immediately putting on a puzzled expression.
Chen Luo didn't answer.
Instead, maintaining a calm demeanor, he said, "Please come outside with me.
This matter isn't convenient to discuss in front of so many people." Chapter 62. I'm the only one in this world who can save you.
After glancing around at the varying expressions in the room, Jiang Junyan hesitated briefly before following Chen Luo out of the ward into the corridor.
My father hasn't passed away yet. Why is someone from your firm already here? As he left the ward, Jiang Junyan sized up Chen Luo.
The man carried himself with extraordinary poise, radiating an aura of formidable confidence that marked him as anything but ordinary. Jiang Junyan's first impression was that Chen Luo didn't resemble a lawyer at all. He seemed more like the owner of the law firm himself.
After old Mr. Jiang Mingqing dies, the police will come for you.
The charge will be the murder of his two illegitimate sons. Jiang Junyan was stunned, his mind momentarily blank, unable to react immediately. Chen Luo's recent statement contained an overwhelming amount of information. He seemed to know exactly when his father would die and even mentioned that the police would come for him. If it weren't for the latter part about murdering the illegitimate child, Jiang Junyan would have definitely thought Chen Luo was crazy. Because the fact that Jiang Mingqiang had two illegitimate children was known only to him and his twin brother, Jiang Juanza.
During his hospitalization for brain cancer, Jiang Mingqiang experienced a period of clarity.
Aware that his days were numbered, he summoned his two sons to his bedside and revealed a secret he'd kept hidden for years. In his youth, Jiang Mingqiang had been something of a playboy, involved with numerous women. Two of these relationships resulted in children, a son and a daughter respectively. Though he'd maintained no contact with these illegitimate children over the years, facing death, he felt remorse toward them and sought to make amends. When Jiang Junyan and his brother learned of this, they were shocked and furious. But with their father on death's door, they found it impossible to direct their anger at him. What truly baffled the brothers, however, was Jiang Mingqiang's insistence on dividing a portion of the family inheritance between these two illegitimate children. Jiang Mingqiang wanted to give away the property and several million in cash, which was an enormous sum even back in 2008. After calming down, Jiang Junyan recognized this as his father's final wish and, maintaining his broad-minded nature, ultimately agreed. But Jiang Juanza, the younger brother, resolutely refused and left in anger on the spot. What pained Jiang Junyan even more was that the next day, still unsettled by the incident, his younger brother fell down the stairs, hit the back of his head, and fell into a deep coma. He was also admitted to First People's Hospital and has yet to regain consciousness.
How do you know about this?
Jiang Junyan stared at Chen Luo in shock. There was no way his father would reveal such a confidential matter to an outsider. A thought suddenly struck him.
Are you the private investigator my father hired?
Jiang Mingcheng once said that he had hired a private investigator to look into the recent circumstances of those two illegitimate children. Upon discovering how difficult their lives had become, the idea of leaving them a portion of the inheritance took root in his mind. Chen Luo said indifferently, Mr. Jiang, you focused on the wrong thing.
Didn't you hear me clearly?
You'll be taken away as a murder suspect for killing your two half-siblings.
Of course, you were framed. The true culprit behind this is...
Chen Luo glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then stepped closer to Jiang Junyan and whispered in his ear, the killer is your brother, Jiang Juanzi.
The translation maintains the suspenseful tone, conveys the whispered secrecy, and preserves the original paragraph structure while adapting the names naturally.
Jiang Junyan was stunned for a moment, then his face flushed crimson with rage.
He angrily shoved Chen Luo away and shouted, are you fucking insane?
It was no wonder Jiang Junyan lost his composure.
Jiang Junyan and Jiang Juanzi were twins who had been inseparable since childhood.
Now their father was on the verge of death, and his younger brother lay unconscious from severe injuries in the adjacent hospital room. This had pushed Jiang Junyan's emotions to their lowest point. He was already teetering on the edge of an outburst. And now this lunatic suddenly appeared out of nowhere, first claiming his father would die, then saying he himself would be arrested by police, and even declaring his unconscious younger brother had killed their father's two illegitimate sons.
Any normal person would have reached their breaking point.
Jiang Junyan's pent-up emotions finally erupted at this moment. Clenching his fists in fury, he looked as if he could no longer restrain himself from striking Chen Luo. Chen Luo remained utterly unfazed, offering only a faint smile. Remember this, when the day comes that your legs are broken and no doctor in this world can make you stand again, be sure to come find me.
Because I'm the only one who can save you. I've already left my number in your pocket. Farewell. Jiang Junyan grew even more enraged upon hearing this.
Not only had Chen Luo accused his younger brother of murder, but now he was cursing him with broken legs. Overcome with fury, he immediately swung his fist to strike Chen Luo. But right at that moment, the hospital room door suddenly swung open. A woman rushed toward Jiang Junyan and cried urgently, Junyan,
Dad, he's not going to make it, come quickly.
Jiang Junyan's face turned ghastly pale.
He no longer cared about reprimanding Chen Luo and immediately rushed into the hospital room.
A glint flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. Back when he first met Jiang Junyan, the latter had mentioned being taken away by the police for investigation right after Jiang Mingcheng's death, so sudden that he couldn't even attend the funeral. This had become his greatest regret. And now that Jiang Mingcheng was on the verge of death, it meant the police would arrive soon.
Chen Luo suddenly frowned.
Ho Yaozong had clearly asked the doctor, who confirmed Jiang Mingcheng still had at least 3 days to live, so how could he have died so abruptly? While no one can say for certain when it comes to cancer, since the doctor stated there was still considerable time left, there must be some rationale behind it.
As Chen Luo was pondering, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind.
Yi Shixiao walked over from the distance, her face wearing an expression of haughty pride. When she noticed Chen Luo looking her way, Yi Shixiao quickened her pace even further, as if impatient to get ahead.
Chen Luo froze for a moment.
That look on Yi Shixiao's face, he was already starting to guess what it might imply.
Did the echocardiogram not detect anything?
Before Yi Shixia could speak, Chen Luo beat her to the question.
Yi Shixiao's expression froze.
She had been ready to aggressively wave the test results in his face to prove she was right and he was wrong, but she never expected him to guess the outcome first. It left her feeling stifled, as though she'd thrown a punch only to hit cotton. Chen Luo had already guessed why Yi Shixia came over. This little lady got the results and came specifically to slap him in the face.
But how could he let her have her way? Here's the scan. Let's see if the great expert can tell whether this is endocarditis or not.
Yi Shixia scoffed coldly and rudely flung the scan toward Chen Luo. Chen Luo caught the scan and began examining it carefully in his hands.
At first glance, he couldn't help but frown, as the scan clearly showed no signs of endocarditis.
Chen Luo quickly dismissed the thought. Given his initial intuition and experience, the margin for error was extremely slim.
After brief contemplation, he spoke again, perform a transesophageal echocardiogram. I can confirm she has endocarditis. Chapter 63, Who exactly are you?
Yi Shixiao was stunned for a moment before sneering. So you made a wrong diagnosis, just admit it. With the evidence right here, you're still in denial.
Is your pride that important? Oh, I see. Is it because I'm a woman? Ha, you men. Chen Luo stared silently at Yi Shixiao.
Glancing at this overly assertive female doctor, he couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. Judging by your expression and tone, you've likely faced considerable unfair treatment due to your gender, the condescension of male colleagues, perhaps even outright discrimination.
Perhaps this attitude started back in medical school, or maybe it's just how things are at this hospital?
The mocking smile instantly vanished from Yi Shixiao's face as she stared at Chen Luo in astonishment, unable to comprehend how this person before her knew these things.
Do you know me?
Yi Shixiao looked over with utter disbelief. Chen Luo smiled without answering and continued, taking this a step further, it's highly likely that your family adheres to those traditional values that favor sons over daughters. Even though she worked hard to become a doctor, the best surgeon in this hospital, she still didn't receive the recognition and respect she deserved. So you feel that many people have treated you unfairly because of your gender, and those despicable men weren't interested in your proud medical skills, just your face. Yi Shixia's expression suddenly changed. Unable to stop herself, she took a step back, staring at Chen Luo in shock, momentarily speechless. Why, who are you? Yi Shixia couldn't fathom how a stranger, meeting her for the first time and engaging in just casual conversation, seemed to have known her for years, accurately deducing her experiences over that time. Me, who I am isn't important. I'm just a passerby trying to prevent you from taking a life. Chen Luo smiled and said, impossible. Yi Shixia couldn't believe what Chen Luo was saying at all, because this level of deductive ability was terrifying, far beyond what any normal person could possess. Wait, you couldn't be the person Xiaofan introduced me to, could you? Yi Shixia suddenly remembered something, staring at Chen Luo in astonishment. Ever since graduating and joining First People's Hospital, Yi Shixia had been swamped with work every day. For years, she hadn't even had time to date. Her best friend Wu Xiaofan had mentioned setting her up with someone, a young, accomplished corporate executive, only 32 years old this year, 4 years older than Yi Shixia. Wu Xiaofan knew Yi Shixia was usually busy with work, so she asked that blind date guy to take the initiative to visit her at the hospital. Chen Luo resembled the person Wu Xiaofan had described in both age and demeanor, so Yi Shixia, unable to believe his terrifying deductive abilities, instinctively assumed her best friend must have told him about her. Chen Luo laughed heartily, he completely understood what Yi Shixia was thinking. This woman simply couldn't accept being instantly read like an open book, so she found a seemingly plausible excuse to deceive herself. Chen Luo could also guess what Yi Shixia meant by that person, most likely a match arranged by friends or family. Impressive, truly impressive. You actually guessed it right. As expected from someone studying medicine. Chen Luo suddenly felt playful and couldn't resist teasing Yi Shixia. Yi Shixia visibly sighed in relief, accepting this explanation without the slightest doubt. It seemed perfectly reasonable to her. But soon, Yi Shixia gave Chen Luo a puzzled look. Yet Xiaofan said you work at an investment firm. When did you become a doctor? Oh, I was studying medicine before, but later thought it was too difficult, so I switched to investment management. Chen Luo maintained a natural expression, lying without batting an eye. With Chen Luo's acting skills at the level of an award-winning actor, Yi Shixia couldn't detect any hint of abnormality. I see, so that's why you said you're sort of a doctor earlier. Yi Shixia wore a dazed expression as she began rationalizing the anomalies on her own. Dr. Yi, regarding Yi's surgery, I still insist on performing a transesophageal echocardiogram. Hearing this, Yi Shixia was abruptly pulled back from her stunned state, suddenly remembering she still had a surgery to perform. Her face remained contorted in exasperation. Just what kind of bizarre blind date had Xiaofan set her up with? Coming to the hospital without calling first, and then pretending to be a stranger, was this a deliberate attempt to intimidate me right from the start? Was this some kind of test to see if I was a quack doctor? What kind of person does that? Just look, even now, she's still ordering me around, doubting whether I made a mistake. At best, according to Chen Luo's own words, he's just a medical student, what qualifications does he have to teach her? Though Yi Shixia was displeased, this was still a blind date introduced by her best friend after all. She couldn't outright refuse without saving face. It wasn't much trouble to run another test anyway, 20 minutes tops to get the results. Fine then. Yi Shixia glanced at Chen Luo. However, if everything checks out after my examination, I'll be performing this surgery and won't be free until afternoon. That's quite a long wait, perhaps we should schedule another time? Chen Luo smiled faintly. No need, I happen to have nothing to do today. You go ahead with your work, just remember me when you're done. Then I'll go get another checkup. Wait for me in the rest area. Yi Shixia replied just as decisively, without dragging things out with unnecessary words. She simply nodded and turned to leave immediately. As Yi Shixia walked away, 3 uniformed police officers passed her by, led by a nurse and heading toward the ward. Yi Shixia paused in surprise, bewildered as to why police would appear in the VIP ward area. She couldn't help stopping and turning to look. At this moment, Chen Luo also wore a perplexed expression as he stared at the 3 police officers. The police appeared just as expected, which meant what was meant to happen would inevitably unfold. But Chen Luo wasn't surprised by that. What startled him was that among the 3 officers, 2 were men and 1 was a woman, and she happened to be the same 36D Tang Qin he had encountered last night. Chen Luo hadn't expected such a coincidence, but he remained completely calm. Last night, Chen Luo had worn a mask, so Tang Qin had never seen his real face. Sure enough, when Tang Qin and her 2 colleagues reached the door of Jiang Mingqing's hospital room, she merely glanced at Chen Luo with indifference and then followed the nurse inside, pushing the door open. Chen Luo's eyes flickered, and he promptly followed suit, stepping in after them. Over there, Yi Shixia watched the scene unfold with a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend why Chen Luo had suddenly barged into someone else's hospital room. Chen Luo was here for a blind date. If he knew the person in that ward, why hadn't he mentioned it earlier? Could this guy possibly have seen the police enter and, thinking there was some excitement to watch, rushed over to be a nosy onlooker? Yi Shixia grew increasingly exasperated, and the more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. She hurried over, ready to drag this unreliable fellow back. Chapter 64, He was murdered. That damn Xiaofan. What kind of person did she introduce me to? Yi Shixia thought to herself she hadn't actually had a favorable impression of Chen Luo from the very beginning. Even though he appeared to be a decent person, what kind of things had he actually done up till now? Someone so grown up still enjoys spectating like a child. Yet when Yi Shixia followed them into the hospital room, she couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Before the police entered, the ward had been filled with wailing. Jiang Junyan knelt by the hospital bed, clutching an elderly patient's hand while weeping bitterly. When Jiang Junyan returned to the ward, Jiang Mingqing couldn't even complete a full sentence. He merely grasped Jiang Junyan's hand, uttered a few garbled words, and then passed away. Just as they were weeping bitterly, overwhelmed with grief, a nurse entered with 3 police officers. The officers were slightly taken aback by the scene before them. Seeing the ventilator had stopped reacting, they quickly guessed what had happened. But understanding was one thing, what needed to be done still had to be done. One of the male officers pulled out a hand-drawn portrait. After just a brief comparison, they swiftly identified their target. Mr. Jiang Junyan, you are suspected of involvement in 2 murder cases. We are now taking you in for investigation according to the law. Please come with us. The Jiang family relatives who had been crying in the room were stunned when the police entered, their sobbing stopping abruptly as they wondered why the officers had come. When the police announced Jiang Junyan was suspected of murder, everyone was shocked once again, unable to comprehend what was happening in that moment. Without waiting for any reaction from those in the room, the officer who had spoken immediately grabbed Jiang Junyan, who was still kneeling on the floor, and led him out of the hospital ward. Jiang Junyan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had just been drowning in the grief of losing his father when the police abruptly appeared, straight up accusing him of involvement in murder. The shock left him completely bewildered. Wait, I didn't kill anyone. Don't wrongfully accuse an innocent person. Mr. Jiang Junyan, we wouldn't arrest someone without solid evidence. The policeman seemed all too familiar with the suspect's excuses and merely responded with a cold remark before leading Jiang Junyan away. Jiang Junyan had just lost his father when he was taken away as a murder suspect, crushing his spirit completely. I'll go with you, but please let me see my father one last time. Tears streamed down Jiang Junyan's face as he struggled to return to the hospital bed, only to be forcibly dragged out by the 2 police officers. Junyan! Jiang Junyan's wife Zhao Wen's expression changed abruptly. She wanted to chase after him, but was blocked again by Tang Qin. As Jiang Junyan was brought to the ward door, he suddenly saw Chen Luo inside the room as well. His entire body shuddered violently as he recalled Chen Luo's earlier words. After old Mr. Jiang Mingqing dies, the police will come to arrest you for the murder of his 2 illegitimate children. Jiang Junyan even forgot to struggle, nearly glaring wide-eyed at Chen Luo, his lips trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, "Why you. Jiang Junyan stammered you for a long while, utterly failing to form a complete sentence. At this moment, his heart was tangled with shock, grief, fury, and profound bewilderment. These conflicting emotions left him completely speechless. The officers, however, had no patience for this and simply dragged Jiang Junyan out by his arms. Chen Luo remained indifferent, paying no attention to Jiang Junyan as he stepped toward the hospital bed. Chen Luo was actually confident in his ability to help Jiang Junyan clear his name and prevent him from losing both legs, but the guy simply refused to believe him now. Without letting Jiang Junyan suffer a little and realize that he was his only savior, there'd be no way to control him. At that moment, the people in the hospital room were still reeling from shock, and when they saw Chen Luo approaching, no one questioned him. They all assumed he was the lawyer coming to read the will. An elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s suddenly spoke up, "Sir, are you here with the will?" The old man's words sounded extremely harsh, as he began asking about the will just after Jiang Mingqing's death, with Jiang Junyan being taken away and Jiang Juan's still unconscious. "Second uncle, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Wen's expression suddenly changed as she glared at Jiang Mingi with a look that seemed ready to devour someone. Jiang Mingi actually regretted his words the moment he spoke them, realizing how utterly inappropriate they were given the current circumstances. But faced with Zhao Wen's pressing questions, he showed no signs of guilt. Instead, he retorted coldly, "What do you mean? Right now, the entire company is in chaos. With my eldest brother gone and neither Junyan nor his brother able to handle company affairs, of course we must prioritize the greater good and stabilize the situation first." "You!" Zhao Wen trembled with rage, pointing at Jiang Mingi but unable to utter a word. Jiang Mingi cast a cold glance at her. "You what? You'd better hurry and find a lawyer to figure out what exactly happened to Junyan." The atmosphere in the room instantly grew somewhat tense, sweeping away even the earlier overwhelming grief. The Jiang Mingyi family had been coveting Mingqing Pharmaceuticals for quite some time, but the company was built from nothing by Jiang Mingqing through his own hard work, growing from scratch into a thriving enterprise.
Though Jiang Mingyi held some shares, his stake couldn't even compare to what the Jiang Junyan brothers held. With Jiang Mingqing keeping watch nearby, they couldn't make any significant waves anyway. Now that Jiang Mingqing's family seemed doomed, if they didn't strike now, when else would they get the chance? Tang Qin had just reached the doorway of the hospital room when she overheard the argument inside. She couldn't help but shake her head slightly, feeling a chill of contempt for their behavior. But this had nothing to do with her, nor was she interested in continuing to listen to this rich family drama filled with their bloody inheritance disputes. Just as Tang Qin was about to pull the door open to leave, she suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Officer, wait a moment." Chen Luo had been standing by the hospital bed observing Jiang Mingqing's remains, even lifting his palm and wrist to examine them carefully for some time. In just a brief moment, an odd gleam flashed through his eyes. Because at this moment, Chen Luo understood why Jiang Mingqing had died so suddenly when the doctor had clearly stated he still had at least 3 days left to live. Tang Qin's figure froze mid-step as she stopped and turned to look in Chen Luo's direction. Everyone else in the ward froze for a moment, their gazes instantly focusing on Chen Luo. Mr. Jiang Mingqing did not die naturally, he was murdered. As soon as Chen Luo uttered these words, the room plunged into absolute silence, everyone staring at him in stunned disbelief. But in no time, except for Tang Qin and Yi Shixia, who had just arrived, everyone else's faces twisted into expressions of sheer incredulity. They all knew Jiang Mingqing had less than a week, perhaps even less, to live. Who would be foolish enough to go through the unnecessary trouble of killing him? Chapter 65, Stop Talking Nonsense. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Shixia froze for a moment before suddenly catching on. She hurried over and immediately tried pulling Chen Luo away. She was both angry and anxious at this moment. Chen Luo had inexplicably entered this ward just to spectate, taken one glance at the deceased's body, and then shouted at the police that it was a murder. Was this guy out of his mind? Or had he watched too much Detective Conan? Chen Luo smiled. You've come at just the right time. You can determine his cause of death, can't you? Yi Shixia was in no mood to listen to Chen Luo's words at the moment. After all, this guy was her blind date. If he caused trouble here, she would end up losing face along with him. I'm sorry, he's a bit. Yi Shixia didn't know how to describe Chen Luo for a moment. She couldn't very well call him a psycho outright, that would be even more awkward. Tang Qin furrowed her delicate brows, looking alternately at Chen Luo and Yi Shixia with an equally bewildered expression, utterly perplexed about the exact nature of their relationship. However, instead of leaving immediately, she fixed her gaze on Chen Luo and asked, "How did you know he was murdered?" Tang Qin actually wanted to hear Chen Luo's explanation. If it made no sense at all, she naturally wouldn't waste any more time on him. Dr. Yi, could you please explain the cause of Mr. Jiang Mingqing's death? Yi Shixia felt a headache coming on. All she wanted was to get as far away from here as possible, yet Chen Luo seemed dead set on staying, so much so that she nearly turned on her heel and left. But as she felt all eyes turning toward her, she couldn't help but let her gaze fall upon Jiang Mingqing's remains. There's a small blue dot on the old gentleman's head, just below the hairline. This is a marker used for chemotherapy positioning, indicating the deceased previously suffered from brain cancer. He has blood clots, which are common complications of cancer, and these clots caused a pulmonary embolism that ultimately led to this gentleman's death from heart failure. This is a natural death, not murder by any means. Yi Shixia didn't know Jiang Mingqing's family nor what illness he had contracted, but as a professional doctor, her diagnostic abilities were beyond question. She immediately discerned Jiang Mingqing's cause of death at a glance. As soon as Yi Shixia spoke these words, everyone in the hospital room turned strange gazes toward Chen Luo. Even Dr. Yi Shixia had concluded it was a natural death, yet Chen Luo, a mysterious outsider, claimed Jiang Mingqing was murdered. This made the Jiang family increasingly displeased, even somewhat angry. Jiang Mingyi bluntly confronted him, asking sharply, "Are you even a lawyer from Zhangwei law firm?" Chen Luo completely ignored him. Instead, he walked over to the hospital bed, lifted Jiang Mingqing's finger, and presented it to Yi Shixia. "Take another close look at this spot." Yi Shixia froze for a moment before leaning in closer. Only then did she notice the blood clot on Jiang Mingqing's finger. It occupied half the fingertip. Death from heart failure is the surface cause, but the actual reason was adrenaline-induced. While Yi Shixia was examining it, Chen Luo began explaining again. Yet Yi Shixia frowned. Cardiovascular complications from cancer treatment have always existed. It's not uncommon for some early-stage cancer patients to be cured of cancer only to die from heart disease. The old gentleman must have suffered cardiovascular complications during treatment. Adrenaline is a standard medication for heart conditions. What's the issue with that? You're right, that itself isn't problematic, but coupled with this bloodstain on his finger, it becomes suspicious. Yi Shixia's frown deepened. This is localized ischemia tissue death caused by vascular constriction in the elbow joint, likely induced by the adrenaline injection in his arm.
The interesting part is here, you've overlooked a crucial factor.
Adrenaline is generally only used during medical emergencies.
If the hormone was only injected during cardiac arrest, after his heart stopped, it wouldn't cause localized ischemia. Yi Shisha's expression changed drastically, as if she'd suddenly realized something. You mean, someone deliberately injected adrenaline into this elderly gentleman when his heart was perfectly fine? She cried out in shock. The conversation between Yi Shisha and Chen Luo was straightforward enough that even those present without medical knowledge could understand it clearly.
The bloodstain on Jiang Mingqing's finger was caused by heart failure induced by an injected dose of adrenaline while he showed no signs of illness.
The Jiang family members wore various expressions, some were filled with doubt, others wavered between shock and suspicion, while a few remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about how Jiang Mingqing had died. But at that moment, no one interrupted anymore. Even Jiang Mingi, who had been aggressively confronting Chen Luo, closed his mouth in astonishment. As Tang Qin listened to the conversation between the two and noticed Yi Shisha's expression, she sensed something was wrong. Just as she was about to speak up, Yi Shisha suddenly spoke again.
Wait. Adrenaline acts quickly, it takes effect immediately after injection. Did someone administer medication to this gentleman just now?
Yi Shisha's final question was directed at the Jiang family members present. The Jiang family members all looked stunned, but soon shook their heads in unison. No, we were all here during the last 10 minutes before elder brother passed away.
No one administered any medication to him. Jiang Mingi gave Chen Luo a cold glance and suddenly spoke.
At this moment, including Tang Qin, everyone in the room turned their attention back to Chen Luo, waiting to see how he would explain. There were 10 Jiang family relatives present, each with their own conflicts. If someone among them had administered the injection, it was impossible they would cover for one another.
Chen Luo smiled faintly. In other words, none of you were here about 10 minutes ago, is that correct?
The Jiang family members were momentarily stunned, then strange expressions appeared on everyone's faces.
About 20 minutes ago, a janitor wearing a mask came in. He said he needed to disinfect the ward and asked us to step out temporarily.
Zhao Wen suddenly shuddered and spoke up in surprise. The Jiang family members all changed expressions, also recalling what had just happened.
Could all these clues combined mean Jiang Mingqing was actually murdered?
Chen Luo calmly pointed at the 4 tubes still inserted in Jiang Mingqing's wrist. The killer mixed adrenaline into the intravenous drip, then slowed the infusion pump's rate. This gave them at least 10 minutes to escape before the patient died. Yi Shisha's expression changed again. This time even Tang Qin walked over to check the rate displayed on the infusion pump. The infusion pump was set to 40 milliliters per hour, just basic nutrients, glucose and water. There's absolutely no medical reason to set it below 100 milliliters. Yi Shisha stared at the number displayed on the infusion pump, completely stunned.
Upon hearing Yi Shisha's explanation, Tang Qin instantly understood as well.
Based on the analysis from these two individuals and the statements from the Jiang family earlier, it's now practically confirmed Jiang Mingqing was indeed murdered.
Chapter 66. How could you be like this? Of course, if this policewoman still doesn't believe it, an autopsy can be performed.
After speaking, Chen Luo suddenly reached out and grabbed Yi Shisha's wrist, startling her and leaving her momentarily confused about his actions. Yi Shisha was still so shocked by Chen Luo's deductive abilities that she couldn't speak, failing to react even when her hand was grabbed. Chen Luo pushed up her sleeve and glanced at the watch on her wrist. However, another 10 minutes have passed now. The culprit must have fled far away by this point, they're probably long gone.
Chen Luo paused mid-sentence, then suddenly changed his tone. Smiling at Yi Shisha, he said, "Well, don't you still have examinations and surgery to attend to? Let's go."
Without paying any attention to the stunned expressions in the hospital room, Chen Luo casually took Yi Shisha's hand and strode out with her. Yi Shisha was a bit dazed until Chen Luo took her hand and led her out of the hospital room. Only then did she suddenly regain her senses, blushing as she abruptly pulled her hand away from Chen Luo's grasp.
How could you be like this?
Yi Shisha's heart was now filled with astonishment, bewilderment, and a hint of indignation. Chen Luo had clearly done that on purpose, taking the opportunity to hold her hand. Oh my god, how could there be a man who holds a girl's hand on their very first blind date? Yi Shisha's emotions were extraordinarily complex, yet for some reason, she didn't feel any revulsion. Instead, she was suddenly overwhelmed with curiosity about the man before her. Chen Luo burst into laughter, showing not a hint of discomfort or embarrassment. He even took another step forward, forcing Yi Shisha to retreat until her back thudded against the wall.
That's just how I am. Surprised you? Piqued your curiosity? Want to know how I pull it off?
Yi Shisha's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. She was on the verge of losing it. She wasn't unfamiliar with blind dates, nor was she lacking in suitors. But every single one had been polite and proper, eagerly showcasing their best qualities while carefully avoiding any missteps that might leave a negative impression.
Yet someone like Chen Luo, who would utter such words without hesitation upon their first meeting, this was truly Yi Shisha's first encounter with such brazenness.
What made it even harder to bear was how Chen Luo openly attempted to corner her against the wall in the hospital hallway, as if he intended to pin her there. Flustered, Yishisha swiftly sidestepped to avoid Chen Luo, hastily saying, "I'm going to check on Yi now, goodbye." Chen Luo watched as Yishisha flustered about, unable to suppress a laugh. He thought to himself that this lady doctor was truly adorable. On the surface, she appears proud and strong-willed, but deep down she's actually a vulnerable and shy little woman, using this disguise merely to shield herself from getting hurt. Chen Luo saw through her disguise at a glance and couldn't resist teasing her, finding her flustered and shy reactions quite amusing. Yi Shisha had just dashed away when the hospital room door was pushed open. Tang Qin stepped out of the hospital room, her gaze shifting thoughtfully before she suddenly looked at Chen Luo with puzzled recognition.
"Haven't we met somewhere before?" Chen Luo's expression remained calm. "An officer as beautiful as you, if we'd met before, I'd certainly remember." Chen Luo quickly reviewed his memories. Last night at the hotel, he was certain he hadn't left any traces. First, his disguised appearance yesterday looked entirely different from today's. Even when removing his mask in the elevator, he'd positioned himself in the camera's blind spot, completely avoiding facial capture. Moreover, Chen Luo had used a voice modulator during last night's conversation, never employing his natural speaking voice. The issue of voice had long been considered by Chen Luo. For instance, the identity of young Master Chen now used his mature and steady tone. When teasing Tang Qin yesterday, he had employed an entirely different voice, youthful and teasing, completely distinct from his current speech. This would pose immense difficulty for ordinary people, but for Chen Luo, it wasn't even remotely a problem. Chen Luo had not only honed his acting skills to an award-winning level but had also worked as a voice actor. His prowess in this field was unparalleled, he could flawlessly mimic any voice imaginable. Chen Luo had even replicated the content from the middle school textbook article Vocal Mimicry, where the performer vividly simulated a rhythmic and continuous series of life scenes using various sounds. After pondering for just a moment, Chen Luo realized where the issue lay. Although Tang Qin couldn't recognize Chen Luo by his appearance or voice last night, a person's gaze isn't something that easily changes. He had made eye contact with Tang Qin back then, and this woman likely still had some impression of him, which was why she remembered. It seems I'll need to adjust my gaze from now on as well. Chen Luo realized where the problem lay and how to fix it. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, but for highly skilled actors, no matter what role they play, they can bring it to life vividly. It's because they can discern the character's inner world and embody it. At that level, both one's gaze and temperament naturally adapt accordingly. Chen Luo found this quite effortless to achieve. Having indulged in unrestrained arrogance and willfulness for millennia, he couldn't be bothered to adjust his demeanor to play someone else's role. Tang Qin studied Chen Luo closely, sensing a strange familiarity yet unable to recall where she might have seen him before. But she didn't press further, merely asking, "What's your connection with the Jiang family? Why were you there? And why did they mistake you for a lawyer?" Faced with Tang Qin's barrage of questions, Chen Luo simply smiled. "Just a curious bystander looking for some excitement. Happened to stumble upon a few clues, that's all. Officer, instead of suspecting me here, why don't you check the hospital surveillance first? You might find the perpetrator's face there." Before Tang Qin could react, Chen Luo had already walked away with a dismissive air. Tang Qin watched Chen Luo's receding figure. She opened her mouth to call out to him, but found no reason to do so. Because Chen Luo made a convincing point, the perpetrator had just left, and if he was caught on surveillance footage, it might reveal his whereabouts and potentially lead to his capture. Although Chen Luo had several suspicious points, she had just asked the Jiang family and confirmed that Chen Luo appeared after that janitor. Moreover, Tang Qin had never seen a murderer return to the crime scene and voluntarily expose their own murder case. While swiftly heading toward the hospital's surveillance room, Tang Qin called the station to report the incident and requested a forensic team to perform an autopsy first. By this time, Tang Qin had already realized this was likely a major case. Jiang Mingcheng's son had just been taken away on 2 counts of murder charges, and now Jiang Mingcheng himself was suddenly murdered, despite already being terminally ill with brain cancer and destined to die soon. Why couldn't the killer wait just those few extra days? What made them so impatient to see him dead? Chapter 67, Despair. Chen Luo found a seat in the waiting area and sat down leisurely, patiently awaiting Yi Shaxi's examination results. He actually knew who the murderer was, and why they were so desperate to see Jiang Mingcheng dead. But Chen Luo still needed the murderer to carry out their entire plan, so he wasn't in a hurry to expose them yet. A faint smile played on Chen Luo's lips. If his predictions were correct, Zhang Junyan would contact him very soon. At that very moment, inside an interrogation room at Hualong branch, an officer was questioning Zhang Junyan. "Where were you on the evening of September 5th? Zhang Junyan had already calmed down by now. Hearing the police officer's question, he thought carefully, but the time was too far back, he couldn't recall it right away. "It's been too long, I can't remember clearly," the interrogating officer sneered. "It's not that you can't remember, you're just pretending not to." Zhang Junyan furrowed his brow and calmly asked, "Then, officer, may I ask what you did on September 5th? Do you still remember?" The officer was momentarily stunned by the question,
but quickly composed himself and said coldly, "You need to understand the situation clearly, we're the ones asking you questions here, not the other way around."
I've already answered you. It's been too long, I can't remember clearly. Can't such a short memory span be expected from an officer? Jang Junyan was quite certain he hadn't killed anyone. After the initial panic, he had completely calmed down and wasn't the least bit intimidated by the policeman's attitude. With his experience, he could naturally see through the cop's tactics. It was nothing more than the classic good cop, bad cop routine. They just wanted to see him sweat. The officer nearly choked in frustration. Even now, with Jang Junyan in custody, the man still acted as if he feared nothing. The officer slammed the table abruptly and barked again, "If you can't remember the 5th, then surely you recall where you were 5 days ago, on the night of September 20th? Jang Junyan was taken aback for a moment but quickly replied, "This past week, I've been handling some matters at the company during the day, going to the hospital in the afternoon, and returning home to rest at night." Very well. Where were you at 10 p.m. on September 20th?
Without hesitation, Jang Junyan answered swiftly, "After leaving the hospital, I felt terribly depressed about my father and younger brother's situation, so I sat in a nearby park for a while.
I probably left around 11 o'clock. Did anyone see you?" Jang Junyan shook his head.
"No, it was too late by then, and there weren't many people left in the park."
"That means there's no one who can prove you were in the park."
Jang Junyan realized what the problem was when he heard this. The policeman asked about 2 specific nighttime periods and whether anyone could verify his whereabouts. This clearly indicated those were the exact times when the 2 murders they mentioned had occurred.
After speaking, the policeman placed 2 photos in front of Jang Junyan and asked, "Do you recognize them?" Jang Junyan's gaze suddenly froze, his face changing in an instant. The officer had been observing Jang Junyan's expression from the moment he took out the photo.
Seeing his face change, the policeman immediately chuckled, "Looks like you know them."
Jang Junyan didn't just know them, these 2 were precisely Jiang Mingcheng's illegitimate children, one his half-brother, the other his half-sister.
When Jiang Mingcheng informed Jang Junyan and his brother about this matter, he had already provided them with all the details about these 2 individuals. But what shocked Jang Junyan wasn't this, it was recalling Chen Luo's words about how he would be taken away for murdering those 2 illegitimate children of his father. Initially, Jang Junyan still clung to a sliver of hope that maybe Chen Luo was spouting nonsense. Yet now, seeing these 2 photos, even a fool would understand, these 2 were truly dead. How did Chen Luo know beforehand? Could it be that Chen Luo was framing him? But soon, Jang Junyan felt it didn't make sense. If the other party wanted to frame him, why go out of their way to inform him about it? Moreover, Chen Luo's prediction timing was incredibly precise. His father had just died when the police took him away. How did Chen Luo know the exact time of his father's death and that the police would arrive right then? This is almost like foreseeing the future. Who on earth is that mysterious man? Jang Junyan was stunned for a moment, even forgetting to answer the police officer's question.
"What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?" Jang Junyan was startled awake by the other's voice. He took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Yes, I know them. They're my half-brother and half-sister." The police officer suddenly fixed his gaze on Jang Junyan. "So, do you know they're dead?"
Although Jang Junyan had anticipated this, hearing the news confirmed by the police still made his heart sink, and his expression immediately darkened. "This is footage from the surveillance cameras near your half-brother's house.
Do you recognize who this person is?" The policeman slid another photo in front of Jang Junyan and pointed at one of the figures in it. The moment Jang Junyan got his hands on the photo, his whole body jolted. The person in the photo was wearing a hat that obscured half their face, coupled with the dim nighttime lighting, making it impossible to discern their general appearance. But Jang Junyan recognized at a glance that the person in the photo was himself. However, Jang Junyan knew very well it wasn't actually him, it was his younger brother, Jang Juanza. Jang Junyan noticed the timestamp on the photo, precisely 12:07 a.m. on September 5, 2008. How was this possible? My younger brother Jang Juanza has clearly fallen into a deep coma and has been lying motionless in the hospital bed for a month. This is my younger brother Jang Juanza. Ha, I knew you would say that.
The police officer sneered. Your younger brother has been in a deep coma for a month after an accidental fall.
We've verified with Dr. Jang Juanza's attending physician at the hospital, it's impossible for him to have woken up during this period.
Moreover, we found your fingerprints on both victims, and eyewitnesses saw you leaving the victims' residences. They helped us sketch this portrait.
Otherwise, how do you think we found you?
The evidence is irrefutable, but we still want to give you a chance to confess voluntarily.
If you cooperate now, we'll consider it as meritorious behavior. Jang Junyan's face turned ashen. No wonder the police had brought him here directly. These evidences were practically ironclad. Any attempt to defend himself would be futile. Jang Junyan's heart sank to the lowest depths.
In that moment of near despair, he suddenly recalled Chen Luo's figure and those words the man had spoken.
The murderer is your brother Jang Juanza. Could it truly be his younger brother's doing, planted to frame him?
When this thought surfaced in Jiang Junyan's mind, he nearly collapsed on the spot. No matter how he racked his brain, he simply couldn't comprehend why his own brother would do such a thing.
Chapter 68. Let me treat you to a meal. Jiang Junyan and his younger brother were twins.
Growing up, they were inseparable, sharing an extraordinary bond unique to twins, sometimes even sensing each other's thoughts without a word. Everything changed when the younger brother went to study abroad in country D for university. For years later, when he returned, the brothers were no longer as close as before. That mysterious connection between them had vanished, their thoughts now strangers to one another. Jiang Junyan could even sense his younger brother gradually distancing himself, and soon he began to realize where the problem lay.
During Jiang Juan's time abroad, Jiang Junyan had been learning management under Jiang Mingqing's guidance, and was already being groomed as the successor. At first, Jiang Junyan didn't pay it much mind, assuming that their father Jiang Mingqing valued Jiang Juan's more. Why else would he send him abroad for advanced studies while keeping him at home? Even Jiang Juan's himself thought so. But when Jiang Juan's returned, although Jiang Mingqing allowed him into the company, he wasn't entrusted with significant responsibilities. Instead, he was made to start from the very bottom. Jiang Junyan became Jiang Mingqing's right-hand man, taking charge of numerous important operations at Mingqing Pharmaceuticals. It seemed from that moment onward, the two of them grew increasingly distant. Yet, Jiang Junyan could never have imagined that his younger brother Jiang Juanza would kill two half-siblings and frame him for the crimes.
Jiang Junyan could guess his brother might have done it for the family fortune, but this was something he simply couldn't comprehend or accept. But at this moment, all signs pointed to the possibility that it could really have been her younger brother. Where in the world could there be someone identical to oneself, who could effortlessly obtain one's fingerprints to frame oneself? But what puzzled Jiang Junyan the most was this: how exactly had Jiang Juanza pulled it off? He clearly fell into a deep coma, utterly unable to move. This wasn't just the diagnosis from a doctor at First People's Hospital. After Jiang Juanza fell into a coma, Jiang Junyan spared no expense to invite top domestic and even international neurologists to Pengcheng for consultations. The conclusions were surprisingly unanimous: it was indeed a deep coma. Since the human brain is an extraordinarily complex organ with limited research in this field, there was no way to determine whether he could ever regain consciousness. But Jiang Juanza had murdered two people in succession. The idea that he could secretly slip out of the hospital, commit the murders, then return to life still pretending to be comatose, how could this possibly escape the notice of hospital doctors and nurses? Yet Jiang Juanza actually pulled it off, which meant this had become the perfect murder frame-up. He left almost no possibility for anyone to overturn the verdict. Jiang Junyan suddenly thought of something and frantically searched through his pockets. Soon, he found a note tucked inside the inner pocket of his suit jacket. "I demand to speak to my lawyer." Meanwhile, at Runman Hospital, Chen Luo lounged in the waiting area with his arms stretched wide along the backrest of a long sofa. With one leg crossed over the other in a domineering posture, he occupied the entire couch. The rest area was bustling with people, every seat taken except for the space around him. The scene was eerily dissonant. When Yi Shixiao walked over and saw the scene, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yi Shixiao was almost speechless. This guy seemed to radiate an aura of "I'm the best in the world" wherever he went, so intensely that even she wanted to punch him. She really didn't know how he had survived this long without getting beaten to death. Yet, at this moment, Yi Shixiao's heart was filled with gratitude towards Chen Luo, intertwined with an even greater sense of curiosity. Because the second test results came out, Louis indeed had endocarditis. Endocarditis can cause embolisms in the circulatory arteries such as those in the lower limbs and brain, which typically wouldn't pose any major issues under normal circumstances. However, if ligament repair surgery is performed while ignoring the effects of endocarditis, it can lead to the formation of deep vein thrombosis in the lower limbs or pulmonary embolism post-operation. The risk of fatality is extremely high, and the postoperative reaction is swift. Even emergency treatment may not be fast enough. If Yi Shixia truly disregards Chen Luo's advice and insists on proceeding with the ligament repair surgery, the probability of Louis's death would be as high as 99%. Once Louis dies, not only would Yi Shixiao's career be ruined, but the Lu family would likely not let the matter rest either. Moreover, a 10-year-old girl had died due to her own negligence. Yi Shixiao would never find peace in her heart for the rest of her life. So it was no surprise that at this moment, Yi Shixia felt unimaginable gratitude toward Chen Luo. Yi Shixiao's curiosity was also amplified to its peak right now. If Chen Luo had truly dropped out of medical school midway, how could he have instantly recognized that Louis had endocarditis? Then there was what had just happened in Jiang Mingqing's hospital room. That kind of judgment simply wasn't something a man who had abandoned medicine years ago should possess. To attain that level of experience and judgment requires extensive repeated practice and real-world application. Moreover, medical knowledge advances daily. Falling behind happens quickly if one stops learning the latest developments for even a short time. "It's already noon, let me treat you to lunch." Yi Shixia suppressed her burning curiosity and decided to properly thank Chen Luo by taking him to lunch, while also satisfying her own curiosity during the meal. Great, where's the most expensive place around here? Chen Luo burst into laughter before asking Yi Shisha with a grin. Yi Shisha stared at Chen Luo speechlessly. She'd never met such an absurd blind date in her life. When she offered to treat him to dinner, he didn't even bother with polite refusal, instead directly asking where the priciest establishment was. However, Yi Shisha wasn't angry, just felt that Chen Luo gave off an elusive aura that made people even more curious to figure him out. There's a Western restaurant nearby which should be the most expensive one. Chen Luo smiled and moved closer to Yi Shisha, saying, then let's go. Yi Shisha thought Chen Luo was about to hold her hand, and she instinctively recoiled in fright. What's wrong? Am I that scary? When Yi Shisha noticed Chen Luo looking at her with that half-smile, she suddenly realized this jerk was deliberately teasing her. Her face flushed slightly as she shot Chen Luo an angry glare and said sternly, yes, you're worse than a creep. Stay away from me. Chen Luo burst out laughing. No can do. It's been ages since I've had steak, and today I'm definitely going to make you treat me big time. Yi Shisha sighed helplessly and immediately followed Chen Luo into the elevator, descending to the underground parking lot before driving toward their destination. Upon entering the upscale Western restaurant named Zhizhen, Chen Luo immediately formed a favorable first impression. The French plane trees adorning the entrance lent an elegant and distinctive charm to the restaurant, while the interior decor exuded a comfortable and pleasant ambience with an exotic flair. Every corner of the restaurant was meticulously arranged. Stylish light fixtures and cozy throw pillows ensured diners wouldn't feel the slightest restraint typically associated with Western-style dining. As a result, the place was exceptionally popular. Even now, during peak dining hours, nearly every seat was already occupied. When Chen Luo and Yi Shisha entered, they luckily found the last remaining vacant table, sparing them the hassle of waiting in line. Finished reading? Don't forget to smash that remind for updates button. Let me see how many of you are following this story. Chapter 69, Life is Too Short. After sitting down, Chen Luo glanced around at the surroundings. When the waiter approached with the menu, he didn't even wait for her to speak before waving his hand ostentatiously. No need, just bring me your most expensive steak. Chen Luo deliberately raised his voice, instantly drawing curious glances from nearby diners as all eyes turned toward him. Yi Shisha was once again shocked by Chen Luo's nouveau riche demeanor. When she noticed the astonished looks from people around them, her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could immediately get up and leave, pretending not to know this jerk. Yi Shisha lifted a hand to shield her face, unwilling to meet those strange gazes. But soon, she noticed Chen Luo watching her with an amused expression, his eyes brimming with laughter, and in that instant, realization dawned on her. This jerk was doing it on purpose, just wanting to see me make a fool of myself. Yi Shisha burned with humiliation and anger, wishing she could punch Chen Luo in the face. But with so many people watching in such a public setting, she couldn't possibly go that far. Yet Yi Shisha couldn't swallow her pride. Suddenly, she lifted her foot and fiercely stomped downward, aiming for Chen Luo's foot beneath the table. As if he'd anticipated it, Chen Luo calmly withdrew his foot without any panic. Not only did Yi Shisha fail to step on him, but the excessive force of her stomp nearly made her twist her own ankle instead. A faint smile appeared on Chen Luo's face, but he ignored Yi Shisha, instead turning to the waiter who was suppressing a grin as he said, "Another bottle of liqueur." The waiter hesitated for a moment. "Sir, we have several varieties of liqueur here. The 1990 vintage, the most expensive one," Chen Luo answered without even pausing to think. The waitress nearly failed to suppress her laughter, coughing lightly before saying, "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment." Yi Shisha, having missed her strike earlier, felt her heart bleed when she heard Chen Luo order another bottle of 1990 Chateau Latour. Chateau Latour is one of the so-called Big Five chateaux of Bordeaux's left bank. The wines produced here are robust, powerful, and exceptionally age-worthy, with few other wines able to rival them, earning the title of King of Bordeaux wines. Naturally, they come with a hefty price tag. A single bottle of 1990 Chateau Latour today would likely cost tens of thousands. In 2008, 10,000 yuan was roughly equivalent to about 25,000 yuan in 2019. Yi Shisha's current monthly salary is barely a little over 10,000, and even that is earned through exhausting overtime work. When Chen Luo came, he said he was going to fleece her hard. She thought it was a joke, never expected this bastard actually treated her like a fat sheep ready for slaughter. Sensing the murderous intent in Yi Shisha's eyes, Chen Luo laughed heartily. "Look at you, I just helped you eliminate a massive hidden danger, and you're begrudging even this bit of money? Sometimes you have to give up something you cherish to gain something better. There's nothing that's truly impossible to let go of." Yi Shisha sneered expressionlessly. As she spoke, her heart burned with seething hatred. Had it been any other man behaving this way, Yi Shisha would have found an excuse to leave long ago. She wouldn't have endured until now. But for some reason she couldn't explain, though she found this man exceptionally detestable, she just didn't want to leave him. "Do you always speak so recklessly without any consideration for others' feelings?" Chen Luo chuckled dryly and replied, "Life is short. If I kept worrying about others' feelings all the time,
How exhausting would that be? Yi Shixia glanced at Chen Luo. The man before her represented her complete opposite. She was too proud, too concerned about others' opinions, which was precisely why she worked so hard to prove herself. Yet it was precisely someone like him, so different from her path in life, who radiated an extraordinary charm that made one involuntarily want to draw closer. During Yi Shixia's moment of silence, the waitress returned and presented a bottle of red wine to the two of them. Sir, would this be acceptable? Chen Luo, who had tasted countless wines during his time as a professional sommelier, could discern its authenticity with just one glance at the packaging and label text. Ordinary Western restaurants often substitute inferior wines for premium ones to maximize profits, especially in this era when such practices are all too common. Yet to Chen Luo's surprise, the wine turned out to be genuine. After just a glance, Chen Luo nodded and pointed to a table not far away, saying, "Give it to them." Both Yi Shixia and the waiter froze momentarily, then followed Chen Luo's gesture in puzzled confusion. There sat a man and a woman dining together, chatting and laughing in close proximity, their faces lit up with sweet smiles, clearly a couple deeply in love. Are you crazy? You ordered the most expensive bottle of wine just to give it to someone else? Yi Shixia was immediately displeased. That bastard had already fleeced her for this extravagant meal, and now he wasn't even drinking the wine himself, instead giving it away? They're about to propose. Such a wonderful moment deserves to be celebrated. Chen Luo smiled slightly and motioned for the waitress to deliver the wine. Wait, how did you know he was going to propose? The waitress was also curious. How could Chen Luo have known the couple at the next table was about to get engaged? She had hesitated when she first heard Yi Shixia's outburst, unsure whether to proceed. But when Yi Shixia called out to stop her, she halted, eager to uncover the reason herself. The young man's suit was slightly worn from dry cleaning, likely the only one he owned, which suggests he had saved it for a most special occasion. Just now when I sat down, I noticed he looked very nervous, constantly touching the inner pocket of his suit as if checking whether some valuable item was still inside. He's going to propose, so I'll give them this most expensive bottle of wine to celebrate, or perhaps to mourn. Yi Shixia and the waitress were both stunned. Chen Luo had just sat down and was still several meters away, yet he'd immediately deduced so many things? The waitress instinctively felt it was impossible, but Yi Shixia, having witnessed Chen Luo's terrifying deductive abilities firsthand, didn't immediately dismiss it. Instead, she seriously studied the situation as well. After a while, Yi Shixia seemed to have noticed something too. She nodded at the waitress and said, "Go ahead and send it over. When you deliver it, don't say it's from us, and don't mention the price. Just tell them the restaurant sent it specially to congratulate them." Hearing this, the waitress froze momentarily before quickly catching on. With a mix of astonishment and curiosity bubbling inside her, she picked up the bottle of red wine and walked over. Just as the waitress was about to approach, the young man astounded her by suddenly pulling a ring box from his pocket and dropping to one knee in front of his girlfriend. "Ting Ting, will you marry me?" The gathered guests quickly noticed the scene as well, their gazes turning toward the commotion, immediately grasping what had transpired. The guests all broke into smiles simultaneously, most expressing goodwill and blessings, while some even started teasing and cheering. "Say yes! Say yes!" The girl named Ting Ting wore an expression of utter delight and excitement, tears pooling in her eyes as she nodded vigorously. "I do." Chapter 70, Then Let's Make a Bet. The waitress was utterly dumbstruck. She stood frozen with the bottle of red wine in her hand for a long moment before finally reacting. She first turned to glance at Chen Luo, her eyes brimming with astonishment, before composing her expression and walking over to the table. Fortunately, the waitress hadn't forgotten Chen Luo's instructions. She smiled and explained that this was the restaurant's congratulatory gift for them. The couple's faces were also brimming with delight, repeatedly thanking the waitress. The other guests couldn't help but show surprise on their faces, never expecting this restaurant to be so thoughtful. They silently committed it to memory, and many even began considering whether they might propose here too. You've never cared about others' feelings before. Why didn't you let the waiter reveal the price or mention that it was from us? Chen Luo gazed at Yi Shixia with a faint smile. Shoving aside others' feelings depends on timing and the person involved. The young man's financial situation was clearly not affluent, yet he chose such an expensive Western restaurant for his proposal. Obviously, his girlfriend meant everything to him. Oh no, clearly he placed his fiancée in a position of utmost importance. For a stranger like me to send over an expensive bottle of red wine would only give rise to many unnecessary thoughts, possibly even extinguishing the courage he'd mustered with such difficulty to propose. Yi Shixia stared at Chen Luo for a long moment, utterly unable to comprehend what kind of person this man before her truly was. His medical knowledge and that terrifying deductive ability were astonishing, yet carried an unrestrained, reckless style of action. If one claimed Chen Luo looked down on everyone, paradoxically he could still consider others' perspectives with such meticulous thoughtfulness. You really never graduated from medical school? Yi Shixia was silent for a moment before suddenly asking a question she'd always been deeply curious about. Of course, I never obtained a diploma or a medical license. Chen Luo wasn't lying.
Although he'd studied for many years at world-renowned medical schools, he simply had no need for academic degrees or graduation certificates. As for medical licenses, he could forge one effortlessly, so convincing it would register in official systems, making the hassle of taking exams entirely unnecessary.
That's impossible. If you haven't practiced medicine for so long, how could you possibly diagnose their symptoms at a single glance?
Yi Shixia simply refused to believe it. She even suspected Chen Luo might be practicing medicine illegally without a license.
This wasn't an implausible scenario.
Yi Shixia knew plenty of unlicensed practitioners running clinics or treating wealthy clients for conditions that couldn't be handled in hospitals, like domestic violence injuries.
Maybe I'm just one of those legendary geniuses, mastering skills instantly and applying them flawlessly.
Chen Luo burst into laughter, his face brimming with triumph. Yi Shixia watched Chen Luo's arrogant demeanor and was momentarily speechless.
She couldn't help but retort, bragging without even preparing a draft?
A faint smirk curled across Chen Luo's lips as he turned to Yi Shixia and said, "Since you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Name any piece of knowledge or skill. If I can't learn it or perform it, I'll strip naked and streak all the way to the hospital." Yi Shixia stared at Chen Luo in stunned disbelief, utterly baffled by whether this guy was genuinely confident or just so wildly arrogant that he'd lost his mind. How else could he dare to boast like that?
That's what you said. Don't you dare go back on your word if you lose?
Yi Shixia immediately wore an indignant expression, staring fixedly at Chen Luo.
I always keep my promises and never go back on my word. Chen Luo smiled faintly, but if I lose, there's a penalty. What if I win?
Yi Shixia gave a coquettish snort. How dare you propose such terms and still think you can win?
What if I do win?
Chen Luo didn't reply, but instead asked another question with an amused smile.
Without even thinking, Yi Shixia snapped irritably, if you win, I'll do whatever you tell me to. Deal.
Chen Luo clapped his hands and laughed heartily, gazing at Yi Shixia as he said, all right then, I'll grant you one more privilege.
I don't need you to do anything else.
Just promise me this, for everything I accomplish from what you've said, you'll give me a kiss, until you're fully convinced. Yi Shixia's face instantly flushed crimson as she spat out, you shameless cad.
I am a rogue, so what's your answer?
Chen Luo adopted the demeanor of someone who feared nothing as a ruffian, then leaned forward into Yi Shixia's personal space. Yi Shixia got startled again, hastily withdrawing her hands from the dining table and shrinking back, as if trying to maintain a safe distance from Chen Luo.
Fine, I'll agree. You think you scare me? You're bound to lose anyway. Chen Luo turned to the waitress who had served them earlier and said, you heard everything we just discussed, didn't you? The waitress blushed, visibly embarrassed. She hadn't expected Chen Luo to notice she'd been eavesdropping all along.
Ever since delivering the red wine to their table earlier, with little else to do, she'd been lingering nearby, intentionally or not, listening in. After all, it was her first time encountering someone as extraordinary as Chen Luo, someone who could do so much with just a single glance.
Ahem, excuse me, sir. I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation.
Chen Luo waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm not blaming you.
I just want you to be a witness so no one goes back on their word, don't you agree?
Although Chen Luo was speaking to the waitress, his eyes were fixed on Yi Shixia, making it abundantly clear he suspected she might renege. Yi Shixia was both exasperated and amused.
Fine then, let's see who actually goes back on their word. Chen Luo smiled faintly and made an inviting gesture. Then please begin.
Yi Shixia froze momentarily upon hearing this, as she genuinely couldn't think of any particular skill at that moment. Yet when the piano music from the Western restaurant drifted over, her eyes suddenly lit up. Pointing at the grand piano in the center of the dining area, she declared, that one.
Name a piece, he said.
Chen Luo smiled silently and spoke directly. Yi Shixia was dumbfounded. Judging by Chen Luo's calm and composed expression, it was clear he probably knew how to play the piano.
Yi Shixia couldn't help feeling a pang of regret.
Just by looking at Chen Luo's demeanor, she should have realized his family background was decent, and knowing piano wouldn't be surprising at all. However, Yi Shixia quickly regained her composure because Chen Luo was being too arrogant by letting her choose the piece. Although Yi Shixia couldn't play the piano, she knew that certain pieces weren't just meant for anyone to perform.
Wait.
Yi Shixia took out her phone, opened the browser, and typed the world's most difficult piano pieces into the search engine before pressing enter. Yi Shixia quickly spotted a search result and laughed, saying in a taunting tone, Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3.
Chapter 71, Forehand Performance, stunning the entire audience. Chen Luo looked at Yi Shixia with a faint, ambiguous smile and asked knowingly, are you sure about that?
Yi Shixia felt inexplicably flustered under Chen Luo's gaze. Somehow, his expression seemed to be telling her she'd made the wrong choice. The third concerto has 3 movements totaling nearly 40 minutes. I don't have that kind of time to waste here.
How about I pick something more challenging for you instead? Chen Luo smiled and continued, have you seen The Legend of 1900?
Yi Shixia froze momentarily. This was an extremely famous film that told the legendary story of an abandoned infant named 1900 who discovered his kinship with the piano aboard an ocean liner and became a piano virtuoso. The movie had been released globally back in 1998. Though it never screened in domestic theaters, it had long been available for download online. Of course Yi Shixia knew this film well. She adored it and had rewatched it numerous times. While most people might forget the plot details over time, she knew she would remember the climactic piano duel scene even 7 or 8 years later.
You can actually do that four-handed duet?
Yi Shixia suddenly widened her eyes, staring at Chen Luo with a stammer in her voice. The so-called four-handed duet is a performance where two people play together on the same piano, requiring seamless cooperation between them. The reason the piano duel scene in The Legend of 1900 stunned audiences was precisely because the protagonist, 1900, single-handedly performed a four-handed duet that normally requires two people. And it was all played on the black keys of the piano, meaning entirely in semitones, a master-level technique in piano performance.
Chen Luo smiled faintly. So, this one then?
Yi Shixia was stunned for a long moment. Though she didn't know much about piano music, even common sense told her that for one person to perform a piece meant for four hands was more difficult than that Piano Concerto No. 3.
Without waiting for Yi Shixia's response, Chen Luo stood up and grinned at the waitress. Could you find me a cigarette, please?
The waitress had been listening the whole time. When she learned that Chen Luo wanted to perform the four-handed piano piece from The Legend of 1900, she was stunned once again. However, unlike Yi Shixia, she had previously witnessed Chen Luo's abilities at the hospital. Though skeptical, she didn't find it entirely impossible. But deep down, this waitress didn't believe it at all. She had seen the movie too. Such piano-playing skills were impossible for anyone but a master pianist. When she heard Chen Luo's words, she was inwardly dismissive, even harboring a bit of schadenfreude at the thought of watching him fail.
All right, sir. Chen Luo walked slowly to the piano and then sat down.
At that moment, the surrounding guests still had no idea what was happening.
When they saw Chen Luo sit down, they assumed it was the restaurant's pianist coming to perform and didn't pay much attention.
Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoxi had already risen from her seat and approached nearby, her eyes fixed intently on Chen Luo's hands. Even the waitress, after getting a cigarette from a male colleague, hurried over at the fastest pace. Thus, the surrounding guests couldn't help but shift their gaze over. The main reason was that Yi Shixia was too beautiful, with an extraordinarily striking figure. She stood there so abruptly that it was almost impossible not to notice her. When they noticed both women staring intently at Chen Luo, the onlookers grew curious and shifted their gaze as well, eager to understand what was happening. The next moment, they suddenly heard the rapid sound of a piano playing. Chen Luo had once been obsessed with recreating those incredible or eye-catching scenes from movies, like the explosive driving skills showcased in the Fast and Furious series. For instance, those thrilling action sequences from the Star 007 Star and Mission Impossible series. He could recreate each scene exactly as portrayed on screen. Even though much of it was achieved through special effects, existence itself justified the means, and Chen Luo had ample time and energy to accomplish these tasks. He certainly didn't miss that iconic piano duel scene from The Legend of 1900. At first, neither Yi Shixia nor the restaurant guests noticed anything unusual, but soon they began to catch on to what was happening.
The music's volume began to fluctuate like wild bees, now near, now far, now fast, now slow, now high, now low, filled with playful charm.
Chen Luo's slender fingers seemed to take flight, weaving and leaping across the black keys with such speed that the eyes could scarcely keep up. Yi Shixia and the waitress could hardly believe what they were witnessing. Chen Luo's fingers moved so fast that they created the optical illusion of four hands dancing across the keyboard. Yi Shixia stood dumbstruck, her gaze locked onto Chen Luo's hands without a single moment's respite. It was just the opening, but one glance at Chen Luo's fingers told Yi Shixia that this man truly could perform with four hands simultaneously. Moreover, she recognized the piece Chen Luo was playing. It was precisely the Flight of the Bumblebee that the protagonist performed in the film.
At this moment, the lively melody transitioned into an even more soaring tune.
A single piano managed to evoke the grandeur of a symphony, its impassioned notes crashing over the audience like roaring tidal waves, leaving everyone utterly awestruck.
Even someone completely ignorant of piano music could easily sense the dynamic energy of wild bees swirling through the melody.
The crowd fell into absolute silence, with not a single soul uttering a sound, hearing only the increasingly impassioned piano notes resonating throughout the grand hall. Before long, all the restaurant guests had risen to their feet unconsciously, gathering around Chen Luo's direction. Not only them, but even the waitstaff in the restaurant and newly arrived customers found themselves involuntarily drawn to the piano melody and moved closer. The Flight of the Bumblebee embodies the musical form of perpetuum mobile, which refers to an instrumental piece performed with rapid notes, a composition characterized by an unbroken, fast-paced rhythm from beginning to end. This type of music typically establishes its intense momentum and tense atmosphere right from the start through powerful, staccato prelude notes.
Chen Luo's performance elevated this momentum and emotional intensity to perfection.
Under the forceful yet precise melody, each listener felt their blood boiling with excitement, barely restraining the urge to shout in exhilaration while simultaneously fearing to interrupt such extraordinary playing.
Bang bang!
Just as everyone was immersed in this tempestuous performance, feeling unable to breathe, Chen Luo's fingers pressed heavily on the piano keys, concluding the final melody. The hall remained utterly silent, not a single sound could be heard, except for the creaking of the chair as he stood up.
Chen Luo took a slight breath. Such an intense performance took an extremely heavy toll on his stamina.
In just this short while, sweat had already drenched his entire forehead. Chen Luo turned his head to find countless pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him. Without him noticing, the area around him had become densely packed with people.
Each of these people stared at Chen Luo with wide-eyed astonishment, their faces displaying an incredibly rich mixture of expressions: admiration, amazement, and utter disbelief. Who said I was going to write Piano Concerto No. 3? Of course I wouldn't play by the usual rules. Chapter 72, Can we change the terms?
Chen Luo smiled faintly, walked over to the petrified waitress, plucked the cigarette from her hand, and returned to the piano. The crowd was still in a daze, unaware of what Chen Luo intended to do. The next moment, they saw Chen Luo lifting the piano lid and placing the cigarette onto the strings inside. Soon, a plume of smoke began to rise. Amidst the stunned and almost horrified expressions of the crowd, that cigarette ignited itself. The Western restaurant was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Some spectators sat with mouths agape for ages, hardly believing their eyes. Anyone with even basic piano knowledge understands that to heat the strings enough to light a cigarette requires playing beyond human limits. Only when the wires connecting keys to hammers grow scorching hot could such a feat be possible. This isn't something achievable by simply mashing the keys wildly with frantic fingers. It demands supreme rhythmic precision and godlike speed, maintaining such friction that the strings retain their searing heat even after the playing stops. Only then can a cigarette catch flame.
How incredible! My goodness, how on earth did he do that? Do we really have such an amazing piano master in our country now? Wait a minute, I think I've seen this scene before. That's right, I feel like I've heard this piece somewhere before, but I just can't recall where exactly. I remember now, it's that iconic scene from the movie The Legend of 1900. Holy crap, I remember it too. Someone actually pulled it off for real. After someone regained their senses, all the onlooking guests suddenly remembered. Immediately afterward, the entire restaurant erupted in thunderous applause and screams. The gazes directed at Chen Luo were practically those reserved for idols and deities. Chen Luo walked over to Yi Shixia with the cigarette in hand, smiling as he asked, "Care for a smoke?" Yi Shixia was in a daze herself. Hearing Chen Luo's question, she could only reflexively shake her head, utterly at a loss for words. Yi Shixia was utterly stunned. She never imagined that Chen Luo's piano skills could genuinely reach that cinematic level of mastery. Could this man truly be as he claimed, that any skill could be effortlessly learned and flawlessly executed upon first use? Impossible. How could such a person possibly exist in this world? Dr. Yi, let's settle the bet now. After handing that cigarette to the waitress, Chen Luo moved closer to Yi Shixia again. Yi Shixia froze momentarily upon hearing this, then her face quickly flushed red, as she suddenly realized what Chen Luo meant. An expression of anguish and regret immediately washed over Yi Shixia's face. She'd never imagined Chen Luo would win when she made the bet, so she'd agreed without thinking twice. But damn it, Chen Luo actually pulled it off, instantly plunging her into a dilemma where she couldn't advance or retreat. Now, with so many people watching in broad daylight, where would Yi Shixia find the courage to kiss Chen Luo? But if she didn't honor the agreement, this jerk probably wouldn't let her off the hook. Yi Shixia bit her red lips nervously and stammered, "See, can we change the conditions?" Chen Luo burst into laughter. He found nothing more amusing than Yi Shixia's flustered and bashful expression, and naturally had no intention of changing the terms now. Of course not. When Yi Shixia heard the first two words from Chen Luo, her heart leaped into her throat, thinking he might actually consider her current predicament just like he had during that couple's proposal. But this bastard deliberately took a sharp 180-degree turn with his reply. What made it even more infuriating was that he wore that smug, teasing smirk the whole time, clearly toying with her. Her teeth nearly bit through her lip. Realizing there was no avoiding it now, she reluctantly inched closer to Chen Luo, hesitation written all over her face. At this moment, the surrounding guests all widened their eyes to watch. They hadn't heard the bet between Chen Luo and Yi Shixia, so their curiosity was piqued about what the two were doing. When they saw Yi Shixia, as if her life depended on it, quickly lean in with her eyes closed to plant a kiss on Chen Luo's face, they immediately started jeering. The guests clapped and cheered, making Yi Shixia's face turn as red as if it had been stained with blood. She just wanted to run as far away as possible. Chen Luo didn't forcibly turn it into a French kiss when Yi Shixia leaned in to kiss him, as he had done with Xie Luyun last time, because he understood very clearly that Xie Luyun and Yi Shixia were completely different types of women. Xia Luyun was the kind of woman who projected strength both externally and internally.
Despite suffering from androphobia, she could still overcome her psychological barriers to kiss a man when the greater situation demanded it. Yi Shixia was quite the opposite. She used arrogance to disguise herself, but in reality, she was a very shy woman, and it was obvious at a glance that she had never been in a relationship. For a woman like this, kissing his cheek in front of so many people was already her limit. If it were forced to escalate into a French kiss, she simply wouldn't be able to handle it.
Shall we continue?
Chen Luo looked at Yi Shixia with a playful smile as he asked. Yi Shixia felt flustered at this moment, and with so many eyes watching her, all she wanted was to escape their gazes.
How could she possibly have the mind to continue betting with Chen Luo?
Just as Yi Shixia was about to refuse, her phone suddenly rang. Yi Shixia inwardly sighed in relief. This call couldn't have come at a more perfect time.
Sorry, I need to take this call.
Yi Shixia picked up her phone and walked out. The guests made way, letting Yi Shixia pass through. Chen Luo, smiling, returned to their original table and waved at the waitress.
Sir, hello, how may I help you?
The waitress's gaze towards Chen Luo had completely transformed by now, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars.
Chen Luo smiled. Let me get the bill. Alright, one moment please.
The waitress eagerly brought over the POS machine, swiped Chen Luo's card, and had him enter the PIN and sign. But when she returned with the receipt, there was an additional phone number on it. Chen Luo merely smiled when he saw it, saying nothing as he quietly pocketed the receipt. He couldn't help but admire her boldness. Having seen his companion was Yi Shixia, she still dared to leave him her number. Shortly after, the 2 steaks Chen Luo had ordered arrived, and Yi Shixia happened to finish her call and walk back inside at the same time. When Yi Shixia entered, her face was flushed with anger, her steps were brisk with fury, and her high heels clicked sharply on the floor, clearly seething. Yi Shixia marched up to Chen Luo, her voice laced with indignation as she demanded, "Who the hell are you?"
Chapter 73, Adorably Foolish.
Ignoring the rage on Yi Shixia's face, Chen Luo burst into laughter and said, "Looks like you figured it out.
Was Xiaofan the one who just called you?"
Yi Shixia was so furious she could feel her lungs about to explode when she saw Chen Luo smiling at her, looking as if nothing had happened. Because Chen Luo was right, the call just now had indeed been from Wu Xiaofan. After her arranged match, Luo Kai arrived at the hospital and couldn't find Yi Shixia. He had called Wu Xiaofan to ask for her contact information to confirm the meeting time and location. But when Wu Xiaofan explained, Yi Shixia was completely baffled. She had assumed all along that Chen Luo was that Luo Kai, so how could another one suddenly appear out of nowhere?
As soon as the 2 women compared notes, they immediately realized Chen Luo was impersonating the blind date.
When Wu Xiaofan learned Chen Luo had also ordered the most expensive wine and steak, she immediately threatened to call the police to arrest him. But Yi Shixia stopped Wu Xiaofan, because regardless of whether Chen Luo was the real blind date or not, he had indeed helped her. Yi Shixia didn't care about the money, but simply couldn't stand seeing that bastard take such delight in teasing her like that. Seeing Yi Shixia's widened eyes and her furious expression that seemed ready to devour him, Chen Luo burst into laughter. He stood up and walked toward her, saying, "I told you from the start that I was just a passerby.
Wasn't it you who insisted on treating me as your blind date?"
Yi Shixia was instantly left speechless, opening her mouth but failing to utter a single word. Recalling the incident at the hospital, she realized it had indeed been her own wishful thinking to assume Chen Luo was there for the blind date, even fearing he might deny it. This, in fact, was a normal human reaction.
Most people are reluctant to admit they've been instantly figured out by someone else.
Chen Luo's deductive ability was terrifying, so terrifying that Yi Shixia felt compelled to justify it with some plausible excuse for herself.
But you could have explained. Why didn't you say anything?
Yi Shixia's initial momentum faltered for a moment, but soon she raised her voice in accusation. To appear more self-assured, she deliberately spoke louder. The surrounding customers, already captivated by Chen Luo's astounding performance, turned their curious gazes back toward them when they heard Yi Shixia's angry outburst.
Just moments ago, the 2 were being all lovey-dovey. How did they end up arguing now? Chen Luo's eyes brimmed with amusement as he took another step forward.
"Because I think you're adorable, and I'm interested in you," he said plainly.
Yi Shixia's angry expression froze momentarily before a flush quickly crept across her face.
She never expected Chen Luo to say something like that so bluntly. Yi Shixia had confessed it before, but never had she felt this flustered. Her mind was a tangled mess, completely at a loss for how to react.
"You bastard! I don't believe a word of your nonsense."
Seeing Chen Luo advancing step by step, getting closer and closer to her, Yi Shixia immediately panicked. She turned and ran out of the Western restaurant without even finishing her meal.
"Hey, aren't you going to pay the bill?" Chen Luo burst into laughter, shouting at Yi Shixia's retreating figure.
Yi Shixia's hand had just touched the doorknob when Chen Luo's voice reminded her that she was supposed to be treating. She froze, then silently turned back toward the cash register. Watching Yi Shixia's face flush with panic, shyness, and embarrassment as she wordlessly trudged back like a wronged child, Chen Luo couldn't hold back anymore. He suddenly burst into loud laughter. Without giving Yi Shixia time to react, Chen Luo strode over, grabbed her hand, and pulled her toward the exit. Yi Shixia stood dazed again. Only after being let out of the Western restaurant did she snap back to reality, hurriedly yanking her hand free from Chen Luo's grip.
What are you doing? We haven't paid the bill yet.
Yi Shixia forced herself to stay calm and turned to head back toward the Western restaurant.
We didn't even eat anything. Why should we pay? Let's dine and dash today.
Chen Luo laughed heartily and grabbed Yi Shixia, heading straight for her car.
No way. What if the restaurant calls the police on us? You might not care about your dignity, but I can't afford to lose face.
Yi Shixia struggled once again, determined to go back. Seeing her dead serious expression, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh again.
Silly girl, I already paid the bill. Otherwise, why do you think the restaurant staff didn't chase after us?
Yi Shixia froze for a moment, realizing there was some truth to his logic.
But that bastard had deliberately called her back to pay the bill earlier. Was it just to mock her? At this thought, Yi Shixia gritted her teeth in anger again and aimed a kick squarely at Chen Luo's leg. Such cruelty, and you're wearing high heels, no less.
Chen Luo effortlessly dodged the kick, grinning playfully as he winked at Yi Shixia. Yi Shixia missed her kick and turned away, walking back toward the restaurant.
Ha, why are you going back in? To get takeout.
Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback by her words, then suddenly burst into laughter again. This woman wasn't just adorable, she was also exceedingly practical.
Yi Shixia had thin-skinned pride.
There was no way she could sit back down now and continue eating under everyone's stares, so she opted to take the food to go instead.
Chen Luo didn't follow her.
He waited until Yi Shixia returned carrying the takeout box, then they got into the car and headed back to the hospital. During the ride, Yi Shixia maintained a stern silence.
Only when they were nearing the hospital did she finally ask, feigning nonchalance, "What's your name anyway? And what exactly do you do?" "My name is Chen Luo, and I'm a reincarnator. To put it simply,
I died in 2019 and was reborn back in 2008.
Do you understand now?"
Yi Shixia rolled her eyes immediately upon hearing this, shooting Chen Luo an annoyed glare before scoffing. "Humph.
Suit yourself if you won't tell me. As if I care."
After a brief silence, Yi Shixia suddenly spoke up again. "My name is..." "Your name is Yi Shixia, 28 years old, graduated from the nation's top medical school, Peking Union Medical College Hospital.
Currently, you're the best surgeon at First People's Hospital. How did you know that?"
"Guess." Chen Luo watched with amusement as Yi Shixia drove, his lips curled in a smile. Yi Shixia genuinely felt like she'd seen a ghost. How could this bastard possibly deduce even that?
Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Yi Shixia's expression. "You're really adorably naive. While you were performing the second examination on that little girl, I asked the nurse about you."
Yi Shixia nearly choked on Chen Luo's words. She was about to retort when her phone suddenly rang. Chen Luo picked up the phone, his lips curling into a faint smile.
They finally called. Chapter 74, Don't Ask Why.
This phone and number were newly purchased by Chen Luo, and he had only given them to Jiang Junyan.
"Miss Xiao, hello."
Chen Luo answered the phone and spoke directly. On the other end of the line, Zhao Wen was stunned.
She couldn't react immediately. How did Chen Luo know it was her calling? "You know me? You have my number?"
Jiang Junyan is currently detained and unable to make calls. As the person he trusts most, Miss Xiao, it naturally falls to you to make this call. Chen Luo smiled faintly and casually offered an explanation. However, Chen Luo did indeed know Zhao Wen, just not now, but back in 2019. After Jiang Junyan suffered successive misfortunes and lost both legs, Zhao Wen remained by his side all along. Even when Jiang Junyan took over Mingqing Pharmaceuticals and faced multiple crises that nearly led to bankruptcy, Zhao Wen never wavered, standing firm with him to overcome each challenge. Jiang Junyan's ability to grow Mingqing Pharmaceuticals into a thriving enterprise owed much to Zhao Wen. She was that very woman often spoken of, the one behind every successful man. Thus, the marital bond between this couple remained harmonious and blissful, a rare sight even among wealthy families. Zhao Wen quickly snapped back to reality upon hearing this, recalling what Jiang Junyan had said to her during their meeting at the police station.
"Perhaps only that person can save me.
Contact him as soon as you leave here."
Zhao Wen asked Chen Luo who this person was,
but Jiang Junyan said he didn't know, only telling her it was the person who had come to see him in the hospital room. After hearing this, Zhao Wen immediately realized exactly who Jiang Junyan was referring to. With just one glance in the hospital room, Chen Luo determined that Jiang Mingcheng had been murdered, a conclusion later confirmed by the forensic autopsy. Such a person naturally left an indelible impression on Zhao Wen, making him impossible to forget anytime soon.
However, with Jiang Mingcheng freshly dead, one of the Jiang brothers behind bars and the other unconscious, those aligned with Jiang Mingyi began stirring restlessly. Whether it was Mingqing Pharmaceuticals or the Jiang family itself, unease prevailed, leaving Zhao Wen wary of trusting a stranger with such mysterious origins. But Jiang Junyan's single sentence dispelled her hesitation. How much worse could things possibly get? Indeed, this was the current reality. If Jiang Junyan were convicted, he would most likely face the death penalty.
Money lost could be earned again, but a life lost would truly mean losing everything.
As long as Chen Luo could save Jiang Junyan, she would willingly exchange the entire Jiang family fortune for his life.
Since you know who I am, you should also know why I'm calling. Zhao Wen remained surprisingly calm, showing no signs of urgency, because she understood that the more desperate she appeared, the more the other party might demand.
Chen Luo chuckled, finding himself rather admiring this woman. Excellent, I do appreciate straightforward people.
To save us both time, I'll state my terms directly. I can clear Jiang Junyan of suspicion, and after he's released, I want unrestricted access to Mingqing Pharmaceuticals' biological laboratory whenever I need it, along with whatever medicinal supplies I require. Zhao Wen was momentarily stunned by Chen Luo's request. She had expected him to demand money, company shares, or other similarly stringent conditions.
But surprisingly, Chen Luo wanted access to Mingqing Pharmaceuticals' biological laboratory, which left her utterly perplexed.
Then abruptly, Zhao Wen felt a chill of dread run through her.
Why, you're not a drug dealer, are you?
Her assumption wasn't unfounded. After all, it wasn't uncommon for drug traffickers to establish biological laboratories for manufacturing narcotics. Chen Luo chuckled helplessly. Don't worry, Miss Xiao. I can assure you that I won't use your laboratory for any illegal activities, nor will I conduct any unlawful experiments. I merely intend to carry out some pharmaceutical research and development. When the time comes, I'll provide you with the drug list for review. You can have Mingqing Pharmaceuticals' R&D team or other experts analyze it. Zhao Wen instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her. What she had feared most was Chen Luo getting involved in illegal or immoral activities.
If such matters came to light, how could their Jiang family possibly avoid being implicated? Then I'll answer for Junyan. Good. Write down this address. Wait a moment.
Zhao Wen's heart trembled. Though she didn't know what Chen Luo was about to say, she guessed this was likely the key to saving Jiang Junyan.
301, Building 36, Fuyunu Village, Datong Street, Tianfu District. The person living there is Su Shangyang, a stalker and voyeur who secretly photographs women. While he was stalking and photographing women, he inadvertently captured Jiang Junyan in some of his shots. Those photos are the key evidence to clear Jiang Junyan's suspicion.
Find him, and Jiang Junyan can be exonerated. Zhao Wen was stunned. One of Jiang Junyan's biggest troubles right now was the lack of an alibi, and digital cameras display the time when photos are taken.
Since Chen Luo said these photos could exonerate Jiang Junyan, it means Su Shangyang must have taken them precisely during the victim's time of death, thus giving Jiang Junyan an alibi. But what shocked Zhao Wen even more was how did Chen Luo know this? This detail likely escaped even Su Shangyang's notice, let alone the fact that it involved matters of life and death. Remember, have someone keep an eye on him first. Wait 3 days before informing the police, just say you received an anonymous tip about this matter. Zhao Wen was taken aback once more. She wished she could immediately call the police, arrest that Su Shangyang, and clear Jiang Junyan's name, yet Chen Luo insisted she wait 3 more days, something utterly baffling to her. Why? Don't ask why. When I say 3 days, it means 3 days, not one more, not one less. Otherwise, face the consequences yourself. Chen Luo offered no explanation, continuing indifferently, that's all. When Jiang Junyan is released in 3 days, have him contact me. Chen Luo hung up the phone without waiting for Zhao Wen's reaction. Hello? Zhao Wen stared blankly at the disconnected phone call, momentarily at a loss for what to do. She didn't doubt Chen Luo's words, whether Su Shangyang had taken that photo or not, they could find out simply by locating him. But why did Chen Luo insist on her reporting the incident only after 3 days? Could there be some hidden scheme behind this? After much hesitation, Zhao Wen ultimately chose to trust Chen Luo. One reason was Chen Luo's demonstrated abilities and the overwhelming confidence in his tone that made her afraid to doubt his words. Secondly, she was too afraid that something unexpected might actually happen, making it impossible for Jiang Junyan to clear his name. Besides, with only 3 days left, she could afford to wait. At this moment inside the car, Yushisha stared at Chen Luo in astonishment. The person taken away by police at the hospital just now was that Jiang Junyan? You came here specifically for him? Yi Shixia had actually been listening to the entire conversation. Chen Luo hadn't deliberately avoided her, and although she couldn't hear Zhao Wen's voice on the other end of the call, she clearly heard every word Chen Luo said. Yi Shixia wasn't stupid. After hearing Chen Luo's words and connecting them with what just happened at the hospital, she immediately figured out why Chen Luo had come to the hospital. Chapter 75, I really don't want to die by your hand. Chen Luo smiled as he glanced at Yi Shixia, giving her a thumbs up. Impressive, impressive. That you actually guessed it. Had she heard this before meeting Chen Luo, Yi Shixia might have taken it as praise. But now, no matter how she listened, the words felt oddly familiar, unnervingly so. Yi Shixia thought it over for a moment before suddenly realizing where she had heard it before. Wasn't this the exact same line that Bastard had said when she'd mistaken him for her blind date? Yi Shixia was nearly driven mad. This bastard always knew exactly how to infuriate her with just a few words, and he clearly took endless pleasure in it. Don't be angry. Don't be angry.
Yi Shisha silently repeated these words several times in her mind, taking quite a while before she finally calmed herself down.
How did you know that stalker photographer caught Jiang Junyan in his shots?
Although Yi Shisha wasn't aware of what Jiang Junyan had done, it was clear that Chen Luo had long known the other party was innocent. That's precisely why he'd arrived at the hospital beforehand to use this knowledge as leverage in their bargain.
Chen Luo said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you?
I'm a reborn individual who already knows future events in advance.
Is it really strange that I know this?"
Indeed, it was in 2019 when Chen Luo heard Jiang Junyan say this himself. In his previous life, after Jiang Junyan was arrested as a suspect with irrefutable evidence, they were simply awaiting trial proceedings. Faced with that overwhelming evidence, even the lawyer said they could only strive for a suspended death sentence, advising Jiang Junyan to mentally prepare himself. But heaven never seals off all exits. Just 3 days after his confinement, Hualong Precinct received a police report. A young woman reported that a stalker had been following and secretly photographing her during this period. When Hualong Precinct police officers responded and caught the culprit red-handed during Su Shangyang's latest stalking and photographing attempt,
while searching his camera for evidence, they coincidentally discovered Jiang Junyan unexpectedly appearing in one set of photos.
It was confirmed by Su Shangyang that the location where those photos were taken was precisely the park Jiang Junyan mentioned. A further comparison with the timestamps on the photos showed they coincided exactly with the time of the second victim's murder. Moreover, the park was over an hour's drive from the crime scene. Unless Jiang Junyan could split himself in two, there was simply no way he could have committed the crime.
Yet, even more coincidentally, photos in Su Shangyang's camera also provided Jiang Junyan with an alibi for the first case. Su Shangyang stalked single women, always operating at night.
As fate would have it, before the first case occurred, the woman he was following happened to be Jiang Junyan's half-sister. At that time, Jiang Junyan had just gone to meet this half-sister of his, wanting to find out what kind of person she was, and was consequently photographed by Su Shangyang. When Jiang Junyan told the police he couldn't remember due to how long ago it wasn't that he truly couldn't recall, but because he knew once he mentioned this matter, no amount of explaining would clear his name. The reason why being photographed could still serve as Jiang Junyan's alibi was actually quite simple. Su Shangyang saw the two meet and talk for a while before parting ways before the incident occurred. He then followed Jiang Junyan's younger sister home but never saw Jiang Junyan appear. Based on Su Shangyang's testimony, the police reviewed surveillance footage near the meeting location of the Jiang siblings and indeed found Jiang Junyan's movements. This confirmed he had no time to commit the crime. Furthermore, the facial features on the surveillance footage were unclear, and the clothing didn't match what Jiang Junyan was wearing at the time.
This completely cleared Jiang Junyan of suspicion.
The reason Chen Luo insisted Zhao Wen wait 3 days before reporting to the police was precisely to maintain the original progression of events. If Jiang Junyan had come out earlier, Chen Luo didn't know whether some butterfly effect might occur afterward, leading to changes in subsequent events.
Only Chen Luo knew these things, while Yi Shisha remained unaware.
Hearing Chen Luo speak like this, she assumed this guy was just spouting nonsense again. Yi Shisha scoffed coldly, "Since you're a reborn person, tell me, what are tomorrow's lottery numbers?"
Chen Luo let out a helpless laugh and retorted, "If you went back to 1998, would you remember that year's lottery numbers?"
Yi Shisha froze for a moment before retorting with defiance, "Then how can you prove you're from 2019? Chen Luo chuckled and suddenly asked, "How much more do you need for your house down payment?"
Yi Shisha was stunned, her face showing utter astonishment as she stammered, How did you know?"
Chen Luo laughed heartily. "You didn't even think about asking me to prove my rebirth status through other methods. Your immediate suggestion was the lottery. This shows you're desperately short on money recently, with a significant financial gap that makes you feel only winning the lottery could solve it.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have instinctively thought of lottery winnings.
Moreover, this matter must have troubled you for a long time, causing you extreme distress. The bloodshot eyes prove your sleep quality has been poor for quite some time. Given your doctor's income, roughly 10,000 to 20,000 yuan per month, whatever made you financially strained must involve something quite valuable. You've already bought a car, so the most likely possibility is a house." Yi Shisha was stunned. She almost didn't dare speak to Chen Luo anymore. This bastard was downright terrifying. He could infer so much information even from her unconscious remarks.
How do you know I don't need the money for something else? Why must it be for buying a house?"
Still defiant, Yi Shisha glared at Chen Luo as she spoke. Chen Luo pointed to the backseat of Yi Shisha's car and said with a smile, "Silly girl, there are several property flyers lying right there.
Wasn't that obvious?
You're so strong-willed that you'd never borrow money from others, not even from your own family.
If I'm not mistaken, you've had to endure quite a bit of mistreatment at home, haven't you?"
Buying a house was partly to prove my capability, and partly because I wanted to move out and live on my own. Yi Shisha shuddered, completely caught off guard by how intimately Chen Luo seemed to understand her. In just these few short hours, he had managed to read her mind entirely.
Hey, silly girl, watch the road. I don't want to die by your hands."
Noticing Yi Shixia spacing out and failing to react as they approached a turn, Chen Luo hastily reached out for the steering wheel to correct their course. Only then did Yi Shixia snap out of it and take back control of the wheel. Among those residential projects, purchase Imperial Dragon Garden. There will be a subway line passing through in 5 years, and by 2019 the price will surge at least tenfold. Chen Luo smiled faintly before continuing, I don't know lottery numbers, but I'll name 3 stocks, buy as many shares as you can afford with all your money. But remember one thing, the moment the prices quintuple, sell everything immediately. Understood? Chapter 76, Trash Belongs with Trash. Yi Shixia turned her head again in astonishment, because Chen Luo's tone and expression didn't seem like he was joking, it was as if he was stating something that was destined to happen. You're serious? Yi Shixia gave Chen Luo an incredulous look. If you want me to prove whether I'm a reincarnator or not, why don't you go buy those stocks I mentioned? Not only will you earn enough for the down payment, but you'll also verify if what I'm saying is true. Wouldn't that kill 2 birds with 1 stone? If you don't believe me, you can start with a small investment. After you make some profit, you can gradually increase your capital. Chen Luo smiled as he looked at Yi Shixia. He knew perfectly well that even if Yi Shixia bought the stocks and they went up, she still wouldn't believe he was a reincarnated individual. After all, it was a bull market now, virtually all stocks were rising, just some more than others. Even if Yi Shixia made money later, she would simply assume he had inside information. There was no way she would actually believe what Chen Luo had told her. Yi Shixia froze for a moment before putting on a scornful expression and saying, I definitely don't have that kind of spare cash to buy stocks. What if I lose it? When would I ever save up enough for a down payment again? I'll write down the stock names for you, buy or don't buy, it's up to you. But don't come crying regret later. After saying that, Chen Luo began searching inside the car, looking for a pen and paper. Soon after, he found paper and a pen in the storage compartment in front of the passenger seat. He wrote down the 3 ST-listed stocks for Ho Yaozong and slipped them into Yi Shixia's bag. That's all I can do for you. The rest is up to you. Yi Shixia glanced at Chen Luo, uncertain whether to trust him or view it as yet another one of his tricks. Because ever since Chen Luo appeared, he had been deliberately irritating her and loved to be handsy, yet every time she got angry, the anger inexplicably faded away not long after. What if persuading her to buy stocks was just another way to torment myself? Maybe we should try buying one, just invest a little money. If we lose money, I'll beat this bastard to death. While Yi Xia was engaged in this complex inner turmoil, the car had already arrived at the hospital parking lot. As the two got out of the car and approached the hospital building, a man in a black suit suddenly approached them, his face filled with confusion as he asked, You're Dr. Yi Xia, aren't you? Yi Shixia gave the man in the suit a puzzled glance. You are. Hello, I'm Luo Kai. I'm Xiaofen's. Luo Kai beamed as he introduced himself, reaching out to shake Yi Shixia's hand. At that moment, Chen Luo suddenly stepped forward and intercepted the handshake. Hello, I'm her boyfriend. Pleased to meet you. Luo Kai's smile froze instantly as he looked at Yi Shixia in astonishment. Dr. Yi, what do you mean? Yi Shixia was equally baffled. Wide-eyed, she stared at Chen Luo, realizing she'd still underestimated how shameless he could be. Taking advantage twice to hold her hand was one thing, but now he had the audacity to claim to be her boyfriend right in front of her actual blind date? Yi Shixia had never encountered someone this brazen in her entire life. Before Yi Shixia could speak, Chen Luo tightened his grip on Luo Kai's hand, subtly positioning his fingers to check Luo Kai's pulse. Your pulse is racing, and your breathing rhythm has noticeably quickened. In just this short time, you've been blinking frequently with a wandering gaze, clear signs of difficulty maintaining focus. That suit you're wearing is loose but new, which means you've lost significant weight recently but haven't had time to buy clothes that fit. Shixia, do you know what these symptoms indicate? Chen Luo suddenly turned to Yi Shixia with a smile and asked. Yi Shixia was going crazy. Chen Luo-san introducing himself as her boyfriend was bad enough, but before she could even explain, this guy had already started diagnosing people. Yi Shixia was in no mood to discern what symptoms he was talking about, she just wanted to escape this awkward situation as soon as possible. This is the excited reaction that occurs shortly after consuming methamphetamine. Chen Luo calmly withdrew his hand and glanced at Luo Kai. Perhaps you still have drugs hidden in your pocket right now? After Chen Luo finished speaking, Yi Shixia and Luo Kai were simultaneously stunned. Yi Shixia hadn't expected this blind date to actually be a drug user. She couldn't help but glance at Luo Kai. With that glance, Yi Shixia realized Luo Kai's reactions were indeed identical to a drug addict's, nearly indistinguishable unless closely observed. What the hell are you spouting? Luo Kai, who had been courteous just moments ago, suddenly flew into a rage and started yelling at Chen Luo, jabbing a finger right in his face. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, why don't you take out what's in your right pocket and let's see. The anger on Luo Kai's face froze instantly, only to erupt with even greater fury. Who the hell do you think you are, telling me to OW? Suddenly, Chen Luo reached out and grabbed Luo Kai's hand. With a slight twist of force, he wrenched it behind his back, making Luo Kai howl in pain. Chen Luo reached into Luo Kai's right pants pocket and pulled out a small packet of white powder wrapped in a transparent plastic bag.
Yi Shixiao's expression abruptly darkened. Now there was tangible evidence.
Yi Shixiao was instantly furious. She never expected Wu Xiaofan to recommend someone like this to her. Angrily glaring at Luo Kai, she turned and strode into the hospital, not even wanting to acknowledge Chen Luo anymore. Chen Luo smiled faintly, paying it no mind.
He casually tossed Luo Kai aside and walked toward the trash bin. Give it the fuck back to me. Freed from restraint, Luo Kai didn't care about Yi Shixiao's reaction at all. Instead, he lunged furiously at Chen Luo, trying to snatch back the bag of drugs. Chen Luo smirked at Luo Kai and, right in front of him, opened the packet of drugs and poured all of it into the trash. Luo Kai flared up instantly at the sight and threw a punch straight at Chen Luo. Chen Luo frowned, grabbing Luo Kai's wrist with practiced ease before shoving him forcefully toward the trash bin. Trash belongs with trash. Bang!
Luo Kai crashed headfirst into the trash can with a sharp ringing sound, then collapsed to the ground, unable to get up for a long time.
Chen Luo didn't even glance at him before turning and walking straight toward the hospital entrance.
Yi Shixiao had already gone inside by then, but when she heard the sounds of scuffling and a loud crash from outside, she was startled. For some inexplicable reason, a pang of concern for Chen Luo surged in Yi Shixiao's heart, and she hurriedly turned back to see what was happening. Unexpectedly, Chen Luo strolled in leisurely, even giving her a casual wave with a smile. No problem now, let's go. Yi Xiaoxi saw that Chen Luo was completely unharmed, and she breathed a quiet sigh of relief in her heart, though she didn't show it outwardly. Instead, she snorted coldly and turned to leave. Yi Xiaoxi's tsundere demeanor made Chen Luo chuckle involuntarily, and he simply continued walking forward. However, Chen Luo didn't follow Yi Xiaoxi. Instead, he headed toward the inpatient building. He was going to meet the mastermind behind the current and subsequent series of sinister plots, Zhang Juanzi.
Chapter 77, Extraordinary Good Luck.
Yi Xiaoxi saw that Chen Luo wasn't following her but instead heading toward the inpatient building, which slightly caught her off guard. Chen Luo had been acting like he intended to pester her, so she instinctively assumed he would continue following. Seeing him suddenly leave, she thought he might be upset.
Hey, aren't you going to eat? Yi Shixiao watched Chen Luo walk further away.
Glancing at the takeout box in her hand, she suddenly called out to him. Waving casually at Yi Shixiao, Chen Luo responded in a languid tone, "No thanks, I've got something else to attend to." Yi Shixiao froze momentarily.
Seeing Chen Luo didn't even turn his head, she instantly felt irritated.
Without another thought for him, she stormed off towards her office. Truth be told, Yi Shixiao also had her hands full with work. Louis' ligament repair surgery couldn't proceed now. They had to treat her endocarditis first, but she wasn't a heart specialist and needed to coordinate with the relevant hospital departments. Managing to spare time for lunch with Chen Luo was already quite difficult. Chen Luo slowly made his way back to the VIP floor of the inpatient ward. Along the way, he sent Zhaowen a text message, asking her to share Zhang Juanzi's room number.
Though Zhaowen didn't understand Chen Luo's intentions, she now saw him as their last lifeline.
Without questioning further, she immediately replied with the room number. When Chen Luo located the room, he glanced around and suddenly chuckled.
How interesting. Zhang Juanzi's hospital room was clearly arranged with deliberate intent.
Upon exiting his room and turning right, there was an emergency stairway. One could immediately descend via the staircase, all while conveniently positioned in a surveillance blind spot. When Chen Luo pushed open the door and entered the hospital room, a female nurse was inside, bathing Zhang Juanzi.
And you are?
The nurse couldn't hide her surprise when she saw someone enter.
I'm Zhang Juanzi's friend. Chen Luo smiled as he walked to the bedside, sizing up Zhang Juanzi lying on the hospital bed.
Perhaps due to prolonged bed rest, Zhang Juanzi's complexion was unnaturally pale, appearing extraordinarily frail. The nurse paused for a moment, then quickly smiled and said, "Oh, so you're Mr. Zhang's friend."
Since he's been hospitalized, very few friends have come to visit him. Is that so?
Chen Luo responded casually with a smile. I'm also a doctor.
Could I check on his condition? The nurse looked at Chen Luo in surprise. You're a doctor?
She observed Chen Luo's demeanor and attire, coupled with his calm tone that exuded strong confidence, which made her instinctively trust him. Sure, but Mr. Zhang's family has already invited many domestic and foreign doctors to examine him, yet no one can determine the reason for his prolonged coma.
Chen Luo smiled without responding.
Instead, he grabbed Zhang Juanzi's right hand, lifted it, and when he pulled it to the head area, suddenly released his grip. Whack! Zhang Juanzi's right hand naturally fell and struck his own face, producing a crisp slapping sound.
The nurse's eyes instantly widened in shock as she stared at Chen Luo. What are you doing? Chen Luo seemed to have anticipated this reaction. He immediately reached out to pry open Zhang Juanzi's eyelids and explained, "This is called a coma stimulation test.
Place his hand above his face and let go. If his hand hits his own face as it falls, it means he's truly unconscious. However," he added, "this isn't particularly difficult to fake."
After examining Zhang Juan's pupils, Chen Luo's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile. Just as I thought. The pseudocoma test can be faked, but respiratory and pupillary responses cannot. Zhang Juanza was genuinely in a coma, though achieved with professional assistance.
Chen Luo confirmed his suspicion inwardly. He suddenly smiled and turned to walk out of the hospital room. Just as Chen Luo turned to leave, a female doctor in a white coat pushed open the door and entered. "Who are you?" The female doctor looked at Chen Luo with surprise, asking somewhat puzzled. Chen Luo eyed the woman doctor with an amused expression, countering with a question instead of answering, "Your doctor,
Yu Yan?"
Yu Yan was even more astonished upon hearing this, unsure how Chen Luo knew her name.
"That's me, and you are?"
Chen Luo burst into laughter and said, "Oh, I heard Dr. Yu is very beautiful, so I made a special trip to see her." Having said that, Chen Luo swaggered off, leaving behind a bewildered Yu Yan and a completely baffled female nurse. In later years, Zhang Junyan had barely cleared his name for less than 3 days before a car accident occurred.
But somehow this Zhang Junyan had incredibly good luck. It was practically overflowing.
The driver and secretary in the car died, but Zhang Junyan alone survived. Though he survived, the fractured spine from the accident compressed his nerves, resulting in partial paralysis of his lower body. From then on, he could only move about in a wheelchair. When Zhang Juanza saw that his attempts failed to kill Zhang Junyan twice in a row, unwilling to accept defeat, he plotted several more assassinations. Strangely enough, each of these murder attempts somehow inexplicably failed at the last moment.
When Zhang Juanza secretly poisoned Zhang Junyan, the latter was rushed to the hospital in time and survived.
On the day Zhang Junyan's brake lines were cut, the driver, for some inexplicable reason, suddenly decided to have the car inspected, leading to the timely discovery of the sabotage. From that point on, Zhang Junyan realized someone was meticulously plotting to kill him and became hyper-vigilant, leaving Zhang Juanza no further opportunities to strike.
At first, Zhang Junyan thought it was his second uncle Zhang Mingyi, but everything only came to light after Zhang Juanza was suddenly arrested by the police.
It turned out Zhang Juanza had harbored murderous intentions ever since learning Jiang Mingcheng intended to divide the inheritance between those two illegitimate sons. He planned to eliminate all potential heirs, including Zhang Junyan, to monopolize the family fortune. So he sought out his mistress Yu Yan, pretended to fall and injure himself, then ingested barbiturates that would induce a coma. Yu Yan was a doctor at Runmin Hospital herself. With her assistance, the brain CT scans were altered, and with the aid of medication, they managed to deceive every doctor who came for consultation.
Zhang Juanza had long arranged for someone to keep an eye on Zhang Junyan.
During his feigned coma, that surveillance operative had been in contact with Yu Yan. When Yu Yan learned that Zhang Junyan had gone to find his half-sister, she immediately realized it was a golden opportunity and promptly injected the medication to wake Zhang Juanza. After killing someone, Zhang Juanza left Zhang Junyan's fingerprints at the crime scene and deliberately allowed himself to be seen.
He then returned to the hospital and continued pretending to be in a coma. The second victim met the same fate. When Yu Yan seized the opportunity, she awakened Zhang Juanza only to frame Zhang Junyan for the crime. As for how he was finally caught, it's quite interesting because Zhang Juanza and Yu Yan turned on each other. Chapter 78, The Choice. Yu Yan agreed to help Zhang Juanza with these schemes because he'd promised to divorce his lawful wife and marry her once he obtained the full inheritance. But try as he might, Zhang Juanza couldn't eliminate Zhang Junyan and only secured a small portion of the shares.
Needing his wife's family connections to stabilize his position at Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals, the matter kept getting postponed indefinitely.
Yu Yan couldn't wait any longer.
She decisively filed for divorce first, yet after waiting for 2 years, Zhang Juanza kept delaying the proceedings, finding all sorts of excuses to string her along. Yu Yan had been taking enormous risks by following Zhang Juanza's schemes, living in constant fear and insecurity every single day. So she urgently needed to marry Zhang Juanza to bind herself to him, seeking a sliver of security. Zhang Juanza had been refusing to divorce for so long that Yu Yan completely lost her patience. She issued him an ultimatum. If he still refused to sign the divorce papers, she would drag them both down in mutual destruction.
Zhang Juanza was someone who wouldn't hesitate to kill even his own father and siblings.
To him, Yu Yan was merely a tool, disposable after use. Yu Yan's threat was akin to tolling the bell for her own funeral. However, Yu Yan knew Zhang Juanza only too well. Even as she issued the ultimatum, she had already prepared a contingency plan.
Yu Yan had gathered some evidence of Zhang Juanza's crimes and recorded the entire process on video.
She entrusted all of it to a trusted friend for safekeeping. Yu Yan told that friend that if she ever died, she should hand over this evidence to the police.
Not long after, Yu Yan died in an accident, the evidence reached the police, and Zhang Juanza was arrested. This matter was finally settled. Chen Luo had just examined Zhang Juanza's body to confirm whether he was the one who killed Jiang Mingcheng. At a glance, Chen Luo knew his speculation was correct. Barbiturates produce varying effects depending on dosage. From low to high doses, they sequentially induce sedation, hypnosis, anticonvulsant effects, and central nervous system paralysis, though unsurprisingly, these drugs come with side effects. Overdose primarily causes central nervous system depression while significantly impacting respiratory, cardiovascular, and digestive systems. Zhang Juanza has been feigning coma for the past month while secretly taking barbiturates, resulting in overdose symptoms and even toxic reactions. If he kept pretending any longer, his body wouldn't be able to take it. The half-brother and sister had already been disposed of, and the frame-up against Jiang Junyan had succeeded. The sooner Jiang Mingcheng died, the sooner he could wake up to inherit the fortune. After all, Jiang Mingcheng would die sooner or later, whether early or late made no difference. But Zhang Juanza couldn't wait a single day longer, so he decided to send his father off ahead of schedule. Since Jiang Mingcheng could drop dead at any moment, no one would suspect murder if he suddenly died. If Chen Luo wished, he could expose Zhang Juanza and Yu Yan right now and send them to prison, but these two still had some value left to exploit. What Chen Luo was actually waiting for was for Zhang Juanza to make another attempt on Zhang Junyan's life. By then, he would rescue Zhang Junyan again, and offering substantial benefits afterward would make it easy to control him. Chen Luo had in his possession many drug formulas he had developed himself. If nothing else, the muscle-enhancing drug he was currently working on was unparalleled in the world. Ordinary muscle-enhancing drugs might boost muscle fiber growth but came with severe side effects. Chen Luo was preparing to make something for his own consumption, naturally without any side effects. This single drug alone holds immeasurably vast market potential. Moreover, Chen Luo had previously developed various anti-cancer medications. It's no exaggeration to say that if he were to reveal all the drug formulas in his possession, Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals could instantly become the global leader in biopharmaceuticals. Chen Luo was now contemplating whether to prevent that car accident from happening, or wait until Zhang Junyan gets into trouble before rescuing him. Due to the lower body paralysis caused by Zhang Junyan's car accident, given current medical conditions, surgery can only restore the spinal canal's diameter to allow nerves to pass through smoothly and create favorable conditions for nerve function recovery, but it cannot repair the nerves themselves. Chen Luo's surgical skills are unquestionable, whether in the present era or in later generations. No one in the world could surpass him. Moreover, Chen Luo possesses medication capable of restoring damaged and paralyzed nerves, so he has absolute confidence that Zhang Junyan will walk again. After weighing the options back and forth for a moment, Chen Luo still decided to intervene and prevent the car accident. From the very beginning, he had indeed planned to let Zhang Junyan sink into despair before making his move. This way, the Zhang couple would naturally feel even more grateful to him and be far easier to control. But Chen Luo thought of another issue. In the future, Zhang Junyan and his wife enjoyed an impeccable reputation, unanimously praised by both ordinary people and entrepreneurs alike. The reason was simple. After Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals went public, Zhang Junyan and his wife gradually stepped back from the company, handing it over to professional managers and choosing to dedicate the latter half of their lives to philanthropy. Building bridges and roads in impoverished areas, donating schools, assisting elderly widows and widowers, they didn't delegate these tasks to others but personally carried them out with their own hands. This was also one of the qualities Chen Luo admired about them. Since a small reminder from him could spare Zhang Junyan some suffering, why not do it? Though the effect might be somewhat diminished, it would still serve a purpose. Having made his decision, Chen Luo wasted no more time and quickly left the hospital, returning to his rented apartment. He worked out for 2 hours, took a short break, then began considering another matter: how to give the money to his parents in a reasonable and legal way. It wouldn't be long before Ho Yaozong could withdraw that money from the stock market. Calculated at half its original amount, it still came to nearly 50 million. To his parents, this would be an astronomical figure. If he told them he'd earned it through stock trading, they'd probably die of shock and wouldn't believe him anyway. Chen Luo pondered for a moment and quickly came up with a preliminary idea. It wasn't convenient for him to deliver the money personally, but he could find someone else to do it. Ho Yaozong operated in shady circles and shouldn't have too much contact with his parents, but Zhang Junyan wouldn't pose the same problem. Once Chen Luo saved Zhang Junyan, he could use him as a channel to deliver the money to his parents. The reasons weren't hard to find, things like patent royalties for pharmaceutical formulas, or heroic acts such as saving Zhang Junyan's life. As long as he could secure a portion of legitimate income first, Chen Luo had ways to grow that money exponentially, ensuring his parents would never have to worry about finances again. After carefully considering it multiple times and finding no issues, Chen Luo immediately took a shower to wash off the sweat and grime, then headed straight for Longcheng High School. Not seeing Gu Qinghuan for 2 days had left Chen Luo rather eager to meet her again. When Chen Luo arrived at school, it was already time for evening self-study. At this moment, the teacher hadn't arrived yet. Most students were reading on their own, but when they noticed Chen Luo entering, the classroom became eerily quieter.
Now, whenever Chen Luo appeared in the classroom, it was as if he carried a silencing effect and automatically drew everyone's gazes. Chen Luo paid no attention to any of this. He just walked leisurely to his seat and then turned his eyes to Gu Qinghuan beside him.
Chapter 79, May Time Stand Still.
To Chen Luo's slight surprise, Gu Qinghuan had fallen asleep at her desk, completely unaware of his arrival. In Chen Luo's memory, he had never seen Gu Qinghuan sleeping during class hours, not even during the midday break. Gu Qinghuan rested her head on her arm, and though only half her face was visible, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. She seemed very tired, sleeping soundly, completely unaware that class had already started. The classroom lights cast a glow on Gu Qinghuan's flawless, porcelain-white face, as if enveloping her in a halo of radiance. Combined with her sweet sleeping expression, she resembled a fairy tale sleeping beauty. Chen Luo suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart across countless cycles of rebirth. Only Xia Luyun had ever given him such a feeling once. But as rebirth repeated in time past, that feeling gradually faded. Over 2,000 years, Chen Luo had mastered the art of roaming through 1,000 blossoms without a single leaf clinging to him, engaging only the body, never the heart. Chen Luo knew all too well that no matter how deeply one loved, no matter how intense the emotions, none could withstand the eroding tide of time.
But at this moment, seeing Gu Qinghuan, Chen Luo couldn't suppress that surge of excitement rising within him again. He couldn't remember how many years it had been since he'd last felt this way. In this instant, Chen Luo suddenly had an impulse, a desire for time to freeze forever at this very moment. Chen Luo gazed at Gu Qinghuan absent-mindedly when abruptly he noticed her eyelids flutter slightly. It seemed she was about to open her eyes. Chen Luo swiftly grabbed the textbook from the desk and placed it over Gu Qinghuan's head, shielding her from the light shining down from above. Chen Luo could tell from Gu Qinghuan's reaction that the bright classroom lights were causing her discomfort.
When Chen Luo blocked the light, Gu Qinghuan's slightly opened eyes closed again as she fell back into slumber. Classmates nearby had already been glancing over from time to time. Chen Luo's recent astonishing transformation made them unconsciously follow his every move. When Chen Luo skipped school for 2 consecutive days, not only did homeroom teacher Wang Aihua fail to question his absence, but even other teachers acted as if he didn't exist. When Chen Luo appeared today, he inexplicably struck such a pose that left everyone around him dumbfounded. Those farther away didn't know what was happening, but the classmates seated around Chen Luo immediately understood the situation. They stared in momentary bewilderment before quickly realizing Chen Luo was shading Gu Qinghuan from the light, letting her continue sleeping undisturbed.
Since when was this a thing?
At this moment, Wang Aihua walked in carrying a textbook, heading straight for the podium without noticing the situation below.
Next week will be the monthly exam, you.
Wang Aihua had just begun speaking when he suddenly felt a gaze locked onto him, prickling his back like needles. Startled, he looked over and saw Chen Luo holding up a textbook, staring at him coldly. Wang Aihua froze, momentarily confused about what was happening. You all! Chen Luo furrowed his brow, raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. The meaning was crystal clear. Shut up! Wang Aihua stood rooted to the spot, staring at Chen Luo in bewildered helplessness, wondering if she'd somehow offended him again. The students in the classroom were utterly dumbfounded, almost doubting their own eyes. The scene before them showed Chen Luo blatantly gesturing for Wang Aihua to shut up, yet Wang Aihua reacted like a guilty student, unaware of what she'd even done wrong.
Their classmates felt their entire worldview crumbling, completely unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Once Chen Luo saw Wang Aihua fall silent, his gaze returned to Gu Qinghuan as if she were the only person left in the entire world.
At this moment, every student in the class, whether boys or girls, was practically on the verge of blurting out holy shit. Anyone who wasn't blind could see it clearly. Chen Luo silenced Wang Aihua because he didn't want him disturbing Gu Qinghuan's sleep.
Wang Aihua froze momentarily.
When realization dawned upon him, he also felt his face burning with a wave of profound embarrassment. Because he discovered, somehow, he instinctively seemed to fear Chen Luo. It wasn't just that Chen Luo had leverage over them. Ever since that night, something about Chen Luo's gaze had unsettled him. It was clearly not the kind of look a student should possess. Ahem, study on your own. Wang Aihua seemed intent on saving face as he cleared his throat awkwardly, then turned and left the classroom in an almost pathetic hurry. Yet even as he said this, his voice remained hushed, as though terrified of provoking Chen Luo's displeasure. Chen Luo never once looked up from beginning to end. He gazed quietly and intently at Gu Qinghuan's profile, silently vowing in his heart, in this life, I will never allow anyone to harm you. Chen Luo stared at Gu Qinghuan, completely oblivious to everything around him. After what seemed like an eternity, Chen Luo suddenly pulled out a blank draft sheet and a pencil from his desk. Chen Luo shielded Gu Qinghuan's eyes from the light with one hand while picking up a pencil with the other to start sketching. His hands moved at lightning speed, his pencil flying across the draft paper like wildfire. The classroom was exceptionally quiet now, with only the soft scratching sound of pencil on paper audible. Having witnessed how Chen Luo made Wang Aihua retreat with just a gesture and a glance, the students, though unclear what exactly happened, instinctively kept quiet. The entire classroom could distinctly hear Chen Luo's drawing sounds. But someone wasn't having it. Niawei abruptly stood up and strode straight toward Chen Luo's direction. Niawei had been wanting to cause trouble for Chen Luo these past few days, but then suddenly he stopped coming to school.
Naturally, Niawei assumed the Azure Dragon motorcycle gang had scared the guy off. Yet today, the moment Chen Luo reappeared, he once again drew everyone's attention in class, which of course filled Niawei with simmering fury. Chen Luo heard footsteps approaching from behind. Judging by their heavy, hurried rhythm, he didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Chen Luo calmly took out his phone, opened QQ, and sent a pre-edited video clip to Niawei via QQ. Here's a little gift for you. Check your phone, then make your choice. Chen Luo turned his head to glance at Niawei, a cold smirk playing at the corner of his lips. While Chen Luo was speaking, Niawei's hand had already slipped into his pocket, where a palm-sized stun gun lay concealed. After getting beaten to a pulp by Chen Luo twice in a row, he'd learned his lesson and knew to bring a weapon this time. When Niawei heard Chen Luo's words, he froze momentarily, halting his movements in surprise. In the past, he would have assumed Chen Luo was just bluffing, but after suffering 2 consecutive defeats, he'd already developed some psychological trauma. Catching sight of Chen Luo's teasing gaze, a sense of foreboding instantly washed over him, and he hastily fumbled for his phone in his pocket. At this sight, Niawei's pupils dilated abruptly, his entire body petrified. Chapter 80, The Most Satisfying Creation. In 2008, although mobile QQ could send video files, it was still the 2G era with unbearably slow internet speeds. Coupled with the limitations of mobile phone capabilities, the files that could be received weren't very large. The short video sent to Niawei had been compressed and edited multiple times by Chen Luo, reducing its size to less than 3 M, which naturally diminished both its clarity and duration significantly. At this point, it was less of a short video and more like a GIF. Yet even so, Niawei had no trouble recognizing who the female lead in that clip was. Because the GIF clearly showed Lin Yun's face in full view, wearing an ecstatic expression as she engaged in vigorous movement. Niawei instantly felt a rush of hot blood surging to his head, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He staggered a few steps, nearly collapsing on the spot. His mind was now flooded with rage, shock, shame, and profound terror. He couldn't believe the content of that animated image, and what bewildered him even more was why did Chen Luo have this thing? It has to be fake. It must be doctored. Niawei clutched his phone with bone-white knuckles, squeezing so hard that the device emitted an unpleasant creaking sound. The classmates in the classroom widened their eyes one by one. The gift Chen Luo sent had no sound, so they had no idea what he had sent Niawei that made him tremble with rage. You son of a... Shut up. Chen Luo uttered 2 icy words, say one more word, and I'll send this image to every single person in this class. Niawei shuddered at those words, his face instantly turning deathly pale, clearly realizing the consequences of Chen Luo's actions. Although Lin Yun had never set foot on campus, Niawei had plenty of lackeys in class who'd visited the Nie family. Some had even seen Lin Yun on occasion. If this GIF got circulated paired with Niawei's reaction, they'd likely recognize the female lead in a heartbeat. By then, forget about Niawei's reputation at school, he probably wouldn't even dare to step outside his front door. When Niawei noticed his classmates staring at his phone like curious kittens, he instantly recoiled like a thief caught red-handed. He swiftly pocketed his phone, didn't dare utter a single word, and bolted straight out of the classroom. Niawei was in no mood for class now. All he wanted was to find his father, Nie Jiming, to settle this matter. Niawei rushed out of the classroom and found a secluded corner. He unlocked his phone, wanting to confirm once again whether the person in question was really his mother, Lin Yun. But when Niawei reopened QQ and found the photo Chen Luo had sent him, he froze once more. The GIF had, at some point, changed into a raised middle finger with 2 words written beneath it, idiot. Niawei couldn't react for a moment. Had he just hallucinated, or was his vision playing tricks on him? Just as Niawei stood there dumbfounded, another message popped up in the chat window. You're not seeing things. I can send it to you anytime for your viewing pleasure. Now get the hell out of here, and don't let me see you today. Niawei was stunned. He didn't understand why the GIF had suddenly changed its content, nor could he comprehend how Chen Luo knew he would open it again or why a message arrived almost immediately after he viewed it. But he knew Chen Luo was threatening him if he didn't vanish immediately now. That animated image would likely be spread throughout the entire school. Niawei's expression shifted several times in succession. Not daring to return to the classroom, he left the school directly, because he knew the current Chen Luo would genuinely do this. How could Chen Luo not anticipate what a brat like Niawei would try? The moment he obtained that animated footage, he would undoubtedly verify its authenticity first before seeking Nie Jiming's help. The fact that Niawei could still come to school and had the mood to cause trouble indicated Lin Yun was still preparing and hadn't yet torn open hostilities with Nie Jiming. But this is hardly surprising. After all, it's been less than 2 days. Lin Yun is probably brewing some major move, biding her time for a lethal strike. If that animated image gets exposed, Nie Jiming would definitely come knocking on Chen Luo's door to inquire about its source, which would cause some unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Nie Jiming would most likely confront Lin Yun about it. If that woman were to find out the video had already fallen into someone else's hands, she might very well come after him first. So Chen Luo added something to that GIF. After it finished playing the first time, it would be completely overwritten by the subsequent image, making it impossible to see again upon reopening. Without the pictures, there was no evidence. Even if Nie Wei confronted Nie Jiming, the latter wouldn't believe him. Moreover, Chen Luo knew Nie Wei would never dare to speak of this, telling his own father that he'd seen incriminating photos of his mother was something even the most shameless person would struggle to voice. With just one sentence, Chen Luo had sent Nie Wei, the once unrivaled school bully, fleeing in fear, leaving their classmates stunned all over again. Just 2 days ago, Chen Luo had needed to resort to fists, now mere words were enough? The classroom instantly fell silent again, everyone moving with exaggerated care, terrified of disturbing Gu Qinghuan's nap. Chen Luo's attention was once again focused on Gu Qinghuan as he maintained his textbook-holding posture, his other left hand continuing to complete that sketch. This time with no interruptions, the drawing progressed rapidly. As his pencil danced swiftly across the paper, Gu Qinghuan's sleeping expression vividly came to life on the page. The classmates sitting behind Chen Luo had actually been watching his drawing paper since he started sketching. While others couldn't see what Chen Luo was doing, they could see everything clearly. When they saw Chen Luo capture Gu Qinghuan's likeness on paper, the two students behind him were utterly stunned. Because anyone who saw that sketch would immediately recognize it as Gu Qinghuan. From her facial features to her attire, Chen Luo had drawn every detail with perfect accuracy. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, seeing this sketch alone would have made them suspect it was a photograph taken by a camera. What was even more terrifying was that while painting this sketch, Chen Luo grew tired from holding the textbook to shield Gu Qinghuan from the light. He switched arms several times, alternately painting with his left and right hands. Whether using his left or right hand, his painting speed remained completely unaffected. In fact, the strokes became even more refined and exquisite. How is this possible? The two classmates behind stared at the sketch with their eyes wide open, their faces full of shock and disbelief. Wang Aihua and Nie Wei were one thing, but since when did Chen Luo not only speak those incomprehensible foreign languages, his drawing skills had also become terrifyingly good. Just what on earth had happened? The two of them felt as if they'd seen a ghost. How could one person change so drastically? Chen Luo gazed at the completed sketch in his hand, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. While drawing, he'd slipped into a deeply immersive flow state, resulting in exceptionally high completion. Though it wasn't his finest work due to the limitations of paper and pen, it was the one that satisfied him most. Capturing this moment is somewhat like freezing time in its tracks, he mused. Let me address the update schedule. Since I'm not a full-time writer, 3 chapters a day is already the optimal pace. Any more updates would compromise quality. As you've seen, while the protagonist may be all-capable, I'm certainly not. Researching materials alone sometimes takes several hours per chapter, so 3 chapters remain my current limit. Chapter 81, The Scent. After finishing the sketch, Chen Luo put it away without showing it to Gu Qinghuan. Based on Chen Luo's understanding of Gu Qinghuan, she might feel surprised or appreciative upon seeing this sketch, but the most likely outcome was that she'd immediately tear it to pieces. Chen Luo put away the sketch, but his gaze remained fixed on Gu Qinghuan because he was starting to sense something unusual. Gu Qinghuan wasn't in ordinary sleep, rather, she had slipped into a deep slumber. This was a state one only enters when physically or mentally exhausted, or when both body and mind are utterly drained. Chen Luo carefully observed Gu Qinghuan's attire, glanced at the sneakers on her feet, and suddenly leaned in to catch a whiff of her scent. This is the scent of tuberose. Chen Luo only needed one sniff to instantly identify what scent was lingering on Gu Qinghuan. However, Longcheng High School didn't plant tuberoses because their fragrance is toxic. Prolonged exposure is harmful to humans. Such flowers would never be intentionally grown on school grounds. Since the school didn't have them, this proved Gu Qinghuan couldn't have picked up the tuberose scent here. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the fragrance on her, she must have encountered it not today, but most likely last night. Chen Luo came to this conclusion quite simply. Night-blooming jasmine relies on nocturnal moths for pollination, hence it emits strong fragrance at night to attract them. Since there's no sunlight at night and humidity increases in the air, the stomata on the night-blooming jasmine's petals expand, allowing large quantities of volatile oil from within the petals to evaporate, which is why its fragrance becomes especially intense. Therefore, once pollen or scent gets transferred, it generally takes about a day for it to gradually fade away. When Chen Luo glanced at the soil on Gu Qinghuan's sneakers again, everything suddenly became clear to him. Gu Qinghuan didn't sleep last night but went somewhere, coming directly to school at dawn, so by evening she was finally too exhausted to stay awake. Chen Luo slightly furrowed his brows. What could possibly have made Gu Qinghuan stay out all night without returning home? After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo's heart suddenly tightened with alarm. Had that girl gone looking for that pervert Edmund? But soon, Chen Luo sensed something amiss. Night-blooming jasmine was usually planted in mosquito-infested areas as a repellent,
or cultivated for medicinal purposes. Gu Qinghuan must have gone to a plantation, or somewhere that required night-blooming jasmine to repel mosquitoes. However, the mud on Gu Qinghuan's shoes wasn't the kind typically found in plantations, it was just ordinary dirt, which suggested she likely hadn't been to one. Yet despite his many deductions, Chen Luo still had no idea where Gu Qinghuan had actually gone or what she had been doing.
Chen Luo's eyes suddenly flickered as he noticed a black bag near Gu Qinghuan's right foot.
Before today, Chen Luo had never seen Gu Qinghuan carrying a backpack. The sudden appearance of one today strongly suggested it was connected to her movements yesterday. If we knew what's inside this, we might figure out where she went.
Chen Luo desperately wanted to open that bag to check, but he didn't dare touch it.
Partly out of fear of waking Gu Qinghuan, and partly knowing that any movement would likely provoke her anger.
Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Gu Qinghuan seemed far more complicated than he had imagined.
In his previous life, Chen Luo had been nothing but a bullied coward contemplating suicide, utterly incapable of discerning such nuances or recognizing Gu Qinghuan's extraordinary nature. Whatever secrets you're hiding, or whatever drove you to attempt suicide, I will uncover the truth. Chen Luo looked at Gu Qinghuan and silently murmured to himself.
Chen Luo held it up all this time.
Just as his arms were growing unbearably sore, the bell signaling the end of evening self-study rang out. As the shrill bell sounded, classmates throughout the classroom began rising from their seats to head home. With such commotion now underway, even if Chen Luo wanted to stop them, it would be impossible. He didn't wait for Gu Qinghuan to wake up, simply retrieved the textbook, then rubbed his sore arm and looked over.
The noise made Gu Qinghuan's delicate eyebrows furrow slightly, quickly rousing her from sleep.
She groggily opened her eyes, glancing around in some confusion. Noticing her classmates filing out of the classroom while casting surprised looks her way, she momentarily froze in bewilderment. It was quite a while before Gu Qinghuan seemed to regain some clarity. She checked the time, already 9 o'clock in the evening, just when evening self-study sessions should have ended.
Gu Qinghuan felt somewhat puzzled.
During the study session, she had been so drowsy she couldn't hold on any longer and thought she'd just take a quick nap. Unexpectedly, she had slept straight through. But normally, if she dozed off in class, the teacher should have woken her up.
Could it be that the teacher hadn't come?
Just as Gu Qinghuan was feeling puzzled, she suddenly noticed a pair of eyes staring fixedly at her.
Gu Qinghuan turned her head and only then noticed Chen Luo's intense gaze fixed upon her. Gu Qinghuan's delicate brows furrowed once more, but she remained silent.
Instead, she immediately stood up, grabbed the black backpack from the floor, and walked out of the classroom. Chen Luo merely smiled, unconcerned by her reaction, and promptly rose to follow her. The two left the school together, neither uttering a word as they walked, Gu Qinghuan silent, Chen Luo equally quiet. Chen Luo remained silent but kept a close watch on every subtle change in Gu Qinghuan's expression. At this moment, she wore an expression of disdain, completely oblivious to whether anyone was around her, lost in her own thoughts. Just like this, they arrived at the entrance of the Shuyuan Mingjie residential area, yet Gu Qinghuan didn't utter a single word, simply walking straight in without a word.
Chen Luo didn't follow them inside.
Instead, he turned and walked to the street corner, his figure disappearing beyond the neighborhood entrance. But in that moment of turning around, Chen Luo leisurely leaned against the wall of a building by the street, as if waiting for something.
199. 3, 2, 1.
When Chen Luo finished silently counting down from 100 to 1 in his heart, he cautiously peeked his head out to look towards the residential complex's entrance.
Gu Qinghuan then emerged from the complex entrance once more, glancing around as if searching for someone.
Chen Luo quickly ducked back inside, knowing full well that Gu Qinghuan was checking whether he had left yet.
Gu Qinghuan didn't see Chen Luo and immediately turned to walk down another street.
Chen Luo emerged slowly from the corner of the wall and silently followed her. When Chen Luo saw the expression on Gu Qinghuan's face along the way, he guessed that whatever she had attempted to do last night had likely failed. That's why she woke up so distressed, constantly thinking about how to resolve the matter. If nothing unexpected happened, Gu Qinghuan probably wouldn't give up easily and would return to that place again. The outcome aligned perfectly with Chen Luo's expectations. Gu Qinghuan had only pretended to return home. The moment she realized he had left, she immediately went out again.
Chapter 82, Shanlin Villa. Where could an 18-year-old girl possibly go in the dead of night instead of returning home?
If it were an ordinary girl, Chen Luo might have assumed she was sneaking off to meet a boyfriend or working some part-time job.
But Gu Qinghuan was clearly different from ordinary girls. What she wanted to do now was likely connected to the death of her cousin, Lu Yezi. Chen Luo followed Gu Qinghuan and noticed that she first hailed a taxi on the roadside, then headed straight toward the area outside the city gates. The terms inside the gates and outside the gates in Pengcheng are historical remnants of old classifications. When Pengcheng was first established as a special economic zone, the region east of the Central Mountain was designated as the SEZ under Pengcheng's jurisdiction, known as inside the gates, while outside the gates referred to areas under Pengcheng's administration but not part of the special economic zone.
Barriers, barbed wire fences, and walls were also set up at Shanglin Pass to prevent people outside the pass from freely entering the inner pass. At that time, there was a huge developmental gap between the areas inside and outside the pass. Whether in terms of cityscape, prosperity, consumption levels, or income, the inner pass was clearly superior to areas beyond it. However, after Hong Kong's return in 1997, the checkpoints between the inner and outer passes were removed, and the outer pass gradually developed. Yet, this historically rooted distinction in names persisted. It wasn't until later generations when the development levels of the outer and inner passes became nearly equal that the distinction finally faded away. An hour later, Gu Qinghuan passed through Shanglin Pass, got out of a taxi on a street in the Shanglin district, and continued on foot. Upon noticing Gu Qinghuan alighting, Chen Luo quickly instructed his taxi driver to stop and followed closely behind. Before long, Chen Luo realized the path was growing increasingly remote, leading them to the foothills of Shanglin Mountain, the very mountain that divided Peng City into its inner and outer regions.
Chen Luo couldn't help but frown.
He knew Peng City inside out. Shanglin Mountain had no attractions whatsoever, with the sole exception being the Shanglin Villa. This is a villa estate developed by a Pengcheng-based real estate company called Yahei Property, with only 36 units in total. Located at the foot of Shanglin Mountain and surrounded by lush greenery and clear waters, the environment is serene and elegant. Coupled with its limited availability, it was snapped up by Pengcheng's wealthy as soon as it launched. In 2019, each unit was priced at over 500 million, and even in 2008, the price wouldn't have dropped below tens of millions. So only those who could afford it were no ordinary people, and it was no exaggeration to say they were either wealthy or noble.
What is Gu Qinghuan doing here?
Chen Luo felt puzzled and slowed his pace. The surroundings were quiet and deserted at this moment, where even the slightest footsteps could be heard from far away. But this wasn't a problem for Chen Luo. During his countless rebirths, he had spent considerable time being wanted, so his tracking and counter-tracking skills had naturally long been maxed out. Chen Luo was less than 10 meters away from Gu Qinghuan, yet she remained completely unaware of any anomaly behind her, not even hearing his footsteps. Adding to this, the night was pitch black, and there were no streetlights on either side of the road. Thus, by the time she reached the entrance of Shanglin Villa, Gu Qinghuan still had no idea someone was following her. Shanglin Villa had just been completed at this time. Although all the villas had been sold, they were still being renovated, and no one had moved in yet. However, being a high-end residential area, even the stockpiled renovation materials inside were worth a considerable sum, which was why there were quite a few security guards on duty at night. When they were still over 100 meters away from the manor gate, Gu Qinghuan opened her bag, took something out, and began putting it on. Hidden in the darkness and too far away, Chen Luo couldn't clearly see what it was.
But based on Gu Qinghuan's hand movements, Chen Luo could roughly guess what she was wearing. What Gu Qinghuan had taken out was unmistakably a hat.
She tied up her long hair and placed the hat on her head. Next, she seemed to pull out a face mask and covered her face. Chen Luo didn't need to think hard to guess she was disguising her appearance.
What the hell? Chen Luo was completely baffled. Was Gu Qinghuan going in to steal something? But this Shanglin Villa hasn't had any occupants yet, meaning there wouldn't be anything of value inside.
She couldn't possibly have gone in to steal anything. By the time Chen Luo regained his composure, he noticed Gu Qinghuan had already jogged toward a low wall beside the villa. A glint flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. He realized Gu Qinghuan intended to bypass the security at the entrance and enter through another route. Without hesitation, he immediately followed her. No matter what Gu Qinghuan was planning inside, he was determined to find out. When Chen Luo followed Gu Qinghuan to the low wall, he saw her toss the backpack she was carrying over the wall, then take a few steps back and start sprinting for momentum. Just before reaching the wall, Gu Qinghuan suddenly leaped up, grabbing the ledge nearly 3 meters high. With a light push-off against the wall using her feet, she leveraged her natural jumping ability, agile and nimble as a cat, effortlessly flipping onto the top of the wall before hopping down to the other side. Chen Luo stood there stunned, utterly speechless for quite a while. He actually knew what Gu Qinghuan was planning to do when she started her running start.
Yet when he actually saw Gu Qinghuan effortlessly vault over the wall, he still couldn't quite believe his eyes.
That wall was at least 3 meters tall. It should have been impossible for an ordinary person to clear it so easily. Scaling a wall like this largely depends on explosive jumping power, which accounts for at least 50% of the feat. The remaining challenge lies in converting horizontal momentum into vertical lift, making the running distance, speed, and rhythm all critical factors.
But neither the jumping ability nor the wall climbing technique could be mastered overnight.
Gu Qinghuan's movements were too practiced, clearly the result of long-term training.
Chen Luo couldn't fathom why Gu Qinghuan would train in such skills.
With a sigh, Chen Luo realized that the more he interacted with Gu Qinghuan, the more mysteries surrounded this girl, like an impenetrable fog. But seeing that Gu Qinghuan had already leapt across, he no longer had time to ponder the reasons and immediately ran in the same direction. When he was still 7 or 8 meters away from the wall, Chen Luo immediately accelerated, his speed growing faster and faster. Just before reaching the wall, he leaped upward abruptly, effortlessly grabbing the ledge like Gu Qinghuan had done. Then, planting one foot against the wall, he used the momentum to propel himself upward and stood atop the barrier. For a former parkour expert, scaling a wall was child's play. His personal best was free climbing a nearly 6-meter-high wall. As soon as he stepped up, Chen Luo discovered the origin of the night-blooming jasmine scent on Gu Qinghuan. The other side of the wall was densely planted with night-blooming jasmine, its fragrance so overpoweringly rich it nearly choked the air. At this moment, Gu Qinghuan had already landed on the ground and was sprinting rapidly toward a distant villa, not bothering to glance back at the commotion behind her. Chen Luo worried that jumping down might cause too much noise, so he waited on the wall for a while. Only after Gu Qinghuan had run far enough did he finally leap down. Friendship book recommendation: My disciples are all big shots. As the title suggests, you'll know what the book's about, just adding that the author is a soft, cute girl, so go tease her. Chapter 83. Why just stand there staring like a fool? As Chen Luo fell, he only made a slight sound. By the time he stood up again, he was already striding toward where Gu Qinghuan had gone. Gu Qinghuan's destination was unmistakable. She ran forward no more than 300 meters before stopping in front of a villa on the second level of a winding mountain road. Shanglin Villa was ingeniously designed, built along the ascending mountain path. At the base were 18 villas circling an artificial lake. Following the mountain roads on either side of the lake upward, each stretch was punctuated by a branching path leading to a separate villa. The villa cluster was built around this valley at the mountain's base, extending upward across 3 tiers. Every branching pathway featured lavish villas, each with expansive gardens and meticulously maintained flora, a winding path leading to secluded beauty. The exterior walls of this particular villa remained unfinished. Gu Qinghuan strode directly inside, retrieving tools from her bag to manipulate the lock cylinder when she reached the entrance. Though Chen Luo couldn't see Gu Qinghuan's actions from his distant vantage point, the distinct metallic clicks betrayed exactly what she was doing. Chen Luo's mind was in complete disarray. Could Gu Qinghuan really be here to commit burglary? With an utterly speechless expression, Chen Luo watched for a while, only to notice that despite Gu Qinghuan's prolonged efforts, she couldn't pry open that damn door no matter what. Almost half an hour passed like this, yet Gu Qinghuan still hadn't managed to get inside. Chen Luo's initial shock had gradually morphed into barely suppressed amusement by this point. Could it be that Gu Qinghuan spent all last night trying to pick the lock and failed, so today she's back again, stubbornly giving it another shot? Chen Luo waited a little longer, but his patience finally wore thin. He immediately muffled his footsteps and quietly moved toward the villa's front door as well. As he crept closer little by little, Chen Luo finally understood why Gu Qinghuan hadn't used any tools to climb up to the second floor. The villa was already fully renovated. It had 4 floors in total, every balcony fitted with anti-theft grills, and every window barred with steel rods. Getting inside by climbing was completely impossible. Chen Luo sensed something was wrong when he saw this. Ordinary villas wouldn't have such strong security measures just for anti-theft purposes. Could there really be some treasure inside? While pondering, Chen Luo slowly approached the villa's entrance. When he was less than 3 meters away from Gu Qinghuan, her hands paused briefly before continuing to pick the lock nonchalantly. I'm Chen Luo, don't reach for that weapon in your bag. The moment Chen Luo noticed Gu Qinghuan's movement, he knew he'd been spotted. The tricky part was she kept pretending not to notice while slyly reaching her other hand toward the backpack on the floor. Chen Luo didn't want trouble with Gu Qinghuan, so he immediately announced himself. Gu Qinghuan's movements visibly stiffened. She whirled around abruptly to face Chen Luo, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. After a brief silence, Gu Qinghuan suddenly swung her right hand whoosh, as the telescopic baton she held snapped open with practiced precision. Without a single word, Gu Qinghuan swung her stick straight at Chen Luo. Chen Luo was startled, not expecting Gu Qinghuan to act so abruptly. Gu Qinghuan, I know it's you, and if you keep this up, I'll yell for the security guards. Chen Luo pivoted on his feet, deftly dodging Gu Qinghuan's vicious swing of the rod. In one fluid motion, he stepped forward and caught her as she lurched off balance. Gu Qinghuan visibly stiffened, whether from Chen Luo's words or the sudden embrace was unclear. But in the blink of an eye, she drove her right elbow sharply into Chen Luo's abdomen while simultaneously launching a vicious upwards kick aimed at his head. Chen Luo was startled by the ferocity of Gu Qinghuan's coordinated strikes. The seamless synchronization of limbs spoke of combat prowess far beyond ordinary capability. This is no longer just about having practiced martial arts, but about having reached an extremely high level of mastery. Chen Luo tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading Gu Qinghuan's kick while simultaneously reaching out with his right hand to block her elbow. With a follow-through of force, he pulled Gu Qinghuan into a tight embrace, firmly locking her body in place. Chen Luo leaned close to her ear and whispered with a smile, I can open that door. Gu Qinghuan was stunned again, forgetting to struggle, as if considering whether Chen Luo's words were true or false. Chen Luo thought Gu Qinghuan was moved, but suddenly an intense pain surged through his abdomen. Unable to suppress a muffled groan, he released Gu Qinghuan and stumbled backwards several steps. In that fleeting moment, Chen Luo had let his guard down, never expecting Gu Qinghuan's submission to be a deliberate act. Seizing his unguarded state, she drove her left elbow hard into him. Gu Qinghuan's physical condition was exceptional, her strength even surpassed his own at that moment. The sudden pain nearly made Chen Luo cry out involuntarily. Seeing Gu Qinghuan raise her retractable baton to strike again, Chen Luo couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh and hurriedly spoke up. "Wait, I really can help you open this door." Gu Qinghuan's movement paused slightly. Truth be told, when Chen Luo first appeared, she hadn't reacted immediately. She had no idea how this guy had followed her without her noticing. But after a brief moment of thought, her first instinct was to subdue him first and then interrogate him about his purpose for being here. But what Gu Qinghuan never expected was that Chen Luo's skills were surprisingly good. She couldn't overpower him anytime soon. Gu Qinghuan stared at Chen Luo for a while, unsure whether to believe what this guy was saying. Judging by the abilities he displayed and his earnest expression now, it didn't seem like he was lying. "Can you really open it?" Gu Qinghuan hesitated for a moment before lowering her voice to ask. Clutching his aching stomach, Chen Luo smiled bitterly and shook his head. He raised a finger. "1 minute. If I can't open it within 1 minute, I'll be at your mercy." Gu Qinghuan made a decisive move, retracting her telescopic baton and pointing at the tools scattered on the ground. "The tools are right there. You won't give me a whack from behind while I'm picking the lock, will you?" Gu Qinghuan was momentarily stunned. She had indeed considered this idea. However, it wasn't meant to happen when Chen Luo was picking the lock. Instead, she had planned to take him down 1 minute later, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed with the lock. Now that Chen Luo had called her out so bluntly, she couldn't help but feel somewhat awkward. "Can I at least stand next to you?" Gu Qinghuan cast a disdainful glance before walking straight to Chen Luo's side. Chen Luo chuckled, promptly picking up the tools Gu Qinghuan had just used from the floor to examine them. "Quite professional, these are customized lockpicks." Recognizing the tool's purpose at a glance, Chen Luo squatted before the lock, then glanced up at Gu Qinghuan in puzzlement. "Why just stand there gawking? Light it up for me." Gu Qinghuan froze for a moment. She shot Chen Luo an annoyed glare, but still obediently took a flashlight from her backpack and aimed it at the keyhole. This book remains urban fiction throughout, with no cultivation elements. The reason for the recurring rebirths will be explained later. The protagonist's physical abilities will be enhanced through genetic modifications similar to Captain America's super soldier serum, with peak combat capabilities roughly matching those of Captain America. Chapter 84, Come here, stand behind me. Upon examining the keychain clearly, Chen Luo immediately picked up the two tools and inserted them into the keyhole, beginning to jiggle them up and down. But after prying for a while, he suddenly made a surprised sound. "Interesting. The door's deadbolt has been reinforced. No wonder you couldn't force it open." Normally, just applying pressure to the deadbolt inside the lock with a tool drives the latch mechanism and opens the door. But this door was clearly different. The deadbolt had been reinforced from the inside. Pure brute force couldn't spring it open. You'd need a precise technique. Gu Qinghuan froze momentarily at his words. The moment Chen Luo spoke, she knew this guy must have picked doors before, otherwise, he wouldn't know so much or instantly pinpoint why she couldn't open the lock. Gu Qinghuan couldn't open it, but for Chen Luo, it wasn't much of a problem. He inserted the two lock-picking tools again, his fingers nimbly and swiftly maneuvering them. Moments later, Chen Luo forcefully tapped the pointed fork tool in his right hand, and a crisp unlocking sound rang out. The door swung open with a click, revealing a narrow gap. A gleam of joy flashed in Gu Qinghuan's eyes as she immediately raised her foot to step inside. "Wait a minute." Chen Luo grabbed Gu Qinghuan and pulled her back, then pointed to the ceiling of the corridor as he said, "Look up there first." Gu Qinghuan froze for a moment, then immediately raised her head to look in the direction Chen Luo was pointing. There, on the corridor ceiling, she spotted a black circular object. "That's a motion sensor. As soon as you step inside, it'll trigger the alarm." Chen Luo suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Qinghuan's flashlight. "Be careful, there are motion sensors on the walls. Even your flashlight beam could trigger the alarm." Chen Luo was somewhat astonished at this point. Just at the entrance alone, there were already 2 anti-theft devices installed, a clear indication of how much the villa owner valued the items inside. Chen Luo stood up, abruptly turning his gaze towards the garden outside the villa, where numerous construction remnants still lay scattered, waiting to be cleared away. He shone his flashlight around the pile of scrap before quickly locking eyes on a stack of cardboard boxes. Chen Luo immediately walked over, pulled a cardboard box out from the scrap materials, swiftly folded it a few times, then hurried back to the door. "Do you have tape or anything else that can cover things?" Gu Qinghuan still didn't understand what Chen Luo intended to do, but she guessed he probably had a solution to deal with those 2 anti-theft devices. "There's black tape." Chen Luo gave Gu Qinghuan a surprised glance, never expecting her to be so well prepared. Truth be told, the mask Gu Qinghuan was wearing would have sufficed, but adhesive tape worked even better, which was why he'd asked specifically. When Gu Qinghuan pulled out black tape from her backpack, Chen Luo first tore off several strips and stuck them to his own hand before lifting the cardboard sign.
Come here, stand behind me. Chen Luo beckoned to Gu Qinghuan.
Gu Qinghuan gave Chen Luo a strange look, hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. A motion sensor is a pyroelectric sensor capable of detecting infrared radiation emitted by the human body. When someone passes in front of it, the intensity of detected infrared radiation changes, allowing the system to determine if there's an intruder. The cardboard box can block its detection. You and I will hold up the cardboard box together, placing it over our heads as we walk through.
Chen Luo seemed to notice Gu Qinghuan's confusion. After offering a brief explanation, he turned off the flashlight. Gu Qinghuan listened in stunned silence. Motion sensors were still relatively advanced anti-theft devices in the country. She had only heard of such devices before and had no idea how they actually worked. But Chen Luo not only knew, he also knew exactly how to solve it. Then there was the lock she couldn't pry open all night. Chen Luo had solved it in less than a minute. Gu Qinghuan was momentarily stunned and couldn't react immediately. What's going on with this guy? How does he know everything? The room is very dark. Just grab my clothes with one hand and follow behind me. I'll block out that light sensor in a moment. Wait, how can you block that light sensor if you can't see it? Gu Qinghuan was stunned again, unsure of where Chen Luo's confidence came from. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night, and the room was pitch black. Without a flashlight, one wouldn't be able to see a thing inside. Chen Luo smiled but offered no further explanation. Before practicing blind throwing and shooting, he had spent 3 months living as a blind person with his eyes covered. Darkness may be an obstacle for ordinary people, but for Chen Luo, it wasn't much of a problem, especially since he had already noticed the location of the light sensor earlier. In that instant, Chen Luo had already calculated exactly how many steps he needed to take to reach beneath the sensor and how high he needed to reach to touch it. Moreover, Chen Luo had based his distance calculations on Gu Qinghuan's stride length, knowing full well that adapting to her movements would be far easier and simpler than forcing her to adapt to his. Right now, besides believing in me, do you really have any other choice?
Chen Luo finished speaking, lifting the cardboard box before turning to smile at Gu Qinghuan standing behind him.
Gu Qinghuan was left speechless.
Chen Luo was right now. Aside from trusting him, she truly had no other options.
Gu Qinghuan didn't hesitate either.
She stepped directly behind Chen Luo, balancing the folded cardboard box over her head with one hand while gripping his clothes with the other.
I'm ready, she said.
Unexpectedly, Chen Luo reached out with his left hand and took hold of Gu Qinghuan's hand, explaining casually, holding hands makes it easier to judge the distance.
This cardboard box isn't very large. If any part of our bodies or hands were to slip out.
Gu Qinghuan didn't even hesitate before slapping Chen Luo's hand away, stating coldly, I just saw there were extra cardboard boxes outside.
Chen Luo showed no embarrassment at being exposed.
He merely cleared his throat and said nonchalantly, all right, then stay close behind me. Chen Luo lifted the cardboard box and, sensing Gu Qinghuan supporting it from behind, spoke again, I'll count according to your steps. Walk forward 10 steps and stop.
Don't move until I say it's okay, understand? Got it. Alright, now we begin. 1.
When Chen Luo counted 1, he immediately stepped inside the house.
Gu Qinghuan grabbed Chen Luo's clothes and followed him in with a single synchronized step. 9, 10, stop.
Chen Luo's pacing effortlessly matched Gu Qinghuan's, allowing them to move in perfect harmony, easily clearing the motion sensor on the ceiling. When Chen Luo stopped counting at 10, he swiftly tore off a strip of the black tape stuck to his palm and tiptoed to press it against the wall.
Though Chen Luo couldn't see, his hand moved with uncanny precision as the black tape perfectly covered the light sensor.
Without pause, he tore off strip after strip of the tape from his hand and pressed them down, quickly sealing the sensor completely airtight.
Chapter 85. What I fear more is you getting hurt. After dealing with the light sensor, Chen Luo pulled out a flashlight from his pocket. He first pointed it at the ground and, seeing no movement, immediately took a few steps forward. It's safe to move now. First, I'll check if there are any other light sensors.
Chen Luo tossed aside the cardboard box he had been wearing on his head and began scrutinizing the walls.
Gu Qinghuan watched Chen Luo with astonishment in her eyes.
She couldn't believe he had actually managed to disable that light sensor without even looking at it. But Gu Qinghuan knew this wasn't the time for surprises. She quickly retrieved another flashlight from her backpack and began swiftly searching through the villa's living room. Although the living room was furnished, most items remained unpacked, casually placed around. Clearly no one had gotten around to organizing yet.
These weren't her objectives anyway.
Her gaze swept rapidly across the room before suddenly locking onto one tightly shut door. The living area had 4 rooms in total. While the other 3 doors stood wide open, only the innermost one remained firmly locked.
Gu Qinghuan's eyes flickered with determination as she immediately stepped forward, ready to approach. Take it easy.
Chen Luo noticed Gu Qinghuan's movement and grabbed her arm again, shining the flashlight at the living room ceiling as he said, though there's no light sensor anymore, that's a thermal sensor up there.
Its detection range is larger than that motion sensor, and it senses heat.
Even if you block it with cardboard, it won't work. If you walk over like this, you'll directly trigger the alarm. Gu Qinghuan's movements came to an abrupt halt as she followed Chen Luo's gaze upward, indeed spotting a circular device installed on the ceiling. Though she had long guessed there would be numerous security measures here, she hadn't expected them to come one after another, requiring such meticulous caution at every step.
How do we deal with this one? Chen Luo smiled faintly.
This is a very old model with a detection radius of only about 7 meters. We simply need to bypass its effective range to get past it.
Gu Qinghuan frowned immediately upon hearing this. A very old model? How could he possibly be using an outdated model here? Oh, my apologies, I forgot.
This device is a very old model for me, but it's still relatively advanced in this era. Gu Qinghuan gave Chen Luo an exasperated glance, but quickly turned her attention back to that tightly locked room. For her, the top priority was still to find what she was looking for as quickly as possible.
Gu Qinghuan's brows gradually furrowed.
The locked door could only be accessed through a single corridor, which happened to be within the detection radius of the thermal sensor.
After all, Gu Qinghuan didn't possess Chen Luo's thief skills.
With tightly knitted brows, she stared at the door, momentarily unsure how to proceed.
There's no need to keep staring at that door, it's just a decoy. What you're looking for should be in that room.
Chen Luo suddenly raised his flashlight and shone it toward the leftmost room.
How did you know?
Gu Qinghuan froze momentarily before surprise flooded her eyes.
See this painting?
Chen Luo swung his flashlight beam again, illuminating a framed painting hanging on the wall. This is a landscape painting with an embedded digital clock, its red numerals currently displaying the time.
Gu Qinghuan stared at the painting with puzzlement for a moment.
After rapidly considering the scene, the light in her eyes grew increasingly bright as she suddenly remarked, all the furniture in the living room remains unopened and unassembled, everything scattered in disarray. Yet this painting alone was hung on the wall in advance, meaning it must be important.
They're using this painting to conceal something.
Muttering this realization to herself, Gu Qinghuan raised her eyes to study the digital clock again.
The glow from this clock seems off. There must be a night vision camera inside it.
They're using the clock's light to mask the camera's glow.
Chen Luo smiled faintly, praising Gu Qinghuan with a single admiring word, brilliant.
Gu Qinghuan felt no joy at Chen Luo's praise. Instead, she found it somewhat defeating, having stared for so long without noticing those details herself. Yet Chen Luo had spotted them at a glance, leaving her not only astonished but inwardly indignant. No need to feel discouraged, he said with unmistakable arrogance, as if reading her thoughts.
No one alive surpasses me yet. That you could deduce so much so quickly is impressive enough.
Chen Luo wore an expression of unbridled cockiness, as though he'd glimpsed straight into Gu Qinghuan's frustration.
Gu Qinghuan was speechless once more. With a scornful hum, she couldn't be bothered to engage with that arrogant fellow any longer and turned her gaze toward the room. In just an instant, Gu Qinghuan understood why Chen Luo had said that what she was searching for was right there.
Because the night vision camera was pointed directly at that room.
If the item is truly inside that locked room, the camera would definitely be pointing in that direction.
The culprit deliberately locked the door securely and blocked the only passage with a thermal sensor, using misdirection to make people believe the item must be hidden there. If a thief breaks in and somehow disables the thermal sensor, not only would they likely fail to find the item, but there's a high chance they'd get locked inside instead.
At this thought, Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. If it weren't for this guy, she might have fallen into the trap even after arriving today.
As she dwelled on this, Gu Qinghuan instinctively glanced at Chen Luo, only to find his intense gaze meeting hers just as their eyes locked.
No need to thank me. If you had told me yesterday, you would have come in yesterday.
As if reading her mind, Chen Luo immediately deciphered Gu Qinghuan's thoughts and spoke with an amused smile.
Gu Qinghuan froze again. You knew I came here yesterday?
Chen Luo laughed heartily. Of course, otherwise why would I have followed you all the way here?
Gu Qinghuan fixed her beautiful eyes on Chen Luo, as if trying to see through him. Do you realize that by doing this, you might be risking your life?
Chen Luo gave a wry chuckle. There are far too many dangerous things I've done in this world. Compared to those, what I fear more is you getting hurt. Gu Qinghuan's heart quivered as Chen Luo's gaze brimmed with such sincerity and ardent emotion that she found it impossible to meet his eyes. Flustered, Gu Qinghuan averted her gaze and didn't respond further. She retrieved more black tape from her bag, tore off several strips, then crouched down to approach the painting, thoroughly covering the displayed digital time. After completing this, without another glance at Chen Luo, Gu Qinghuan strode directly toward the open room.
Chapter 86, I speak all the languages of the world. Chen Luo smiled and immediately followed after her.
The thermal sensor's detection range didn't cover that particular room. By hugging the walls, Chen Luo and Gu Qinghuan managed to avoid triggering it. When Gu Qinghuan reached the doorway, she paused outside briefly. Shining her flashlight on the floor, she began scanning the entire room with her eyes. With so many security devices already present, Gu Qinghuan no longer dared to step inside carelessly.
There are no more devices. Go right in.
Chen Luo stood outside surveying for a while, then stepped directly in without a second thought.
Gu Qinghuan sometimes truly couldn't comprehend where Chen Luo got this kind of confidence that bordered on downright arrogance.
But now that Chen Luo had already entered without triggering any alarms, she had no choice but to follow him and reluctantly.
Tell me what you're looking for. Chen Luo swept his flashlight around the room and realized it was a Western-style study.
The furniture inside had long been neatly arranged and cleaned. The entire room spanned approximately 80 square meters, with a spacious desk and an executive chair positioned at the center. Behind the desk stood a row of bookshelves filled to the brim with books, while in front of it were 3 modular sofas arranged around a coffee table.
Gu Qinghuan didn't respond.
Instead, she immediately rushed to the bookshelves and began fumbling around, as if searching for some hidden mechanism.
Don't waste your energy. There's no mechanism there.
Chen Luo strode directly toward the desk, settled into the executive chair, and started rummaging through the items on the desktop.
Gu Qinghuan's hand suddenly stilled as she shot a glance at Chen Luo, unable to resist asking in the end, "How did you know there aren't any traps here?" All the furniture here follows a Western style, from the sofa to the desk and even the bookshelf. Moreover, it's not just any ordinary Western style, but one modeled after the French Enlightenment period. That's why you can feel the lingering charm of that bygone Western era permeating this room.
This indicates the room's owner has an affinity for Western culture, or more accurately, the cultural ethos of the Enlightenment era.
The Enlightenment was an era brimming with emerging new ideologies.
Together with rationalism and other movements, it formed an extended period of cultural transformation. Outstanding thinkers abound, such as Rousseau, Voltaire, and Kant, so you see the bookshelves filled with their works.
Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but glance at the books inside the cabinet.
Sure enough, the shelves were lined with titles like Leviathan, The Social Contract, The Age of Louis XIV, and others, all seminal works of Enlightenment thinkers.
Gu Qinghuan froze for a moment, once again stunned by Chen Luo's deductive abilities.
Chen Luo had only been inside for barely a minute, yet he had already deduced the villa owner's preferences purely from the room's furnishings and books.
What puzzled Gu Qinghuan even more was how Chen Luo knew the furniture in this room was in the style of the Enlightenment era.
Chen Luo continued rummaging through the desk as he spoke. Since the Enlightenment era, secret compartments and desks have been part of woodworking craftsmanship. The owner of this room loves Enlightenment era culture so much that everything from books to furniture matches that style. If there's any mechanism here, it must be in this desk.
So, you'd better tell me sooner what we're looking for, it'll make it easier for me to help you.
Chen Luo tapped and felt around the desk surface for a long while, but found nothing unusual after opening the drawers.
He promptly crouched down under the desk, lay on the floor, and began examining its underside.
Chen Luo frowned. The underside of the desk still revealed no hidden mechanisms or compartments.
Quite intriguing.
Suddenly smiling, Chen Luo crawled out from under the desk, reopened the drawer, and pulled it all the way out of the desk.
At this moment, Gu Qinghuan also walked over, yet she still didn't say what exactly she was looking for.
She pulled out another nearby drawer and placed it on the desk for inspection. However, whether it was Chen Luo or Gu Qinghuan, they both found the drawer contained only inconsequential miscellaneous items such as stationery, books, and scissors, without noticing anything unusual. Even after removing the drawers, the empty space left behind still revealed no hidden mechanisms.
Chen Luo's gaze suddenly focused as he reached into Gu Qinghuan's drawer and pulled out a book.
Kritik der reinen Vernunft Critique of Pure Reason *. When Gu Qinghuan heard Chen Luo recite the text, a strange glint flickered in her eyes again.
You speak German? Now it was Chen Luo's turn to be surprised.
He studied Gu Qinghuan thoughtfully. Since she could recognize he was speaking German, she undoubtedly knew at least a little of the language herself.
Chen Luo pretended not to notice and continued with a smile. What if I told you I can speak every language in the world? Would you believe me? Gu Qinghuan snorted, her eyes clearly expressing disbelief.
The fact that Chen Luo could speak Latin and German had already surprised her somewhat.
But mastering every language in the world? That was simply impossible. This is one of Kant's masterpieces, and it's the original German edition.
Chen Luo pondered for a moment, weighing the book in his hand, when his eyes suddenly lit up. He abruptly pointed his flashlight at the bookshelf on the wall behind him. Find the Chinese edition of Critique of Pure Reason.
Gu Qinghuan was momentarily stunned but reacted within seconds, joining Chen Luo in searching the bookshelf. Found it, over here.
After a short while, Gu Qinghuan called out softly to Chen Luo from the far right corner.
Chen Luo took the book and walked straight over.
Following Gu Qinghuan's direction, he spotted the Chinese edition of Critique of Pure Reason and reached out to pull it off the shelf, then shoved the German version he had been holding back into its place.
Click!
A crisp sound rang out from within the bookshelf. In the next moment, they watched as the bookshelf before them slightly swung inward, revealing a narrow gap. Chen Luo smiled faintly, then reached out and gave the bookshelf a gentle push.
With that, the bookshelf recessed inward, unveiling a hidden chamber within.
Chen Luo immediately entered with a flashlight in hand, discovering a space of merely 20 square meters inside.
There was only a desk, a stool, and a computer. Nothing else occupied the room.
The moment Gu Qinghuan spotted that computer, she dashed straight toward it and booted up the machine.
Without waiting for the system to fully load, she retrieved a USB drive from her backpack and plugged it into the computer's tower. Chen Luo instantly grasped the situation. This computer must contain whatever Gu Qinghuan was desperately seeking. Yet when the computer booted up, Gu Qinghuan froze in disbelief. The desktop appeared completely empty. That's impossible. Frantically clicking the mouse, Gu Qinghuan scoured every corner of the system only to confirm the computer was utterly void, no folders, no icons, as blank as a pristine canvas. Chapter 87, Blood of Blood. Chen Luo wasn't the least bit surprised that Gu Qinghuan couldn't find what she was looking for. The villa's anti-theft installations coupled with the method of accessing the secret chamber clearly demonstrated that its owner was no ordinary person. The mechanism alone revealed meticulous planning. The German edition of Critique of Pure Reason would appear completely unrelated to the bookshelf to anyone who didn't comprehend German. If Chen Luo hadn't been holding that book and noticing its unusual weight, significantly heavier than an ordinary book, he wouldn't have been able to discern that the mechanism could only be unlocked by placing the book in its correct position. With such a cunning mind, how could the adversary possibly store anything important directly in that computer? Instead of going to help Gu Qinghuan examine the computer, Chen Luo began carefully surveying the room. His gaze shifted to the movable bookshelf door, only to discover its reverse side was also a bookshelf, similarly filled with numerous volumes. Chen Luo's eyes gleamed as he immediately stepped forward, using his flashlight to peer behind the bookshelf. In less than 20 seconds, Chen Luo had scanned all the titles listed above. At the same time, he realized that the Chinese edition of Critique of Pure Reason in his hands still served a purpose. It was the key to activating a certain mechanism within this secret chamber. Even Chen Luo had to admire the villa owner's meticulousness. There were still hidden mechanisms even inside this secret chamber. Any normal person, upon opening the secret room, would likely toss aside the book they just replaced without a second thought, never imagining it could still serve a purpose. Chen Luo chuckled softly as he fixed his gaze once more on that bookshelf. There were more than a dozen empty spots on the bookshelf in front of him, and opening it was quite simple. Just place the books in the correct positions. Chen Luo observed for a moment and immediately noticed some clues. Some of the vacant spots had already gathered dust, indicating they hadn't been touched. That meant they weren't the right positions. Chen Luo quickly eliminated most of the possibilities, leaving only the last 3 positions. These 3 positions are arranged from top to bottom. The highest one requires standing on tiptoe to place the book. The middle one fits just right and can be reached with an outstretched hand, while the lowest one requires crouching down to insert it. After a brief consideration, Chen Luo directly slid the book into the middle position. People inherently have lazy thinking. After setting up so many obstacles beforehand, the villa owner would naturally assume no one could decipher them and would choose the simplest, fastest method to unlock the mechanism. And the middle position, once inside the secret room, one could effortlessly slip the book in, making it the most convenient option. Sure enough, the moment Chen Luo inserted that book, a small compartment popped open beneath the desk where Gu Qinghuan was sitting. The compartment was only palm-sized, originally seamlessly embedded into the underside of the desk. Without triggering the mechanism, it was impossible to tell there was a hidden layer there. Gu Qinghuan froze momentarily upon seeing the compartment, then her gaze involuntarily shifted toward Chen Luo. She knew very well, this wasn't something she had opened. The only possible explanation was Chen Luo. Take a look inside. Chen Luo smiled and walked toward the desk. Gu Qinghuan froze for a moment before quickly snapping back to attention, her gaze falling on the hidden compartment. Inside lay only a completely silver object, about the size of a USB drive. Gu Qinghuan's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately reached out to remove the object that resembled a USB drive, then unplugged her own USB from the computer case and replaced it with the silver one. The moment the silver USB drive was inserted, the computer interface instantly transformed, popping up a login window. Gu Qinghuan's expression changed abruptly. She clearly hadn't anticipated requiring login credentials. Left with no alternative yet somehow instinctively, Gu Qinghuan found her gaze shifting toward Chen Luo. But at this glance, she noticed Chen Luo's expression had also changed, as if he'd seen something utterly unbelievable. There were very few things in this world that could still surprise Chen Luo, yet when that login interface popped up on the computer screen, even he couldn't hide his astonishment. The login interface's background was a drop of blood, but not red. Instead, it took the shape of golden blood. Within this blood drop swirled intricate, mysterious patterns intertwining with one another, forming the entire login interface. Chen Luo was surprised because this login interface belonged to members of the Blood of Blood. The silver USB drive was a wireless connector. With this device, one could access a completely private network, an internal network only accessible to members of the Blood of Blood. In those countless rebirths, Chen Luo had once spent nearly a century tracking this mysterious organization. He had even joined the Blood of Blood, ascending to the highest position below the 7 giants, the rank of Duke.
However, just as Chen Luo was preparing to compete with another duke for one of the 7 giants' positions, specifically, the title of Augustus, the blood of blood somehow uncovered his identity as a mole.
They laid an inescapable trap and eliminated Chen Luo.
Therefore, Chen Luo's understanding of blood far surpasses that of outsiders, even exceeding that of its internal members. The moment Chen Luo saw this login interface, he realized the owner of this villa was a member of blood. No wonder the study was decorated entirely in Western style, and no wonder there were so many security measures and intricate mechanisms throughout the place. Aside from the members of blood, truly few could achieve such meticulousness.
Chen Luo couldn't help but glance at Gu Qinghuan.
She must have known the villa owner was blood too, otherwise she wouldn't have said coming along might endanger his life. Chen Luo shuddered violently as all of Gu Qinghuan's inexplicable traits suddenly clicked into place. Speaking Latin and German, possessing unreasonable physical strength, mastering combat skills, none of these suited an ordinary girl, but made perfect sense if she was a member of blood. Before World War I, Blood had exclusively recruited Caucasians, considering all other races inferior.
They didn't even accept members from outside Europe.
After the First World War, the Seven Titans abruptly changed their policy and began recruiting individuals of all backgrounds, regardless of nationality, gender, age, or race. So long as they were talented and could contribute to blood, they were welcome to join. These chosen individuals are called blood seeds, meaning the seeds of blood within blood. The blood would nurture these blood children in various aspects such as languages, combat skills, knowledge, and so on.
After a certain period of time, they would undergo a final assessment. The assessments were all different, but the outcome was certain: only one person would survive. This bears a striking resemblance to the ancient art of grazing, where one gathers all manner of bizarrely venomous insects in a vessel, leaving them to fight and tear at each other. The sole survivor is inevitably the strongest, and it becomes known as the Gu. Chapter 88, I promise you.
Though Chen Luo swiftly deduced many things in that instant, he knew better than to voice them outright, let alone question Gu Qinghuan directly. Chen Luo was acutely aware that if he directly mentioned the blood of blood, Gu Qinghuan would very likely suspect him of being either a blood child or a member of the blood of blood organization. At that point, it would only make Gu Qinghuan wary of him, and there would be no way for Chen Luo to uncover what truly happened back then that led to her suicide. Because Blood of Blood remained an extremely covert organization even in 2019, known only to powerful families like the Xies, families of such stature that they alone held the privilege to hire their assassins. Even long-standing members of the Blood Society might not know the true identities of its core members. Given the abilities Chen Luo has displayed now, Gu Qinghuan might have already suspected him, perhaps even investigated his family background. But the changes in Chen Luo were far too significant, so significant that even a blood son couldn't explain them. If at this moment, Chen Luo could surmise from just this login interface that the villa owner was a member of blood, or even suspect her to be a blood son, if Gu Qinghuan could still bring herself to trust him under these circumstances, that would truly be unthinkable. Could I have misjudged the situation? Was it that final assessment that drove Gu Qinghuan to suicide? A thought suddenly sprang into Chen Luo's mind, and the more he pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. Although Gu Qinghuan had jumped from the building, Chen Luo hadn't seen her face clearly in the surveillance footage, so he couldn't ascertain her condition at that moment. It was possible that Gu Qinghuan had been forced to jump from the rooftop, perhaps her parents had been taken hostage, or she might have been hypnotized. Chen Luo knew of several methods capable of inducing deep hypnosis, making a person briefly act according to his will after waking up. Moreover, the method Blood of Blood employs to handle failed blood children is through various accidental deaths that leave no evidence and prevent any suspicion from being directed towards Blood of Blood itself. All these factors combined made Chen Luo doubt whether his previous speculation might be incorrect. Chen Luo wasn't sure when the Blood of Blood's assessment period was, but now that Gu Qinghuan had appeared in the home of one of its members, this might well be part of her assessment content. Chen Luo sighed inwardly. He felt perhaps he'd thought too far ahead, since he still hadn't conclusively determined whether Gu Qinghuan was indeed a blood child. But whether it was or not, Chen Luo decided to help her. Though Chen Luo had deduced so much, for his sharp mind, it actually took only a very short while. Noticing Gu Qinghuan's curious gaze, Chen Luo quickly adjusted his expression and said with a smile, "That's a wireless connector linked to a private internal network only accessible with the correct account and password.
And don't get it wrong.
A single mistake will trigger the USB drive to self-destruct and send an alert to the server through the back end." A flicker of frustration flashed in Gu Qinghuan's eyes because she didn't know the account password. It meant that even though what she wanted was right in front of her, she couldn't access it.
But don't worry, I have a way to help you log in. Chen Luo suddenly spoke with a smile.
Hearing this, Gu Qinghuan immediately looked up, her eyes filled with anticipation.
But I have a condition. Gu Qinghuan froze for a moment before slowly asking, "What conditions?"
"You're going to tell me what exactly happened a year ago." Gu Qinghuan looked at Chen Luo, removing the mask she had been wearing all this time.
She uttered calmly, "You've known for a while now, haven't you?" Chen Luo looked at Gu Qinghuan in surprise.
After just a brief moment of contemplation, he realized where the issue lay.
That basketball coach has been to Longqing High School?
Only that basketball coach knew about Chen Luo's inquiries regarding Gu Qinghuan at number 1 high school. None of the other students were aware. Therefore, it was impossible for Gu Qinghuan to have learned about this through students from number 1 high school, leaving only the basketball coach as the source.
That guy only knew Chen Luo was from Longqing High School and was a classmate of Gu Qinghuan.
He must have come to Longqing High to find Gu Qinghuan and ask about who Chen Luo was.
Chen Luo's unique demeanor and gaze were too distinctive to describe.
The basketball coach probably just mentioned it, and Gu Qinghuan would immediately know who it was.
Even if the basketball coach didn't mention Chen Luo asking about her, with Gu Qinghuan's intelligence, how could she not guess what Chen Luo was doing at number 1 high school? "I know what you're trying to do," Gu Qinghuan said indifferently. "Do you want me to tell you about that emotional knot, bring us closer, and then weep bitterly in your arms?"
Chen Luo was taken aback, because that was exactly what he had in mind. No matter the reason Gu Qinghuan committed suicide, there was one thing Chen Luo was absolutely certain of. Because of the incident with Lu Yezi, Gu Qinghuan had long suppressed feelings of pain and self-blame in her heart. She had never confided in anyone, and over time, it had reached a breaking point. So when Chen Luo saw through everything at a glance that day, she completely lost control of her emotions. What Chen Luo wanted to do was to ease Gu Qinghuan's emotions and let her vent. But he never expected this girl understood psychology as well. She immediately saw through his intentions.
"I'd advise you not to waste your time on me. I'm not interested in you and will never like you," Gu Qinghuan said coldly.
Chen Luo chuckled softly and said, "Nothing in this world is absolute. And even if there were, it wouldn't matter, because my favorite thing to do is turn the impossible into possible.
For instance right now, if you don't agree to my terms, you won't be able to log into this interface. And I can guarantee you this, you absolutely won't find a second person in this world who can log in without account credentials while remaining undetected by the system administrators." Gu Qinghuan was momentarily speechless. She glared at Chen Luo in frustration, yet found herself utterly powerless against him.
She knew Chen Luo was right. She understood all too well the capabilities of Blood and Blood.
Their system was simply beyond what an ordinary person could breach.
Even if she could find a second person capable of cracking this login interface, there wouldn't be enough time.
The villa hadn't been fully renovated yet, and the owner was somewhat careless, assuming no one would pay attention to these still under construction properties.
Moreover, the villa is equipped with so many advanced anti-theft devices and traps that it can react instantly even if someone breaks in.
Once the renovations here are completed, there'll definitely be security personnel stationed here. Getting in won't be this easy by then.
Gu Qinghuan agonized over it for a moment before finally biting her lip and spitting out several words through nearly clenched teeth. "I agree to your terms."
"Deal."
Chen Luo burst into laughter and immediately walked over to settle down at the desk.
Chapter 89, One More Condition.
Chen Luo sat before the computer, then placed both hands on the keyboard.
The next moment, Gu Qinghuan saw Chen Luo's fingers dance across the keys.
His speed was astonishing. What began as gentle tapping like soft rain quickly escalated into a torrential downpour, his movements taking on the momentum of a thunderclap. Chen Luo's fingers moved so swiftly that Gu Qinghuan could only hear the rapid tapping sounds, completely unable to discern the movements of his fingertips. In an instant, a waterfall of data cascaded across the computer screen, torrents of unrecognizable code pouring downward in a frenzy. In his previous life, Chen Luo had naturally possessed access to this login system and had studied it in depth. This system was called the Bloodline System, developed collectively by Blood of Blood through their organization's computer experts and hackers. It employed its own unique computer programming language, entirely different from those used in the outside world. Moreover, as time passed and technology advanced, biometric features such as voice, fingerprints, and iris recognition were later added, making the security level so high it was almost outrageous. Thus, even in 2019, no one could crack it, no hacker could infiltrate their system. However, none of this posed much of a challenge for Chen Luo. Back then, he first infiltrated the organization and gained access to the system, then spent a few days learning the programming language used by the Bloodline system before effortlessly cracking the entire system. And now, in 2008, the Bloodline system had only been in development for a few years, far from reaching the high security standards of later years.
Chen Luo used several backdoors he had mastered from years ago to log into the Blood Origin system as an administrator through this computer in less than 5 minutes. Done.
With one final press on the enter key, Chen Luo watched as the computer screen changed again, revealing an entirely Latin language interface. This was exactly why members of Blood had to learn Latin. Without it, even the Blood Origin system would be unusable.
Gu Qinghuan was stunned.
She hadn't actually held much hope for Chen Luo to begin with, because she clearly understood the capabilities of Blood and had heard about the formidable strength of this Bloodline system. Yet this supposedly flawless system that no one could infiltrate, Chen Luo had logged into it in just 5 minutes. Gu Qinghuan looked at Chen Luo in astonishment, realizing she understood this man less and less. Even now, she couldn't comprehend how someone could undergo such a dramatic transformation in just a few days. Had it all been an act before? Yet Gu Qinghuan and Chen Luo had been deskmates for a full month. If he could truly feign that level of meek incompetence, even the greatest Oscar winners would pale in comparison. Moreover, given Chen Luo's unrestrained boldness these past few days, there was no way he could have endured such humiliation. An absurd thought suddenly surfaced in Gu Qinghuan's mind. What if he genuinely was a reborn individual, just as he claimed? She quickly dismissed this eerie notion. She had far more pressing matters to attend to. Gu Qinghuan wasted no time and immediately took the seat Chen Luo had vacated, swiftly searching through the computer. Chen Luo stood beside her, also staring at the computer screen where a string of code F653 was displayed in the upper right corner. Chen Luo was well aware of what these numbers meant. The first letter represented one's rank within the organization, while the numbers indicated the member's identification code. The 7 magnates jointly led the blood of blood, beneath whom members were further divided into 5 aristocratic titles according to ancient European nobility: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. Each individual's code in the bloodline system differs according to their status, with the elite starting with S. Only 7 such codes exist in total. The remaining members are categorized into 5 tiers based on nobility ranks, A, B, C, D, and E. For instance, Chen Luo once earned the Duke title in less than 3 months, receiving the code A29 at that time. As for the lowest-ranking ordinary members, they carry an F designation. Below them are blood seed candidates and peripheral members, who are naturally unqualified to join the bloodline system. The code F653 indicates that while the owner of this villa is a formal member, they merely occupy the lowest rank in the hierarchy. At this moment, Gu Qinghuan rummaged through the computer for a long time before suddenly opening a folder. The screen abruptly turned black and split into 9 sections, displaying 9 different camera feeds. Both Chen Luo and Gu Qinghuan froze simultaneously, then turned their gaze toward these camera feeds. Chen Luo recognized it at a glance. These were 9 hidden cameras, capturing footage from different locations. Soon, a peculiar expression flickered across Chen Luo's face, because one of the lenses showed a man and a woman engaged in intimate activities on a bed. What left Chen Luo somewhat speechless was that out of the 9 cameras, 4 were either filming such acts or setting the stage for them. Naturally, Chen Luo had no interest in these scenes. Unable to help himself, he glanced at Gu Qinghuan, only to find her expression serene, her gaze undisturbed, as if she had long known such things would be revealed. Chen Luo frowned. Was Gu Qinghuan here for this thing? His eyes flashed as he stared intently at the person on the surveillance footage. Upon closer look, Chen Luo immediately noticed something wrong. He actually recognized several people in the recording. Because one of them in the footage was a big shot he had previously listed, though Chen Luo no longer needed him and had crossed out his name. Chen Luo observed for a moment and noticed that every one of those women was exceptionally beautiful, with one even being a currently popular female celebrity. Chen Luo instantly realized this Blood Clan member was likely running a prostitution service catering to those high-profile figures. But this guy harbored no good intentions. He had installed hidden cameras at the transaction site. His purpose was self-evident: to one day use the footage to blackmail these individuals. The photo scandal seems to have inspired many people. Chen Luo chuckled, unable to resist sighing in amusement. As if she hadn't heard him, Gu Qinghuan expressionlessly closed the surveillance footage and swiftly located the folder storing these videos. Each video in these folders was clearly labeled with names. Gu Qinghuan quickly found the one she wanted and immediately plugged in a USB drive to start copying it. But at this moment, Gu Qinghuan suddenly realized a problem. The computer case only had one USB port. If she wanted to plug in her own USB drive, she would have to unplug the Bloodhound wireless connector, which would immediately log her out of the system and make copying the videos impossible. Gu Qinghuan checked the back of the case again but found no additional ports there either. In an instant, she understood this Bloodhound member had likely anticipated this step long ago. The single port on the case was deliberately designed this way. Without prior preparations, there would be absolutely no way to copy the videos stored inside. Gu Qinghuan had no choice but to reluctantly shift her gaze to Chen Luo. Agree to one more condition for me, Chen Luo said to Gu Qinghuan with a beaming smile. Chapter 90, Go on a date with me. When Chen Luo saw Gu Qinghuan's glance, he immediately understood her intention, so without any hesitation, he proposed another condition. You! Gu Qinghuan was instantly furious, glaring at Chen Luo without being able to speak for a long while. Don't push your luck, she finally snapped. Chen Luo laughed loudly, shaking his head. No, you're using the wrong idiom. This is called taking advantage of someone's misfortune. Gu Qinghuan was momentarily speechless. Chen Luo was shameless enough to say such words outright. If she refused, he definitely wouldn't help. You need to think carefully. Without an interface, you can't copy the video. This is a private internal network, there's no way to send the files out either. Even if you could send them out, with the current internet speed, transmitting these multi-gigabyte files would take until dawn. Chen Luo spoke again with leisurely composure, his face wearing the serene smile of someone who had everything under control.
Just tell me what conditions. Gu Qinghuan glared at Chen Luo through gritted teeth, looking as if she wanted to devour him whole. Don't push it too far.
I could just take a few photos with my phone and it'd have the same effect.
Simple. Nothing difficult for you. Chen Luo chuckled with amusement as he said, go on a date with me.
Gu Qinghuan froze for a moment at his words, then quickly furrowed her delicate brows.
Didn't I make myself clear just now? Why must you persist with this? You just need to answer, yes or no. Chen Luo wore a nonchalant smile on his face. Gu Qinghuan was so furious she could barely speak. She took several deep breaths to steady herself before gritting out, fine. I agree. Chen Luo let out a hearty laugh and made a gesture. Get up.
Gu Qinghuan glared at Chen Luo as she stood up and moved aside to make space for him. Chen Luo sat down on the chair, took the USB drive from Gu Qinghuan's hand, and began working on the computer.
Just this file, right? Chen Luo pointed at the file named Xiao and reconfirmed with Gu Qinghuan. Yes.
Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately made a copy of the video, quickly edited it by extracting the key frames, then dragged them out separately. This wireless connector can be unplugged, but when doing so, you need to create a virtual mirrored device through the server backend.
Never mind, I suppose saying more would just confuse you.
Chen Luo shook his head at this point and said, in short, I can make the system temporarily remain functional for about 10 minutes after disconnecting this wireless adapter. But this video has been compressed, and 10 minutes should be enough for you to copy it down.
As he explained, Chen Luo's fingers swiftly moved across the keyboard.
A moment later, he suddenly reached out and unplugged the wireless adapter, replacing it with Gu Qinghuan's USB drive to begin copying the video files onto it.
Watching the files transfer rapidly into the USB drive, Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
While waiting for the file to copy, Chen Luo had already begun pondering what Gu Qinghuan intended to do with that video. The protagonist of the video, named Xiao, was actually someone Chen Luo recognized. It was none other than Xiao Jifan, one of the future heavyweight figures he had written down that day. Though Xiao Jifan came from humble beginnings, he married a woman with influential family connections, earning him the label of a phoenix man, a man who rises through marriage. The problem was, despite his capabilities, Xiao Jifan was essentially a son-in-law living under his wife's roof, occupying a lowly status within the household, constantly bossed around and terrified of his wife. Until one day in the future, when his wife's brothers were traveling in France, they inexplicably encountered a terrorist attack. Though they weren't the intended targets, they all became innocent victims caught in the crossfire, resulting in the entire family being wiped out. Only Xiao Jifan's wife remained as the sole heir, but having been spoiled and sheltered, she lacked competence. The family's influence and enterprises were all handed over to Xiao Jifan, allowing him to rise smoothly to power.
Was Gu Qinghuan asking for the video of Xiao Jifan to blackmail him? Chen Luo frowned. At present, Xiao Jifan was hardly a big shot, threatening him now would serve little purpose.
Take this video over, at most it might squeeze some money out of Xiao Jifan, and not much at that. Because right now, Xiao Jifan's status in that household isn't high, and his income is barely above that of an ordinary office worker. Chen Luo suddenly narrowed his eyes. This blood member kept videos of Xiao Jifan, and now Gu Qinghuan, whose identity is suspected to be that of a blood child, has also come to obtain Xiao Jifan's videos. This didn't surprise Chen Luo, because within the blood organization, ruthless internal competition has always existed. From blood sons to the magnates, this is how it works. Blood sons compete against each other to become full members, while full members must defeat other competitors to earn the title of baron. This pattern continues all the way up, until dukes compete among themselves for the position of magnate. If I'm not mistaken, both this member of Blood and Iron and Gu Qinghuan seem to have recognized Xiao Jifan's potential and plan to use it to coerce him into obedience. Chen Luo carefully recalled the timeline. It seems Xiao Jifan began his rise to power precisely 3 years later. In that split second, Chen Luo realized the horrific terrorist attack back then must have been orchestrated by Blood, aiming to clear all obstacles for Xiao Jifan. This might seem inconceivable to others, but Chen Luo knew Blood's modus operandi inside out. Their brutal internal competition drove them to stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Planning a terrorist attack was nothing out of the ordinary for Blood. While Chen Luo chose to control Ho Yaozong and Jian Zhenyan through favors and benefits, Blood took a far more domineering approach. For instance, with someone like Xiao Jifan now, if he remains disobedient even after having obstacles cleared for him, they could even find someone with similar physique and voice to Xiao Jifan, employ extremely sophisticated plastic surgery to reshape that person into Xiao Jifan's likeness, then directly eliminate the real Xiao Jifan and use the substitute to achieve their goals. The Brotherhood of Blood would plunder all the target's assets in the shortest time possible, then vanish without a trace, leaving no clues to be found. Chen Luo pieced together the general outline of the affair in such a short time. Were Gu Qinghuan to learn of this, she'd likely be stunned speechless. The video file had now been completely copied to the USB drive, and Chen Luo snapped back to attention, swiftly replacing the flash drive with a wireless connector.
Gu Qinghuan took the USB drive but didn't leave.
Instead, she sat before the computer and deleted all of Xiao Jifan's videos. Immediately after, she turned off the camera that was recording Xiao Jifan.
Yet even after doing all this, Gu Qinghuan still didn't leave.
She continued rummaging through the computer files, as if there was still something she hadn't found.
Chapter 91, High-Level Intelligence.
Gu Qinghuan searched through the computer for a while, scouring nearly every corner of the system interface, yet she still couldn't find what she was looking for. After a while, Gu Qinghuan suddenly opened a folder and began browsing its contents, nothing but landscape photos, all appearing entirely ordinary.
With just one glance, Chen Luo sensed that something was amiss.
Bloodline systems typically store relatively important data. Few people would keep trivial content like these landscape photos, making their presence here extremely illogical.
Gu Qinghuan seemed to have noticed this too. She tapped several times on the photos, then right-clicked to check their file sizes. Her brows instantly furrowed. Professional digital cameras usually produce photos in the tens of megabytes range. Though these landscape images are high definition, each exceeds hundreds of megabytes, far larger than normal photographs. These photos are actually hidden files, masked behind photographic covers. We'll need to crack them to see the concealed contents inside. Chen Luo suddenly spoke up.
Gu Qinghuan remained silent for a moment before turning to look at Chen Luo, her expression blank as she said, "Go ahead, what condition do you want to bring up this time?" Chen Luo, however, laughed heartily. "No, this one isn't difficult. I'll throw in an extra for free, consider it a bonus." Gu Qinghuan was taken aback, staring at Chen Luo in surprise, unable to figure out what this guy was really thinking. Chen Luo paid no attention to Gu Qinghuan's expression, instead making a gesture of invitation to signal her departure.
As Gu Qinghuan stood up, Chen Luo's fingers began flying across the keyboard again.
Within moments, these photos were compiled together, forming a new folder.
Chen Luo opened the folder, which contained only one document. When he clicked it open, rows of names and their corresponding information appeared. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the information recorded on this form. Behind each name were meticulously documented details: age, gender, ID number, phone number, address, and even employment information. Everything was recorded with astonishing thoroughness. The document went further still, noting each subject's preferences, personality traits, and habitual activity ranges. The top page of this document was marked with an A, followed sequentially by B and C beneath it, 3 categorized lists in total. Chen Luo glanced over it, and when he saw Xiao Jifan's name on the list, he immediately understood what this was. Blood of Blood also dealt in the intelligence business.
They started out with assassination services, but their most critical skill wasn't killing, it was intelligence gathering. Only by obtaining detailed information about their target could they significantly increase the success rate of an assassination. They had been in the intelligence business for over 1,000 years.
In terms of professionalism, even globally renowned agencies like the FBI or MI6 were no match for them.
Bloodline of Blood had even profited immensely by selling intelligence and information during national-level wars. This was already far beyond the power any ordinary organization could wield. Yet the data in this computer wasn't intended for assassinations or such purposes, but rather to gain control over every person on this list. This Bloodline member codenamed F653 had, just like him, categorized all influential and promising individuals in Pengcheng and systematically collected their information. Many people on this Class A list probably had their videos secretly recorded without knowing, and for those not yet recorded, this F653 was surely already seeking ways to obtain compromising materials about them or establish cooperative relationships. Chen Luo glanced at the people on this Class A list, which even included members of the Xie family. It's no exaggeration to say that if he could control everyone on this list, F653 could probably walk sideways through Pengcheng without restraint. Even if he couldn't control them outright like Blood of Blood, selling this information as intelligence would still be worth at least several million.
Quite interesting. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. This guy had started earlier than him, and it was obvious at a glance he'd been at it for a long time. Chen Luo finally realized Gu Qinghuan's primary objective wasn't just deleting the video, the real target was likely these documents. I need to copy these documents. Gu Qinghuan's eyes lit up the moment she saw the documents, even showing traces of excitement. Chen Luo chuckled, fine, but I'll need a copy too. Gu Qinghuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. She stared at Chen Luo for a moment. Do you know what this is?
Chen Luo replied with complete composure. I'm acquainted with quite a few people on this list, so naturally I understand its significance.
Gu Qinghuan's expression shifted visibly. Since Chen Luo understood the importance of this document, handing it over might lead to unforeseeable consequences. Rest assured, I won't sell this information or compete with you for anything. I just need to know certain details.
Chen Luo looked at Gu Qinghuan with a serious expression, then smiled and spread his hands as he said, besides, it doesn't seem like you have much choice right now. As you just mentioned, even if you refuse to copy the files for me, I could always take photos of them with my phone. Before Gu Qinghuan could respond, she saw Chen Luo already pulling out his phone and starting to snap pictures of the computer screen. Enraged to the point of nearly spitting blood, Gu Qinghuan found herself utterly helpless against Chen Luo's shameless tactics. She could only fume and snap, "Fine, stop taking pictures. Get out of here, I'll make you a copy." With a faint smile, Chen Luo put away his phone, took Gu Qinghuan's USB drive, swiftly replaced the wireless connector, copied the files onto it, and then casually deleted the original documents afterward. Moreover, Chen Luo was thorough. He completely emptied the entire recycle bin to ensure that file F653 could never be recovered. Chen Luo tossed the USB drive to Gu Qinghuan, casually pulled out the wireless connector, and pocketed it himself. "Let's go. It's already 1 o'clock. Gu Qinghuan asked in shock, "Why are you taking that thing?" Chen Luo gave him a puzzled look. Without this, he can't log into that platform, access the surveillance footage, or retrieve stored videos. Why leave it for him? Gu Qinghuan was momentarily stunned. The reasoning made sense, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Chen Luo smiled faintly and, without waiting for Gu Qinghuan to gather her thoughts, strode directly toward the exit. "It's late. Go to bed early so you're not drowsy tomorrow. I don't fancy raising my hand again to shield you from the light." Without another glance at Gu Qinghuan's utterly perplexed expression, Chen Luo finished speaking and walked straight out of the secret chamber. Gu Qinghuan had accomplished everything she wanted to do at this point and had no lingering attachments, so she immediately followed him. The two quickly left Shanglin Villa, hailed a taxi by the roadside, and rushed back to Hualong District. When they arrived at the entrance of the Shuyuan Mingjia residential complex, Gu Qinghuan noticed Chen Luo preparing to follow her inside. With a bewildered expression, she grabbed hold of him and asked, "Why are you coming in with me? I'll make a copy of the materials and bring them to school for you tomorrow."